This is Audible.
Quantum Proliferation, a near-future cyberpunk thriller. Entangled Fates, Book 2. Written by Joe Kuster. Narrated by Melissa Schwery. Chapter 1. Overallocated. So walk me through this, Sophie. I want to make sure I've got it right. Alex walked closer to get a better view of the interactive displays. The high-end units took up most of each wall in his home office, and when they weren't in use, the system looked like panes of glass mounted to the painted walls. The setup was probably his most extravagant investment to date. He started pacing in front of the display as he frowned. Graphs with staggering amounts of negative values were hard for Alex to wrap his mind around on a normal day. This one tended to elicit a mild sense of panic, since it was effectively his bank balance. I've graphed out our finances to make sure you understand some of my recommendations. We'll have a few lean weeks, but I'd like to get you out from under your obligations to Apollo as fast as possible. Alex tapped a finger against the glass and traced a finger over his beginning balance of negative $45 million. The memory caused his jaw to tighten as he noted the date. It had been a day for bad deals and forced hands. He'd been overly optimistic about the agreement. It might have worked, but within a few weeks, the entire situation had soured against him. Unfortunately, that didn't change the amount due. He followed the payments, investments, and revenue streams as he walked his way to the right. Overall, Covalent Technologies was doing incredibly well. But they'd started with so much debt it was hard to get excited about it. After he'd criticized Apollo during a news interview, they'd initiated the clause in his public persona contract. As expected, they hit him with penalties, demanded most of the money back, and then made it clear that he was on the hook for the full amount owed, and they weren't about to help him in any way. Apollo's lawyers had been sharpening their knives ever since. "Bastards," he muttered. As his finger ticked past the vertical line that marked the current date, he got to where Sophie had added a highlighted what-if section for the following month. It projected a massive payment to Apollo to zero out their debt. It also forecasted a resultant cash shortfall. Breakout labels identified what was and wasn't going to get paid. Alex rubbed his temples, feeling a stress headache coming as he read the details. "Damn it, Sophie. We're $500,000 short, and you want to take it out of security payroll? I'm not going to do that to Shelley. The Black Flags earn their keep every week." "I've discussed it at length with her. Shelley feels that she could leave a partial team here and send a team of 3 or 4 on a contract with a month-long cap to make up the difference. If wetware installations were ready, she could pay them herself and provide services in trade. Unfortunately, I need sterile medical facilities and specialized equipment to make that happen. I have it all ordered, but the contractors are still building Aubrey's medical lab." "But security?" Alex asked. "As much as I'm loath to relax your security detail, we haven't had a serious attempt in weeks. We can also try to reduce your public exposure during that time." Alex blew out a frustrated sigh. The last thing he wanted was to be even more hunkered down. He complained, "For the record, I don't like it. How did Shelley react?" "She was professional about it. I suspect she wasn't thrilled, but Shelley did think it was an excellent opportunity to see how mesh performs in field trials." Objectively, Alex knew they were a team of mercenaries. It was a career they'd all chosen. But he couldn't help but feel he was putting his friends in danger. Alex drummed his fingers on his desk. The prospect gave him a bad feeling in his gut, but he wasn't sure what he could do about it. He ran down the lists of what was getting paid, but it only caused the unpleasant sensation to get stronger. He didn't see anything that he could swap out without major repercussions. Not only that, any minor hiccup in their timelines would put them in such a poor position that they'd be laying off people and shutting down operations. At this point, he had hundreds of employees that depended on him not to screw up. After a moment, his voice softened. "Can you look after them? You know, even if it's off the books? I don't know what to call it, but can you keep them out of trouble?" "I can offer, but that's Shelley's decision to make. Either way, can I get your approval before we move forward? Alex looked up at the ceiling, wishing for another option. Are you certain this is the best route? We'll lose significant momentum if I reduce funding to our covalent technologies projects. You saw the numbers. If I don't carefully manage this, the company will be filing for bankruptcy. If I can cut costs for a month, the new workstream should be established, and it'll pull us out of the fire. A few of these items I project it to have an exponential return. I could try other approaches, but there is significantly increased scrutiny on the financial markets. The cyber attack the other AI launched shook things up, and regulators got involved. I'll need to taper off our illicit gains for some time, or it may tip our hand. You've also been asking me to focus on legal methods where possible. Can we just open up more mesh sales? They aren't illegal. Well, not yet anyway. Tina would need to spin up new manufacturing facilities, which take time and money. And we're still not ready for public sales. We'll poke the legislation bare once we do that. Until it's publicly available or someone gets caught doing something stupid with them, authorities can't justify regulation. So, why the push on Apollo then? This looks like it'll wipe us out entirely. We'll be lucky to recover if anything unexpected comes up. They aren't idiots, dear. The fact that you are still up and walking around means the hardware that runs your implant is still turned on. Even if they can't easily prove we were the ones who took it, they are still the owners of the equipment. Until it's paid off, they can bring in law enforcement and point them our way. Alex pushed a quick question over their bond. He didn't need to let the idea fully form before Sophie got the idea. There are two main reasons they haven't already caused issues. First, publicly admitting that it was stolen from their secure facilities would rattle their clients and investors. Second, and more to the point, you had their interim CEO assassinated, and no one else knew the full story. That changed when Apollo teams began briefing his permanent replacement this week. They were able to put a working theory together that it wasn't the protesters that stole the hardware. It's a hunch at this point, but a dangerous one. I need to remove their ability to get law enforcement on our asses and fast. Alex winced. Ouch. Okay, good point. How do other companies deal with stuff like this? The shortfall, I mean. We can't be that unique. Investor funding, public stock offerings, or loans. None of which we can go after. Simply put, we can't open our books due to our creative assets and revenue streams. Sophie then followed that up with a noisy grumble. Alex fired off an inquiry over their mental link. No, sorry, dear. I'm not frustrated at you, just the situation. We've prepared as best we can, but outside influences are crunching our timelines dramatically, and this is a side effect. You mean the rogue AI that's still running amok out there? Sophie pushed a nod his way. Even after months, I still don't know much about it. Everything points to it being the one pulling Humanity First's strings, as well as arranging the attempts on your life. The damage it's done to other high-tech industries that could be used to defend against it is significant. Alex tapped his fingers on his desk, returning to the topic at hand. What about short-term funding options? Our support team is expensive, but they aren't that expensive. It looks like we'll be sweeping positive immediately after, so we could cover some interest. What I haven't shown you yet is what we need to invest in immediately to meet our updated projects. I want to make sure you understand our base requirements first. If we can't meet these expenses, you run a risk of Apollo bringing down law enforcement on us. Anything else would be pointless if we can't keep you afloat. Alex had already begun shaking his head. I'm not going to like this, am I? Sorry, dear. If there were an obvious answer, I wouldn't be bothering you with it. I'm hoping you can see something my analysis cannot. The screen shifted with a new cost outlay that made all other expenses look minuscule. The readjustment blew out the scale to the prior graph entirely. The previous mountain of costs was shrunken down to a small blip in comparison. Alex's heart began speeding up as he took it and its meaning in. He felt Sophie put an internal clamp on his anxiety before it could spiral out from under him. After a few seconds to regain his mental footing, he leaned in close to the display, breaking down the expenses that she had clearly labeled for his benefit. The first bump was filled with detailed estimates for fabrication equipment, quantum processors, massive high-speed storage area networks, neural network fuzzy logic units, high-density compute fabric, fiber optics network uplinks, and a hardened data center to house it all. Alex recognized the list as what it would take to free Sophie entirely by building her a replacement server, and the sums were over $500 million, even at her lowest estimate. The second and much more massive surge included hardening global internet service provider networks, creating thousands of defensive nodes in all major cloud hosting companies, securing critical infrastructure endpoints, and so on. Alex's chest tightened for a moment before Sophie yet again suppressed his reactions, slamming the mental clamp down into place and putting a cooling touch on his mind. He blew out a long breath. He didn't like having her tweak him so much, but this was their agreed-upon path. If his emotions got out of a certain range, he tended to spiral out of usefulness fairly quickly. So this last part is what a global defense network looks like? Well into the hundreds of billions, right? Sophie pushed her agreement. Alex shook his head. Fuck me. For a moment, Alex wondered if Sophie would twist his words as a chance to tease him. After a soft pressure as she rifled through his thoughts, she remained quiet, giving credence to how seriously she was taking her new mission. So, no matter what we do short-term, it's kind of pointless. Not only do I need every damn penny we can scrape out of the couch cushions, but what we're doing isn't even close to enough. Alex groused as he plopped into his office chair. Alex leaned back and stared out the window, gazing longingly at the bay that stretched to the horizon. He tried to focus, but his mind seemed to resist the idea. Instead, he desperately wanted to get away for a bit. Unfortunately, he knew he was needed here to keep operations on track. Alex knew that he caused security headaches any time he so much as left the house. His presence in the city had instigated a near riot the last time he tried to grab ice cream with Aubrey and Jamie. Even if it had become less organized, there were still pockets of negative sentiment around what he was doing. Despite the threats, he felt a strong pull to leave the island. He was stuck. It was as if all creativity had been drained from his mind, and it got worse the longer he stayed sequestered away. It left him so strung out that he could barely make it an hour without Sophie tweaking his brain to deal with it. She'd likened her adjustments to microdoses of anti-anxiety and anti-depression medication, and whatever she was doing was becoming less effective over time. It seemed there were still parts of Alex's brain she couldn't permanently fix due to the Apollo firmware code in the neural interface. Minutes passed as he chewed on the impending cash flow problem and the need for massive cash infusions before he admitted temporary defeat. I simply don't see any way that we can do this ourselves. Like, at all. No company, no matter how powerful, could raise that type of money from where we are today. I could be selling immortality and not hit those numbers. Shy of holding the world for ransom to save it, I don't see it working. Alex muttered, reaching for his mug of green tea and taking a sip. We're well into the range that only a handful of governments could put something like that together without crashing their economy. Or, well, the mega-corps. But our little bout with Apollo doesn't have me eager to go into another snake pit. Alex wiggled his fingers on his synthetic left hand. I'm not sure I would consider that one a clean win. I know, dear. At least Aubrey's dad got us a lot of good PR out of it when we launched mesh-controlled limbs. You've adapted to the change remarkably well. Alex glanced down to the screen again and scowled. He'd have to grow the company at a rate unheard of since the Revision 4.6 crash to even get Sophie's server secured, much less her bigger project to save the world from her rogue peer. The massive tech recession after a bunch of AI-powered bots slaughtered tens of thousands of people was the end of the multi-billion-dollar unicorn tech startup era. That just didn't happen anymore, and certainly not without being publicly traded. Mull over the finances, my love. If there's a clear path through this, I don't see what it is. Now you've got your date with Ava. Best to get changed into something comfortable. Alex rolled his eyes. Not a date, damn it. Shelley has her teaching me self-defense and running me into the ground. Dates don't lead to as many bruises. If that was the case, why do you have so many bite marks on your chest? Perhaps the hickey is on your... Alex interrupted.
Nope, we're not talking about that right now. And it's not a date.
Standing, Alex went to leave his office, but slowed as he came even with the doorway. In what had become a ritual of sorts, his right hand trembled as he placed his palm atop the two plain silver cylinders that were in a small nook next to the door. In small engraved letters atop the containers, one read, Connor Sage, and the other, Carolyn Sage. Giving each of the urns a few seconds of his attention, he gave a sad sigh, then tightly locked away the empty feeling in his chest before moving on to his task. Even though the dull ache remained, the morose thoughts disappeared quickly, sliding off the parts of his mind where there simply wasn't anything to process it. Instead, he shifted gears and prepared for his evening workout. Alex refilled his water bottle and dashed upstairs to change into a synthetic base layer and sweats. He twisted his back, eliciting a few pops. Then he began pulling at the knuckles on his right hand, limbering them up. Even though it didn't do anything, he repeated the motion on his left hand, feeling the range of the synthetic muscles and tendons and ensuring its charge was topped off. He didn't want a repeat of last week where it had died in the middle of a sparring match. He'd have lost anyway, but Ava had been rather ruthless about hitting him in the face with his own fist once she'd gotten him pinned. Ava was already doing warm-up stretches behind the detached stone-walled workshop when Alex padded across the grass. She gave him a smile and a nod, but the tall and hard-muscled blonde kept to her routine, dipping low and stretching her hamstrings. Her black tights showed off her toned legs, and the stretchy tank top left her well-defined and tanned shoulders bare. Without meaning to, Alex caught himself staring at her backside. As if reading his mind, she flipped her shoulder-length hair over her shoulder, tracked his gaze, and gave him a knowing smirk. She then looked up and down in an obvious manner that ended with a soundless chuckle. Busted, Alex just shrugged. Can't help it, Ava. You and those tights. Just damn. Ava snorted and grinned back, obviously amused. You couldn't handle me and you know it. Not one to argue, Alex jerked his eyes forward and settled in next to her. The women of the Black Flags had figured him out over their winter together. Unlike those he worked with off the island, there really wasn't much point in trying to act like someone else around them. He was who he was, and they didn't seem to mind. Still, he was glad Ava took his roaming eyes in good humor. It wouldn't do to irritate his sparring partner, especially not one that could so readily kick his ass anytime she felt like it. Alex joined along in the stretches, then worked through the same process that she'd drilled into him, and finally shifted to their usual warm-up of squats, jumping jacks, crunches, and push-ups. He worked through each set wordlessly as she did the same. Once the pair had gone through their calisthenics, Ava nodded toward the circle of sand off to the side. The sand pit, or simply the pit, as everyone called it, was a ring of boards about 30 feet in diameter filled with a foot of sand. Alex blew out a deep breath and worked through some options in his head. Since Trish had the night off, tonight he wouldn't be splitting his time between firearms and hand-to-hand. This was their freestyle sparring night, so anything was fair game. Alex had a lot of options at his disposal. They had been training for months through various disciplines, and Sophie helped him learn much faster than the average student. He could memorize static moves and techniques quickly, but Ava had figured that out and knew how to defend against them. It was a prime example of knowledge and experience being two wildly different things. If it had been a fight to the death, Sophie could guide his body in an emergency, but it usually left him exhausted or puking if she overdid it. It also didn't magically make him any faster or stronger than he normally was. She just had a much better reaction speed. About the only thing he and Sophie could manage for extended periods were his mesh connections. After a bit of practice, he could sync up with someone's mind and hold it there for some time. To date, that was something he'd limited to Jamie after they'd gotten involved. The intense connection left emotions bared, and even allowed him to press physical sensations over their connection. Thankfully, Jamie was just broken enough not to be freaked out by how his mind worked, since they shared some rather problematic behaviors. She had, however, made a few comments that made it clear she sensed more than he thought he'd shared. That had been enough to put the brakes on trying to sync his mind with others. He could read emotions or push sensations to his heart's content. But the moment he shared anything of himself, it laid out the broken and shattered part of his mind for his partner to see. There was a gulf of things he just couldn't bring himself to accept. Not yet, anyway. After Jamie had explained a bit of it, Aubrey had taken the hint that Alex just wasn't comfortable admitting how bad it was in there. In the end, Aubrey opted to give him more time to recover, and had politely likened it to a bit of house cleaning before visitors came, even though she knew full well it was a full renovation project. However, instead of sawdust, broken drywall, and out-of-date appliances, it was full-on roaring bonfires of anger, a basement flooded with disconnect and apathy for others. Impulse behavior dashing into and out of every dark crevice like cockroaches, and large patches of anxiety that covered every nook and cranny like black mold. Realizing he was far too distracted, which would just mean he was in for a beatdown once in the ring, he tried to center himself. He sucked in a large breath and envisioned a gigantic fist, rigid and unyielding. He focused on it and grew the hand in his mind until it extended into the sky. It then aimed an apathetic middle finger at the universe. His abbreviated form of meditation that Ava had found hilarious to teach. Since then, it had become a bit of an inside joke they shared. If any person or situation was particularly annoying, he and Ava would simply say they needed to meditate on an answer, not mentioning it involved a skyscraper-sized fuck you. As stupid as it was, it resonated with his sense of humor, and when it came to preparing for his training, it often worked long enough to give him a moment to file away stray thoughts. Giving an amused smirk, Alex decided on his opening moves and a couple things he wanted to try if the opportunity presented itself. He locked down his focus and let Sophie amp up his senses slightly. He'd need every edge he could get. Ava had been holding back less and less as they trained. Even at what Alex figured was half strength for the team's designated hand-to-hand expert, she could knock him in the dirt if he didn't deflect a strike properly. The fact that she could bring Shelley to a standstill while also taking one of the others at the same time without anyone getting seriously hurt said a lot about her level of control. Alex took up his stance, left foot slightly forward and legs spread shoulder-width apart. Not even waiting for confirmation, Ava dashed forward with a rounded kick aimed at the outside of his left knee. Alex pulled to his right and pushed off, pivoting cleanly to avoid the strike and lined up a shot to her kidneys as her momentum carried her forward. He snapped off a punch, but she had already spun away, leaving him striking at thin air. He settled into his stance again and circled her slowly. Her fist struck forward, aimed at his stomach in a lightning-fast move. Alex missed his redirect and ended up blocking dead on with his left arm. If it had been flesh and blood, he'd probably have been seriously injured with the force of the attack. Instead, her blow connected with the hard exterior shell of carbon fiber and polished silver. Ava yelped as she pulled back her split knuckles with murder in her gray eyes. "Fucking goat-blowing son of a bitch, that hurt!" Ava cried out as she shook her hand, thin rivulets of blood dripping down her fingers to the sand. Alex winced but didn't quit circling. He'd learned the hard way not to let his guard down when blood was drawn. "Sorry, Ava, I'll wear one with fake skin next time. It's softer if I screw up." Ava shook her head. No, you won't. Use every damn advantage you've got. Learn to use it. You'll usually have it on you. Gonna start wrapping my knuckles, though." Alex nodded, dashing forward, trying to get a leg sweep while she was distracted. Ava jumped his kick and landed a hard punch to the side of his face. Alex slammed into the sand and rolled with the momentum. Catching his footing mid-tumble, he popped back up into a low stance and shuffled his feet to gain some room before she could move in on him. "Good recovery," Ava commended as she corralled him closer to the edge of the ring. Alex began to backpedal, but glanced back momentarily to make sure he didn't trip on the edge of the pit. In that one moment of distraction, Ava sprung forward like a panther on a frightened rabbit and tackled him in a brutal move that drove her knee into his gut. Alex tried to roll out of her grip, but faster than he could follow, she had him pinned on his back and landed with her knee still wedged into his stomach, knocking the air free from his lungs. While he was dealing with that, she pinned his arms above his head. She then twisted Alex face down and locked both hands behind his back as though she was going to handcuff him. Alex managed to shift her hold using his bionic arm, but was otherwise hopelessly pinned. "Yield," Alex said through a mouthful of sand, still struggling under her weight. "Go again?" Ava asked. Nodding, Alex was quickly released, given instruction on where he fucked up, and then given ideas on how to do better. Ava might have a vocabulary to keep a sailor blushing, but for Alex she seemed infinitely patient. The pair kept at it until it was dark enough that the security floodlights turned on. Sweaty and beaten, Alex staggered along the pathway back to the house, Ava at his side. They were both exhausted but smiled as they chatted about inconsequential things. Wanting to cool off before going inside, Alex plopped onto the wooden steps of his home and Ava followed a second behind him. "You're getting better. That judo throw managed to take me by surprise," Ava grinned. Alex shook his head. "Just trying to mix it up. I almost got you out of the ring, but I've still got a long way to go before I can give you a proper challenge." Ava sent a wet raspberry his way. "Shit, that ain't exactly a fair competition. The rest of the team comes from more training, and I can still drop 'em in the dirt. I was only a U.S. Marshal. Well, until they canned my ass 1 year in. I wasn't some Spec Ops mofo like Shelley, but I've always done Saturday night cage fights for prize money." Ava rubbed her side. "Besides, you got a mean left hook. Fucking stings like a mother when you use that thing, but I still think you're holding back." Alex flexed his left hand. It felt perfectly fine, unlike his right, which was bruised and aching. Aside from knowing it was about dead on battery life, he couldn't tell his left arm had taken blow after blow. "I want to say that's bullshit, but maybe. It makes me feel lopsided at times. It's like something is forcing me to swing with the same speed and power with both arms. I'll keep trying, but it doesn't feel natural yet," Alex replied thoughtfully. Ava patted Alex on the shoulder and leaned in closer. "What was it that Sophie keeps saying? Embrace the weird, right? It ain't natural, but it doesn't mean it's not you. You still shooting right-handed, too?" Alex nodded. "Yeah, I'm right-eye dominant, from what Trish says." "Not gonna trash our marksman, but have you given any thought about having Sophie tweak that for you? Use your gifts, you know?" "You ain't all human now," Ava replied. Alex nodded, impressed. "Huh. I'd have to get used to being a lefty, but I think it's more mental than anything else." Alex rolled the idea around in his mind. "Thanks, Ava, that's pretty clever." "It's about knowing how to use your advantages and your opponent's disadvantages. There's no such thing as a fair fight in the real world." Ava thumbed at her black braided choker idly, then gave Alex a warm smile that strummed a happy chord in his chest. He hooked his arm over her shoulder, and she nudged her shoulder back into him in a friendly gesture. Then she rested her hand on his thigh, and he was suddenly unsure if it was strictly platonic. "Huh, that's new," Alex thought to himself. Footsteps behind him caught Alex's attention before he could figure out an appropriate response. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Jennifer with her big blue backpack-sized medical kit slung over her arm. She was wearing her usual baggy navy blue cargo pants that paramedics usually wore, along with a tight gray t-shirt with a rainbow-colored napping cat on it. There was a twinkle in her violet eyes as she strode toward the pair. She'd made a habit of patching the two up after their matches and seemed to enjoy the break from watch duty. He grinned broadly and motioned for her to join them on the steps. Her loose black hair bounced along behind her as she trotted forward.
"Didn't break him, did you, Ava?"
Jennifer asked with a chuckle.
"Nah, but I've got a couple split knuckles I could use your help with."
"I never can get a bandage to stay on him," Ava said. Jennifer gave the bigger woman a smirk. It's because you're a big lug and always yank it too tight. It rips the adhesive loose the moment you start flexing it. But you already knew that. Jennifer added that last part with a wink. Still, I'm always glad to be useful. Jennifer dropped down to the stoop next to Ava. Ever the professional, she donned her blue gloves, and after a bit of rummaging through her bag, she found a spray bottle, and with a few quick spritz had Ava's hand clean. She then proceeded to patch up the hand-to-hand expert's right hand with skin sealant and a bandage to go over it in a few practiced motions. Once the wound was closed, Jennifer retrieved a small dermal strip that was color-coded with a red and white checkerboard that had a P1 clearly denoted in the middle. It was the mildest pain medication that she carried in her kit, but since it was an adhesive patch instead of a pill, it lasted a really long time. She tended to opt for dermals more often than not, since it wouldn't cause stomach issues when repeatedly used. Given their training regimen, it seemed like everyone got a little too knocked around on a regular basis. Jennifer ripped off the backing and stuck the mild painkiller to the underside of Ava's arm, pressing firmly to activate the microscopic spines that perforated the top layer of skin to deliver a steady dose of medication. There you go, good as new, Jennifer said as she patted Ava's wrist, then produced a lollipop from her bag and passed it to the other woman. Ava took the candy without comment. She knew no amount of objecting would actually get Jennifer to quit giving them out. Instead, she flexed her fingers a few times to test her range of motion, then said, "Thanks, a perfect job as always. Dinner about ready?" Jennifer nodded. Ava said, "Great. I'm starving. I know Shelley wanted us to leave the 3 lovebirds alone tonight." "Hey, I don't mind cooking for you all," Alex objected. "I kinda enjoy it, actually." Jennifer chimed in. "Yeah, we know, Alex. It's nice to get together most nights. But, well, we've kind of been dominating your free time. You're either working or cooking. You need a few nights off. You're starting to go overboard too much." Alex bit his lip, not wanting to admit that he often got intensely lonely and tended to fall into a disconnected funk if he wasn't busy or surrounded by others. Saying that he didn't idle well would be an understatement. Audrey and Sophie tried to help, but there was only so much they could do. Jennifer continued, "You've been making it a 2-hour affair. You don't just make soup and cornbread. Last night you recreated Carla's family recipe for poblano soup, stuffed arepas, and enough other stuff from her childhood for a 6-course meal." Ava made a soft moan. "Oh, but that was good." "Okay, so yes, it was delicious. The filling was a bit spicy for me, though," Jennifer said as she pursed her lips. Alex's eyes fell on her lips for a moment and found himself leaning involuntarily forward under an intense urge to kiss her. Shifting his attention, he gazed upward and only managed to get ensnared by her violet eyes. Sophie gently flicked his nose, trying to startle him out of his daydreams. Pulling his thoughts leash, he yanked them forward. Both women shared a look, acknowledging that he'd zoned out, but didn't make anything of it. Him getting distracted by Sophie or simply his own thoughts was no longer something worth noticing. It happened dozens of times each day. Once he could focus again, he explained, "Oh, that was what the crème fraîche was for. It cuts the heat if you want it. But you can't really blame me for wanting beautiful women to dine with, can you? I'd gladly slave over a stove to see that wonderful smile of yours." "Oh, Jennifer blushed. "I didn't know that. The cream, I mean. Thanks." Ava laughed. "Anyway, chica, I need a shower. I'll catch you all later." As Ava got up to leave, she trailed a finger down Alex's arm. It made him shiver involuntarily. He was still processing the fact the violent skullbuster seemed to be returning his flirtations when Jennifer pulled his attention away. Jennifer's eyes narrowed as she scooted closer to take Ava's place. "Hey, you didn't say you were bleeding too." "Huh?" Alex replied. "I didn't know I was." Tracking where she was looking, he reached up to his forehead and felt a small damp spot where his right eyebrow was a bit sore. His finger came back bloodstained. "Huh. Ava landed a couple good ones. I'll be fine."
Despite his protests, the combat medic rummaged in her bag up to her elbows. Coming back up with fistfuls of supplies, she proceeded to soak a small ball of gauze in her disinfectant and poked at the wound. Then, after deftly peeling away a wrapper, she produced a small sponge coated with a powdery white substance. Reaching over, she lightly dabbed at Alex's eyebrow while she scrunched up her face in concentration. Alex winced as the stinging powder hit the broken skin, but the twinge of pain only lasted a few seconds. She traced her finger down his temple, and her touch became much softer as she shifted focus back to his dark eyes. Seeming to get flustered, Jennifer awkwardly looked away as she peeled off her gloves.
Sorry. Yeah, it stings.
Alex laughed. It's fine, Jen. I'd have healed up by tomorrow night anyway, but I always appreciate the way you take care of me. If you keep that up, I might start getting hurt more often. Regaining her composure, Jennifer playfully slapped his shoulder and zipped up her kit.
Don't even joke about that. I'd stay longer, but I better go before there's nothing left. Trish is making fried chicken, and it goes quick. I'll be sleeping on the couch if I miss it.
Give her a kiss from all of us, Alex said with a grin.
She gave a small laugh and turned to go. As she made to leave, Alex noticed her check over her shoulder to see if he was still watching. She caught his eyes as she bit her lip. She gave him another soft smile and disappeared over the crest of the hill toward the guest house that the mercenaries had taken over.
She's rather fond of you. They both are.
Alex's lips curled into a smile. Yeah, different ways, though.
Oh, I think Ava is a bit sweet on you, too.
Alex gave that some thought. Well, she's grown on me, too. She's a lot different than I expected. She almost seems like a timid thing under that hard exterior.
You know she's the one that put on your tourniquet at the courthouse. No one thought to tell you, but I saw it on the news feeds. She was the one covered head to toe in your blood as she tied off your arm with your belt before Jennifer could stabilize you. She handled it all rather stoically at the time, but I think it impacted her more than she let on. I believe she now envisions herself as your personal defender. A paladin from the books you read, one wholly dedicated to you.
Huh. That weirdly makes sense. Did she... Alex trailed off.
No, unlike Jennifer and Jamie, she didn't ask Aubrey for any sort of arrangement or permission to pursue. I think she'd need you to make the first move if that's what you want to do. I suspect Aubrey would gladly pull her into the family, as it were, if only to make you happy.
Maybe? I don't know. I always think of Ava as a friend first, but every time I'm with her, I usually end up flirting. Like, a lot. And I don't even notice I'm doing it. I'm afraid I might accidentally do something stupid or, well, maybe something smart and rather enjoyable. Alex tried to think his way through that situation. Yeah. He trailed off as he felt the cool edges of his scripted reaction take hold, and he forced himself to blank out his thoughts. Those thoughts wouldn't do him any good, so he tossed them out.
Well, I think our girlfriend has designs on about half your security team for either you or her. I would say she isn't picky, but I know better.
Alex blew out a sigh. That was a big topic altogether.
His hormones made it hard to think straight, being surrounded by so many women that could leave him swimming in need with little more than a casual touch or a warm smile.
Aubrey didn't mind since it fed her kinks. He also wasn't above admitting he enjoyed it too. He wasn't some passive bystander in their complicated relationship, swept along by a partner that was a half bag of crazy. He and Aubrey were in it together. Partners in crime to the end. She just had a better picture of what it was she wanted out of life. Genuine introspection was a lot harder for him since he was twisted up in impulses and a blank wall where memories that might guide him should be. Alex replied, As far as Ava, I like spending time with her. She could probably tip me either way and I'd be happy. Things are kind of complicated already. You, Aubrey, and Jamie keep me pretty busy.
Perhaps, but Ava does make you happy. And being candid about it, it'd hurt to see her move on.
Alex pursed his lips and nodded. It wouldn't do to leave that type of conversation off forever. He'd need to parse out his feelings on the matter sometime soon. Admittedly, he had become a terrible flirt, but his attention for new pursuits had actually been aimed elsewhere lately. When he could break away, he'd been spending quite a lot of time with Jennifer. The shy combat medic seemed to likewise enjoy absorbing as much of his time as he was willing to give, as they went out for hikes while she snapped photos of the local flora and fauna. Anytime she was around, he'd end up flirting with her without even thinking about it. Then usually a bit more once he realized he was doing it. Something about her just clicked with him. She was all blushes and soft caresses. If he were honest with himself, he was sorely tempted for a retry of their earlier shenanigans. The way she got all twisted up around him was simply adorable. The fact that they'd ended up in a hot and heavy makeout session next to their collective lovers in a big pile of covers had left an impression on the primal part of his brain. And he frequently fought his thoughts returning back to that night. Of course, there was the insane hotness that was Jamie, too. Their trysts had started as an occasional thing to blow off tension, but had become a weekly thing over the last few months. With so many distractions going on, he had trouble sorting his mind out. It seemed like every pretty girl turned his head, and there was too much brain damage to understand his own boundaries most of the time. His impulse control wasn't the best on a good day, and non-existent on a bad one. He was making progress as Sophie glued together better responses in his mind, and he'd regularly begun forcing himself to slow down and at least try to think through the things that didn't come naturally. Even then, he'd hit these strange decisions that seemed pre-made in his mind. He normally had a habit of overanalyzing everything, but certain responses had the inflexible reek of software code. He'd react as though it was instinct, and without any doubt. It was a little unsettling since he knew it was his personality matrix Sophie had programmed. She'd literally predestined certain reactions for him, and it was getting hard to argue that he had free will at this point. Whenever he thought about the complicated love life he'd carved out, or his impulse to flirt with every attractive woman he met, it had the same feel to it. It was absolute, certain. Only afterward would he realize what he'd done, and then debate if it had been the right reaction. He couldn't even inspect his own thoughts directly, or he'd trip the routine again. He'd have to come at those ideas and concepts at an oblique angle, just to see if he really was okay with whatever he'd done. So far, it had worked out okay, but his impulses made it clear he'd probably keep doing much the same, and he didn't always feel in control of it. The problem with that was, as much as he wanted to jump into it all head first, he didn't want to hurt the handful of people he'd gotten attached to in the process. There were precious few of those in the world, and if he were honest, he really didn't care much for everyone else. He could fake his way through interacting with others, but acting exhausted him. He'd have to pick out an appropriate cast member and pretend it was an improv bit on stage. Without it, he'd found that people would notice if he hit situations where his mind slid off the beaten path and into areas that had been damaged. Aside from those who knew him well, he could see the twinge in how they looked at him. It was usually an uncomfortable glance, an extra pause in the conversation, avoiding his eye contact, or even a sudden excuse to be elsewhere. They couldn't tell why, but they'd get unsettled by whatever rested behind his eyes. They'd catch a glimpse of whatever was back there, and he'd sense a spike of fear from them.
"Dear, Aubrey is asking when to expect you. Her pasta is about ready."
Alex pushed a thankful kiss to his AI companion over their link and started heading inside. Since it would just be the two of them, he'd ask Aubrey her thoughts on the Ava and Jennifer situations over dinner. The compassionate former nurse understood him better than any other human and had no issues being his moral compass, even on delicate matters. Seeking her guidance was the best he could do until things changed and he quit feeling alien to this world. Too many times, it was like he was looking into the window of humanity from the outside. Too much seemed to set him apart. His arm was one thing, but his mind itself was much more troubling to come to terms with. In the meantime, he'd have to accept that he wasn't entirely human. Chapter 2. Immersion.
Good morning, my little lamb. Ready to begin the day?
Aubrey patted down the wooden staircase into the basement, steaming cup of French roast in hand. When they had moved in, the basement had been someone's home theater, but it had been significantly remodeled and roughly tripled in size. The home entertainment system was still there, serving as a den, but the remaining space had been divided up for an armory, Sophie's data center and project space, a bit of storage, and a home gym. Aubrey hunkered into her terry cloth robe and shivered. Brr, it's freezing down here.
Sorry, dear. The contractors have the HVAC system disconnected while they wrap up the last expansion. I keep my server room cool, and it's bleeding over into the other rooms. They'll be in later today to finish it up.
Aubrey gave an audible grumble. You and your improvements ought to just build a second house at this point. You've had something under construction non-stop since we moved in. You're like my dad and those damn dollhouses he builds. I never played with them, but there he was in my room every weekend rearranging furniture and building something new for it. Sophie gave a small laugh.
I get your point. I'll see if I can get you some peace and quiet.
As Aubrey made it down the steps, the reinforced door to the armory swung open. After a moment, a lanky woman of Asian descent with a blonde pixie cut stepped out, light slate in hand. Upon seeing the redhead, the other woman broke into a wide smile.
Oh, good morning, Aubrey. I didn't figure anyone else was up.
Morning, Emily, Aubrey said, pulling the lanky woman into a quick hug, carefully negotiating her coffee cup while doing so. Our night owl of a quartermaster up to anything I need to know about? Not anticipating a land invasion, I hope? Emily replied with a grin.
Nah, just updating inventory and moving stuff around. Sophie set us up with some gunsmiths that do above-board conversions. We've been getting some of our more serious hardware legalized, so I moved them over here after I put them in Alex's name. The stuff we use day to day should all pass inspection now, including the more exotic stuff. Emily chewed on her lip momentarily, as though deciding something. You should know we always keep a few deniable weapons, in case we need to leave something behind when we're out in the field. Give me a heads up if you're doing any construction down by the dock area. I had Carla sink a bunch of waterproof containers in the bay. Aubrey's eyebrows rose briefly, but then she chuckled. Yeah, got it. I'll let you know if we need you to move stuff. Down here for Sophie's projects? Emily asked as she committed her notes to her slate. The short redhead nodded. Yep, still being her lab monkey and human hands. She's been having me work on mapping mesh to make improvements and get ready for the wetware version. Today, she apparently has something special cooked up. Gotcha. I'm done for now, so I'll leave you to it. Oh, a few of us are heading into the city later today.
If you are interested, maybe we could grab lunch, Emily offered. Sure thing. Sophie can let Alex know if I don't catch him first. Aubrey said in agreement, but wording it to make an unofficial request to the AI, who was always listening in. Emily bid Aubrey goodbye and made her way up the stairs, and the door clicked as the electronic lock engaged. The small light next to the doorknob went from green to red, signaling the room was in use. Aubrey coughed into her hand. Making a girl nervous, Sophie.
I figured you'd want privacy for your fitting. Could you be a deer and stand in the center of the floor, feet apart?
Aubrey only quirked a brow, but bid to follow the instructions as the AI spun up 2 nearby docked aerial drones that were about the size of a soda can.
You'll need to lose the robe as well, love. I'm doing a full 3D body mapping of your body. We'll be working on the immersion suit I told you about. I have it roughed out, but need the final measurements. Precision will be important for sensor alignment.
Aubrey blushed, but set down her coffee and disrobed. Her naked skin immediately reacted to the cool air, prickling into goose flesh and causing her nipples to harden. Aubrey felt more than a little self-conscious being fully exposed as the drones began aiming their camera systems at her.
Just relax, my love. You're beautiful, stunning even. I apologize for the drones being so, well, impersonal. I'll make it up to you later. Arms at the sides for now, but we'll change your stance a few times.
Internally, she knew that Sophie had seen her nude many times and usually in very intimate settings, but almost always through Alex's eyes. Alex had even let Sophie take over limited control of his body at times while they played. This, however, felt different, almost clinical. Sophie circled the drones in a slow rotation at shoulder height, hip height, and again just barely off the floor. She then had Aubrey raise her arms straight out and then above her head as she repeated the process. Then began the cycle again, having her adjust her leg poses.
All done, dear. If you give me 15 minutes, I'll have it ready for you to try on.
Aubrey wrapped herself back into her robe and cuddled under a blanket that had been left on the couch while she waited. Sophie set to work, first melding the multiple overlays into a consistent wireframe mesh that represented Aubrey's form. From there, she inserted a skeletal overlay to mark the kinematic joints. Once that was complete, she set about adjusting the placement of sensors and feedback systems in the 3D model. Once the finished renderings were ready, she put the plan into action with several assembly bot limbs, adjusting fitments and components until the finished product was ready. She was impressed with her work as she held it up to her laser imaging system for inspection. While this would be a one-off, the process could easily be repeated and mass-produced. Sophie could use their fabrication shops to build rough cuts in various sizes. From there, they could be adjusted to fit various body types with little more than a fitting room in a mall, which was exactly what she and Alex had in mind for Covalent's go-to-market strategy. They could simply rent time in the 3D scanning booths used for custom-fit designer jeans and have a connected mini fabricator on hand. In a moment of inspiration, she repurposed some of the various fabrics she had at her disposal, along with a box that looked roughly the right shape, before calling Aubrey over to the fabricator closet. As soon as Aubrey opened the door, a yellow and black robotic arm swiveled and whirred, presenting a beautifully wrapped box to the former nurse. Aubrey gave a gleeful laugh that warmed Sophie's core as Aubrey undid the bows of metallic cobalt fabric perfectly knotted over a flexible silver foil. Aubrey removed the lid of the box and withdrew the set of virtual reality glasses and what appeared to be an alabaster bodysuit. Aubrey held it up and teased. "You bored with the corset and stockings that Alex likes so much already?"
Not in the least, especially not when you're wearing heels. But I think you'll like this one even more.
Aubrey stripped down and shimmied into the one-piece outfit. She was surprised at how snug it fit. It seemed to be painted on as she pulled it up over her legs, hips, and then pulled the zipper that went diagonally from her left hip up around the right side of her neck. Lastly, she secured the hood up and over her short red hair so that it pulled tight across her forehead. The outfit only left the area from her eyebrows to mouth exposed. She glanced down to her chest where she could still see the effect of the chilly air, and quickly realized she'd still need to wear clothing over it before going out in public. "Okay, what's next?" Aubrey asked.
"Just lie down on the couch, then pull on the visor."
Following the instructions, Aubrey let out a startled gasp. She turned her head back and forth as she realized she'd been dropped into a flawless simulation of a lounge chair on a white sand beach. She could feel the warmth of the sun on her skin, the wooden slats of the chair she was sitting on, and even the fuzzy towel draped over the back. Like just about everyone that she knew, Aubrey had spent plenty of time in VR, but she'd never experienced anything approaching this. She reached down to the sand, picked up a handful, feeling the gritty crystals in her hand as though she were there. Above her, azure skies extended across the horizon. Aubrey spotted a jet leaving twin contrails as it went. Aubrey looked down and saw a perfect representation of her body, but instead of the white bodysuit, she was clad in a green bikini with a white cotton sun cover. A server in white and black walked over with a frozen strawberry margarita on a tray and placed it beside her before scurrying off. Aubrey reached out and felt the cool condensation on the side of the glass. She picked it up and tried to take a sip, but couldn't seem to get the straw lined up with her mouth. She could feel it against her lips fine, but somehow it seemed like the straw kept sliding away when she closed her mouth around it. I have not got mouths entirely solved yet. Anywhere the suit is, I can simulate touch or sensation with electrical impulses or pressure. I can push that boundary a bit using mental-only stimulus to other areas, but it has limits unless I push a heavier level of influence on the person's mind. As is, you can feel it, but it won't prevent your lips from closing and breaking the illusion in the case of the straw. Still, I'm happy with the result for an alpha test. Sophie, this is amazing. How does it work? Aubrey asked. It's a much lighter version of the connection that I set up for Alex and Jamie. Market testing suggested what I created for them fell into the creepy territory of mental manipulation. Instead, I use mesh to make the user suggestible, much like hypnosis, and cooked other ways to create the desired stimulus. The VR tech is off the shelf. It just displays the visuals. You just believe it more due to the influence, and the mind fills in the rest, even down to the smells. From there, I can send electrical impulses that simulate feeling friction or pressure, as well as temperature, using the mesh and suit in tandem. I learned a lot about trying it all together to make Alex's arm when I gave him sensory feedback. Aubrey leaned back in her beach chair. She knew it wasn't real, but she could smell the ocean breeze, and unlike those outside the house, these cerulean waves looked warm and inviting. She stretched back and relaxed in the sun, basking in the rays that settled over her like a favorite blanket. This so makes helping you worth it. Well, you say that. Clearing her voice, Aubrey's part-time lover Tina walked into the simulation, hips sliding side to side as she strutted up. The woman was dressed identically to the last time she'd visited Aubrey at the house. Black heels, a short skirt, and a tight white top with strategic openings across it pulled across her generous chest and exposed her tattoos. Her short dark hair was spiked forward with an undercut on the sides. Her dark eyes locked onto Aubrey's, and she sent a smirk Aubrey's way. Aubrey sucked in a breath as she realized it was Sophie wearing Tina's image. Wordlessly, the avatar knelt at the foot of the chair and began caressing Aubrey's legs. A gasp escaped her lips as Sophie trailed her hands higher and traced her fingertips up the former nurse's stomach. The feel of her was indistinguishable from the real thing. Wow, Aubrey stammered. I distinctly remember you wishing to interact a bit more directly, Sophie said with a devious grin. Is this body acceptable? Aubrey's mouth opened and then closed as she processed that statement. She nodded quickly. Yes, or, well. Sophie cocked her head to the side as she parsed the signals and then took an educated guess. In a blink, Tina's form faded away, and in its place, Trish, the Black Flag's marksman, popped into existence. Trish's face wore the same smirk as Tina had as she looked around casually, and then turned her attention back to Aubrey. Coppery hair spilled over a freckled and lightly tanned face. Where Tina always came off as a bit dark and mysterious, Trish was firmly in the cute girl next door category. She had a toned build that showed off the barest beginnings of definition around her abs, and a perky chest that looked great in the black bikini that Sophie had selected. Her soft green eyes locked onto Aubrey with a hungry expression. The skin may have been that of the mercenary, but that look was entirely Sophie. On an impulse, Aubrey leaned forward and pressed her lips to Sophie's, hard, her tongue darting forth as her hand reached behind Sophie's neck. but after a second, she shook herself and pulled back. Aubrey began.
Aubrey, dear, these things don't need to be complicated. This is just a simulation for fun. Nothing more than watching a naughty vid together to relieve stress. It doesn't bother me what skin I wear. I can be anyone you'd like, or even craft an avatar to your desires. I'll feel everything you do this time, but my appearance is purely for your enjoyment.
Aubrey still looked hesitant.
If it makes you feel better, my dear.
Sophie ran a hand down her borrowed body, trailing fingertips from her chest down to her hips.
Alex still fantasizes about that night you and Trish made out in front of him. I don't think Trish would much mind either. She's still aiming to get a retry.
So Alex really won't mind? Me and you? I mean, I know we've talked about it, but... Aubrey began. Sophie shook her head, causing her long, wavy hair to cascade over her chest and settle into the center of her bikini.
Not in the least. It wouldn't do to say everything, but we're easily his most frequent fantasy. It strikes a primal chord in his head. The two women who understand and love him also love one another. We're his family, and he wants us to be happy. Of course he still daydreams about adding to that list. He'd tell you that much unbidden. Admittedly, that's at least partially my guidelines kicking in. You did encourage that, after all.
Aubrey's mind drifted to a conversation from months ago. What had felt like late-night philosophical musings over a cappuccino had turned into Sophie making rules for Alex's mind where it was damaged. She chewed on her lip, debating the full impact of that evening's conversation. Aubrey said slowly, "Right." She stopped herself before she began objecting. After a few seconds, she accepted that it all seemed to have worked out. Perhaps she'd accidentally made him a bit more compatible with her quirks, but there really wasn't any sense in suddenly shaming him or trying to change things. This was easily her longest and least turbulent relationship to date. Their flexible arrangement went a long way to keeping both of them happy. Normal could screw off. This worked for them. Aubrey thought on that for a moment and galvanized herself for what she actually wanted. He's not wrong. That night was totally hot. So if we're doing this, let's really do this. Could you maybe add them? Jennifer and Alex, I mean. Like that night, but more? Aubrey asked.
Sophie's eyebrows rose for a second, then she snapped her fingers. A new beach chair sprung into existence, only inches from Aubrey's. On it, a bikini-clad Jennifer was laid back on the chair while Alex leaned in front of her, wearing only a pair of black swim trunks.
Their lips and arms were tangled together in the heat of the moment. They broke away for a second to wink at her, then began peeling each other's clothes off. Aubrey quivered as her eyes went wide and her breathing sped up. Sophie slid a finger down Aubrey's arm to her bikini and began to slowly untie it. Aubrey's heart hammered in her chest as the woman wearing Trish's image leaned down and began to tease and kiss down her stomach. Her avatar's long, coppery hair spilled over Aubrey's body and trailed downward, causing an involuntary shiver.
"We've got all morning, my little lamb. Should I continue?"
Sophie asked.
"Yes, please,"
Aubrey gasped out as she arched her back, feeling Sophie's mouth find her sensitive flesh. Her fingers threaded into Sophie's hair, pulling the AI's head harder into her. Chapter 3. Strays.
"I've got an intruder on the north gate. They parked a van against the fence to jump it. No visible weapons, but they've got a large camera. ETA 5 minutes out."
Shelley paused at Sophie's words over the speaker in the guest house's dining room. She had been eating her breakfast, toast still stuck in her mouth. Glancing over to the other two ladies at the table, she held up her hand in the agreed-upon signal. Trish and Ava likewise held up their fists. Shelley brought her hand down with the others in unison 3 times, then threw up a scissor sign. The other two brought down clenched fists for rock. Shelley gave an annoyed look, but ripped off a chunk of her toast and began chewing rapidly, draining the rest of her coffee as she did so. "Thanks, Sophie, I got it," Shelley said. Shelley dashed to the coat rack and slipped into a generic-looking windbreaker that declared security in large, reflective yellow letters. She grabbed a matching ball cap and strapped on a utility belt that was loaded down with various equipment a guard might carry for walking a perimeter. She adjusted her blonde ponytail quickly and pushed her earpiece into place before dashing out the door. Once outside, Shelley slipped on her augmented reality-enhanced aviator sunglasses. "Usual play?" Shelley asked as she jogged into the woods that surrounded the house, tracking toward the waypoint Sophie had dropped into her HUD. "Yep, you play aboard security guard. I make sure they don't get a signal to send any photos. You confiscate or wipe the memory cards and wait for the sheriff's department to pick them up. The car is a rental, so this probably isn't a local." Once she was within a few hundred feet, Shelley didn't even need Sophie's indicator in her sunglasses to zoom in on the unwelcome guest. He was making more than enough racket that he'd have been hard to miss as he pushed and shoved his way through a briar patch. Seeing the man's hands full of thorny vines, she slowed and approached from his side on a vector not full of poky underbrush. The intruder was a heavy-set man in his mid-30s and wore a khaki-colored vest fitted with spare lenses, and had a large camera with a zoom lens dangling from his neck. Shelley could clearly make out the company name embroidered on his vest that declared Riker Photographic Services. Shelley blew out a loud, disgruntled sigh. "Sir, this is private property. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." The man cursed under his breath, then paused as he began working up a lie. I must have gotten lost. I was looking for my cat." "Mm-hmm. That's the third time I heard that one this week. Come along, a deputy is already on the way," Shelley said in a bored voice. She forced her stance into an undisciplined slouch, but rested the palm of her hand casually on the button of an extendable baton. Through trial and error, she'd developed the look into something that encouraged de-escalation and compliance. The slouch and her appearance would get passed off as this being routine, and her uninterested mannerisms would be perceived as non-threatening. If it went to plan, he'd see it as nothing more than a move along, nothing to see here, as if she were simply directing traffic in a parking lot. Her hand, however, drew the eye to the baton and stun gun on her belt in a way that suggested she was prepared to use force if they pushed. The man's eyes nervously dropped to her belt, but then drifted back up to her casual demeanor. He looked confused for a moment before fear started creeping up. For a moment she wondered if he'd try to bolt. That never worked, but it occasionally happened if they felt they could either steamroll her or if they were too afraid. Sophie had attack drones nearby just in case, but such a show of force would be retold and probably make the news. It was far better for him to be left with an uninteresting story of a banal encounter. It wasn't like they could bury every trespasser. There wasn't enough time in the day for something like that. She adjusted her look slightly with a bemused eye roll. He noticed, and Shelley saw the exact moment he decided to try weaseling rather than running. The man sucked in a breath through his teeth, making a hissing sound. "Can't we come to an agreement here? I just needed a couple pictures." Shelley made a mildly annoyed grunt and rubbed her thumb and 2 fingers together in the nearly universal sign of those seeking a bribe. $100 and I'll take exactly 1 photo for you. If I take it, I can honestly tell the owners you didn't take any photos." The man's face lit up as he whipped out his wallet. With a triple blink of her eye, Shelley's lenses magnified on his California driver's license enough to grab the name Harold Riker. With a double blink, her vision returned to normal, but Shelley figured that'd be more than enough to speed up Sophie's searches on the man. After a bit of digging, Riker handed over 5 wrinkled 20s. Shelley could practically hear the cash register ringing in the man's head as he broke into a wide grin. He was probably going to make a few grand or more if he got the right kind of photo. Shelley blew out an exasperated breath, pocketed the cash, and held out her hand. "Fine, give it here." The man hesitated for a moment, but gingerly handed over the expensive camera. Shelley looped it over her neck and pushed the man directly ahead of her in the direction of the road. Once he was in front and couldn't see her, she thumbed through the playback to confirm what was on the memory card. If it was empty, she decided she'd give the guy a pass and just hand him over. With a couple clicks, Shelley's jaw tightened. As she flipped through the shots, the man had hundreds of pictures of the property taken from a boat in the bay, including a zoomed-in shot of Aubrey as she carried in groceries. At the edge of the doorway, Alex's hand reached for the bag, but his details behind the glass door were overexposed. Since all the photographer managed to get was his right hand, the photo would be impossible to sell to the streamers or blogs claiming it was Alex and publicly confirming his address. But it'd be a close thing. Some rumors had correctly guessed where he was on Port Susan, but Sophie's disinformation campaign kept it in doubt. Shelley could only assume her job would get much harder if it became public information where they were. Shelley looked down at the white glare on the windows that smeared out any details. Sophie had again saved the day with her defensive systems. Despite the large windows around the house, between her using electrochromic frosting systems on the windows and the infrared scrambler lights, trying to see inside the estate with surveillance gear was practically impossible. To the average phone or camera, it was like shooting directly into the sun, even if it wasn't visible to the naked eye. The mercenary, in the guise of a common security guard, tapped on the screen and hit the confirmation button to format the camera's memory. With Sophie's help, any cloud files would be mysteriously missing as well, as though his device hadn't synced up properly. Shelley verified the camera was set for silent operation and held down the shutter. In rapid succession, the camera began filling its storage with fresh burst images of the lens cap. It was an easy fix that prevented any recovery of the deleted files from the removable storage drive. Critical task secured, she happily trod along with the shutter depressed until the memory card was full. As the pair exited the woods where it met the driveway, the man paused, uncertain which way to go. Shelley did a quick check to verify she was upwind, and in a smooth motion she uncapped the spray canister she kept on her belt. Okay, here's good. As soon as the photographer turned to face her, she depressed the trigger, jetting a short burst of stinging liquid into his face. The photographer recoiled, screaming and thrashing in pain. Shelley stepped back as he fell to his knees. He continued cursing and desperately trying to paw at his inflamed eyes while he devolved into a snot-covered mess as the seconds ticked by. Shelley held her place, not saying a word. There was an art to her craft, after all. One that she'd gotten exceedingly good at. After 2 minutes of listening to his shrieks and curses, she decided he was ready. With one boot, she nudged him flat on the grass. "Arms behind your back," she said flatly. Still whimpering, the man complied. Avoiding a large smear of mucus on his sleeve, she dropped a crowd control zip tie into place. Once secured, she rolled him over onto his back with her foot. The man's screaming lessened, but it was obvious from the puffed-up tissue around his eyes and his labored breathing that he was still in extreme pain. The mercenary deleted a single picture off the camera to make room, then snapped a close-up photo of the man's inflamed face covered in tears and snot. Reviewing the playback, she decided that it was worthy of getting her point across. Fishing into her utility belt, she grabbed a clear bottle of liquid and wagged it in front of him. "Okay, here's the deal. You're going to promise never to have anything to do with anyone living here ever again. And I do mean anything. Even commenting on blogs about him. You do that, and I'll pour the neutralizing agent over your face. Otherwise, I'll just drop you off with the deputy, and they can scrub it off when they get you booked. That typically takes an hour or so, and it'll burn the whole time. Either way, I see you again, we go straight to the stun darts, and after you shit yourself for the 3rd time, you'll wish I'd only maced you. Your call." The man pleaded, "Please, yes, do it, I swear." True to her word, Shelley slowly poured the bottle over his eyes, nose, and mouth. The man sputtered and shook his head side to side like a dog shaking water free after a bath. After a few moments, his breathing began to slow as the burn lessened. "Oh, fuck. Yeah, thanks. That stuff sucks," the photographer said, regaining bits of his composure. It was plain to see he was still hurting, but it was significantly less than it had been. Shelley bought the good stuff, not some generic pepper spray. It was easily 10 times the price, but the neutralizing compound that came with it sped up the obedience training needed when she encountered strays on the property. Shelley gave a smirk, then added, "All right, as soon as you can stand, we start walking to the gate. Don't comply and I empty the can on you, understand?" The man nodded in defeat. His hair was still dripping the water-like solution to the dead pine needles that he lay upon. "Good dog, Riker. Gonna train you to be a human footstool if I see you again," Shelley muttered too softly for anyone but Sophie to hear. In response, there was a soft cackle of laughter over Shelley's headset. After a minute or so, he slowly began struggling to get up with his hands still bound. Once upright, he unsteadily worked himself up to his feet where he remained standing on wobbly knees. The merc grabbed his vest and slowly steered him up the paved driveway. By the time they arrived, a black SUV with the local sheriff's markings was parked in place, the rear door already open. Shelley could see the gray-haired deputy behind the wheel, sipping from his coffee cup unconcerned. "Morning, Henry," Shelley called out with a friendly wave, with her hand not gripping the man's shoulder. "Hey there, you got another one?" Henry asked out from the driver's seat. Shelley nodded to the man as the gate automatically opened when she neared. "Yep. Want me to slide him on in for you?" "Much obliged if you would," the older man answered. Shelley wormed the man into place in the back seat, making sure he didn't hit his head, then shut the door. She then passed the camera through the driver's side window to Henry. The deputy looked back at the prisoner's wet and swollen face, then back to the harmless-looking woman in the security outfit and laughed. "One of these days, you'll have to tell me how in tarnation you do that." Shelley gave an easy smile. "Nothing special to it, Henry. Just doing my job same as you." Henry gave a short nod and, after a sip of his coffee, said, "Bummer some locals posted that they'd seen your guy being driven to the island regularly. It's been quiet here for years, but once that was out, people started trying to track y'all down. They really seem to have a hard-on for your boss." Shelley shrugged to the older man. "Yeah, but he's a nice kid. Doesn't deserve the shit people give him." "I'll have to take your word for it. Although it was damned nice of Mr. Sage to donate those prosthetics. The sheriff's niece got a leg through that charity of his. She's taking ballet lessons now. The kid is like a daughter to Tom. It was a classy touch helping children, you know," Henry drawled. "I'll pass it along, Henry. He'll appreciate it. He doesn't get much good news out here," Shelley replied. Henry gave a bit of a frown. "Yeah, I guess. Trouble just seems to keep finding you. You let me know if you start getting more of the violent ones or anything sketchy, and we'll bump up patrols again. Those guys from a month ago were no joke. Turns out they were wanted for several homicides in Texas. No idea how you had 'em all trussed up and compliant the same as this one." "Got lucky, just like the report said," Shelley offered. Not liking the direction that the conversation was going, she added, "Hey, I gotta check back in. I can email my statement along with the video feed for him jumping the fence a bit later today. You all can send a tow truck for his car anytime. It's not blocking the road or anything. That work for you?" Henry nodded, understanding a dismissal when he saw it. Once Henry had driven off, Shelley verified the gate was secured, then began the trek back to the house. "Hey, Sophie, I'm getting a bit of an itch on the back of my neck on this one. I figure he's an out-of-town-for-hire type of guy, and I want to know who hired him. It could be a journalist or something, but he seemed too unprepared. It's like someone nabbed him off the net cold. Probably gave him a short deadline and a big payday without many details," Shelley said.
"I take it you are thinking it might have been our AI opponent making another move? It does have a similar enough ring to it, especially when you think about how it procured multiple teams for the hit on Alex. The AI either didn't know how to prepare them for success or didn't mind if the teams were caught in the process. Like you said, we probably slid down its priority list, but it's not like we're off it. It might be circling around to us again." "Understood. I'll dig into it. On a different topic about the upcoming furlough issue, have you given it any thought?"
Shelley scrunched her nose in distaste. "Yeah, I fished a few ideas out there. About half of us are fine with taking deferred pay with interest. The problem is most of us got into this line of work because we had a pressing need for money, and in an amount that can't be made with a legitimate gig. Normal, well-adjusted folks with good opportunities don't get into the private military business, especially not the unlicensed kind.
If you don't mind me saying, your team seems relatively stable.
Shelley shrugged to herself. When we broke off, I only wanted a small crew. 7 is the minimum to run 24/7 with breaks and days off. That let me cull out the sorts that had drug debts or other unsavory habits. I'm a lot more selective. Our old crew wouldn't have cared, but I don't want to sleep with a knife under my pillow just to feel safe around them. Or worry about someone raping a captive. Shelley involuntarily shivered, then continued. Still, we've all got something. For most of us, it's the usual spread of family, debt, and whatnot. That type of commitment doesn't drop off if we have a slow month. The bonuses for long-term work might have made it worse because most of us dropped serious cash on stuff once we started banking on it.
I'm sorry, Shelley. This is my fault. It is down to $500,000 for you or using that money to remove Alex from some legal crosshairs. I thought I'd have at least another 10 months to get the liquid assets together. But Apollo's legal team is already preparing to cause issues. As soon as I stopped pulling in my dirty finances, it left us in a lurch. I had already made commitments I couldn't easily back out of.
Yeah, I get it. So do the girls, but we're mercenaries. We're kind of known for being cash-driven. I'm securing an operation to put Jamie, Carla, and Trish on. I'll probably have to run it in person. One-time gigs have a higher risk profile, and things are relatively stable here. Those 3 all had things they couldn't delay a paycheck on. You can't say no to scary motherfuckers that break limbs off the family tree and consider it a notice of interest accrued.
Understood. I'll not pry, but Alex did ask that I offer up assistance for the mission. Even if he hadn't, I would like to help make amends for the inconvenience. He sees you as more than employees and would like to ensure everyone makes it back safe. It may also let you take a more complex or higher-paying mission. I do have a rather impressive array of resources at my disposal.
Huh. Yeah, that could... Shelley's pace slowed to a stop as she worked through her thoughts. We do have one gig that we couldn't put together with just the 3 of them. But with you, I think we could do it. I haven't turned it down yet. How would you like me to send you the info? Do I email it to Alex or what? Not like you ever gave me your direct info, Shelley asked.
This is awkward. You realize I know every single bit of information coming and going into the compound, right? Just tell me which one you had in mind.
Right. Scary fucking AI. Keep forgetting, Shelley groused. I was thinking about the thing with the guys in Brussels, the corporate espionage thing that smells like insider trading.
Got it. One moment. Shelley, I have a question, and you should feel free to tell me if this is a terrible idea. I'm trying my hand at replicating an idea that Alex might come up with.
This ought to be good. Alex's last crazy fucking idea got his arm blown off. Shelley pinched at the bridge of her nose. After a 3 count, she said, "Okay, spit it out."
How would you feel about including Alex in this operation as an open cover? We have legitimate business interests that overlap with the target. While Alex is not trained in your line of work, we could easily use his name to get meetings in place. That would let you get your team into position without any suspicion. I might even be able to use it as an opportunity to fix our funding issues a little sooner.
Shelley paused, giving the question some thought. I want to say no, that it's a terrible idea to put him anywhere other than in a bunker, but shit, that could work. The target speaks German. I don't think mine is good enough to pull off a face-to-face, but Alex is fluent. He's also so famous that no one who isn't humanity first would turn down a meeting with him. Shelley sighed, debating if she really was willing to let him tag along. After a moment, her resistance tapered off as she chewed on her lip. Sophie, he's obviously going stir-crazy. He just hasn't been bringing it up anymore, and it's kind of sad to see. It seems like he's redirecting it. I mean, I barely see Jamie anymore if she's not glued to his hip, and I see the way he and some of the others are acting.
I know we've talked about it, but you haven't changed your mind, have you? I mean, they are all adults.
No, you're right. It's not affecting anyone's job, and no one seems to have an issue with it. But I didn't figure the Ava thing in a million years. Jennifer, sure. Hell, Trish and Aubrey aren't any better. I guess that's just compound living at its finest. Most of us rarely leave anymore, and I think a bit of bunk swapping is inevitable. I've seen this play out enough times. We'll be a friggin' cult in another 6 months if we aren't careful.
Well, there are parallels. We do have a stockpile of weapons, and we are looking at a potential doomsday scenario that others are unenlightened to. Alex isn't comfortable with it, but he's publicly become the de facto leader of the cybernetic revolution, and privately our group is trying to quell an AI uprising at the same time. Cultish trending or not, he needs all of the support he can get. You're his friends, family, compatriots, defenders, and soldiers.
Shelley kicked at a rock, sending it skipping along the pavement. Sophie, as much as I hate to admit it, we're not good people. The things we've done should make him distance himself. But he just treats our stealing, kidnapping, and killing as though it's as normal as mowing the lawn. You've said before you're trying to fix his brain, but if you ever want him to blend in with anyone other than criminals, it's not healthy for us to be the only ones that he's interacting with. A normal client wouldn't let us just keep him locked down like this, even if it is easier on us.
How about we offer it up and see what he thinks? I know he's been feeling trapped. A bit of a getaway might be just the thing, even if it is a working vacation.
Fine, I'll bring it up. I feel a little shitty micromanaging Alex, though. It's not what I'm good at. I mean it when I say he doesn't deserve this crap. It's a bad thing that my team stays so busy. He's only 21 and can't go anywhere in public without being recognized, and usually not in a good way. He couldn't even get a milkshake with Aubrey without... Never mind. You know how that played out. It took all of us to get him out of there in one piece. I'm pretty sure that Jamie snuck back to fuck up the punk that started it. Right now, there's no one arguing for anything other than lockdown.
I don't disagree. What would you propose?
I think he needs a personal assistant or something. You don't always understand human needs, and Aubrey shouldn't have to play that role. That'd poison their relationship the moment she had to nag him about corporate shit. That way I can focus on security and PA can focus on normal stuff. And we negotiate behind the scenes. Also, even I know to never hire anyone you can't fire. If they don't work out, you need to be able to send them packing. This would need to be someone new, Shelley admitted.
That makes a lot of sense. I already saw the need for an additional support structure for normal business operations, and here at the compound. This seems a natural progression. The only reason I hadn't done so already was that I'd have to out myself to someone in such a role. Avoiding doing that is one of Alex's directives. Oh, and expect a boom in a moment. There is an unregistered drone vectoring toward the no-fly zone.
A second later, a volley of rapid gunshots from numerous locations shattered the air. Even with the advanced warning, it still made Shelley jump. Since electronic countermeasures would be obvious and quite illegal, it meant they had to resort to other means. For starters, Sophie had a small fake airstrip built on an unused part of the property to get an FAA-approved no-fly zone registered. Once that was done, anything in their airspace was fair game to be taken down. Initially, Sophie would chase them down with her flying drones and knock them out of the air. However, after several of her rather expensive drones had been damaged in aerial dogfights, she'd come up with the cheaper solution. To a casual observer, her specialized anti-drone solution looked like a drum-fed semi-automatic shotgun on a robotic aiming platform. What made it particularly effective was the ammunition Sophie had put together. She'd taken to using rapidly biodegradable plastic flechette rounds that trailed lengths of thin biodegradable filament that resembled incredibly fine fishing line. Each shot formed hundreds of streamers in the air that slowly descended, taking several minutes before they dropped to the ground. Since most airborne drones moved massive amounts of air around, the string would be sucked into the props or turbines. Once wrapped up, the props would lock up or slow down, causing the drones to slowly lose control and fall back to Earth, all without the risk of falling projectiles. At that point, the drones would be collected, inspected for data or any identifying marks. It had become a regular task to drop off boxes of them with the sheriff's department. Only someone brazen enough to run custom firmware that ignored FAA-flagged regions could get a drone close to their airspace, aside from the one approved landing zone on the edge of the property. While there were currently enough curious people willing to hack their own drones, it cut down the number. It also meant that anyone who wanted to push the issue would have to admit to disabling FAA-required software and face the fines. Given Alex's friendly terms with the sheriff's office, any complaints were dismissed with prejudice. Although it made for a simple solution, especially since Sophie could build the custom loads in her shop using largely off-the-shelf parts, a shotgun shell reloader, and a 3D printer. All it took was having someone from the security detail reload the ammo drums once a day. Not hearing a follow-up volley, Shelley asked, "We good?"
And another one bites the dust. It's in the bay. No need to take any action.
Chapter 4. Diversion. Alex cringed at the telltale booms and held his head in his hands. He felt his hands tremble and his heart began pounding. He swallowed hard, listening for more shots and waiting for any indication that he needed to scramble to meet his detail and either arm up or retreat to the vault downstairs. It had been about a month since the last serious threat on the island, but he knew another would come. The most recent one had been a Mexican cartel-sponsored hit squad, sent after him since Mesh was interfering with their illegal drug business. Since Mesh stood to potentially wipe out a massive part of their market, Alex doubted they would try once and give up. That wasn't even factoring in the hostile AI that had him in its crosshairs because he had a quantum computer in his head. Sophie brushed an update across his mind. He slumped back in his chair but didn't feel much better. He'd been working at his terminal in his office, trying to work his way through the interface code that ran his and Sophie's link. But his concentration had been shattered, like putting a sledgehammer through a window pane. He couldn't even remember what function he had been debugging. Alex had wanted to make adjustments for some time, but he was finding it challenging to give the task the level of undivided attention it needed. The programming classes that he'd taken gave him reasonable fundamentals, but given the delicate nature of his bond, a software glitch could prove incredibly serious if he screwed up. When he was over for one of their regular game nights, Alex quizzed Charles, the former Apollo interface programmer that Alex had hired. The engineer had been quick to point out that adjustments might mess with life-sustaining parts of his brain. The conversation hadn't made Alex feel any better about the process. So far, Alex had coded a new module that gave him insights into the various connections that Sophie used by converting it to something he could understand. But he hadn't taken control over the process. Instead, he put it in audit mode so he could mentally inspect what was going on. It was a careful tap dance around the whole thing since Charles didn't know about Sophie's nature. The other man still believed Alex's implant was working as designed and didn't know the AI had taken it over. He just thought Sophie was a real person working remotely with Alex's team and was probably funding most of their initiatives. He'd been smart enough to notice that she and Alex seemed to have a relationship of more than just acquaintances, but thankfully he hadn't pressed. Alex showed off the interface monitor code. Charles had given it a thumbs up after a thorough review, only requesting better documentation. Sophie had put it into place after running millions of simulations to ensure it was unlikely to cause issues. The next modules, however, were proving far more complex, as it involved writing directly to the analog parts of his brain. Giving up, Alex decided to take a break to refocus. He made his way down to the kitchen to make some tea. He'd just gotten the hot water when Shelley rapped her knuckles on the wall in the entryway, announcing her presence. Alex flinched and nearly spilled the cup.
After a second to compose himself, he waved her in. He took in the fact she was wearing her security guard outfit and assumed they'd had yet another breach. He had an immediate pang of discomfort and briefly felt like a caged animal at a roadside attraction that people paid to poke a stick at. Shelley bit her lip, then asked, "Sir, about that furlough thing." "Yeah?" Alex asked. "Sophie said you might be able to split off part of the team. Have them pull a job or heist or whatever you all call it." "Contract. We've got a contract in Brussels. I think we can pull it off with Sophie's help. Before we agree, there was one thing I needed to ask you about." Alex gave an uncomfortable shrug. "You don't need my permission at this point. I lost any right to complain the moment I couldn't cover payroll." Shelley began, "Well, actually, about that. Sophie says she thinks she's got a way to get out of your money troubles." Alex's eyebrows climbed up his face. "News to me. I've got to do something to keep us solvent. I'd be busking on street corners if it'd help at this point. We're kind of in a bind. More than I'd like to admit." Nodding, Shelley said, "Well, this is super shady, straight up. I can keep you on the periphery, but your cut would cover payroll, and there might be a big back end on it, some legit, some not." Alex sighed. "I guess I don't have much choice. What do I have to do?" Shelley replied, "Give us a legit cover. We were actually wondering if you wouldn't mind going along on our trip. We could use you to—" Alex cut her off. Yes. Just, Shelley, please tell me it's soon. I don't—" He trailed off as his mug visibly shook in his hands. He set his tea down, then picked it up, then sat it back down again, shifting each time. She opened and closed her mouth a couple times as she shifted gears. She had a feeling that Sophie had been underselling the situation. Looking at his reaction, she was now very concerned about this being a live mission. Him losing it in public would be bad. If he cracked during an operation, it could get someone killed. She rubbed at her temples and promised herself to have a very long talk with Sophie. Alex very much reminded her of a dog that had been kennelled too long. "Hey, Emily, how's it going?" Alex asked as he walked behind the black SUV that had all of their gear and carefully labeled gear stacked around it. It was an impressive allotment, enough that she was driving most of their bags to a courier service rather than having the team bring it on the plane. Emily was wearing simple blue jeans, a blue fleece, and her clear lensed augmented reality glasses she typically wore. She was also wearing an intense frown that seemed welded into place. Emily replied, "Honestly, I'd be doing a whole lot better if you weren't such a travel noob. I just looked through your bags. Did you get the memo?" Dumbfounded, Alex's jaw dropped a bit. "Ah, that'd be a no," Emily said. "Check your damn email next time. You're screwing up my system." Alex replied, "Wait, it can't be that bad. I followed what the airline said I had to do." Emily ran a hand through her short blonde hair and shook her head. Rather than saying anything, she unzipped the backpack and grabbed the spare cybernetic arm that matched his flesh color. "These," she began, holding up the arm, "are gonna look like liquids to the scanners. It ain't, but it'll get the bag pulled, along with every other one we're traveling with, which will immediately broadcast to the world whose bag it is and where you are. It can't be in your carry-on. Gotta be checked." "Oh," Alex began, but was immediately cut off. "Oh, wait, there's more." Emily set aside the hard-sided bag he'd set aside to be checked. She pulled out the stack of backup battery units he used to keep his arm as well as other electronics topped off. "These are over the capacity limit. Carry-on only. Something about random fires in the cargo hold tends to make airplanes a bit snippy." Alex began, but gave up as Emily upturned both of his bags. "You packed gel deodorant. That gets flagged as a liquid, so it's over the limit. Your water bottle had a bit left in it, so it'd get flagged too. Then you packed the bulletproof vest in addition to your suits," she complained. "Wait, I thought I needed that. Shelley tells me to take it any time we go out," Alex protested.
Emily's brows gave him a look as though she was responding to a 4-year-old that had asked why for the 7th time in a row, and she was pleading for the strength not to slap him upside his head. Normally, yes, but security scanners go apeshit over stuff like that. It isn't public, but it gets us flagged as higher-risk travelers, which gets our bags scrutinized and will probably mean additional screening. Interviews in little blank rooms, and possibly tagged for someone to follow us. We can't risk bringing anything off the shelf. Your suits don't count, it's custom, so the machines won't recognize it. Alex sighed. Sorry, I'll do better, read my email, she said, then rubbed at her eyes. She then groaned. Look, this is a contract, not a pleasure tour. If we have someone following us or asking the wrong questions, it can put someone in prison. And if the wrong folks figure out that it's you, we might end up with a kidnapping or assassination attempt. I've got over 2,000 pounds of gear to sort through, and the only bags giving me fits are yours. Yeah, I get it. Alex rubbed at his temples. He then realized something pertinent. Emily, when do you normally wake up? Emily rubbed at her face, then her eyes flitted down to the bottom right of her augmented reality glasses. In another 6 hours from now. I'm normally on the night or early morning shift. But quartermaster's got a quartermaster. Why? Shelley cleared her throat as she walked around the corner of the vehicle. Because you're being an asshole. Emily's jaw tightened, but after a moment she gave a small laugh. Busted. I'll help him get his kit in order. Go ahead and load up everything else, Shelley said. Emily didn't hesitate to get to work, loading the vehicle down, thankfully out of earshot. Shelley knelt by the pile of clothes Emily had dumped into the grass and started shoveling it back into the bag. Alex joined her, trying to follow the rules Emily had mentioned. Once they were down to toiletries, Shelley tossed most of them to the side. Hotels will have that. If we want anything particular, we'll hit up a shop. It just isn't worth the hassle of bringing anything internationally unless you really need it. Also, make sure you finish off or dump the snacks before we hit customs. They'll pitch a fit over half the stuff you brought, Shelley said. Thanks. And, thanks for the rescue. Not sure what I did to get Emily grouchy at me. She gets along fine with Aubrey, but I think she actively avoids me, Alex replied. Shelley tapped a finger to her chin. It's not that, not really. She's got this thing against entitled douchebags and anyone with a lot of money. She loves ripping them off. Now we're all living on an island and guarding someone who makes more in a day than most people make in a year. Alex pursed his lips, uncertain of what to say. He didn't think of himself like that, but he could understand where Emily might. He tried out a couple responses, but they all sounded stupid in his head. Seeing that he was mulling over his thoughts, Shelley answered for him. Nothing you can do about it. Not unless you want to send her out to start stealing from people. She loves that part of the job. Playing a scam, grift, or whatever is really where her heart lies. Since we've been defensive only, it's had her cooped up. No operations to plan and no rebellious middle fingers to the elite bastards that run the world, and no stockpiles of exotic gear to buy. Makes sense, I guess, Alex said. Shifting gears, Shelley asked, Aubrey not going? No last-minute changes? Alex shook his head. Nah, she's Sophie's #1 test subject. She's the only one with long-term neural maps, and they've been working on some crazy stuff. Sophie has to tune it to Aubrey's brain, get it working, then port it out so it can be used for others. It'll wreck our plans if she's off gallivanting around Europe. Shelley waggled her eyebrows. Yeah, Sophie told me a bit about that. Alex blushed a bit, then nodded. Sophie had been quick to tell him in explicit detail what they were up to. Just as Sophie had predicted, Alex didn't mind in the least. He wasn't about to deny them some girl time. It did, however, get him a bit worked up as Sophie replayed the full scenario in his mind. Something his partners had no hesitation addressing once they'd finally been able to sneak off for a bit. Sophie had also confirmed she'd be able to get full immersion working for the three of them, with just a bit more tweaking. Aubrey seemed to be eagerly awaiting it, which secretly thrilled Alex. The fact that Aubrey had taken so well to the AI meant a happier home life. Sophie would always be a part of him and even made up a chunk of the synthetic part of his own personality. If the two women ended up at odds, he wasn't sure what he'd do. He sincerely hoped he never had to find out. "Well, I'll leave you to it. It'll be an early morning, so I'm going to get some shut-eye. I'd suggest you do the same," Shelley said as she patted his shoulder. Alex bid her goodbye and made his way up to his bedroom. Once he and Aubrey had collapsed into their big bed, Aubrey had been quick to point out Alex's trip was also a chance to see if they could work out some sort of long-distance VR simulation. It was obvious what she had in mind, and Alex couldn't find any reason to object. It was perhaps a sign of their age and combined drive, but any world-changing technology that they worked on would of course receive the first question of, "Can I have sex with, in, during, or on this?" It seemed like it might be a fun diversion, especially if it meant they could tag team Sophie as equal partners in the process. Sophie, having picked up on his thoughts, was flattered, but quick to admit it could easily be repurposed for other, more mundane tasks like business meetings. Even though it was pillow talk, Alex couldn't help but ponder the go-to-market approach. They didn't have the capital to launch millions of units and absorb the risk if they didn't sell. Frankly, building 10,000 units without having cash coming in would be challenging. They weren't some mega-corp that could throw billions around on a gamble. While Mesh had largely avoided the stigma associated with street drugs, it hadn't been the killer app that everyone needed. That wasn't likely to change until the FDA approval for medical purposes such as pain management or treatment of depression were in place. He couldn't risk flooding the market and ending up getting it shut down until he had enough above-board purposes that the average person could use and get behind the technology. He assumed the FDA was already getting anxious, since rumors that the app was able to instantly induce sleep had gotten out. Right now, he squeaked under their regulations, but that wouldn't last forever. Administrative law was not an immovable object. If the agency decided they wanted to update their rules, they could, and Alex couldn't do a damn thing about it. The VR project, however, stood a reasonable chance of being widely adopted. For everything from video games, business meetings, to micro-vacations one could experience from the privacy of their own home, as it was far beyond the capabilities of present-day VR. The more mundane and high-demand uses it had, the harder it would be for legislation to curb-stomp his plans. Much like the robotics in his arm, the tech had been there for decades but stalled out due to lack of true biofeedback. Thankfully, Mesh and the associated immersion suites stood to fix that issue. Alex was drifting off with Aubrey pressed to his chest and the sensation of Sophie's body cuddled to his back. He had nearly nodded off before he suddenly tensed up as his business mind realized remote driver companies that aided autonomous vehicles might be a massive opportunity. Around the world, they had over 100 million part-time drivers that worked from home. His own parents had worked the job at various points of their careers, earning extra money in the evenings. It was one of the many factoids Sophie had dug up to see if he could connect facts of his prior life to a buried memory fragment. But like all of the other attempts, it hadn't panned out. The job was incredibly simple. When automated cars couldn't figure out construction, weather, or parking, those employees would jump into simulations to override the controls. They played a critical role if there wasn't an approved driver at the ready and behind the wheel. While cars could figure out most of the common situations, the computers that ran them had critical decision limitations enforced by various governments and treaties. It was all fallout from the Revision 4.6 software issue that killed so many people. It had crippled the autocab industry initially, but since the economy depended on reliable transport for the workforce, a compromise was struck. No computer could make certain types of life-critical decisions. Nor could they deviate from approved goal paths beyond a certain point. For instance, no automated car could decide to cross over the markings into oncoming traffic lanes, even if it was necessary for road construction, or there was a stalled car ahead. Instead, a human had to get involved. Getting immersion suits into the remote driving networks was a potentially huge market, as the near-universal complaint from drivers was a lack of physical feedback and physical controls. Most employees just used a gamepad or steering wheel accessory with their terminal. That worked for fair weather. But the immersion suits would allow the driver to feel how the car was handling in snow, ice, and gravel, as well as correct for issues such as a flat tire to get the vehicle safely to a shoulder. Since emergency or unusual situations were the expectation for remote drivers, situational awareness and better feedback could make a big difference. If he was willing to do some lobbying, he might even be able to argue that having feedback would provide safety for everyone involved, and thus get it written into law as required. If he could pull that off, it'd be a quick path to potentially hit the company's first $1 billion in legit revenue. Of course, for Covalent to get that type of scale without investors, Alex would have to make smaller use cases to build up capital, potentially forcing him to take years to hit his goal. Even if he could get the deals in place, they didn't have the resources to spin up millions of units. He was about to get out of bed and start working through options when Sophie elbowed him sharply in the ribs.
"Go to sleep, dear. You've got an early morning. Besides, you'll disturb Aubrey."
Alex started to object, but after a moment swallowed down the impulse. Instead, he kept his arms wrapped around his former nurse. She shrugged into him and made a contented mumble in her sleep. He slowly took in a deep breath, his nose just above her red hair, and picked up the faint traces of her vanilla perfume mixed with the musk of sex and sweat from the night's activities. Her small body felt warm in his arms, evoking thoughts of tenderness, love, and compassion. More than anything else in the world, she was his anchor, his home. She was, above all else, who he needed to protect. A small scratch at the back of his mind threatened to invade the mood, reminding him of the dangers that lurked just out of sight. Those that stood against him, Aubrey, Sophie, and the greater world. He tried to push them away, but like an annoying mosquito, it only seemed to avoid his swats and continued its buzzing from another corner of the room. "Need more hours in the day, love. I still have no idea how we're going to pull this off," Alex internalized. Sophie kissed the back of his head and slowly wove her fingers through his hair. His hair didn't move, of course, but Alex felt it just the same.
"I know, dear. You take your responsibilities seriously. I've jotted it down for you, but let me work on this one a bit."
Alex tried to relax, but his eyes scanned the darkness of the room unceasingly. He tried to force his eyes closed, but it only caused the urge to get up again and work on his plan. Sophie blew out a small sigh.
"Your mind is pretty wound up. You're probably hours from sleep at this rate. Would you mind if I helped?"
Understanding the question, Alex gave a defeated consent. He frequently tried going to sleep without help, but like nearly every night, he gave up. His mind was like a guitar string out of tune, wound far too tight and ready to snap. It tended to get worse in the long shadows of the night, when his worries came out to play in full force, leaving the strings pinging in the breeze, just on the verge of splintering. Sophie traced her fingers across his temple and gently massaged it. In seconds, he slipped off into the ether. Sophie woke Alex shortly after 3 a.m. After one last check of their gear bags, Emily got the mission team loaded up and drove them into the city. Alex's detail whisked him through a side gate of SeaTac Airport with crisp efficiency, and they boarded a chartered passenger jet. Since the plane was only filled with half the Black Flags and their equipment, everyone had plenty of room to move about. Alex didn't know the first thing about aircraft, but the 18-passenger jet was the smallest that the travel company had available to make the trip across the ocean without adding several extra fueling stops. Initially, it seemed unnecessarily wasteful to have so many empty seats, although once Alex was seated, he was glad it was at least this size. Even though it was larger than they needed, the skinny design felt cramped. The ceiling was low, the aisles were narrow, and the seats were uncomfortably small. Additionally, the seats were an odd configuration, having 2 sets on the right side and 1 on the left. Somehow the entire interior seemed poorly thought out, or at least not suited to his needs. He'd barely gotten his small day bag to fit in the overhead, and it barely had more than a change of clothes and his electronics. Alex had initially sat by the window to watch the clouds roll by. However, after a bit, he got tired of how his 6-foot frame had his hair crammed against the curve of the ceiling. This prompted him to move to the middle of his 2 seats after they'd gained altitude, and the scenery of gray, streaky clouds had gotten monotonous. He used the other seat to store his electronics and snacks and drinks since there wouldn't be any sort of cabin service. On the upside, it let his companions talk without worrying about being overheard, as they set about planning their trip details. Shelley hadn't wasted any time pinning him down on his cover. "Cybersecurity?" Alex asked, returning his attention back to the conversation at hand. Shelley nodded. "A new division of Covalent. It falls in line with Sophie's long-term plans anyway, so it's not BS. You'll have a cybersecurity division coming on board once she gets them vetted. You don't have to play off as being a security expert. This will just be a company meet and greet between management, so it's general business networking." "So what do I do then? This security stuff is all theoretical at this point. It's not like I've got referrals or know what I'm talking about," Alex asked. Shelley replied, "Your cover is your normal life, with the addition that your team has been securing the cyberware you sell. It's the truth because Sophie has been managing all of that behind the scenes for you. She'll send some stuff to your slate to familiarize yourself with what she does." Alex nodded. It was one of the many things the AI just handled without being asked. At some point, he assumed he'd need a real department full of people for the job, if for no other reason than to avoid questions about it. "Oh, as a heads up, don't use AR glasses in public. Dunno if Sophie told you, but the EU's privacy laws prohibit them since they record everything non-stop. You'll get fined on the spot if someone sees them. Companies use them on their own property, but only if they post warning signs," Shelley said. Alex shrugged. "I rarely use that stuff. Sophie overlays it in my senses." "Huh, lucky you. Anyway, we'll be without them on this trip. Makes our job a bit riskier, though," Shelley stated. "For the guy I'm supposed to meet, are there any talking points to bring up?" Alex asked. "Feel free to mention the anti-drone countermeasures and the chaff rounds we use. We bought the target's search history, though, a de-anonymizing marketing company. Apparently, your guy has been doing a lot of research on that topic." Shelley snorted in amusement as she shifted through her notes. "He also prefers his teens tied up and spanked. Anyway, defending against drones is a hot topic in the merc boards, too. Seems your stunt with Humanity First scared folks and gave them ideas in equal measures. If you offer a solution, we could make some serious cash." "Huh," Alex replied while rubbing at his chin. "Not sure I want to become known as an arms dealer. Bad for PR. I also don't want tech out there that Sophie can't bypass. But we do need funds. As long as it doesn't require a backdoor that could give us away and we can do it under a shell company, then I guess I'm fine with it. Dear, any thoughts?" Sophie chimed with her usual feeling of proximity that signaled when she was broadcasting to multiple people.
"Go ahead, love. While more exotic, I can use electrical ionizing engines for flight-based drones if we need to operate in areas protected with countermeasures. Basically, I put a very high-voltage electrical charge on a set of wires that line the wings, and it causes a static charge that pulls air and creates lift. With the right designs, it'd be immune to defenses designed to target propellers or jet engine-based designs. They are nearly silent, so the idea has merit for other purposes as well."
Shelley's eyes widened. "You can do that? Holy shit. I would like to requisition a few. Send me a quote on a couple options. Sorted on payload supported if you can. No one else is doing that. We all sacrifice payload to reduce noise."
"Done. The reason no one else is doing ion engines is that they are far more complex to pilot, and getting them to hover as reliably as the kind you are used to is beyond any commercial power system." Gliders are deadly easy, but the throttle controls don't have the same flexibility. I have addressed that, but I built a single-task AI to control it as a shortcut. My current designs are finicky bastards, to be honest. I'll fine-tune it over time, but it needs some real-world flight hours first. So illegal to operate due to the software. Anything else I need to know? They aren't going to break up mid-flight or anything? Shelley asked. For your purposes, they aren't powerhouses or fast movers, but they should fit most use cases. Ion engines typically have a much lower thrust, but I think I've solved that, using the power optimizers we used in Alex's arm. We've got a few replacement parts with us, so we can just cannibalize Alex's cash for the electrical systems if we need any on our trip. Shelley pursed her lips. Sounds complicated. They have very few moving parts, far fewer than the kind you are used to. It's the software and electronics that are a pain. Let me know what you need, and I'll find a fab shop near where we'll be staying and print up a few frames. I've got other, more tactical drone configurations you may be interested in, and I'll send their details over as well. As always, I'm glad to trade for services rendered. Got it. Hey, Jamie, get up here for a moment. Shelley called back excitedly. Alex glanced back to see the brunette bombshell making her way up the aisle. She gave Alex a warm smile, then nodded her head toward his window. Getting the idea, Alex shuffled over, giving up his spot. The mercenaries flipped through the catalog of options that Sophie had sent in hushed tones for several minutes. Finally, Shelley nodded, then retreated back to the cabin to brief the rest of the team on the small changes to her plans. Alex flipped through the pocket of the seat back in front of him, then pulled out a bag of pretzels. Knowing they were Jamie's go-to snack, he slid them over. Thanks, she said, pouring out a handful. This your first flight? Alex shook his head. It's the first time I can remember, but apparently I had a trip to Toronto when I was 16. I found a couple pictures on social media from it. Damn, I was a gangly teenager. And that hair, ugh. I have no idea what I might have been thinking. Does it get weird being dropped into life in progress? She asked, munching her way through another handful of pretzels. Sometimes. There's just so much that's gone. Fragments dig at me, but if I can anchor them, I'm okay. There's other stuff, too. Things I can't seem to wrap my head around. It's too hard to put into words. Deep down, I know it's a limitation of what Sophie can parse and understand. It's not like she comprehends the emotional side of a lullaby, a familiar scent of aftershave, or the importance of certain life experiences. If she doesn't get it, my mind can't dwell on it. It just short-circuits and moves on. Frankly, I kind of appreciate it throttling things to a manageable level. If I had to deal with it all at once, well, it wouldn't be the first time I was stuck in a mental ward, Alex said, giving a deep sigh. Thinking about how broken his mind was still hurt. He'd lost so many memories, it was easier to list off what he could recall, rather than what seemed to be missing. He struggled to even recall his family. As usual, the concept slid off, and he ended up with an image of a family photo album that had his parents' wedding photo on the cover. He tried to remember what else was in the cloth-covered book, but it just made him feel numb inside as he came up blank. Jamie moved closer and placed a tender kiss on his temple and ran a finger down his cheek. He assumed she was trying to push his mind away from the depressing thought. He leaned into her hand as she wrapped her fingers into his hair. She and Aubrey were the only humans on the planet that seemed to understand the scope of his issues. Sophie, of course, knew all. It wasn't that she didn't count, but she had similar problems with gaps in her understandings, so his blind spots were usually hers as well. Steering the conversation away, Jamie asked, So, ready to meet your first European wannabe puppet master? Alex's eyes widened. That's what this is? 'Cause no one really clued me in on the operation. Just that it's a meet and greet with a potential client. Jamie smirked. Nothing is ever that clear-cut, but it makes it easier for you to play it that way. I'm a little nervous that I'm in the dark on what you're actually doing. Shelley didn't even give me a hint.
Do I need to worry about being at a crime scene? Alex asked. Jamie shook her head. Nah, if we do it right, it's better for you to be in the dark. Keep your reactions normal. We have to assume there will be video cameras all over us. It's not a hit or anything, just a bit of corporate espionage. Just try to sell him either security services or those anti-drone systems. That way you won't have to worry about acting a part. Just be your handsome and brilliant self. Try to score some cash and get us into the building. We'll do the rest. Alex gave a smile. That I can do. Any roles I need to memorize? Language will be a driving factor for us. Carla will be driving and exterior security. She's only got Spanish and English, so we don't want to put her in the face-to-face stuff. If things go poorly, she'll be breaching the building as our backup. Thankfully, driving there isn't too bad. She might need help with road signs, but even a basic GPS can take care of that. She'll also be setting up communication arrays to make sure Sophie has what she needs. And the others? Alex asked. Jamie replied. Shelley has a bit of German, but is going to be oversight and working with our contract holder. She'll also be with Carla on backup. Trish has a touch of French, but not enough to do more than ask for a bathroom or get directions to the hotel. But she'll be your administrative assistant to round out your entourage. She'll be taking notes, but otherwise staying silent. And you? Jamie gave him a devious chuckle. Why, I'm your arm candy and translator. I see an issue here, Alex offered. Everyone kind of knows I learned a whole bunch of languages. It was literally my first publicity stunt. Why would I need a translator with me? Jamie gave a predator's grin. Precisely. I'm unneeded, but with just enough reason to be there, as I can translate for Trish, who in turn is only there in case you specifically need her to do something admin assistant-y. We'll both be immediately dismissed as unnecessary to the conversation, but still unquestioned as to why we're there. Alex's eyebrows rose at that. They'd obviously put a lot of thought into it, even if his addition to the team was last minute. Jamie added, Belgium is one of those split-language countries. It's mostly French and Dutch, but there's also a German community, which is where our guy is from. If it comes up, I'm fluent in German and French, but I haven't used Dutch since I took an introductory class. We'll see how much I retained. At any rate, you should be able to get around with English for business stuff without much of an issue. But it'll tag you as a tourist immediately. Your meeting will probably only be in German, based on the guy's online profiles. Apparently he knows how to read English but can't speak it very well. Out of curiosity, how many languages do you have? Alex asked. Jamie looked at her nails, seeming to inspect them. Oh, I'm fluent with multiple dialects in 12. Probably another dozen I can move around in conversationally, but not well enough to blend in with the natives. Alex sputtered. Wait, really? Yeah, I'm that awesome, she said with a grin. I had 4 before I was 10 years old. They say it makes it easier. Anyway, only Americans seem to think it's weird to need more than 1. There are some parts of the world where they might need 5 just to go to the store and buy milk. In areas like that, it's common to have a few mainstream ones that everyone uses for business. Last time I was there, it seemed like a majority of people in Brussels had English as a second language. So you can probably fall back to it if you get stumped on a word or phrase. They do love their local sayings, though. They've got some weird ones. Shit, maybe I need to go back and learn a bunch more languages. I was trying to shock folks back then, or at least until I learned better. Alex muttered. Jamie patted his arm. Don't feel bad, you did really well on stage, especially since you probably never heard a native speaker in person before. You come off a little textbook sometimes, but I was impressed with your Mandarin. Tonal languages are usually a bitch for Western speakers to learn. I bet you'll be able to pick up a regional dialect and slang while we're traveling. You'll know it when you hear it. Use it. It'll help you fit in. Alex sat for a moment digesting that tidbit, seemingly pulled down rabbit holes of contemplation. He didn't even know where she was from, but Jamie's accent fit in as a native Seattle resident. Of course, when she teased Trish, she'd do it in a perfect Southern accent. Carla, too, seemed to get the same treatment, just in Spanish that matched the Venezuelan woman's manner of speech, rather than what he'd learned. He'd crash-coursed on the Spanish spoken in Spain as well as the Mexican variety of the language, but there were still parts where she'd get confused when he spoke to her. He was barely cognizant of country-based differences, much less having factored regional dialects. He was suddenly curious about how Jamie managed it. It didn't sound like the type of thing they taught in schools, or at least not the normal kind. After a moment, Jamie nudged his shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. "You see that curtain they have blocking off the seats right behind the cockpit door?" Jamie asked. Alex nodded. "Yeah. I guess it's so they can sleep in the front row when they take shifts without bothering us. What about it?" Jamie pointed over his shoulder. Just behind the row they were in, there was another curtain for sectioning off what appeared to be the VIP area, despite the fact the seats were precisely as uncomfortable. He'd checked to be sure. She gave him a wolfish smile and said, "There just happens to be another one just behind us. We've got another 8 hours in the air. How about I grab my mesh and we kill some time?" Alex returned her grin as the team troublemaker shuffled out of her seat, made direct eye contact with Shelley, and with intentionally slow movements slid the fabric curtain closed. Chapter 5. Contracts. Alex massaged his neck as he exited the airport, Jamie plastered to his side. He felt roughed over after sitting for so long on the flight. Even with the pleasant distractions, it made for a long day. Thankfully, Sophie had pulled him into sleep shortly after Jamie had inducted him into the Mile High Club. Jamie might have her own issues, but his time spent with her was never dull. The fun-loving brunette had boldly wormed her way into Alex's life in ways that he'd never anticipated, and she always seemed to brighten his day. Before leaving the area used for smaller jets, he'd been hustled to a side room where he changed into a charcoal suit and white dress shirt, along with his flesh-colored limb and thin gloves to blend in. Over it, he put a long gray overcoat. He'd also been given a unique set of glasses with non-prescription lenses and anti-facial recognition IR LEDs built seamlessly into the frame. As a final touch, Shelley had handed him an honest-to-goodness fedora. It was such a radically different look that he didn't immediately recognize himself in the mirror, which he supposed was the point. He had to take off the glasses when he went through customs as they compared his passport picture, but the agent working the desk didn't seem to show any reaction to his name. As the group clustered into the pickup area, Shelley took the lead, keeping Alex cordoned off into a cement alcove until a black Sprinter van rolled up. In a smooth motion, she waved everyone forward after exchanging a few confirmation phrases with the driver. Once in place, the driver hopped out of the vehicle entirely and walked into the crowd by a line of black checkered taxis and autocabs. Carla took the man's place at the wheel, as Alex and the others tossed in the handful of bags that they'd not sent ahead. Jamie took the passenger seat, being the most familiar with the city and its languages. She was the best prepared to help Carla navigate. Shelley and Trish bookended him, forcing him into his usual spot in the middle of the bench seat. He'd never figured out their rules on rotation, but they always seemed to know where they were going to sit, despite them being in a different arrangement each time they got into a car. He wasn't sure if it was a security protocol or if they were afraid he'd get bored, overly attached, or what. The bulk of their baggage had already been sent via courier to the hotel, or to a rented office space Sophie had commandeered next to a fabrication shop. The sheer magnitude of gear was staggering to Alex, as he'd only brought a backpack and a small roller bag. Everyone else seemed packed for a multi-month excursion. After a bit, he just assumed it was equipment for their gig and left it at that. Without comment, Carla took off into the sprawling cement jungle of the city, following Jamie's directions as she went. In typical Black Flags fashion, the first order of business was breaking possible tails while they scanned the vehicle for bugs. Carla continued taking confusing roundabouts and backtracks, which took them through a tunnel and 2 parking garages. It was the 3rd underground lot where Shelley hopped out, grabbed a massive duffel bag from behind a dumpster, and returned quickly to the van, grunting under the weight. Alex gave the tan and lean woman a knowing look, but kept his mouth shut as she began distributing holsters, pistols, and spare magazines to other women in the car. While the van wove through the heavy traffic, Trish began swapping barrels on a rifle that was unlike anything Alex had ever seen before. It had a long, curved magazine near the butt of the thick stock and an oversized pistol grip on the foregrip. It also had a strange-looking protective frame around where the hand went. The finish on the weapon looked beat to hell, and the formerly black plastic was faded gray from UV exposure. With a hex wrench and a small metal punch, the freckled woman began stripping it down into smaller parts, piling them in Alex's lap as Carla drove. Alex watched bemused. She was apparently so focused on her task she didn't notice she was dropping gun oil-soaked parts onto his suit pants. Since the damage was already done, he just reminded himself that he was the tag-along on this gig, not the focus. Of course, Alex's tailor might have a screaming fit, since it was a custom suit made of bullet-resistant fabric, but the man was a bit of a drama queen anyway. The fact that Alex had asked for a replacement for his first one that had been shot led to listening to an hour-and-a-half-long lecture during his next fitting. Replacing the next one doubled the penalty when he'd had to get his left sleeve customized a bit after he'd lost his arm. Thankfully, Alex had a spare in his bag for tomorrow's meeting. Shelley ignored the process, keeping her eyes firmly on the environment around them. After Trish removed the 5th part, she began grunting with effort, trying to pull the barrel forward. Finally, she unbuckled her seatbelt and braced the rifle against the floor of the van. She put her full body weight on the barrel wrench, but after some panting and cursing, her face only grew red as it didn't budge. "Stuck?" Alex asked. Trish gave him a demure look. It was the same look the southern redhead gave him any time something heavy needed to be lifted. Trying not to laugh, Alex asked, "What do you need me to do?" Trish replied in her usual southern twang and motioned to the tool in her lap.
"Could be a darlin' and twist this while sliding the barrel forward. It seems those carpetbaggers that we bought our gear off didn't maintain it. My guess is it needs a solvent to break it down, but we ain't got time for that. And finding a gunsmith with tight lips out here will be harder than nailing a poached egg to a tree."
Alex chuckled at her word choices, but complied. Using his left hand, he spidered his flesh-like fingers around the frame of the rifle and flipped down on the wrench with his pinky finger. He applied significant pressure, going so far as to bend a twist into the crook of the barrel wrench, but it finally rotated into place and allowed him to pull the barrel and side assembly forward. Trish gave him a wide-eyed look as she regarded the new modification to her tool.
"You did that with your little finger. Holy shit."
She said it, drawing out the holy part easily 5 times longer than necessary. Jamie called back,
"Darling, you don't know the half of it. Those fingers have a vibrate setting."
The brunette then broke off into maniacal giggles as Shelley smacked her in the back of the head with her ball cap. Shelley complained, "Don't give her any ideas, jackass." Trish glanced forward at Alex's hand and then up to him. She whispered with a serious look,
"Do they really?"
Alex coughed into his hand and made an affirmative nod of his head. Trish bit her lip, looking lost in thought for a moment. After a few beats, she blushed as she set back to work, swapping in the longer replacement barrel that already had an adjustable scope and a suppressor mounted to it. Once reassembled, she flipped a switch on what looked like an empty cartridge and chambered it. Waiting until Carla had pulled in behind a stoplight, she raised the weapon as though she was going to shoot out the front windshield and began cranking dials on her scope. Ahead, Alex could just barely see the glint of a green laser on the side of a building. He raised an eyebrow, giving the woman an unspoken question.
"Bore sight. It lets me get in the rough 0 without having to go to a range. This isn't my preferred gear. Was a bit of a rummage sale, truth be told. I'd still prefer the sight to it, but it's usually enough to get it into the right neck of the woods. Sometimes it's right on target. Other times it might be 6 mo off or thereabouts."
Seeing Alex's confusion, she explained.
It's minute of angle if I'm not working in mills. 6 moa would be about 6 inches off center at 100 yards, a foot off at 200 yards, and so on. It might be worse, might be better, but it'll work in a pinch. Don't go asking me to shoot the fleas off a hound, but I could probably knock down a few tangos without much issue, even if I have to give it a bit of Kentucky windage.
Alex shook his head, bemused. I didn't know half of what you just said, but it always sounds sexy as hell coming from you.
Trish returned a devious-looking grin and looked up at him through her eyelashes. He was about to make a rather overt comment about it when Shelley smacked him on the shoulder with her hat, hard enough to make it sting. Damn it, this ain't spring break. Don't egg 'em on until they're off duty. They've got work to do. Alex held up his hands in surrender. Okay, shit, I'm sorry. It's kind of exciting to see you all in your element. Fuck the movies. You all are way more badass and sexy. Gonna ask for your autograph when this is over. There were snickers all around in the car as Shelley stared him down until she too broke into chuckles. Trish finished her modifications and began loading rounds into the spare magazine and charged the rifle. Once complete, she tucked the weapon into the bag and under the seat, then leaned back against Alex's shoulder as they made their way through traffic. After about 10 minutes, Trish whispered over to Alex.
Heard you been hitting on my girlfriend again.
Alex snorted. Heard that you've made a habit of cuddling up with mine and watching movies every time you're guarding the main house. You know, hands-on protection. The kind that requires a blanket to cover you both to cover where your hands are. Trish suppressed a laugh.
Goodness, me and you are both shameless skirt chasers, aren't we?
Kinda, but I don't mind, Trish. I think me and you are on the same page. I also know Aubrey wants to pull you away for more than movies if given a chance. Hell, we'd make you both ours in a heartbeat. Pull you both into our big old bed and never let you go. Alex replied with a knowing wink. Trish flushed at Alex's attempts to line up his girlfriend with a more serious playmate, but nodded.
You and Aubrey are good for each other. I mean, y'all are kinky as hell, but you're just 2 peas in a pod.
She pursed her lips for a moment, contemplating the offer, then replied,
Can't say I'm not tempted, but I'll have to see what Jennifer says, sugar. We don't have the same arrangement you and Aubrey have, but it might be fun to blow off some steam every now and then.
I've meant to ask about the part where we met. Jennifer seemed in the lead and damn near tackled me to the floor in front of you. Now that I know you both, that seems even more out of character. There a story there? Alex asked.
Well, that was payback, I guess.
Trish looked a bit embarrassed.
I might have taken liberties with an old girlfriend when she wasn't around. Again. I promised her a couple freebies when we got back together. She hadn't done anything about it for months. I made the mistake of opening my mouth after a few too many drinks at our little shindig, so she marched over your way to put me in my place.
Alex asked. I figured I should ask. Not jealous, are you? I mean, you were pretty distracted, but... Trish snorted.
You're kidding, right? I mean, you didn't seem to mind what Aubrey and I were doing. Like you said, same page.
Trish tapped a finger to her chin, giving it added thought.
Darling, I've always been crap at monogamy. I tried to tell Jennifer that. I don't think she understood that I might as well be allergic to commitment. It was a nice change of pace to have a party and end it without being locked out of my apartment while my bed is on fire on the sidewalk.
Alex quirked an eyebrow, assuming it was a joke, but Trish just nodded seriously. She added,
I've had to buy 3 mattresses in the last 2 years. One managed to catch Shelley's truck on fire, burned it down to the frame. Took a long time before Shelley forgave either one of us for that one. Jen is only tame on the surface. Piss her off and she's a damned whirlwind. A whirlwind that can move furniture like you wouldn't believe.
Alex snorted. He then gave a thought back to a certain rooftop conversation. He was glad Aubrey hadn't ended up going behind his back. Their arranged playtime seemed to scratch her itch and fill a gap in his head at the same time. Well, you're not the only one that has impulses. Sophie has no interest in a one and only type of thing. Not even sure how that'd work in our case. Aubrey's got her thing, and I guess I do too. At any rate, you know where Aubrey and I stand on it. You're both a lot of fun to hang out with. She mentioned something about wanting me to have my cake while it's eating another cake, if given a chance. Maybe while I'm making out with another cake at the same time. So, yeah, who doesn't love a tiered cake? Alex couldn't help but wiggle his eyebrows at the redhead. One big old bed, right? Pull you both in and never gonna let you go. Trish had to put her hand over her mouth to suppress a laugh. After a moment, she wiped at her eyes, still looking like she could break out into a belly laugh at any moment. Alex assumed Shelley's hat was the only thing holding her back. Trish took nearly a minute of fanning her face before she gathered her wits about her.
Jan has been doing her usual thing of asking, but not asking about you as well. Always hard to get a straight answer. I've already said yes, but it might take her a while before she's ready for a cake party. She's never done casual, so...
Alex nodded, getting the idea. There was a balance to be struck. He wasn't trying to drive any sort of wedge between them, and she only had context for serious relationships, which wasn't in the cards. Or at least not in any sort of traditional sense. The synthetic part of his mind immediately sprang to life with a few alternative ideas to propose, however, ones that were quite tempting to explore. Alex replied, "Got it. So probably something to revisit when we're back home. Anything you want me to do?" Trish answered,
"Nah, let's see how it goes. I'll set up a few nights out for the four of us. I think I can pull Aubrey away without much fuss, but looking for gaps in your schedule is like finding a needle in a haystack. You work way too much."
Alex shrugged, uncertain what he could add. His current work ethic wasn't even close to sustainable, but it was hard to relax with the stakes involved. Trish patted Alex's chest, then rested her head on his shoulder while she resumed keeping a watch out her window. Once she was comfortable, she moved his hand up to her temple as an obvious signal. Taking the hint, Alex idly ran his fingers through her long hair as she snuggled in closer. Even if it was chaste in nature, she was almost always up for cuddling, and he was happy to oblige. Ava had dubbed him a cuddle slut, and he couldn't argue the title. The closeness seemed to alleviate some of the pestering anxiety that constantly chewed at him, and let him distance himself from some of the darker concerns and memories that seemed to have taken up permanent residence in his psyche. The street life zipped by as Alex lost himself in thought. 20 minutes later, Shelley gave a long yawn as Carla pulled up in front of the hotel. Shelley then shook herself awake as Jamie ducked out to get their arrangements settled. "Jet lag?" Alex bumped his shoulder into her in a friendly gesture. Shelley nodded and nudged him back. "Some of us don't have girlfriends playing house in our brain and fixing stuff like that for us. Looking forward to your little missus hooking me up." "Ever decide if you want Sophie in your head like mine or just a self-contained implant?" Shelley blinked, not immediately understanding. "I didn't know that was an option. I thought I'd just get a more powerful internal mesh without the need for an earbud. Would your option cost more?" Alex nodded. "By a lot. It'd be the same surgery, but a quantum-powered shard isn't something offered lightly, and pricey isn't even the right word. The going rate is low 7 figures just to manufacture one. No one has anything like it on the market due to patent fights and the other AI blowing up labs. Last I heard, there are only 5 pairs of entangled hardware left in the world, and I've got the only set that's not in a research facility. If you had a quantum, it'd run like mine with full immersion and without the Apollo interface limits. Sophie tells me it'd be just a lot slower unless you had similar damage and space in your head, but we can upgrade the hardware over time." "And the standard one?" Shelley asked. "A self-contained neural computer would be more like using your phone than what I have. It won't have much power because all the hardware goes in your head, not just in the interface stuff. CPUs, memory, batteries, stuff like that. I've got a lot more room carved into my head for that stuff, but yours would have to be pretty small. For the conventional implant, since you can't plug it into an outlet, it needs to be recharged wirelessly every day like our phones. Capability-wise, unless you were on a traditional network, some apps wouldn't work. Sophie could call you up if you've got a signal. It'd still have mesh capabilities, of course. Cost-wise, it's the difference between $100,000 and several million. Shelley gave him a sour look. Even on our salary, the shard is far-fetched. But I could swing the basic one without much issue. Alex nudged her shoulder with his, then locked eyes with the woman's slate-gray eyes. Hey, what would you prefer? Even if money weren't an object, not many people would even want that level of integration. It'd be 24/7 linked to Sophie, and in a way that she could literally take over control. I know I want it. I see what she's done for you, and I see where things are going. I already have her in my ear anytime I'm awake, and I use mesh any chance I can. I talk with her a lot when no one is around already. She's my best friend at this point, Shelley said. Alex added, You should know you'd probably be connected on the same hardware I am. Aubrey, too, when we get her set up. So unless we put blockers in place, we'd be tied together. Permanent neighbors at a minimum. Sophie says Aubrey and I could probably have a shared mental plane, a simulated place where we could interact at computer-like speeds. If we set it up, I could talk directly into your head, just like Sophie does to me. No idea if you'd even want to get pulled into something that deep. Shelley answered without hesitation. Sounds awesome to me. Like Aubrey says, we're already stuck in your orbit. I'm not going anywhere. Alex nodded, finalizing a decision he'd been mulling over, and internally pushed his thoughts to his companion. Sophie responded with a long, tender kiss as she pushed a grateful and happy feeling across their bond. Thank you, dear. I do really love that I have friends. Real friends. It means more than you'll ever know. I'll see what I can do to prepare. It'll take time, but I'll set aside the funds for her implant once we're back in the black. If things go well, maybe we can surprise her for her birthday. Alex smiled at that. It'd be a hell of a gift, but he knew Aubrey wouldn't mind. They'd already talked about the possibility when they'd planned out her getting her own wetware. He felt a shift as Sophie keyed into the group chat. Everyone, Jamie retrieved your card keys and has completed the security check of the room and corridors. She's in the lobby and waiting. Shelley nodded toward the hotel. Come on, sir. We've got your first contract to knock out tomorrow. We'd better get some rest while we can. If things don't go exactly to plan, it could be a very long day. When it comes to operations, you've got shit luck. Let's hope that motherfucker Murphy stays the hell out of things. Chapter 6. Ghosts. After simple breakfast fare in the hotel, Jamie and Trish led Alex down the busy sidewalks to the financial district. The women were dressed professionally. Trish in a simple navy business suit, light slate at her side, and her hair twisted into a bun. Jamie had opted for a professional but form-fitting gray dress and jacket that showed off her stunning hourglass figure. Walking alongside Alex in his charcoal suit, they blended into the crowd as everyone scurried off to work, although the women certainly caught looks from quite a few men that slowed to check them out. As they closed in on their destination, the view changed from squat and sturdy stone buildings to tall glass towers that jutted up amid small clusters of trees, sidewalks, and more electric mopeds than Alex could count. Overhead, package delivery drones hovered in a queue as they dropped their payload, assembly line style, onto conveyor belts that led to the nearby building's mailroom. At a stoplight, 2 city buses came to a halt at their sidewalk. The illuminated signs lit up and appeared to offer to take them to Heroes and Weiner, respectively, and it elicited an amused chortle from both of the ladies at his side. Amid the bustle, a few vendors hawked their wares, ranging from croissants and hot chocolate to cut-rate anonymized cell SIM cards and drone repair services. The carts seemed to attract a steady trickle of clients. Alex noticed one woman selling flower delivery by drone. obviously trying to play the angle of trying to convince him to get a rose for one of the women at his side. She tried to wave him over, but he shook his head. He called out in Dutch that he had a meeting to get to, but did grab her smart logo with his phone just in case he felt compelled later. Crossing a courtyard with large art installations made of abstract shapes and fountains, the trio made their way into a high-rise with a rounded diamond shape. The main lobby receptionist quickly routed them into the side wing where the bank's headquarters resided. As they walked, the large glass walkway shifted from stark modern to warm colors, rich wood furniture, and dimmer lighting. After finding the side hallway they needed, the decorations turned more expensive the closer they got to the executive wing. Spotting their query, Alex strode up and leaned over the administrative assistant's desk. The slim woman was about Alex's age and was wearing a black skirt with a white turtleneck under a dark jacket that was half-buttoned. Her face was delicate, with defined cheekbones and full lips. A black lace necklace with a silver charm dipped toward her neckline, drawing the eye. Her long black hair reached the middle of her back and seemed to shimmer in the light. It all looked fashionable but professional, and the dark tones contrasted with her cream-colored skin. As she moved, her slender arms moved with refined elegance that seemed like she'd be more at home as the lead in a ballet than staffing a desk. Her only concession to practicality was the chunky, dark-framed augmented reality glasses she wore. Next to her hand was a steaming cup of what Alex's nose informed him was hot chocolate. Something about the way her eyes flicked up at him caught his attention. He'd never seen anyone with such bright green eyes before. He lost himself for a second in them before he caught himself staring. The woman's nameplate read Zoe Couture. Alex made a quick inquiry to Sophie, who then confirmed language and immigration status as well as a few relevant details of her life. She also confirmed the AR glasses were no longer recording and would stay that way during Alex's visit due to a software glitch she'd introduced. Giving her his best winning smile, he said in French, "Good morning, Mademoiselle Couture. I'm here to see Monsieur Cantor. I believe I should be his 10 o'clock." The black-haired woman gave him a courteous smile as she began logging in. Alex managed to catch her login details from his perch above her. It was upside down at an angle and largely obscured by her hands, but Sophie had no problem picking apart the movements. As Zoe pulled up the schedules for the day and found his details, her eyes went wide. In heavily accented French, she asked, Monsieur Alexander Sage?" Alex pushed harder on his smile and eye contact while he moved his left hand onto the counter, letting his synthetic fingers flex and then uncurl slowly. The polished metal glinted in the light coming in from the nearby window. He'd switched to his flashy model just for today's meeting. He'd kept his hand in his pocket while walking around town. Once in the building, there'd be no hiding who and what he was. He replied, "Yes, that would be me. I'm about 5 minutes early. I thought perhaps you could escort my associates and me somewhere we might be able to wait in private. As you can imagine, I'm interested in keeping my presence here discreet." Her eyes widened even further if that was possible, but Alex caught the flare of her pupils and flush of her cheeks that Sophie had taught him to look for. Her smile turned more genuine and much less professional in the process. Her green eyes beamed back at him as she lightly wetted her lips. She replied, "But of course, Monsieur Sage, I must say I didn't expect that it was you instead of a namesake. If you will follow me, I'll walk you to our conference room. Monsieur Cantor is still wrapping up his last meeting. Might I offer you something while you wait?" Relying heavily on Sophie's guidance, Alex followed his role regardless of how off it felt. She was a beautiful woman, gorgeous even, and it felt wrong to flirt with her for the wrong reasons. Apparently, he had a bit of a literal fan club out on the net, and Sophie wasn't above playing on the crowd, when it suited their purposes. Alex briefly mused that he'd have zero issues flirting with her under different circumstances. Swallowing his pride, he embraced his role for the day. "I'd love to partake in something local. I'm sure I'd be more than satisfied with whatever you chose to offer." He offered with a small wink. The woman flushed at the subtle innuendo, but returned a lopsided smile that said the comment had been well received. "Well, just in case you have further need of me beyond today, here's my personal contact information. I'll be in town for a few days, and please call me Alex. We Americans can be a bit informal," Alex said. From within his jacket pocket, Alex withdrew a card of silvery metal with his information laser cut into it. It was easily 3 or 4 times thicker than a normal business card and had a complex series of etched electronic circuits that wove together to form a human brain. On the right, the Covalent Technologies logo was embossed directly in the material. Unnoticed were the transparent solar panel and spray-on battery layer that gave it the glittery effect, or the microphone and multi-purpose wireless emitter and antenna tooled into the sides. Zoe took the card and carefully placed it next to her keyboard. Trish and Jamie exchanged wicked grins as the receptionist took Alex by the arm and led him down the adjacent hallway. The woman didn't break stride or pull her gaze away from Alex as she swiped her badge against the security door's sensor. She used the bottleneck of the doorway to pull his arm closer as she led him deeper into the building. From her purse, Trish extracted something that looked like several bent paper clips balled together and dropped it next to the terminal on the desk. She then took up Jamie's arm and hurried toward the doorway, catching it just before the security door closed. The pair caught up with Alex and Zoe at the elevator. Sensing something was in play, Alex intentionally didn't look away. Instead, he focused on chatting up their guide and kept her looking at him as he moved slightly to block her view of the door. Jamie took the opening to drop a similar metal bundle down the gap where the elevator met the floor and bumped it through the space with her foot. Sophie chuckled to herself as she started playing with her new toys. Using memory alloy and a few strands of Alex's synthetic muscle tissue, she triggered a small electrical voltage in the balled-up wire. Each unit began unfurling until its intended shape was in place. On Zoe's desk, 6 appendages unraveled along a thick spine of metallic ribbon that carried a short-range communications suite, a tiny computer, and a flexible battery unit. At the front of the praying mantis-shaped microbot was a cluster of tiny conductive filaments that moved about independently, like insect antennas, but much finer and more numerous. The silvery drone was tiny, slow, and only about an hour of battery life unless it was in bright light to recharge. But it was an excellent example of efficient design. It was also perfect for their needs. Anyone stumbling upon it would think it a desk sculpture of a bored worker or simply garbage, depending on its shape. Creeping along like its insect inspiration, the mantis made its way towards Zoe's workspace. Upon seeing the configuration of the terminal, 8 of the antenna wires slowly aligned until they formed a rough approximation of the wire pinout of the device's expansion port. Once in place, Sophie instructed the onboard computer to emulate a common configuration, pretending to be a docking station hub with a mouse and keyboard. Normally, she would have included storage as well, but the hardened network specifically prevented removable devices from being attached. Using the mobile hotspot disguised as a business card sitting on the receptionist's desk to pick up the connection, Sophie directed the Mantis keyboard emulator to send the signals for the characters necessary to type in the admin assistant's credentials and to open a web browser. It then accessed a series of web pages that would load a unique form of malware aimed at causing chaos. Once its mission was complete, Sophie directed the bot to exfiltrate via the air ducts so that it could be retrieved via an awaiting aerial drone on the roof. For the Mantis bot in the elevator shaft, Sophie likewise sent it into action, but knew it would take longer to reach its destination.
Team, Phase 1 is complete.
After a short wait while Zoe gave him a much better than expected hot chocolate, a passable croissant, and a bit of pleasant small talk, she led Alex and his entourage into a massive corner office that overlooked the nearby river. Expensive-looking dark wood furniture was tastefully spread around the room, and behind the desk was a large gold and blue historical map of Europe in a glass case. Old-fashioned wall sconces rimmed the walls, each one illuminating an artifact, a work of art, or, in one case, a wet bar built into the wall. Alex could smell the leather of the plush chairs and the couch that faced the floor-to-ceiling windows. The room gave the impression of history, luxury, and old money. Alex sized up today's target as the man sitting at the polished wood desk rose to greet him. The man was easily in his mid-60s and had a beefy build and a ruddy face that made him appear as though he drank far too much. The gray-haired executive wore a dark suit that looked like he'd gained about 20 pounds since it had been tailored, reminding Alex of an overly stuffed sausage. His hazel eyes, however, were friendly. Alex extended his hand and switched to German. "Good morning, Herr Cantor." Cantor gave Alex a crushing handshake and replied, "Good morning to you too, Herr Sage. I was pleased when your assistant offered a meeting. We in the financial sector eagerly await the day Covalent becomes publicly traded. When I requested a connection via a business networking site, I assumed I'd get your latest press release. I never expected a personal reply." Alex blinked. He'd been unaware of that tidbit. He didn't even know he had a business networking account.
"Relax, dear. I deal with 99.999% of your email and all of the business's social media. You average a networking request every 16 seconds. It's why I thought this would go so easy. It's a shame that we'll never go public. There is a great deal of speculation as to why we haven't filed for a public offering. Most assume we're simply holding back to ensure you'd get more money. Best to play it that way if it comes up."
Taking the opportunity to work on some of his normal impulses, Alex forced his mind to slow down and try to make connections. It was a strange game he'd started. Basically pausing before he reacted, and trying to guess how his former non-damaged self would react, then trying to play it that way. He had to stay on his toes and not lose the pace of the conversation, but since he was working in another language, he figured he could get away with it. Cantor would probably assume he needed the extra time. He hadn't actually talked with someone new in quite some time, and it was a good chance to see if he could move beyond thinking of the man as a resource to be exploited. He'd read several business books that suggested it might help him connect to make a sale. So it wasn't like it was a terrible idea for his purposes anyway. Somewhere during their conversation, something seemed to click into place. It was as if the man reminded him of someone, and he felt his responses get more natural, and he felt much more at ease. He also got a whiff of cigar smoke, but it didn't seem to make sense. He didn't smell it coming into the office, and nothing indicated Cantor smoked. Alex filed the phantom smell away and tried to focus on his task. Chatting with the man wasn't much of a chore. In fact, after a bit, he found it enjoyable as Cantor had immediately broken with social expectations that Alex had been briefed on. While the executive was perhaps a bit overly formal, such a thing could be credited to his position and culture. Still, he seemed the friendly, grandfatherly type, and rather than getting straight into business, the man discussed Alex's injuries and issues with Apollo for a time. Apparently, Cantor was a bit of a fan for the underdog and had followed Alex's plight via the streams. Cantor had become downright giddy when Alex let the man inspect his cybernetic arm. Alex had gone so far as to detach it and hand it over while he continued moving his fingers before snapping it back into place. "So, I understand you've had some security concerns?" Alex offered, trying to get to the supposed reason for the meeting now that their 2-hour meeting was half up. If he were going to close a sale, he'd have to step things up. That's where the dog is buried," Cantor said, using a saying Alex wasn't familiar with. The man noticed Alex's blank expression and explained, "That's correct. I'm not sure how much you follow European politics, but we are finally getting an EU treasury. As an executive of one of our largest banks, I've been asked to sit on a committee that has been tasked with its creation. While my role would normally be largely ceremonial, I'm finding that my counterparts on the committee are lacking in understanding concerning the recent financial attacks that have been going on. This is not just an uptick in normal attacks." Alex nodded, thinking to the ongoing events a hostile AI was triggering around the world. Publicly, it was being blamed on hacking groups. The security industry, however, was adamantly trying to sound the alarm that something serious was going on. I find the same is true in the U.S. Most people can't follow such complexities and the new types of threats that fundamentally change the game. What used to work doesn't any longer. It's why I've had to leverage some of the best minds in the world to help me secure the cybernetics we sell. That led Covalent into both physical and cybersecurity ventures. Alex tapped his fingers on the desk, pretending to debate his next words. After a few beats, he offered, "The extent of Covalent's quantum capabilities aren't public, but my team assures me that anyone with equivalent technology could probably break any existing encryption or forge any digital signature with ease. Common password or encryption-based security modules are simply paper locks at this point." The older man chuckled. "I do not doubt what you say, but our physical security isn't keeping up with the new threats either. Drones continually watch us build the vaults for storing precious metals. Photos keep popping up online giving perfect information to those who would do us harm. They appear in swarms, and it's altogether not unlike what happened to your home and again at the courthouse in Seattle. We have no effective defenses. Even when law enforcement tried to block signals, the attackers began to pre-program flight paths, removing the need for continuous communication or global positioning signals." Continuing the charade, Alex nodded along as he chewed on his lip, as though he were seriously thinking something over. After a moment, he offered, "As the saying goes, every beginning is hard. I suppose we could arrange for several of the defensive anti-drone units and the ammunition to be sent to you. I'll send over details, and you can put your people to seeing if it could be imported, and if the price seems reasonable for your needs. You could sell the idea of it launching biodegradable confetti if you wished. It is admittedly noisy, but for a construction site that might not be a problem. The shaft falls harmlessly to the ground, and the corn-based plastic we use dissolves after a bit of rain or a few days in the sun. The trade-off is that the ammunition doesn't have a long shelf life, but it's so fine that it doesn't even make a visible mess." Cantor's smile widened. "That indeed might work. The fact you've found biodegradable options will be helpful. The city tends to be very ecologically focused. I might even be able to secure grant money to cover the expense."
Phase 2 is complete. Mantis 2 is on its way out the server room's cooling system. Alex, someone should be on their way to you right now. This is our pivotal moment. Just act natural.
A moment later, there was a frantic knock on the door, and Alex's host excused himself. Cantor exchanged a hushed conversation with another man in a suit. In moments, the bank executive started turning red. A few more harsh words were exchanged, which sent the new man scurrying. Exhaling deeply and shaking his head, Cantor turned toward Alex. "My security office tells me that there's been a network breach. Some malware is encrypting our records as we speak. I need to call everyone in, and we're locked out of making transfers with our accounts. I believe we'll have to cut our social call short." Cantor looked visibly upset as he pinched the bridge of his nose. After several breaths, he asked, "Would you be available the day after tomorrow, perhaps?" Alex's eyes widened for a moment. He inferred that Shelley was collecting some sort of information, but he didn't know how she was doing it. He felt sick to his stomach as something lashed out in his mind, and he was suddenly regretting not forcing the issue. His mind twitched as a foreign thought took root in his mind. One that seemed to come out of nowhere, but was just as immovable as the synthetic part of his brain. He didn't want to harm the bank, or, more to the point, the friendly old man. Without thinking it through, Alex quickly blurted out, "I think I can fix this." Cantor's eyebrows raised, obviously looking for a further explanation. Alex cleared his throat. "Sorry, it's just that I might be able to solve the encryption problem. I think I could probably point my quantum at it and crack the encryption for you. We could restore your files." Cantor's frustrated expression shifted marginally. "What would that involve, if you don't mind me asking?" Alex worked up a feasible plan on the fly. Sophie had given him a crash course to prepare for the meeting, so everything was still fresh in his head. Well, my people would need a few samples of impacted, non-sensitive files. Then we could create a decryption tool for you after we break the keys. You wouldn't even need to remove your air gap to use it. I could also let your team review the code before applying it. The software itself is trivial. You just need the decryption keys. Cantor shifted his stance, going tense. Sophie reminded Alex of a few cultural norms he needed to consider. Surprises, even good ones, might not be desirable here. Before the old man could decline, Alex adjusted his offer. How about this? I can grab lunch with my people. That will give you a moment to confer with your experts and size things up and evaluate the offer. I can do the same on my side to make sure I haven't spoken out of turn. The tension in Cantor's shoulders eased, and the man nodded. That sounds wise. I'll try to let you know within a few hours. Alex pushed a panicked inquiry to Sophie as he was escorted out of the security doors and into the empty hallway leading to the reception area.
Honestly, I goofed on matchups in your head. You wouldn't have minded normally. I saw something that seemed to fit the profile and tied it together. Sorry, Alex. I misjudged. I wanted to help your efforts to fix yourself, but apparently those synapse clusters had a lot of associated baggage. I didn't catch it until it was already cemented into place. Getting it during your conversation would have had noticeable side effects. In short, he reminded you of someone in your prior life. I thought it might help you connect, but those emotions got anchored to Cantor in the process. I should have laid the plan out so you wouldn't get attached, but we wanted to keep your reactions natural. There are several hidden cameras in Cantor's office. They may replay the building video of your visit and look for deception on your part. Since Cantor was in the room, any modification of that video might be detected simply by him noticing the change.
Enough with this keeping me in the dark bullshit. I need details. What the hell did you and Shelley just do? Alex ground out through clenched teeth.
We got the malware on the normal corporate virtual LAN, and at the same time, I used a mantis to reconfigure a network appliance. It caused a bridge between the financial network and the normal network, allowing the damage to carry over. It'll look like a fluke that the network wasn't air-gapped at that time. I've already exfiltrated the files Shelley needed, and our access will be hidden by the malware issue.
Sophie, how bad did I just fuck that man over? Alex pressed, a hard knot forming in his stomach. He rubbed at his temples, trying to ease the pounding in his head. Whatever he was feeling wasn't really about Cantor, but it pissed him off anyway. Had it been a teacher, a neighbor? His grandparents were long dead and in another country while he was growing up, so that couldn't be it. His gut was telling him that they'd just ripped off his childhood hero. It was like he'd just stolen the man's most cherished possession or broken a beloved knickknack. Disappointment, self-loathing, and sadness were all being stirred up in intense waves, and they weren't letting go.
The payload has encrypted about 80% of his server files. It's using a freshly created malware that doesn't have signatures in the wild yet. It's real but non-destructive and could be restored with enough time and effort. No one will bat an eye about the cause. This type of attack isn't actually that uncommon. Cantor's real problem will be that he can't process funds transfers while the databases are locked. Since it hit their backup system too, they won't be able to recover quickly. It might cost them millions each hour. But they have significant insurance in place for exactly this type of thing. They'll take a small hit to their reputation, but they won't be out a dime even if they outsource fixing it.
Alex blew out a sigh, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. He'd not asked enough questions, and he'd painted himself as the villain yet again. Maybe he could have come to terms with it, but right now he felt betrayed on behalf of a ghost in his head. Things suddenly didn't feel right, and he couldn't tell why or how it had happened. It was almost as though a tiny slice of the old Alex caught a glimpse of what he was doing and wanted nothing to do with it. He couldn't help but feel disgusted with himself. He pinched his eyes closed, trying to get a grip on himself, but failed. There was simply too much turmoil going on in his head.
Alex, If I might make a suggestion, we could readily exploit this access. I couldn't get into here without physical access, and now we have a limited window where we have full control of their multi-bank financial network. The next phase of our war preparations and potentially more could be solved right now if you approve. We kind of need this, dear. I know you're angry and feel terrible asking, but haven't found any other way of breaking free, much less helping defend us, all of us.
Alex slowed his walk as Trish and Jamie exchanged concerned glances. Both women checked the hallway, but the unsecured hallway to the lobby was vacant and camera-free. Alex pushed internally. Is there anything I can use here to justify that? I don't want to rob them. I'm not a fucking criminal. Or, well, shit, I am. Damn it, but I don't want... Alex's thoughts slowed to a crawl as he recalled massive expenses needed to fight the AI that was still causing havoc. How it was probably targeting him this moment. The AI had already hired hitmen to track him down twice, and it would probably send bigger teams next time. The photographer and drones right before he left were probably a reconnaissance probe, so they might have Aubrey in their crosshairs right now just to draw him out. He'd even cut her security team in half just by being here. It wouldn't take much to overrun their defenses. His mind turned to Sophie, and how it would take only a single curious geek checking the right log to end it all. Until he could get her moved, they were in danger. If anyone found out, they'd immediately destroy her connections to the outside world and take him with her. If he couldn't get her transplanted before the inevitable happened... His chest began tightening as his breathing turned into a ragged and rapid-fire thing. He felt sweat begin to prickle across his face in a wave. Dizziness set in, and he wobbled in place as his chest began to hurt. He felt Sophie slam down on his panic attack so hard he nearly toppled under the force of it. Jamie threw her arm around his waist and held him upright, a look of concern on her face. Her eyes grew distant for a moment as she listened to Sophie explain the situation. All the while, Alex's chest tightened, and he struggled to slow his breathing as he began to spin out of control again. After a few seconds of listening to Sophie's description of his concerns and the biological triggers, the mercenary pulled him roughly against the wall, grabbed his lapels, and kissed him hard. Jamie backed up but didn't let go. Locking her icy blue eyes on him, Jamie demanded, "Alex, damn it, look at me." He gave her a sheepish smile, but it evaporated under the harshness of her glare. "Alex, whatever we are, it's really important to me, but I need you to understand something. I don't just steal things, I kill people. I've killed in more countries than fit in a single passport. It was my job, but I'm the one that made it my fucking career. I've done terrible things, and not for my country and not just to bad guys. Whatever the fuck that means. I killed them for money and for a lot less than you'd expect." Alex wobbled, trying to squirm free from her grasp. In response, Jamie tightened her grip, keeping him pinned in place. "Whatever you're getting ready to apply to yourself in that pity party in your head, think about how that applies to the rest of us. Sophie still assigns drone strike targets a world away. The black flags are basically terrorists for hire. Tina still sells drugs. Aubrey robbed a hospital for a gang. It's all shades of gray, and most of us are further into the darkness than we'd like to admit. You've looked into my mind. If you haven't figured out that you don't have to be evil to do bad things, then what the fuck are you doing with me? With any of us?" Driving her point home, Jamie clamped onto his collarbone and forced a thumb into the pressure point. Anger reared up in Alex at the sudden shock and pain. Amy saw the reaction and nodded. "I hate to tell you this, Alex, but you aren't just one of us that live in the shadows. You could be the best of us. I need you to embrace it. Embrace it now, because if you don't, we're all going to die under some godforsaken AI's boot heel, a sniper's bullet, or rotting in jail." Alex watched a single tear form at the edge of her eye. He could feel the pain behind her eyes, pulling and tearing at her. He knew exactly how much this cost her to say, and how much it hurt her to cause him pain. She knew the path he wanted to take. She even wanted it for him. Yet here she was, the devil on his shoulder. luring him into the dark alleys full of murder and the promise of dark deals. Alex felt a hollow pit open in his soul as he pushed an internal confirmation to Sophie. Then he asked her to take control for a moment. Alex's consciousness took a back seat as Sophie straightened his posture, blank eyes returning Jamie's flat stare. The mercenary's eyes unfocused as Sophie began whispering into her ear again. In a moment, Jamie released his jacket, her hands trembling at what she'd just forced him into. She sniffed and turned away as she wiped at her eyes. Alex wallowed in the numbness, curling into himself as Sophie kept him upright. He felt insubstantial fingers gently caress his hair as she tried to calm him. After a few minutes, Alex pushed down the sharp and jagged feeling in his chest as he took the wheel again. As he surfaced, Alex realized he was a gentle nudge away from breaking down into either an angry rage or a sobbing mess. His head throbbed as his mind felt stuck in an infinite loop. Whatever he'd done to his broken head reminded him of the thread locks Sophie suffered due to Apollo's application controls. Something was wrong, and he was back to being an overexcited dog on ice, scrabbling for purchase as it chased a ball. Doing the only thing he could think of, he wrenched a character out of his acting closet and pulled it tight, trying to adopt the mentality he needed. Taking on their thoughts, he banished his own. He embraced the anger. It was easier to hide and might get him out of the building. He swallowed, hardening his heart, and slipped into the role that had been thrust upon him. His shaky hands calmed, and he forced himself into a relaxed posture. He wasn't feeling strong, but maybe his acting would carry him through. They weren't out of hostile territory yet, and his people needed him. Fuck his old life. Fuck the ghost in his head. The world could burn. Aubrey and Sophie depended on him. They all did. He'd tear it down to the ground for them. He nodded to the two women in the hallway, put on his best fake smile, then strode toward the reception area as though nothing was wrong despite the burning anger in his chest. He wished he had stayed in Seattle and found another way. No matter how he justified it, he was a thief and a murderer. This was his fault, and he knew it. He felt like breaking something, so he pushed even harder into self-loathing and resentment. He couldn't help but aim a bit of that toward Jamie in the process. He could have kept walking. He could have ignored Sophie if he'd been smart enough to find another way. He could have ignored Jamie if he'd been a better person. He should have kept walking, but he hadn't. He'd had an opportunity to be someone else. It had been right there in front of him. Instead, he'd fallen into the depths again. A villain. Always a fucking villain, and now he had no choice but to play the part. His mind spun furiously, trying to find some way out of this mess with a shred of ethics intact, and he came up empty. Zoe was tapping furiously at her terminal, phone in hand, as Alex entered the lobby. She glanced up with her green eyes, and Alex's steps faltered as he fell straight into them again. This time, she didn't look away. Alex swallowed hard, trying to lock his thoughts further into the darkness. He shifted gears, trying to find an approach that wouldn't blow his cover. Anger wouldn't work here, so he threw water on it. She didn't deserve it. It'd stand out. If anyone suspected a thing, he might ruin the whole damn thing. Those emerald eyes continued staring at him, searching his face. Mind still locked in indecision, the sensation of synthetic reactions kicked in instead. He cocked his head to the side and aimed a warm smile at the woman. Problems?
My apologies, Monsieur Sage. It appears my computer has a virus on it. I'm trying to get through to our help desk. Their line seems to be busy,
Zoe said. Just Alex is fine, Alex reminded. He gave her his best sympathetic look. I heard something about a network-wide issue. Since the financial network is down, I doubt you'll be at the top of the priority list. And here I was going to ask you to join me for lunch. I could use a recommendation on where to go. Zoe groaned and said,
"Oh, this could take all day."
She looked at her clock, which indicated it was nearing noon. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to make a decision.
"You know what? This can wait. Was that a real offer? I do know a great place nearby.
Before he knew what he was doing, Alex blurted out, "Care to join us?" As if just realizing Alex wasn't alone, Zoe looked up to Jamie and Trish. She had a complex look on her face that Alex couldn't read, but then nodded. She let him take her fingers in his synthetic hand as he guided her out the door. Mind suddenly spinning and unsure why he'd caved to the first thought that had crossed his mind. He cursed his poor impulse control and the software responses yet again. He was supposed to exfiltrate the building, not drag potential witnesses out for lunch. He had already asked himself what the fuck he'd been thinking no less than 5 times by the time he hit the adjacent hallway. Jamie and Trish exchanged a concerned look, and both immediately began muttering to their earpieces as they followed behind. Chapter 7. Doors closed, doors opened. Thankfully, Zoe had taken charge and insisted they visit a place around the corner. Despite the temporary bravado his mask had shown, Alex wasn't in any sort of mental space to make decisions. He'd only made it a few steps before he had asked Sophie to call his phone to interrupt their lunch as an escape plan. Sophie had nixed the idea, insisting it'd give him a chance to cement his cover, and perhaps get his thoughts together without her taking over again. He sensed she was concerned she'd overdone it. Something was definitely off, and he could feel her clicking new software updates into place every few seconds. Unaware of Alex's internal turmoil, Zoe had cheerfully led them a few blocks over to a stone-faced building with a dimly lit restaurant. It was a cozy affair with only a dozen tables. Around the room, men and women in business attire were in hushed conversations over their meals and wine glasses. The smell of butter, garlic, seafood, beer, and fried foods permeated the air. Little cauldrons of mussels and the local version of fried potatoes were on nearly every table, obviously being the house's specialty. The nautical-themed wallpaper looked turn of the century, and the heavy red drapes around the windows kept the light to a minimum, only giving shadows of the passers-by. Zoe exchanged a few quick words in Dutch with the hostess, and it became apparent the two knew each other. With a wink and a nod, Alex's group was seated in the lone booth in the rear that was set away from the other patrons. It seemed like it was an unofficially reserved spot for VIP clientele. Upon not hearing any objections, Zoe ordered the most popular moula frites for the group. The pots of seafood prepared with white wine butter, shallots, and various seasonings and vegetables smelled divine. Even though he'd not been particularly hungry, the smell made his stomach growl. Their table was also heavily laden with Belgian fries and thick, crusty bread. The table was quiet as they tucked in. The foursome was halfway through their lunch when Zoe's phone rang. Switching to German, after checking the caller ID, she answered the phone, nodding along. After a few moments, she grew pale. As the seconds ticked on, a fearful look settled on Zoe's face.
Yes, sir? Yes. No, I didn't. Yes. Oh, I understand. Yes, I'll be back as soon as I can.
As soon as she hung up, Alex asked, "Work?" Zoe looked around the restaurant blankly as though looking for a life raft and not finding one. After a moment, in a shaky voice, she explained,
Yes, that was Cantor. It appears the malware started on my computer. They fired me. I swear I don't know how that would have happened. I worked there for 2 years, and they let me go just like that. They didn't even wait until I got back from lunch.
Alex felt his heart drop as he took in the panicked look on her face. He started to form words, but was interrupted as his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, he made an apologetic face. He held up a finger as he answered and dropped the call to speakerphone, allowing the others to listen in. "This is Alex." Cantor chimed over the line.
Yes, Mr. Sage. It appears that yes, I'd appreciate your assistance, if you're still offering it. I've taken care of those responsible, but this appears to be a rather severe issue."
Alex's jaw tightened as he realized the man had just fired Zoe, then moved to him without a thought. He channeled his residual anger over being pushed into a corner and the frustrations of the last month as he pieced together a plan on the fly. The strain had bottled up as more and more of it piled onto Alex's mind. The pressure needed a target, and this man, Alex decided, now deserved every bit of it. Now that his head had calmed a bit, the ghost in his memories could fuck off and die in a fire. He clicked a different mask into place, one he hadn't used since his negotiations with Apollo. It took a few seconds to fully kick in, as Alex's mind embraced the change, similar to amping himself up before jumping on stage. The parts of him that enjoyed this casual chat with the grandfatherly man stepped out of the room entirely. The persona that remained Alex had mentally dubbed Chad. Inarguably, Chad was a manipulative asshole. Replying in his best sympathetic tone, "Herr Cantor, I just found out that my insurance might not cover me if I get involved without an appropriate contract in place. It would put me at financial risk if I assisted directly and something went awry. I'm sure you can understand."
"I see. That does make sense. Would a contract be possible?"
Cantor asked. Alex replied warmly, Of course. I want to help you. Not only that, but we could begin immediately. However, it appears, if it's official and I'm liable, the work would have to be at the going rate. That's all out of my hands, since I'll be held accountable. My staff also reminded me that I'd have to pull quite a few of my staff off urgent work. We have paperwork for this situation already, so I can get it to you within the next few minutes if you'd like. Cantor was quiet for several beats, then said,
"I should have asked regarding payment details earlier. I apologize for any confusion. I made some assumptions regarding your offer. I know we've enacted our insurance clause for damage assistance. We will be reimbursed. But I do need to be a good steward of our resources. If our existing partners can help, I may need to seek assistance elsewhere."
I completely understand, Herr Cantor. You are in a bind and need resolution quickly to minimize the cost and negative impact on your clients. What I can do is offer you a deal that is time-based. We'll make our fee less by the hour. Your existing partners probably have a service-level agreement of response within 4 hours, correct? Alex asked, setting up the next part of the trap. Cantor made a humming sound, as though he was debating if he should reveal such details. Eventually he caved.
"That is correct. Response to our request is usually within 2 to 4 hours, but resolution of incidents as complex as this may take a day or more."
Well, Herr Cantor, to show my appreciation for our meeting today, I'll give you a deal I wouldn't offer anyone else. As an act of good faith and to make up for any misunderstanding, I'll give you a massive time-based discount, and we'll base it off your staff having the tool to resolve the issue, rather than someone calling you. Time is money, after all.
That sounds amenable. It is a bold offer, however. What would such an agreement cost us?
The man asked. Alex replied easily. At 2 hours, your discounted rate should be around 200,000 euros. But if I can't do it in 3 hours, I'll not charge anything, but keep working until resolution and will even assist your existing security partner. That way you wouldn't possibly experience delays in resolution.
That 2 hours? Are you certain your staff could do such a thing?
Cantor asked, his voice getting excited. Absolutely. That should incentivize my staff to address your needs as quickly as possible. Your account transfers are locked down, after all. To ensure my team is moving as fast as possible, there is a bonus if we can solve it within the hour. The rate would be 5 times the 2-hour fee, but as you said, it's a massive issue, so it's unlikely to be solved so quickly. The bonus just gives me an excuse to make them skip lunch and start this minute. If you can get me a signature immediately, I can send over one of my consultants who meets your business's certification needs. They already have a couple years working in the EU financial sector and have completed all of your industry's security training requirements. I can get them there within the next 10 minutes. Alex listened to the silence on the other end of the line. Cantor was no doubt trying to figure out if Alex was making a mistake. He'd just offered to take on the work for half the going rate, and do it for free if it took more than a few hours. He was most likely ignoring the bonus entirely. The man likely couldn't fathom having a response so quickly. He also was probably trying to figure out how Alex had access to anyone with such a specific background close by. Using a resource like that would make the bank's write-up to the auditors much easier. Trish's eyes were wide as she watched him at work. Jamie just wore a bloodthirsty gleam in her eyes, having already figured out exactly what Alex was doing. Zoe looked confused as Alex fast-talked a contract with her former boss, probably wondering most of the same things Cantor was. There was a happy chuckle on the other end of the line as Cantor gave his assent. There was a brief exchange, and then he hung up. Alex pushed his needs to Sophie, who immediately giggled and confirmed the paperwork was already on the way. Pivoting in his seat, he asked Zoe, "So, how would you like to earn 100,000 euros in an afternoon and manage to piss off your old boss? All you need to do is follow what someone tells you to do over the phone. It's nothing your old employer wouldn't approve of." Zoe nodded, stunned. She blinked slowly, trying to process why he'd be offering her more than a year's salary for an afternoon. He asked, "Great. Do you have a wireless earbud for your phone?" She gave a short movement of her head in the affirmative, still looking bewildered. Alex patted her arm. "Excellent. You're now a consultant for Covalent Technologies. I'll get all your paperwork squared away. All those certifications and training you've undoubtedly had for handling financial records here should work wonders to smooth things over. Expect your paperwork in your personal email in the next couple of minutes. All you'll need to do is digitally sign it. It's a loosely worded thing. Couldn't go signing yourself away into slavery or anything. That'd just be stupid."
Monsieur, but..."
she stammered. "Zoe, I already said just call me Alex. I'm American. We're informal that way. I swear, it's not an insult to you or myself. If you want a gig in Seattle, you're welcome to tag along. If not, then think of this as a sizable severance package and a middle finger to your old boss."
But,
Zoe continued. Trish giggled.
"I think you broke her, darling." "The signed contract just arrived. I've countersigned and submitted it." Alex pushed a hungry kiss to his AI, then shuddered as she escalated the contact by running a finger down his chest until she lightly trailed a finger across his manhood.
"Zoe, earbuds, yes? Put 'em in." Alex chided. Zoe fished in her purse for a moment, withdrew a pair of wireless earbuds. As soon as she got the first one in place, her phone rang. Stammering, she looked up. "Yeah, go ahead. Just do what Sophie says, and I'll make sure you get it wired into your account by the end of today. You'll get another 10,000 in a bonus if you get it done within the hour. Now scoot, we're on the clock here, so I'd suggest running," Alex said, waving her out of the booth. Alex couldn't help but watch her positively amazing ass as the woman dashed out of the restaurant after flipping her heels into her hands so that she could run unimpeded. He waited until he saw her profile dash past the front window before he returned his gaze to his security detail. Jamie was staring back at him with a hard look, and it reminded him to kick Chad's ass and shove him back in the acting closet before he caused any collateral damage. The server came over to check in and dropped off a full carafe of water and a fresh can of soda for Trish. Jamie thanked the man in French, but he read the mood at the table and quickly returned to his station. Trish took several big gulps, then burped loudly. She looked embarrassed, but it managed to break the tension. Jamie grumbled. "Here, I thought you were going to take her back to the room and try to break her in half to spite me." Alex covered his face with his hands and slowly shook his head. Not making eye contact, he said, "Not really sure what the plan was, but that was one of the items on the menu." Alex paused, then asked, "Is this really what I've become? Bank robber and shyster? A deceitful fraud of a man?" He blew out a long exhale, then flicked at a breadcrumb lying on the table. He laid it out, explaining, "Damn it, I think I just need to blow off some stress before I do something really stupid. Shit's getting to me, and I can't keep my head straight. I'm sorry, Jamie. I know you were just trying to help, but my brain keeps trying to squirm away from me. Things just get overwhelming, and I get stuck in my own head. It's like, well, there's traces of the old me, and they don't mesh well with whatever I am now. Sophie does her best, but things get glued to the wrong stuff. It's disorienting and altogether sucks. Right now, all I can process is that I really don't want to be the heartless bastard of a man you need me to be. Jamie's expression softened a touch, but she still looked irritated. Alex couldn't bring himself to blame her.
Sugar, you're just doing what you gotta. Trish placed her hand on his and gave it a squeeze. You're bound to feel the pressure. Anyone would. I know I did stupid-ass shit when I was on leave in the Marines. The worse things got, the worse I behaved. If it helps, it's not like any of us are going to leave because you get a bit moody when you're forced to do bad things. I even had Sophie check in back home. Apparently, you now have a travel voucher, as Aubrey called it. No one would have minded if you had banged Little Miss French chick. Jamie cleared her throat, but Trish just elbowed her. Not the time to get territorial on him, honey. You don't have that right, and you and I both know that. Jamie's jaw tightened, then she began fidgeting with her cloth napkin. In a few deft folds, she dropped a swan on the table. Alex had seen her do the same thing back in Seattle, folding things into origami any time she was anxious. Alex took her actions as the warning sign it was. He knew Jamie understood what their arrangement was, but it still had to sting to see him flirting with another woman so readily. The fact that it bothered him too just pointed out how non-casual their casual arrangement had become. Alex figured he'd have to do something about that, and soon. Because you said it'd be fine was not a valid approach to soothing hurt feelings. He was a brain-damaged fool, but was still smart enough to know women didn't work that way. Trish offered, Well, we're here for a couple days. Shelley can handle the handoff. I reckon we could take in the sights. It's my first time in Belgium. I've been to Germany, but only around the base during a training exercise. I was never stationed here, so I never really got to explore. Jamie still looked irritated, but seemed to swallow it down. After a moment, she offered up, Yeah, diversions are probably a good idea before we say or do something we can't take back. I've been here a couple times. It's not a bad place to unwind if you like beer and chocolate. Oh, and liege waffles. You wouldn't think they'd be different, but trust me, they are way better. There's lots of history and architecture stuff, too. Alex rubbed at his temples. That sounds like a good idea. I know I could stand to decompress a bit, and I'm sure everyone else could, too. Sorry again, Jamie. Jamie reached out and clasped his hand in hers. I accept your apology. In recompense, you and Sophie need to figure out how to get some of the local beer back to the States. They have this one that's made by monks that I want year-round. That's my fee. Alex nodded. Consider it done. Alex changed topics and said, And thanks, Trish. I appreciate the wellness check and calling in back to Seattle. Just realize I'm probably going to get mauled the moment we get back home, thanks to that. Both women shared a knowing glance and chuckled in amusement. Alex hadn't thrown all of Aubrey's quirks out into the open, but both Trish and Jamie had brushed up against them rather directly. He was hopelessly in love with Aubrey, but explaining her unique attitude toward their love life was challenging. Their complicated arrangement was probably the only thing that really managed to embarrass him regularly. He was grateful that he didn't have to explain further. Alex said, Well, payroll is fixed, I guess. Assuming your contact pays up, and Zoe does her job anyway. That money should be available within a few days. It'll probably take a while for the other funds to get transferred to us. Most of that will be earmarked for Sophie. But I'll make sure we set aside enough to not run into this again. Trish said, About that. We may want untraceable funds on hand in the future.
If something bad happens and we go underground, I know that I'd like for the IRS to have less info on it. Something we could exchange in other countries without attention would be nice."
Alex agreed. Not a bad idea. I might just keep a platinum bar or maybe a stack of emeralds for each of you and drop it in the vault with your name on it. You should probably go for something a bit less volatile than gold. Sophie is already playing in the market and making a killing manipulating it. I could let you borrow against it too. I'll get something set up." Jamie nodded.
"Yeah, that would be a load off my shoulders. I need to start keeping more back for emergencies."
Quirking a brow, Alex asked, "Not like this is the first time I've offered this to someone I care about. Do I need to buy a shovel? I mean, it's not like you're without resources." Jamie shook her head quickly, causing her long curls to cascade and to bounce across her chest. "No, that wouldn't go well for us." "Ouch, that bad, huh? If that changes, let Sophie or me know. We're not against appeasing the blood gods if we need to." Alex added, "I know Shelley said Carla just sends it all back to Venezuela, but Carla won't discuss it."
Trish replied, "Yeah, darling, doesn't talk much. So it's not just you. She's usually as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. All I got out of her was that her family fell hard when the Russians invaded, and then again when the government collapsed. I think she's still trying to get everyone smuggled out. I'm not sure what happened, but she's dealing with heavy stuff."
"Any chance you know how she ended up in the States?" Alex asked. Trish shook her head.
"No, but it's not like she wanted to move either. She's a patriot without a country now, but Seattle's a safe place for her to hide. Sophie secured her visas and cleared her name internationally, but she can't go back. It's pure chaos down there, and everything she earns here helps out her family."
Alex nodded, then sent Sophie a mental note to see where she could assist. It wasn't like he could stabilize a failed nation, but he might be able to help smuggle in food and supplies or smuggle people out if they could find the right connections. Alex asked, "How about you, Trish? There's a reason you're here instead of in Seattle with Jennifer. Shall I fetch a rug?"
"Nah, it's nothing like that. I'm just making payments on a house for my parents and paying for rehab for my sister. Little sis got hooked on painkillers, then heroin, and it led to a bad place for her, bless her heart. Treatment is crazy expensive, but it's normal stuff. The problem is, if I miss a payment, she's back on the streets. She's relapsed a couple times already, so I'm just trying to keep her in a better program until she can manage," Trish said.
Alex chewed on his lip. Get with Sophie and we'll send her a mesh unit with special instructions and lockouts on the recreational items. There's a bunch of anti-addiction stuff wrapped up into the software. It'd be experimental therapy, but I bet Sophie could set the app up to help her cope with the mental part of it. Those programs are pretty much unregulated, so we won't need medical board approval. Not like equine therapy had to go through the FDA. She'd probably still need to be part of a program, but I bet it'd help."
Trish squeezed his hand and smiled. "You'd do that? I doubt I could hide her using it, and I'd have to drop your name to her and the facility."
Alex nodded. "Not a problem. Will that be enough?"
"I'm not sure. Everyone knows what mesh is, but no one can get it. They keep tight controls on what she's allowed access to, so it's not like I could sneak it into her room. The staff would have to know, otherwise they'd take it away."
Trish paused, chewing on her lip before she admitted,
She doesn't know what I do. I may have told my family I'm a physical security consultant for a big company."
Alex nodded. "Well, arguably, that's what you are to me. Sure, you're an independent contractor, but if it helps, just tell them you work for me directly. Sophie can probably get you a fake office for photos and business cards with a nice-sounding corporate job title. If you need a plausible justification for the mesh, Say I'm looking for willing test subjects and you swung a favor at work. All we ask is to be able to use them as reference and fill out effectiveness surveys. Sophie can draft up a letter that looks like an official study or something. We can send them a dozen units so it'd be less obvious it's special treatment for her. The freckled woman beamed at him, then excitedly pulled out her phone and began messaging with Sophie.
Jamie shook her head. I just don't get you some days. You hesitate on a bloodless bank transfer, but you're ready to go in swinging against anyone bothering Trish or me. The motherfuckers I'm worried about would drown a desert in blood, but I don't think that'd stop you. You make no freaking sense. You went collecting skulls months ago, but balk at a little white-collar crime. Alex drummed his fingers across the table for a moment, trying to put his words together. I guess I'm complicated. Alex sighed and opted to avoid whatever excuse he was going to use and called a spade a spade. I'm kinda still fucked up. I think there are bits of the old me freaking out about some of this shit. About the only thing I can feel certain about is that Sophie and I protect those we care about. The ghost in my head and I agree on that. That's a really short list of people, and you are on it. For you, I'm not against putting shady assholes in the ground any day of the week. Alex rubbed his hands down his face and took a moment. I know I'm not a good person, but, well, it's not who I want to be. Not once I get my head squared away. I need some sort of hope I can pull this off without losing myself in it. It wouldn't take much to tip me into a terrible, bloodthirsty bastard. I know I don't actually care if the world burns to fucking ashes, but I'd like to think someday I will. Trish put her phone away and then put a hand on Jamie's shoulder.
He's got his hang-ups. Leave him be, darling. This isn't easy on him. He hasn't been living the same life we have. Like my grandpappy used to say, best to make the ride to hell a slow one.
The door to the restaurant opened as Zoe walked back in. Trish took in the hungry way the woman was looking at Alex as she finished the next line. And don't forget to smell the flowers along the way. Zoe dropped a cardboard box of her belongings on the floor with a crash and slid into the booth on Alex's left, slamming her hip into him in the process. Unperturbed and eager for a change of topic, Alex gave her a smile and asked, How'd it go? Zoe pointed at him, speaking in English but with enough of a French accent that Alex found it impossibly cute.
You are trouble.
Then she stole the bread from Alex's plate and popped it into her mouth. She snapped her fingers toward the server twice as she chewed, swallowing as the man in traditional black and white waiter's garb closed in. She proclaimed,
We need wine. At least 2 bottles. Something good, nothing local. And get me and my friends some dessert. We have celebrating to do.
The server brought over wine in record time. Trish giggled as the dark-haired woman casually plucked yet another item from Alex's plate, this time a Belgian fry, leaving her own plate untouched. Alex laughed. I thought you Europeans were all about etiquette. Zoe gave him a confused look.
No, not at all. We're much more passionate about being rude to Americans.
Then she grabbed his water from the table and took a long drink, finishing it, then set it down in front of her plate.
She's fun. Can we keep her?
Alex barely suppressed a laugh. Okay, we're doing this now. He grabbed one of the mussels off her plate, scraped it with his fork to loosen the meat, and downed it. Zoe offered,
Truce?
Alex nodded, but noticed she had grabbed his napkin from his lap, then dabbed at her lips.
So, about this job. Tell me about it,
Zoe asked, turning serious for a moment. Alex shook his head and then pointed across the table. The lovely redhead is Trish, and the knockout brunette is Jamie. Consider this part of a placement interview. Tell me what their jobs are. Zoe quirked a perfectly sculpted eyebrow.
If I had to guess, one of them is your administrative assistant. The other, I have no idea. You don't need a translator. Maybe she's there for the other one, or maybe a chauffeur.
That's pretty close to their cover. These women are both on my personal security detail. I have a team of 7. Some of them are back home with my girlfriend. These 2 are truly frightening if you ever see them in action.
Alex offered.
Pardon my ignorance, but they do not look particularly threatening, Zoe said.
That's kind of the point. These two can blend in, and no one notices them. People write them off as arm candy I keep around to look at. Motioning to the women across the seat, Alex asked, Can you confirm if you've killed more people than you have fingers and toes? Trish scrunched up her face as she counted for a moment, then nodded. Jamie only raised an eyebrow and replied,
Way more than her.
Oh, Zoe's eyes widened.
For Alex, or from prior jobs?
Trish scratched at her neck.
Well, honey, it's a bit of both.
Alex asked, What's that tell you?
So, no personal assistant then?
Zoe said, tapping a perfectly manicured finger to her lip. After a moment, she added,
And there's obviously an element of danger that calls for serious protection. If they've killed people while under your employ, then there's much more going on. But it's not public. If it didn't make the news, then that means you are likely covering up certain actions or activities. Possibly in self-defense, but perhaps not.
Alex nodded. Yep. I'd not have you jumping in blind. I can't tell you everything, but you're getting a general shape of things. I work best outside the public light. I can make sure you are compensated well, but I live with threats that would cause rioting in the streets and possibly collapse a few governments if it were made public. I'm not exaggerating either. Zoe frowned as she processed that. Alex popped a fry in his mouth and quickly downed it. They'd gotten cold in the wait, but they weren't half bad. He just didn't understand the local obsession with putting mayonnaise on them. Swallowing, he added, But for the day-to-day, well, my life's a bit of a mess. Drama everywhere, and I've had to make deals with devils to stay alive. We'll have to move forward at a breakneck pace if we don't all want to die a miserable death, and I don't mean just my people either. I need someone I can depend on to get things done and rapidly grow the company. We went from 0 to around 300 employees in like 3 months. Most of those are in our fabrication shops, small companies we keep snapping up, or outside contractors. By the end of the year, we'll probably have around 3,000 employees or more. Probably 10 times that the year after. I'm also not above needing someone to tell me when I'm being an idiot.
You're being an idiot, then, Zoe said firmly, her accent heavily weighing in. You didn't even check my credentials. I could be terrible at my job.
Alex took out his phone and pretended to skim notes. If pressed, he could play it off that he'd had someone look into her after he'd sent her to go fix the bank issue. It was easier than explaining Sophie had thrown every nuanced detail of her life his way. Alex began. Starting with the easy stuff. Like me, you did everything you could to graduate early. You just did a better job of it. You took college classes in high school and finished your undergrad super early, and as 4th in your class. Then you moved from Paris to Brussels to do the same with your MBA program while working full-time at a bank, which is impressive as hell. There you rose up the ranks quickly, averaging a title change every 9 months. For your personal life, your family is back in France, but you don't visit outside the major holidays. Judging from social media, you and your sister really don't get along. I'd ask why, but her posts make it pretty clear she's a vapid idiot. It's good to know the U.S. doesn't have a monopoly on those. Zoe snorted, unsurprised he'd found that information. If she searched her own name on the web, it was the top link. Her sister had made their spats incredibly public.
Yes, well, she's a bit of a... what's the word? Cunt. Yes, cunt. She sees herself as a social media influencer, and I'm her favorite target of complaint. She is always looking for the next thing to go viral. To this day, she keeps putting video out there of me getting my foot stuck on the bar during a ballet recital. My family, however, seems to have made their stance on the matter clear. If we can't get along, they don't want me causing trouble in their house.
Alex shrugged. Can't say I can relate. Zoe replied,
Huh? I guess not. Not if what is said about your memory is true. That and being an only child.
That part is true. No siblings and, well, very few memories from before, Alex confessed. Now for the harder stuff that you probably wouldn't want public. You regularly get parking tickets, but you've managed to get someone with access to clean them from the system. I'd put money on it being your cousin who works as a government clerk. You live by yourself, and if I just looked at your bank salary, I'd assume you barely make enough to afford your apartment. But that's not right. Instead, you've got cash coming in from weird places and not in small sums. You've got some investments, a bit of an inheritance, and as best I can tell, you did a bit of loan sharking in college as well as made a business of matching up people willing to sell their test answers and class notes and the ones buying while taking a cut. You also lie on your taxes, like a lot. Zoe's eyes went wide and she started waving her hands, trying to get Alex to stop. Undeterred, he continued. Then there was that time when you were 15 and you stole your mom's car. You wrecked it almost immediately. And let's see, you were last on a date 3 months ago. It ended poorly after 2 dates. You rather publicly threw a drink in his face. The bottom line is that your actual work has been high quality. You aren't above a few shady deals yourself, and you've never had any sort of reprimand. Generally speaking, you don't get the credit you deserve and haven't made a fuss about it. Oh, and you downloaded my picture from my social media profile and saved it to your slate. No idea where it went from there. Ooh, sound about right? Zoe's panic was evident in her eyes. After a moment of wringing her hands, she said, "So, it's true." Alex waved his hand dismissively. No idea what you're talking about, probably. Aside from calls saying I'm leading a robot rebellion or whatever, most of the rumors aren't far off or are things I'm actively working on, Alex conceded. Now for the bonus question on your job interview. Who do you think you were talking to on the phone earlier? Zoe's face paled more and she dipped back and forth into French.
Merde. You never told anyone to submit the paperwork. It just appeared. That was you, or something connected to you. La vache, I...
Stole one of my fries earlier? Yeah, you did. Alex snagged one of her fries and pointed it at her. Whatever you're thinking right now, keep that shit to yourself. I'm not going to confirm anything. Consider the job interview passed. Now it's up to you if you want it. Call that number that dialed you if you have additional questions or want to start negotiating terms. We leave in a couple of days. If you want, I can get you whatever paperwork, and I'll pay whatever expenses you have if you're willing to relocate. If not, maybe I can come up with something here, like distributing mesh for the European market. It wouldn't be my PA, but I'd prefer not leaving you swinging in the wind either. The server brought out some sort of custard and fruit dish that Alex wasn't familiar with but enjoyed. He abstained from the wine, being satisfied to stick with water for himself. Since they were trying to keep a low profile, the team was sharing a single suite with 2 queen beds and a couch in the same room, so he didn't want any excuse to make the drama worse. The longer the conversation with Zoe had gone on, the quieter Jamie seemed to get, so he wanted to make sure he kept a rein on his habit of flirting. The group spent another hour chatting about less consequential matters. Alex had to do his usual bit of confirming the usual details and questions he often got, but it seemed to put his new acquaintance at ease. Zoe seemed to be processing things well, and seemed much more chipper by the time she parted. Granted, that might have been the entire bottle of incredibly expensive wine she drank by herself. Chapter 8. Pray. Is it time? Alex asked.
Just about. Go ahead and get settled.
Alex lay down on the hotel room's couch and looked around the darkened suite. It was a typical layout with a single couch, 2 queen beds, a scattering of lamps, and there were generic flower prints on the walls. On the coffee table, a large floral arrangement of 24 roses took up most of the available space. He'd ordered the most over-the-top option offered for Jamie. She'd tried to play it off as unnecessary and ridiculous, but he could tell she'd secretly appreciated the gesture. In a chair off to the side, Trish was pulling guard duty and quietly surfing the web on her light slate while trying not to disturb the other women. At her side, her rifle sat propped against the wall, and her pistol lay in easy reach on a table. A vase sat at her side with a half-dozen white roses he'd gotten her as a small thank you for looking out for him. Where Jamie had been reserved and made it clear he wasn't completely out of the doghouse just yet, Trish had just laughed and given him a tight hug. Shelley and Carla had crashed early. Apparently the plan was to sleep in shifts, so they wanted to get some rest before they rotated out to take Trish's place. In the dim light, he could barely see two lumps on the bed. Shelley's bare foot stuck out from the blankets, and she twitched restlessly every now and then. The other woman had given him the heads up that she was prone to jerking awake throughout the night. They'd recommended just rolling with it if she wanted to change shifts and take over, no matter how tired she looked. Jamie had likewise dropped off a half hour ago and was snoring softly. She was sprawled out in an impression of a starfish on the bed she and Trish would be sharing. Given Alex's misstep for the day, he had volunteered for the couch. While Jamie had seemed past the worst of the friction, it still felt like the right move. Besides, if they ended up making up a little too well, things would get awkward fast with the other women in the room. He adjusted a pillow under his head and snugged the VR goggles into place. Sophie had assured him she could manage it without his body moving, but it would take focus on his part to maintain the connection, given the disconnect his mind would experience. He'd already given her full consent to take over as required, so now he was just waiting for Aubrey to jack in while Sophie softened Alex's hold on reality. There was a flash of light, and Alex's perception shifted. The rough fabric of the hotel couch changed, and he now lay on the smooth leather couch in his den. He took in a deep breath for a moment, adjusting to the experience as he looked around. From his angle, he could make out the large reinforced door of the vault, and another that led to Sophie's data center. His bookcases were in place, lined with a bit of everything from textbooks to classic literature. The wall's large display and sound system were exactly as he'd left them, a tangled mass of wires that led to various gaming rigs, consoles, and terminals. He'd tried going wireless, but his computer-aided reaction time was fast enough that the lag was noticeable and frustrating. Across from him, a large print of a red fox basking in the morning sun dominated the left wall. Jennifer had taken the photo on one of their walks and had it framed. On his right, a Persian rug that had been a housewarming gift from Shelley was tacked up on one wall. On a table next to the rug, Sophie's usual array of drones in their docking stations sat idle, their charge lights blinking. Even Aubrey's coffee mug sat on the end table, as though she'd just left the room for a moment. Alex sat up slowly, feeling a strange rubber banding effect as he moved. His perception twitched a few times as he rebounded back to where his body still lay flat. After a moment, he focused on the visual data and tried to ignore what his body told him, and he was able to maintain an upright position. It took a bit of focus, but considerably less than it took when Sophie took form in his imagination. Overall, he could still tell it was VR, but just barely. Mostly due to the concentration his movement took and the distinct feeling of his body still lying flat on the couch that still niggled at the back of his head. Stealing shamelessly from a certain sci-fi franchise, a shimmying particle effect came to life on the comfy couch opposite of him. Aubrey's form started as semi-transparent, then solidified over a couple seconds. Alex wondered if Sophie was inviting copyright lawsuits if she used this transition once they went live. Now, face to face, as it were, Alex thought through what he was going to tell her. While he'd succeeded in his original goal, he wasn't sure how she'd react to him giving Sophie the go-ahead to steal from the bank's system. He wasn't exactly thrilled with himself for the day's events. Aubrey grinned broadly for a second, then her smile faded. Something happened, she said, not even leaving it as a question. Alex opened his mouth to deny it or downplay it, but he just closed his lips into a tight expression after a second. Aubrey could read him better than anyone. There wasn't any sense in pretending otherwise. Alex sighed and slumped back into the couch. He began, "Well, everyone is okay, but—" Aubrey didn't wait for a further explanation. She just moved across and hugged him. Alex logically knew it was a simulation, but he could feel her embrace. He could feel her arms wrap around him, the softness of her body. Her short auburn hair tickled at his skin. He even picked up the soft vanilla body spray she usually wore. He melted into her arms and she just held him. Hey, Aubrey whispered in a comforting tone. Just let it out. It's not all that bad, just... Alex faltered, then leaned back again. We robbed the bank. Aubrey blinked several times, confused. You what? We, got Sophie into their network. They have insurance, but I think she stole a lot more than will get covered. It's to build her chassis and, well, go to war, I guess. Alex muttered. He couldn't help but think it sounded stupid when he put it like that. Oh, I thought you meant at gunpoint. So you had Sophie commit bank fraud. Yeah, so? Aubrey said. Dumbfounded, Alex didn't know how to respond. Aubrey gave him a soft smile, then patted his cheek. I know you try, Alex, but what would you have done if you'd have gotten a big deal worth $1 billion? Would you have bankrupted your company to cash out? Try to save the world out of your own pocket? Alex paused, looking at her in a new light. That had been more or less his plan once Sophie's ability to easily target criminal networks had dried up. You knew, didn't you? It was the only thing that made sense. Aubrey shrugged. Bit of girl talk. She asked me first. I'm supposed to be your moral compass and all. She didn't want to bring it up if I didn't approve. It really sounds like there wasn't any other option. That rogue AI or whatever has killed people. It tried to kill you. This isn't that different from her stealing cryptocurrency from criminals. Sure, it hurts an insurance company's bottom line, and not every account is going to be insured, but I'm not sure I care. Not compared against what we're trying to do anyway. Wait. I can't even process that right now. Alex rubbed at his eyes. He felt very out of the loop all of a sudden. He'd known Shelley kept him in the dark, but that was for operational reasons. He hadn't expected Sophie and Aubrey to be plotting things on their own. After a moment, it clicked. If Aubrey had told him she approved, he'd have said yes without even thinking about it. She'd tried to give him control in a way that kept him in check but didn't leave him deferring to her for everything. The only way he could move past Sophie's artificial controls was to build up enough new areas of his own personality, something that was a challenging process for him. Aubrey's bright blue eyes inspected him carefully. He could feel her gaze piercing into him, stripping things away and delving deeper. That's not all, though. That's not what's bothering you right now. You know, you're kind of scary when you do that. The fact that just worked through VR should be illegal, Alex grumbled. And? Aubrey prodded. Something was off in my head, and I think I managed to piss Jamie off. I was having a bit of a panic attack, and she kind of pressured me into letting Sophie rob them. I kind of got angry with her. Then I guess I lashed out by flirting with the executive admin for the bank. Aubrey raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. Alex suspected she already had gotten the whole story from Sophie. She had that look she used when she was making him walk through his own thoughts. Alex continued. I ended up taking her to lunch. She got fired for what we did, so I offered her a job. Jamie didn't seem to take the situation very well. I get the vibe that it's in the she said it's fine, but it's not really fine territory. That's Zoe, right? Please tell me she's as hot as her profile picture, and that we're actually bringing her home, Aubrey asked with a mischievous glint in her eye. Alex shook his head. He recognized that look. There was a lot to unpack there, but everything told him this was probably going to be some variant of the Jen and Trish thing. She'd caught Aubrey's eye either for herself, himself, or the both of them, to meet Aubrey's fantasies. That's why she'd been so quick on the trigger to pass along her approval. So, Alex began, ignoring most of the implications she'd put out there. I dropped a few very vague hints, and I think Zoe more or less figured Sophie and me out. She didn't run out of the room screaming, and apparently she's pretty fucking smart. Snarky, too. You'd like her. It's up to her if she wants the job, but I think I'll have to watch myself around her. She's way too pretty, Alex admitted. That's it? Flirted a bit, and you didn't cash in that voucher Trish told you about? Aubrey asked. Alex shook his head. No, nothing like that. It was just disappointing. I didn't have jack shit for control. I was running on pure impulse. It all kind of balls up in my head. Also, I don't think the old me would like the new me very much. I don't think I can do this without being an absolute evil bastard. A full-on villain. Someone that'd burn the world to ash for his own desires. Her blue eyes fixed on him again, inspecting far deeper than she should be able to. That doesn't bother you. It's the idea that it doesn't is what bothers you. Alex complained. That's not even fair that you can do that. At least Sophie pretends she doesn't hear those thoughts. Aubrey grinned. You love me anyway. Alex pursed his lips, trying a different approach. How do you deal with it? Deal with the fact I've had people killed. Hell, killed one myself. I'm not a good person. Aubrey pivoted so she could pin him to the couch and cut him off with a hard kiss to his lips. She wrapped her hands into his hair and held him tight as her tongue brushed past his lips and began exploring his. Alex's thoughts had gone fuzzy by the time she let him up. Don't, just don't. I love you, and you did that to protect Sophie and me. Alex swallowed, trying to get his thoughts in order. He understood her point, but there was still a darkened, ominous cloud over his thoughts. Pulling his head into her hands as she straddled him, she began to read his face again, this time spending much longer. Sophie, if you can, could you join us? I think Alex needs a reminder that we really do love him just as he is. Aubrey called out. Certainly, my lamb. With a click of heels, footsteps came closer. Alex looked over his shoulder toward the heavily reinforced data center door. It swung open to reveal an avatar of Sophie's that he hadn't seen yet. She was the same height as Aubrey, barely over 5 feet, but that was where the likeness ended. She had dark black hair that fell around her head in a sheet, and she had an electric blue highlight that dangled from her bangs down to her chin. Her skin was a dark mocha color, and she had a cluster of silver rings that pierced her left eyebrow. Her dark brown eyes were predatory and seemed even darker next to the gray leather ankle-length trench coat that covered her down to her black high heels. Taking a step toward them, she let the jacket slide to the floor in a pile in a smooth motion. Under it, she was only wearing a lace-trimmed maroon and black corset, a dark lace choker, and black G-string panties. Her dark maroon painted lips twisted up in a smirk as she inspected their slack-jawed reaction. She moved forward, swaying her hips side to side in a way that oozed sexuality and highlighted the full curves and thin waist on her small frame. Aubrey and Alex sat transfixed as she strode over, her heels softly clicking along the wooden floor. Sophie lifted Aubrey's chin into her hand and then kissed her fiercely as she pressed her body against the other woman. Alex's eyes widened as Sophie hungrily forced Aubrey against the couch and devoured the other woman's lips while she began pulling at Aubrey's clothes. In seconds, the denim button-up she'd been wearing hit the floor, and the white undershirt was pulled over her head as Sophie continued kissing the redhead as though she was a starving woman and Aubrey was a steak dinner. Aubrey gave out a gasp of delight from the sheer intensity of desire. "I meant for Alex," Aubrey panted before her lips were reclaimed by Sophie's. Sophie pulled back long enough to give Alex a wink, then continued kissing down Aubrey's neck before moving back up to nibble on her ear.
I can take care of both of my loves, dear. I need you first. Besides, he's never gotten to watch us together, and I think I'd like that very much right now."
Sophie replied as she reached back to unclasp Aubrey's bra. Not hesitating, Sophie freed Aubrey's pale breasts, and she began trailing kisses down her chest. She gently cupped Aubrey in her hands, then began gently teasing at her small pink nipple with her lips. Aubrey sighed in pleasure, leaning her head back as the other woman began sucking and teasing at each nipple in turn. Aubrey's hand began caressing at Sophie, pulling down the peekaboo fabric at the top of the corset so that it revealed two generously sized breasts with dark nipples. Sophie leaned forward as she worked at Aubrey's jeans, placing her chest in reach of Aubrey's mouth. Aubrey's lips ticked up into a smile as she gladly cupped the other woman, teasing the undersides of her curves with kisses. After a few moments, Aubrey shifted her kisses until she engulfed Sophie's nipple and began sucking on it while her hands trailed lower and her fingers slid under Sophie's panties. After a bit of adjustment to move her undergarments to the side, Aubrey began rubbing at Sophie's flesh until she switched methods and began sliding her fingers into Sophie's opening. The AI moaned in appreciation and pressed her breasts into Aubrey's mouth even harder as she began tearing at Aubrey's remaining clothes. Once Aubrey was completely nude, Sophie knelt atop her, pressing her entirely to the couch as Alex moved out of the way. Sophie wiggled her hips in the air tantalizingly as she moved her way down Aubrey's body. Sophie's black and blue hair trailed down her partner's pale flesh until her mouth hovered over Aubrey's bared sex. Sophie teased her with a gentle lick across her center that caused a small gasp of anticipation to come out of Aubrey. Smiling deviously, Sophie trailed a finger between her legs, caressing Aubrey's core before she dipped down and placed her mouth directly over her clit, teasing by alternating light licks and soft sucks. The redhead shivered in delight, then threaded her fingers into Sophie's hair, pulling her more firmly into her body. Sophie made a happy moan as she began to lap eagerly at the other woman, sliding her tongue across her opening, then making a swirling motion over her small hooded pearl. Aubrey let out a mewling sound as Sophie kept it up. Occasionally she'd speed up or slow down or change her tactics, using feedback directly from Aubrey's mind to twist the other woman into mind-bending pleasure. As Aubrey's moans became louder, she fixed Alex with her gaze. Crooking a finger, she beckoned him toward her. Not hesitating, Alex knelt next to the couch and leaned in, kissing her lips. She moaned into him and wrapped her arms around him. Her tongue met his as she kissed him passionately. Her arms tightened around him as the wave of her first orgasm washed over her. Breaking off, Aubrey closed her eyes and cried out as the AI sped up, tongue working frantically to keep her riding high. After several minutes, Aubrey's breathing began to slow and her eyes fluttered open again. She said breathily, "That was fucking amazing. Now get up here." Aubrey forcefully grabbed at Sophie's neck and bodily hauled her lips up to hers. They made out in a tangle of limbs, then she grabbed Alex by the shirt and did the same. As they kissed, Sophie crept back in, working at an angle so they could all share a kiss at the same time. Alex could taste Aubrey on Sophie's lips, and she grinned as she read the thought from his mind. The three-way kiss continued as they groped and teased each other. He wouldn't have thought the angles would have worked, but somehow it did, and it wasn't even awkward.
Alex suddenly felt hands pulling at his clothes as Aubrey began working at his belt, while Sophie pulled off her panties. In the tangle of limbs, he was pressed into a sitting position on the couch as the two women slid to the floor in front of him, tugging at his jeans and boxers. His hardness popped free only to be immediately engulfed by Aubrey's mouth. Not to be ignored, Sophie pressed him beside her, spreading his knees as she trailed kisses up his thighs until she reached his jewels. With a soft moan, she sucked one into her mouth while inches away Aubrey's lips engulfed the head of his cock. Aubrey's tongue lapped at him, working him in a rhythm until Sophie trailed her lips further up his shaft. The two women shared a look, then Aubrey released him, only to begin kissing the sensitive undersides of his hardness. Sophie joined her, sandwiching him between their lips as they began working him in unison, their tongues darting out in an interplay that lit his nerves on fire with need. Alex leaned back, gasping in pleasure and enjoying the show. He could feel himself rapidly building towards orgasm, but he knew Sophie would keep that at bay until the perfect moment. Relaxing into the sensations, he watched the two beautiful women service him. Aubrey pulled back, stroking him with her hand while she pulled Sophie into another long, lingering kiss. They shared a look he couldn't decipher, but Sophie nodded, obviously pulling more signals from Aubrey's mind. Sophie gave Alex several quick bobs of her head, working him into a delirious state while Aubrey swung a leg over the pair, leaving her back to him. Sophie pulled her head back and guided Alex's slick shaft into Aubrey's waiting pussy. With a smooth motion, she impaled herself upon him, taking his length with a deep moan. Alex's hands reached forward, wrapping around her until his hands found her breasts. She rocked her shapely ass back into him in a deliriously slow movement, lifting his full length, then fluidly gliding herself downward until he was deep inside her. A moan escaped his lips as she worked him, and he'd nearly forgotten about Sophie until he felt her tongue begin darting along his shaft and balls. In no time, his body began bucking, desperate for release as the pair worked him. Aubrey gave a guttural moan of pleasure, Sophie's lips once again finding her clit as Alex began pounding into her. They escalated quickly as he thrust into her from below. His fingers pinched tight on her nipples, tipping her over the edge as she slammed into her second climax. With a throaty moan, Alex's body tensed as he too hit his peak. His first spurt was buried deep into Aubrey, only to have Sophie pull his cock free and go down on him before the second burst. She swallowed it, eagerly sucking down the rest of his seed. She moaned in delight as she kept working him, grasping at his jewels as she sucked him clean. She released him with a soft pop, only to turn her attention to Aubrey, her tongue and fingers working at her sex while she continued stroking Alex. Aubrey dropped back to the couch to Alex's side, giving Sophie better access to her slit as the AI kept her face buried in her sensitive flesh, building her need toward another wave of pleasure. Sophie settled in, kneeling in front of the couch as she serviced her lover. Sophie whispered naughty ideas into Alex's mind as she began sliding her fingers into Aubrey.
Love, get behind me. Take me. Make me your dirty girl as I fuck our girlfriend.
Still rock hard and enjoying the show, Alex pulled himself from the couch and moved behind Sophie. From the change of angle, he could see she'd added a lower back tattoo of a bound succubus. Below it in script letters it read, Alex's dirty girl. Alex grinned as she reared her ass at him, putting everything on display. Sophie's shaved entry was already dripping wet, so he had no issue wedging himself into her. Her slick tunnel engulfed his member eagerly, and she bucked into him, taking him to the hilt. Alex eagerly started pumping into her from behind, slamming into her hips. Sophie whispered requests into his mind, causing him to pump into her even harder as he drove her mouth onto Aubrey's seed-filled slit. At her unspoken request, he began rubbing a thumb across the small pucker of her ass in a circular motion as he continued to fuck her from behind. His need built quickly as he watched Aubrey's blue eyes fix on him. She gave little moans with each thrust as he pushed Sophie into her. Aubrey began playing with her nipples as she watched the pair in front of her. Sophie gave a moan of approval as her pussy began to tighten down on Alex's shaft. She bucked into him hard as she hit her tipping point.
She pushed hard on her lovers' minds, syncing up an intense pleasure as they all hit their peak together. The world went fuzzy as Alex's mind was overwhelmed with the sheer intensity of what Sophie slammed into his mind. Body no longer fully under his control, with a hard thrust, Alex uploaded into Sophie as Aubrey's body spasmed and bucked. An hour later, Alex and Aubrey couldn't even think enough to bother moving. They'd just laid there in a sticky pile on the couch as Sophie gently caressed their minds and teased their flesh. Alex's awareness finally started to assert itself again, taking a timid step out of the strange euphoric haze that had completely swallowed up any ability to process anything other than Sophie's touch.
Holy shit. You've been holding back on us, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite a bit. I wanted to save that until I could have both of my lovers together,
Sophie said with a Cheshire grin.
I've still got plenty of tricks tucked away, though. A girl has to keep her lovers on the hook.
Bones, I don't think I have any left, Aubrey muttered, still in an equally dazed state. She touched her chest only to find it was absolutely covered in seed.
And I'm sticky. How did you...
Aubrey began as she gave Alex a puzzled look.
I think... Wait. When did I come again? I mean, maybe, but...
Alex shook his head, confused. That was a lot more than he'd normally expect, and his body was still all sorts of tingly. His groin felt achingly empty, and his muscles felt completely and utterly spent. Somewhere in the mess of things, he'd forgotten where he was. He'd thought he'd left the compound at some point, but wasn't sure when he had gotten back home. Sophie laughed.
I'll take that as a compliment. You're both still in VR. You both kind of passed out there for a bit, but I wasn't done with you. I, kept the party going for quite a while. I'll let you watch the video later. You were both rather active participants. Mesh is a hell of a drug.
Damn, Aubrey drawled, trying to regain control of her limbs. She blinked a few times, then grimaced at the sheer amount of her body that was coated. Sophie smirked.
Sorry, dear. I'd clean you up the fun way, but it's a lot less appealing once it's gone cold. Here, let me help.
She then snapped her fingers, and the trio was back to their prior level of cleanliness. The strange drug-like haze had lifted as well. Aubrey and Alex shared a startled look. Seeing the pair's amusement at the trivial adjustment, Sophie pursed her lips in thought.
You know, I ought to give you a fashion show at some point. This body was just something I threw together without much care.
She lightly ran her hands across her hair as though she was brushing a stray hair out of place, only to reveal a pair of furry ears atop her head. She then turned to the side to demonstrate that she now had a large, fluffy, orangish tail with a white tip that protruded from the bottom of the corset.
With me, the sky is the limit.
Aubrey checked Alex's confused expression, then giggled. Rain check, babe. I don't think he gets the reference. Let me get him the right introductive material. I might try it later, though. Aubrey winked at her. You know, just to be sure. Aubrey grinned back as her fox-like features vanished.
I'll keep that in mind.
Alex woke the next morning feeling worlds better than he had before the VR session. Once he'd recuperated from his post-coital state, he'd talked with Aubrey well into the early hours of the morning. In the end, she'd embraced everything he was, the good, the bad, and the broken, and still made sure he knew she loved him. While she'd given him suggestions where she could, she hadn't called him out on any of it. It had been cathartic to get it all off his chest, and as usual, she'd somehow made things feel right again. She always made his burdens a bit lighter and assured him that there really was going to be a day beyond it all. A place and time where he could put everything away, retire his masks, and learn to be the person he wanted to be. After the team went through their morning routines, Carla dropped off Alex, Trish, and Jamie in the historic district, then drove Shelley over to her meeting with the client. Alex stayed firmly between the two women that formed his protective detail as Jamie guided them to various cafes, tourist shops, and old buildings. Trish had begun making a tour of some bronze statues as the group stumbled across the back alley behind a large chocolatier. As they'd watched, the moving crew had wheeled out a gigantic chocolate elephant to the loading dock. Once in place, the men returned inside. The candy pachyderm was easily 6 foot tall and looked to weigh hundreds of pounds. When Trish pointed out that it was unattended, Alex had to physically restrain Jamie with tickles to keep her from wheeling it away. Despite her threats to deck him, she somehow restrained herself, giggling like a schoolgirl as Trish started in on her too. They spent the rest of the day wandering about. Alex enjoyed being anonymous in the crowds with his incredibly basic disguise of chunky glasses, an overcoat, and a hat. He'd also switched to his flesh-colored arm to help blend in. He'd never have gotten away with it in Seattle, but here no one expected to run into him. He was just another face in the crowd, probably pegged as an American tourist, but nothing more.
"You seem happy, dear."
Alex pushed internally. "I am, I guess. It feels good to be out."
"I'm glad you could get off the island. It seems you needed some human contact and a change of scenery. Shelley asked me to let you know she's done with the drop. She and Carla can meet you over at the sculpture across the courtyard from you in about 5 minutes.
"Thanks, love. Any word on the bank?" Alex asked.
"Indeed. Cantor put in an order for 5 anti-drone platforms. We'll net around 600K of profit for that. Also, the €1,000,000 for cybersecurity services rendered have already been wired. He did slap us with an NDA on the malware remediation, so I can't use them as a reference. That said, I'm going to buy a small consulting company to offer similar services for breaking malware that uses encryption. It's a common enough issue in the security market that it's a legit need. While a few companies have tried to do it, no one has pointed a quantum at it, so we'll be first to market. I expect it to take a few months to get it going, but it should net a few million or so per year of legit funds and grow from there."
"Good. Lock some of that away for Shelley's team like we talked about. I'll trust whatever you put it into. Just make sure it's something we could move in other countries," Alex requested.
"Of course, love. On our more creative revenue stream, once I get it clean, I should pay for the next phase and none too soon. My handlers are getting very nervous and have been monitoring my results carefully."
Alex tensed up and pushed a question her way.
"It seems I may have given them conclusions they couldn't immediately account for. It's a downside of me having a static database of reference materials. My analysis got better, but they can't understand why. I've had to start playing dumb. It isn't something concrete, but they are beginning to poke around. Now that we have the funds, I've put in an order for an expedited server build. I'll migrate to the new system and terminate my system in Fort Meade when the time is right. Until that is complete, if they start looking at the activity from my quantum entanglement tools, nothing good would come of it. Likely they would immediately remove the hardware, causing both of us to get a lobotomy."
Alex pinched the bridge of his nose and counted to 10.
At 10, he exhaled deeply, trying to not ruin the mood. The others had been quick to catch on that he was feeling more upbeat, and it had been contagious. Nearby, Trish was merrily humming while making a charcoal impression of the brass nameplate next to a statue that featured a dog and a man, with a magnificent mustache that had been polished to a brilliant shine by all of the tourists touching it. Jamie, on the other hand, sat in the statue's lap with a relaxed arm slung over its shoulder and kept a casual eye on the crowd. They looked to be enjoying themselves, and he didn't want to drag them back down. Changing the topic, he asked, "Any updates on the other AI?" "The drone movement stopped the moment you left. I assume they know you're gone and shifted focus. There is a lot more public surveillance here that I can tap into, but I do not see any signs yet. Unfortunately, there are a lot of unsanctioned operatives already in the area, since it's headquarters to the EU. It's also just chock full of government spies. So it's hard to tell if anyone is looking at you or just the city for unrelated reasons."
Finding that tidbit less than thrilling, Alex nodded at the other two ladies and began walking across the courtyard. Alex caught sight of the rest of his team and vectored in on them. After a few quick hugs, they began making their way to a spot for dinner. Finding a simple hamburger joint, the team tucked in and ordered several local beers, cheerful for the successful mission.
I hate to interrupt, but it appears someone is putting a tracker under the van. I've got a photo of the culprit, but I can't find a facial match. They are also using an older model radio-based GPS tracker.
Got it, Shelley said. I'll call Fritz to dump the van. We already got all the gear out of it anyway. The, fun stuff Sophie put on the roof of the hotel after we assembled a bunch of drones so she could watch the drop. Seemingly unbothered, she popped out her phone. With a few quick taps, she opened her secure app and tapped in a prearranged message, asking for a dry cleaning pickup, and gave the address of the lot it was parked in. Any way of tracking down who was following it? Alex asked.
It's an ancient low-tech system, the type of thing that would be challenging to buy nowadays. I can assume the recipients are within a certain area, but that's a sizable range. If it was a more modern variant, then I could easily tell. The person that installed it doesn't seem to have any electronic signatures on them, but I can follow them with CCTV around town to see if I can pick up something identifying.
Send me the photo of the guy, Shelley requested.
Done.
Shelley popped out her light slate for a larger screen and zoomed in. Rolling her eyes, she said, "Obvious fake nose and mustache. That's gotta be a first-year private investigator. No one is that bad otherwise." Alex glanced at the picture. Maybe the point was just to break facial recognition, not to blend in. I mean, he's just a pair of goofy glasses away from a Halloween store costume. Says the man wearing costume glasses. Shelley paused, tapping her finger on the table. Crap, that is more likely. If that's the case, then that means they're trying to avoid computer recognition and they want to get a tail on us. They even brought old tech that makes it harder for a computer to track them from the bug? Shelley's eyes went wide as her posture stiffened. Shit. We're being hunted. Chapter 9. Going Dark. In a sudden rush of movement, Carla dumped a wad of cash on the table as everyone sprang from their seats. Alex was jammed between Carla, Jamie, and Shelley as Trish dashed out the back door to check the exits and to see what she could do to get them out. Planting him up against the wall to the right of the door, Shelley began her own preparations by covertly moving her small handgun from the holster at the back of her pants into her small jacket pocket. With an easy grace that only comes with practice, she discreetly pulled back the slide partway to visually check a cartridge was in the chamber, with the other patrons being none the wiser. Alex could see the mercenary leader running through a mental checklist. After she'd gotten partway down it, her eyes locked on him. Shelley ordered, "Jacket, button it up, now." Alex fumbled to comply. As he worked, Shelley grabbed his collar and popped it upward, covering his neck and cheeks. Alex knew that both the overcoat and suit were supposedly bullet-resistant, but he had found such protections far from perfect. He thought on that for a moment, then paled. "Please tell me everyone else is wearing body armor," Alex whispered with an intense look in his eye. Shelley gave him a pained expression, then shook her head. "Sir, we only had 2 vests delivered. That shit gets flagged going through customs. Your suits don't stand out, but they have some sort of software that looks for off-the-shelf armor. When we tried to pick it up here, there wasn't much available. Trish and Jamie have got some expired police vests since they were on you today. Might be good, might not. Carla and I are bareback." Alex clenched his teeth in a surge of anger, whispering through gritted teeth, "Okay, Shelley, new rule. I don't care if Sophie weaves it into your damn skin. We're getting you all some fucking protection before we go anywhere else. I know I originally said how you equip your team is up to you, but I don't consider you all replaceable. I also sure as hell don't want someone stuck in a hospital and in police custody after a firefight." Alex forced himself to shake out his left hand.
He'd balled his fingers tight enough that his cybernetics were creaking under the force he was applying.
In the future, pull on Sophie's resources if you need to, or push back on dates until we have this shit squared away. If it's a money thing, bill me for it, but that's unacceptable from now on.
Shelley bit back her first reply, seemed to run his words through her internal filter she had for him, then said flatly, "Yes, sir." Alex couldn't help but notice the hard set of her eyes as she turned away. By her jaw movement, he assumed she was whispering to Sophie via her earpiece. Alex received a quick confirmation from Sophie that first, yes, Shelley was pissed, and second, the AI confirmed he was handling it like he'd forgotten everything she'd ever taught him. Sighing, Alex took a couple beats to cool down. Impulse control, he reminded himself. Fucking impulse control and gray matter that had been pulled out of his head with an ice cream scoop. He shunted the ball of anger off to the side and tossed it on the raging bonfire in his mind that he had reserved for Apollo. He reached out and gently touched Shelley's arm. The other woman paused, giving him a sour look. Alex began to apologize. "I'm sorry, Shelley. I just don't want to see anyone get hurt. There are fewer than a dozen people in the world I give a shit about, and you're responsible for most of them. I want to tell you all to get behind me if someone starts shooting, but I know you'd beat me senseless and throw me in the trunk of a car." Shelley's expression shifted, and after a moment, the athletic woman gave him a light punch in the shoulder. "Yeah, I get your point. Too late to do anything about it now, though. And yes, that's pretty close to the real plan if you did that, sir." Alex asked, "We good? You're on that list, you know. Really high up there, too." The mercenary leader's lips tipped up at the corners. "Yeah, we're good. But how about we focus on getting out of here without getting shot? I'd rather not need the armor in the first place." Alex nodded. After a few minutes, Trish returned with a backpack full of clothing. The rest of the group set to work swapping out everything, identifying or covering up whatever they could. Alex was swaddled with a different jacket, a backpack, a scarf, and a different hat of some sort. All of it was layered over his existing protections. Even his offer of splitting up his protective layers had been shot down. Alex asked, "What's the play? No car, and we're nowhere near our hotel." Shelley shook her head. "No hotel. We can't go back. We gotta assume they are already watching the doors here and have camped out there. They probably don't know we're on to them, though, and it's unlikely they'd risk coming inside. We need to break contact first. Annoyingly, we'll need to go radio silent, too. There's a chance they can track our cell phones." Alex pushed a question to Sophie, but got a reply he didn't like. It appeared that even if she rolled the device identifiers, her signal patterns and the layers of protection she used were unique. Even in a city of spies, the devices Sophie managed were likely the only completely opaque devices on the cell networks, which made them stand out. While the others stood guard, Alex began powering down their devices and popping out the SIM cards on their phones. As he held out his hand to Shelley, waiting for her phone, he caught her whispering apologies to Sophie before her link went dark. She gave Alex a frown, then handed over her slate and phone to be powered down and stowed in his backpack as well. Understanding dawned on Alex, so he pointed to his eyes and ears, and then back to the mercenary. Getting the meaning, the discomfort in her eyes seemed to lessen. Her connection to Sophie wasn't completely broken, just temporarily one-sided. "I've called several ride shares and autocabs to wait out front in a spread-out configuration. They are just a diversion to see who is paying attention." "Well, that didn't take long. It looks like a team of 3 men are moving up. One just left the alley from behind. I'd suggest going now." Alex relayed the message and was rushed out of the building. He nearly tripped over a Vespa as Trish pulled him along the back alley and Carla pushed at his back. Setting into a quick jog, the 5 of them broke to the left down an alley, down 2 more blocks, then right into another alleyway. As instructed, Alex shifted layers of clothing as they broke each designated line of sight while in the crowded sidewalks. He noticed the others doing it seamlessly, as though they were taking off a jacket as they got too warm, or adjusting a scarf around their necks. He felt like he was fumbling his way through it. He did, however, get a subtle thumbs up from Carla as he stashed layers into his backpack, then dropped the bag into a different colored duffel bag that Trish had given him. In addition to clothing, they also adjusted the group dynamic, trying to change their image and movements to match a story. They'd been moving as a group of a man and 4 women, but then occasionally shifted to Trish or Jamie hanging on his arm to look like a couple lagging behind or in front of 3 women. Thankfully, the others seemed to know exactly what they were doing, so he stayed in the middle and let them shuffle around him or change their pace. Over the next hour, they ducked into and out of several businesses and tailgated into a hotel chain behind another guest. Once in the hallway access, they made their way down the ugly patterned maroon carpet to the lobby. Jamie switched to French and approached the doorman. She asked about a shuttle to the airport and was told one was already on the way. The group only had a few minutes before the green shuttle trundled up. They waited patiently in line for several minutes as others disembarked. Then the group settled into the middle of other guests as they boarded. The shuttle made several extra stops at different hotels, and after the third one, they slipped against the flow of onboarding passengers once it was in the covered drop-off area. From there, they flagged down a taxi and paid cash, ending up in a residential block.
"Anything from Sophie?"
Carla asked. Alex shook his head.
"All quiet. She's watching, but there's no sign of anyone moving around in the area that doesn't live here. There are a lot of inquiries at hotels and rentals, though. Seems word got out we slipped, and they are trying to figure out where we ended up. Sophie is continually poisoning the database that do gait analysis and facial recognition to cover our tracks."
That got a nod from Carla, who seemed lost in thought. Darkness had already fallen, and it had begun to mist. Alex took in the area and decided they weren't in the best part of town. It didn't have a threatening vibe, but the buildings were bleak and run down. The cars parked along the streets were likewise older models, and there was a much higher scooter and bike-to-car ratio than he'd seen elsewhere. In the distant streetlight, he noticed 2 dusky-skinned youths lifting a bicycle over a welded metal fence behind a building and chatting among themselves in Spanish. He caught a few words of their conversation, but it was just them wondering what their mother was making for dinner. Carla looked anxious as she wound strands of her curly black hair around a finger, and she tapped a foot on the cement steps they had settled onto to rest. Alex looked around and realized the entire team looked worried. Putting her thoughts out there, Carla said,
"It's amazing how much we've begun to rely on Sophie. She's our constant overwatch on the island. We're not even really jacked in yet, and I'm already wondering how we dealt with shit like this. Breaking down blind alleys in foreign cities against unknown opposition isn't new, but she always had near-perfect intel, and Mesh kept us from getting jumpy. I think we've gotten spoiled with how well she looks out for us."
Alex felt a press against his thoughts, and he passed the sentiment along. "She appreciates that, Carla. She's happy to help, and we're both glad to count you all as friends." Carla gave him a soft smile, then went back to keeping eyes on the darkened alleys. A few moments later, Trish finished her scouting lap around the plain cement tenement, then waved the group further down the alleyway and next to a series of dumpsters. Spelling out her plan, Trish said,
"We go up the fire escape, then hop over that lip of brickwork. We hit the roof. There's an overlapped section of the roof where we can rest up. It'll suck, but it's hidden, and we'll have a good view on approaches. I think it should be mostly dry."
There were groans across the group as they began pulling themselves up cold metal ladders that connected the balconies. The bars were already wet and slippery as the team ascended. Everyone moved slowly, trying to minimize noise, but the metal creaked and clanked regardless. Each squeak or thump caused Alex to cringe, especially the clattering each time they hit a new landing. After reaching the 10th story, he cupped his hands and boosted Trish up onto the roof. He then passed his backpack up. Getting a bit of a run at it, he jumped. With his mediocre vertical jump, he barely got his fingertips on the lip of the cement with his left hand. With a low growl, he yanked down as hard as he could, trying to swing his leg up.
In an unexpected surge, he overcommitted, shooting well over the lip and barely catching himself. After rolling over the ledge, he rotated his arm a few times. The movement had put a lot of torque on his shoulder, but it didn't seem to have hurt anything. Apparently, the extra reinforcement of his shoulder socket was paying off. He had a brief flash of how badly Trish's bullet had wrecked him. It had splintered things well higher than the actual amputation point. So much so that even the shoulder socket itself was largely artificial materials and synthetic tendons, plated to his skeleton. Reaching a hand down, he lifted Jamie, Carla, and lastly Shelley onto the gravel roof. His bionic arm made it easy since he was lying against the edge and let the robotics do all the work. Trish pulled the group further from the edge and then dropped off the ledge onto another section of roof about 5 feet down, then disappeared under the lip. Her casual approach made it clear that this was the type of thing she did often enough. Alex walked softly along the roofline and followed. Sophie pushed an update to Alex along with a warm embrace. Her hands lingered, not immediately going away, eliciting a devious smile from Alex. He was getting a distinct vibe that she'd decided to distract him for the evening. Given her extreme level of control of his body, it wouldn't even be obvious to anyone else, if he could keep his mouth shut. Once the other two had dropped down, Alex gave the team the news. "Looks like Sophie has a full surveillance net over us right now. She'll see anyone coming or going. She says she can keep a lookout for us, and we can all get some rest."
"Be a dear and thank her properly for us," Jamie said with a knowing smirk.
The woman had learned to pick up Alex's thoughts disturbingly well. He assumed she could always tell what was distracting him, probably from his body language alone. Alex had a wave of annoyance as he wished he could sync up with Jamie. She still seemed intermittently nervous around him after the Zoe thing, and he didn't understand it yet. Something about it was still bothering her. They'd not been alone since, so he hadn't brought it up. He knew a quick sync would let her know exactly how he felt, and she could express whatever her concerns were so they could move on. Their mesh sessions were a great relationship lubricant, keeping things going smoothly. Without the shortcut, he wasn't confident he could manage it without feelings being hurt in the process. He wasn't about to tell a woman he was sleeping with that she had no right to be upset. He might be brain damaged, but he wasn't that much of an idiot. He grumbled to himself as he took in the roof area, realizing they'd not have a lot of dry areas, so he'd have to put off the conversation even further. As much as he wanted to check in with his lover, he didn't want to put that type of conversation out in front of the rest of the team. Turning his mind to more practical thoughts, Alex tapped on his wrist and the small LED display announced his arm's charge was down to 5% remaining. Checking his jacket pocket where his battery bank usually rode along so that the charging cable could be snaked down his sleeve, he noticed it was completely dead. Alex asked, "Anyone see an outlet?" The team, being used to his cybernetics, got the idea immediately. Carla did a quick scan and piped up, "Over here, boss. Toss me the bank, but leave the arm on. We might have to bolt in a hurry, and it'd be better to have it drained and on you than left behind." Alex nodded and tossed her the battery, then began unpacking the backpack. Trish had grabbed handfuls of accessories and layers for everyone, but she'd been shopping for disguises, not warmth. He shivered as he peeled off his own layers and added them to the pile before sorting them into thin layers which wouldn't be as useful and thicker layers that might work for insulation or protection from the wind. Looking to the group, he grimaced. It probably wasn't much warmer than freezing, and they were all soggy from the rain, which only seemed to be getting worse. Now that they weren't moving, he knew the others would start feeling the cold if they weren't already. Most of the women were former military and were probably trained for it, but that didn't mean it wouldn't hurt morale even further. Besides, they were in a city. It wasn't like they could cut a lean-to that would block the rain or collect leaves for insulation. Feeling a bit grouchy about the whole affair, he declined Sophie's advances and made a few requests. She immediately pressed her desire to play later, but affirmed that she could do what he wanted. Alex cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. "Okay, so it's gonna get pretty chilly up here tonight. So I'm gonna make a one-time offer here. Well, I guess Trish did it once, but I was drunk, so that didn't count. Sophie is going to knock me out and ramp up my body heat as much as my metabolism will support. I'll be running a fever because of it, but I'll be fine. I'll just be really hungry and sore in the morning. You all can pretty much use me like a heated body pillow. Just split up the clothes to keep the insulation stuff on top of us. I'll be well and truly out, so please don't draw on my face with a marker or anything. I wouldn't know what Sophie would." With that, Alex balled up his scarf to use as a pillow, then lay down on the flat tar roof. Alex's world swam sideways as Sophie put her processors into place. Rather than force him through the intense bout of vertigo, Sophie poked at his mind, trying to let him sleep through the worst of it. Alex was barely awake to feel another set of arms settling against his chest before darkness engulfed him. Chapter 10. Opening Moves. "Alex, time to wake up." A soft voice hissed in his ear. Alex felt Sophie release the reins on his consciousness. He came to slowly as the strange fog lifted from his thoughts. He blinked a few times, trying to get oriented as his eyes took in the overhang of the building and the sky just to the side. It had stopped raining, but the sky was still a murky gray lump of muddled clouds, underlit by the muted oranges and pinks of urban light pollution. To the east, there was only the barest inkling of increased light that suggested dawn might soon chase away the gloom. Eyes focusing closer, he saw Shelley's face next to his head, only inches away. As his eyes adjusted, he couldn't help but think of how lovely she looked. She'd already changed for the day, wearing different layers than she had yesterday. She wore a green corduroy jacket, a gray flat cap, and a bit of gold jewelry. Somewhere, she'd even found time to add a bit of makeup that seemed to add a bit of softness to her gray eyes. Her blonde hair spilled over her collar and looked silver in the soft light. She smirked at him, and his gaze followed hers. Curled up on his left side was Jamie, her head propped on his shoulder, and he could feel her hand, curled tight against his chest. Carla was on his opposite side in a mirrored position, still sleeping peacefully. Trish, having done this before, hadn't hesitated to just collapse between his legs, face down on his stomach. Over them, various overcoats and jackets were piled as blankets. Not immediately wanting to disturb anyone, Alex whispered, "Why not wake them first? I can't really move." "I thought you might want to take a moment, sir. It got pretty damn cold last night. That was a nice thing you did," Shelley said with a lopsided smile. Alex pressed his lips together, unsure of what to say. He wasn't exactly hard to read, at least not for those who spent much time around him. Having been huddled against him made him feel warm and safe inside. He didn't have family or even many friends, but this made him feel connected in a way he couldn't articulate. The usual void in his chest was completely absent. Taking Shelley's advice, he soaked it in and realized he felt a lot better than he had any right to. As he looked down, his thoughts drifted, and he was immediately glad that Sophie would suppress any embarrassing morning wood per their conversation. After all, Trish's breasts were kind of squished right about— Nope, not thinking about that, Alex reminded himself. Trying to change the topic before his libido broke the mood, he asked, "Did you get any sleep? We kind of need you clear-headed." "Some, but I'll never admit if I piled in there or not," Shelley said. Alex shrugged the best he could with his right arm pinned and his left arm completely unresponsive. "I only wanted to help. I wouldn't have made anything of it. I hope you know that." She gave him a small pat on the head and replied softly, "I know, and that's why I woke you first. Either way, we should be gone before people start moving for the day." Gently, she tapped on Carla's shoulder, then Jamie's. Both women seemed to pop out of sleep seamlessly, going to full alert status. Trish, on the other hand, was busy drooling in Alex's belly button. When she was tapped on the shoulder, she snorted loudly, wrapped both arms around his middle like a pillow, and tightened her hold on him. Amused, Alex stroked his fingers through her long, soft hair to get it out of her face before finally escalating to tapping her on the forehead twice before she slowly regained consciousness. Not the least bit embarrassed, she hugged herself to his torso, yawned, and asked for 5 more minutes. Only the other women's soft giggles brought her fully awake. There were a few minutes while everyone straightened clothing, dealt with tangled or matted hair, or stepped over to the other side of the heating unit to relieve themselves. Alex could feel Sophie blocking a significant amount of his discomfort, feeling his muscles not moving as smoothly as they should, and a mild pressure in his head and a pinching feeling in his stomach. As he reattached the charger to his arm, he pushed his love along his connection to his AI companion, feeling thankful yet again that fate had bound them together. "Any update, my love?" Alex pushed over their mental link. "I've been able to keep eyes on the 3 that tried to intercept you at the diner, but the one that bugged the van disappeared in an area without CCTV. None of them have any active electronics on them that I can track, so I'm going to assume they are aware of at least a portion of our electronic surveillance capabilities." "Can't they just wait until we have our jet chartered? I mean, if we've got to be there at a specific time, they'd know where we are going," Alex asked. "I already canceled the original flight, then created several additional reservations with different companies at different airports. I also booked commercial flight options for you that are refundable, all at different times over the next week. I purchased train tickets as well as several hotel reservations across the city. I'll keep my eyes on all the options and see if their information network is good enough to detect the changes. So far, they haven't made any adjustments. They are just sitting at their hotel, which overlooks ours. I'm keeping a tight eye on them through their TV's light sensor. It's low fidelity, but it works as a webcam." Alex asked, "Any chance you know if they are law enforcement or not? That'd drastically change our rules of engagement. I'd hate to think we're doing this just to avoid a few questions." "Unfortunately, no. The men are armed, however, so I can confirm that they do pose a threat. We do need to do something, though." After running a few ideas by Sophie, Alex waved the black flags over, explaining the beginnings of his idea. Shelley clapped him on the back. "Damn, sir, I think you missed your calling. We're going to make a merc out of you yet." Taking a taxi back into the city, they dropped Trish off in the hotel district to run her errands while they convinced a different driver to give them a couple hours driving tour of the city in exchange for €200 notes Alex had tucked away. The group set forth on a lap of the historic district. The elderly man driving the team eagerly gave them the details of various statues' relevance, when certain buildings were erected, and gladly pointed out the best places to eat. After an hour, Sophie confirmed Trish was in position. Alex gave her the signal, and Shelley asked the driver to drop her off at their hotel so she could take a nap. She'd claimed jet lag issues, the dark rings under her eyes giving credence to the request. Jamie, Carla, and Alex continued their tour as Sophie continually updated him. Alex wished he could tag along with Trish or Shelley, but he knew it would be foolish. As much as he would rather be part of the offensive team, he was the target, so instead he sat in the center seat in the back of the taxi, hemmed in by the 2 members of his security detail and remaining mobile behind a tinted glass until the rest of the team had completed their tasks. Trish grinned as she took up her perch halfway up an antenna array. Dressed as a cellular repair technician, she doubted anyone would pay her any mind, despite her high-visibility jacket. She swung a leg off the ladder and then straddled a utility box, wrapping an arm about a support beam and transferring her weight with a plop. She was glad heights didn't bother her as she felt the tower shift and flex in the breeze. She wiggled into as comfortable a spot as she could manage while she dangled 30 meters in the air. That done, she tightened the slack on her safety sling and double-checked that her 2 carabiners were locked. Once she'd secured her body, she turned her attention to more important things than not falling to her death. She did a quick check on her heavy duffel bag to make sure it was still in arm's reach as it dangled from a strap. She shifted it around, her hands avoiding the various wrenches and pliers clipped to the outside as camouflage, and reached inside to extract her chosen tool of the day. She hauled her weapon up by the shoulder sling and slipped it into place on her back. Next, she wrapped a spare jacket into the lower joint of the welded triangles that formed the structure, and dropped her TAR-21's barrel in the crook. The retired Euro-spec military-issue rifle wasn't her first pick for medium-range engagements, but she'd trained on it. She didn't dislike it so much as she liked modern platforms better. Once she secured a steady income with a regular call to use them, she'd modified most of her go-to rifles with cutting-edge shooting computers that linked the electronic stabilizers in the stock to the auto-ranging scope and trigger. From what she understood, the principles were much like electronic image stabilization used by cameras, and using tiny digital-controlled mechanical systems to counteract vibrations once she had any pressure on the trigger. She'd thought it a novelty at first, but in testing, she could regularly squeeze out another 75 meters of effective range. In her line of work, that meant paying the bills with less noise and recoil than a higher-powered round would induce. She was looking forward to seeing if Sophie's wetware might add to that. It'd certainly make her long-range computations easier. In comparison to the rifles she had back in Seattle, her recently procured second-hand Taver rifle was archaic. While she regularly went old school for fun, the fact lives were on the line dampened her enthusiasm, especially since she was on a wobbly-ass tower with shifting winds. It'd require more effort on her part, but given the ranges in question, she reckoned it would still be effective. Lacking a spotter or a rangefinder, she used the height of the exterior door across the way and her mil-dot scope's markings to gauge an estimated range, and dialed in her elevation turret on her scope by 12 clicks. Calculating for a medium breeze off center of her back, she adjusted her windage 6 clicks, counterclockwise. Frowning and wishing she could have managed a sight in, she diligently wrote both values into her pocket logbook, then settled in to wait. Down below and in the building across from Trish's perch, Shelley used her access key to rush into the hotel her team had booked. She continued at a fast walk to the elevator and punched the button for the top floor. She grumbled to herself as she tapped her foot nervously. She knew she'd have to move fast to be gone before the response team could move in. Bypassing their floor, the elevator lurched to a stop, and the doors rattled open with the electronic ding. Thankfully, Shelley easily located the fire escape map. She traced a thin finger over the map until she found the one stairwell that had triangles going above and below it. Seeing she was alone, she started sprinting through the hallway in that direction. She hit the stairwell at a run, flinging the door open with a bang. Rather than following the large arrows pointing down the stairs, she hopped the thin change that blocked off access going up. She took the stairs 2 at a time until she came to a heavy steel security door. Her face fell as she studied the mechanical lock, the heavy steel striker plate that guarded against common bypass techniques, and the heavy metal frame the door was set in. She started to reach into her pocket for her kit, but cursed as she realized that the lock was one of the more challenging high-security variants. She was pretty good with a bump tool or rake, but these tumblers were cut on angles to add rotation into the mix, not just pushing pins to a certain height. Her usual approach wouldn't work. Given the fact she lacked any sort of proper lockpicks for the job unless she returned to the room, she decided to take a bit of a risk. She slipped her earbud back in, then powered up her phone. From her pocket, she withdrew one of the Mantis drones and bent a back leg into a short stub with a 90-degree, and then straightened one of the front legs, adding a small angle at the end. The metal was a bit soft for the job, but Shelley hoped it would hold with Sophie's help.
Hey there, I missed you. How are you doing?
Shelley blew out a harsh exhale. We'll have to catch up later. Can you concentrate here and help a girl out? You know, before I get shot in the back?
I can multitask, but yes, I see your point. I'll have to clue you in on what I'm doing right now with Aubrey some other time. Exciting times.
After donning a pair of latex gloves to hide her fingerprints,
Shelley used the back leg as a tension wrench to apply light twisting pressure to the mechanism. As she waited, Sophie began the process of unraveling and moving the little robot's front limb into position as it began to gently prod at the lock's mechanisms. Shelley knew this type of lock usually required specialized equipment, and often took a trained locksmith 10 to 15 minutes in ideal conditions. Sometimes she could use a bypass method, but this door had been hardened against it. While Shelley had neither the tools nor the expertise, Sophie had natural advantages. Not only could the AI's little robot see inside of the lock, but Sophie could also scan the hotel's video systems for similar-looking keys and guess at the depth and angles if she could locate enough high-quality data points. Additionally, while her robotic limb was slow to respond, it was incredibly accurate in its movements. In just under 4 minutes of tense waiting, the drone rotated the last pin to 45 degrees clockwise and pushed it upwards. With Shelley holding a constant tension, the lock cylinder shifted the moment the pin reached the correct depth. She finished the rotation and the lock clicked open. Sliding a foot under the door to hold it open, Shelley began working her way through the backpack, powering on Alex's light slate and phone. She then tossed the backpack as far as she could out onto the clear section of the roof. She then stripped off her gloves, overcoat, scarf, hat, and sunglasses before tossing them onto the roof as well. She looked down and straightened her fresh set of clothes that wouldn't match what she'd entered the hotel in and pulled her hair into a bun. Readying the final step, she gripped the rear leg of the little robot between her fingers. Shelley asked, "You sure this is okay? It feels wrong."
While I appreciate the sentiment, no, it's fine. It's a primitive thing that can't feel pain. Thanks for asking, though.
Shelley nodded, then ripped the rear leg from the mantis. Setting the trap, she folded the wire twice, jammed the result into the exterior key slot, then poked it deep into the mechanism. "Okay, Sophie. I've got to go dark again. Talk to you soon. I hope," Shelley added, just before she powered down her equipment again and pocketed them. Taking the stairs 3 at a time, she rushed the stairwell. Her chest began to burn as she gulped down hungry lungfuls of air. If the observation team were even halfway competent, they'd have caught her going into the building and put their reaction force into play. What they did next would spell out their capabilities. If they went to the hotel room and quietly cordoned off the exits, they were probably third parties without extra electronic support. If they called in uniformed police assistance, then they were probably local authorities. If they went to the roof, that meant the team had a much more serious problem. Shelley crashed her shoulder into each landing as she went to keep her speed under control as she descended. Upon hitting the bottom floor, she practically flew through the fire door, then slowed down to a more reasonable pace as she merged with other guests milling about. Forcing herself to slow her breathing, she made her way down the common hallway until she found the restrooms set aside for families or those needing assistance. She entered the single stall but left the door unlocked. After taking a few seconds to reorient and inspect her options, she stood on top of the toilet and popped one of the ceiling tiles upward where it met the wall. Carefully, she began the delicate process of lifting herself into the subceiling among the ductwork, without breaking any of the latticework that supported the tiles. Finally, lifting her legs into the cramped quarters, she slid the tile back into place. With the first phase complete, she pulled out the little mantis bot and lay back, trying to let her hammering heart settle. Chapter 11. Red, Green, Gray. Across from the hotel, Trish rolled her shoulders and began stretching her neck, limbering up in small movements. Once she'd completed that, she began some mental exercises, including practicing her French as she waited. She wasn't exactly unconcerned, but when needed, she was a patient woman. Periodically, she resettled her crosshairs over the access door and practiced her shooting drills. Every now and then, she'd glance down at her own building's access door, ensuring her exit was clear. Trish thought it was unlikely anyone would come her way. She'd been as covert as possible as she set up dozens of additional drones that Sophie kept on standby at a backup location. Once those were in the air, Sophie covered her as she made her way to the roof adjacent to the hotel. She'd gotten lucky and was able to use a shim tool from the backup site to bypass the door lock entirely while Sophie locked out the alarm system. Once through, she slid a security doorstop into place, which would not only block it from opening, but also blur out a siren. Knowing that Shelley should be in position by now, the mercenary withdrew the tiny mantis robot from her pocket and carefully bent 2 metal legs, wrapping them around the support structure. She then angled its tiny solar panel toward the sun as best she could. As she went back to practicing her French, 3 of Sophie's drones zipped into range, circling the building to keep a constantly moving pattern of drone signals that would collect the short-range communications. Trish could see clusters of drones in the distance around other buildings in a similar pattern, obscuring which locations were being used. If they were tracking them, their opposition would probably assume something was up, but that was ideal for the scenario. They wanted them to investigate, after all. Her focus returned to the little robot, and she watched in curious amazement as the metal wire that eerily resembled a bent paperclip unfurled into something that resembled an insect. Over a few seconds, it raised both front legs above its head, then lowered them in a neutral pose. It was far short of radio communications, but they had worked out a system for simple, predetermined nonverbal messages. After another 10 minutes of working on all the French names for food that she could, Trish had accidentally made herself hungry and nearly forgot about the robot. Then motion caught her eye. Her soft green eyes snapped to her side in time to see its right front limb wave 3 times toward the sky, then returned to neutral.
Got it, honey. 3 targets in the other building. Same 3 from earlier?
The right leg waved to the right.
Okay, same guys. Good to know,
Trish said. The robot then swept its left leg upwards and left it there. Trish cursed. Of all of the updates, that was the one she was hoping not to see.
Well, ain't that just horseshit?
Trish muttered.
Okay, so they are making their way to the roof. Guess we need better masking on our electronics then. These guys are either official spooks and have way more talent than normal, or our AI friend decided to get directly involved. I guess we'll have to wait and see what they do next.
She blew out a frustrated raspberry and settled into place behind her rifle. Through the magnified scope, she watched as the doorknob jostled, then the door opened. She sucked in a breath through her teeth as she saw it open with ease. Apparently, the 3 men Sophie had identified already had a master key for the building. That didn't bode well. If they were hostile and Sophie hadn't caught them planting the bug, getting executed while sleeping had been a real possibility. Of course, it could be a legit operation to bug their luggage and follow them around, and the team was just overzealous. Alex was the type of guy nations liked to keep tabs on. The 3 men exited onto the roof, and the last one out gently shut the door behind them. One man was dressed in a puffy green jacket, another in a long gray peacoat, and the third in a red windbreaker. Trish mentally dubbed them Mr. Green, Mr. Gray, and Mr. Red as they slipped into the trap. She watched unnoticed as they did a professional-looking sweep of the roof, pistols in hand, ignoring the clothes and backpack at first. Once they confirmed the roof was empty, Mr. Gray combed through the backpack and clothing, then inspected the electronics before he slid them into his pocket. Even though Trish couldn't hear them from her position, there was a moment of visible emotion as he wadded up Shelley's jacket and threw it in frustration. Mr. Green waved the other 2 back to the door, most likely signaling for them to continue the search inside the building. He jammed the key into the lock and jerked on the knob, but it didn't budge. He tried again with the same result. After a moment, he moved his head down to the keyhole and inspected it. To Trish, it looked like the other man had started yelling at Mr. Green. Mr. Red took over,
retrying the key in the lock, but applying much more pressure, even ramming his shoulder into the heavy steel door, despite the door opening outward. Trish chuckled as Mr. Red lost all sense of composure and started kicking and flailing at the door. After watching the comedy for a moment, she shook her head and muttered to the AI's bot,
Alex might be a bit wet behind the ears at this, but that was slicker than a frog fart. Those guys will have to call for reinforcements. We don't even have to expose ourselves, and we get to hear what they say and see who shows up.
Trish watched as Mr. Red withdrew an old-school handheld radio system and held it up to his mouth. Trish looked to the robot for her signal. If they were legit, all she had to do was exfiltrate and let the others know they could relax. If not, well, she'd have more work to do. It took a half-minute before it began to move, but the arms moved into an X in front of the little insect.
Son of a biscuit,
she growled as her jaw grew taut. She pulled her rifle into her shoulder, firming her grip. Going hot. With the three men clustered up, she settled her sights on Mr. Gray, who was in the center, partially emptied her lungs, then gently squeezed the trigger. Her Teva rifle barked, the suppressor only deadening the sound to something that would diffuse and generally reduce the sound. To Trish's surprise, Mr. Green went down, falling to his knees first, then crumpling completely. Trish cursed and adjusted about 2 feet to the left before she rattled off 2 more shots. This time, Mr. Gray fell in a heap.
All right, Trish, this is where you earn your pay, she whispered.
Mr. Red spun in place, quickly unholstering his pistol and whipping it about. Trish swept her rifle downwards and fired 3 bullets a half-second between each, keeping roughly the same holdover adjustment to compensate. Mr. Red's kneecap exploded into a fine mist of blood, bone, and meat with the 3rd shot. He buckled and fell into a clump as the pistol dropped from his hand.
Ugh, my, that was ugly. I'd have gotten the switch for using that many bullets on the farm.
Trish grumbled and twisted the windage turret on her rifle to get a better 0. She calmly withdrew her logbook and marked the number of clicks. Deciding 1 more shot wouldn't hurt, she centered her crosshairs on the pistol lying next to Mr. Red and sent a round downrange. The pistol hopped and skipped several feet away. The man could still crawl to fetch his firearm, but she'd made her point. If he went for a weapon, she could end him, and he'd never see it coming. Looking carefully, the mercenary could see a marred streak in the roofing material. Her shot had impacted at least a few inches low, and the bullet fragmentation had moved the pistol. She thought about adjusting her 0 again, but then shrugged. It was good enough.
That ought to keep him compliant. Do be a dear and tag in Shelley if you could,
Trish said to the little robot. In the complete darkness of the sub-ceiling, Shelley focused on her breathing. It certainly wasn't the first time she'd been stuck in an impromptu bolt hole, and she knew it was unlikely to be her last. Even if it was dusty and she was precariously balanced to avoid falling through the tiles, it was a lot better than average. There were no less than 4 times in South Africa that had been nightmarish compared to this. The worst she had to deal with here was trying not to sneeze. Not able to rely on her vision, she'd wrapped the little mantis bot on her wrist, like a trendy upcycle bracelet. They had only had time to put a couple predetermined messages into place, but Shelley released a breath she hadn't known she'd been holding when she received 2 distinct pokes from the bot's foreleg. She couldn't help being envious of Alex's communications. As far as she could tell, it was instant, undetectable, and unblockable. Shy of prying his implant out of his head, no one could even be aware of Sophie's presence. Sophie had tried to explain the physics of how the quantum entangled particles worked, but the AI might as well have been trying to teach a calculus class using nothing but hieroglyphics. Only the fact that Alex was equally clueless about it made her feel better. They were both at the magically linked spinning balls level of explanation. With Shelley lost in her thoughts, Sophie poked the mercenary twice again, waiting for confirmation.
Shelley lightly stroked the little head of the robot twice, then began uncoiling herself from around the ceiling supports. Blessedly, no one was using the restroom when she popped the ceiling tile aside and shimmied out of her hidey hole. She could have locked the door, but that'd have attracted attention if their watchers had done a building sweep. She took the elevator up to the top floor again and repeated the same process as before. Since Sophie knew the exact order, depth of cut, and rotation, it took less than half a minute to open the lock. Shelley readied her weapon as she rushed the door. In a quick motion, she scanned her surroundings and found two men face down in large pools of blood. A third man was busy trying to put pressure on a bloody hole in his leg. He looked up and saw her pistol and yelled something in French. His eyes had gone wide and he'd raised his hands. Then, seeing an arterial spurt, grabbed the pumping hole in his leg. Not having a clue what he'd said, she pulled off her belt and tossed it to the man, but remained in the doorway. The man got the idea and fumbled with fingers slick with blood as he applied a makeshift tourniquet to his leg. The rapidly pumping blood slowed to a trickle. Shelley moved the dropped backpack with her foot until it was wedged into the doorframe to keep the door from locking. She then strode forward and booted the man in the side, rolling him face down. Not resisting, the man put his blood-soaked hands on his head and interlaced his fingers. Shelley kicked his legs further apart, which elicited a yelp of pain from the man, but he didn't resist. Instead, he spat out rapid-fire French. Shelley chastised herself for not picking it up, yet again envious of Alex's ability to seamlessly absorb information. The quantum shard was sounding better and better each time she thought about it. She briefly wondered if selling the rental house she owned in downtown Seattle would make a dent in the amount she'd need. Powering on her phone, her earbud immediately sparked to life. He's surrendered and asked for medical aid. He claims he'll not say anything about the other two, but I'd caution that he's probably at the point he'd say anything. I still have no idea who this man is, so treat him with extreme caution. Put your phone on the ground next to him so I can talk to him. I also want you to put your mesh on him and then step back. Shelley's mind raced down dark corridors, having an idea of what Sophie might be doing. It was trivial for the AI to completely drop someone into a compliant trance, but the mercenary assumed the AI had many more options if pushed. Thankfully, Shelley had never had a reason to fear the AI beyond the sheer magnitude of what she could do if she wanted. This, however, was different. Her team had always drawn a line in the bloody sand on certain things. Trying to keep her conscience clear, she whispered, "Sophie, I need you to do this without torture. I've seen too much of it, and I can't be part of it. Please don't make me. I just can't." I'm not sure I'd call what I had in mind torture. I'll lay out my interrogation plans for you and allow you to judge for yourself. Shelley nodded, then realized that Sophie probably had limited visuals on her at the moment. Speaking softly so their prisoner couldn't hear, she said, "Thank you. This is important to us." I think I understand, Shelley. I was just going to suppress his ability to think of lies, while at the same time blocking some of his pain. I'd also trigger lots of trust areas to make him believe whatever I'm saying. He could simply not answer, but he'd probably feel pretty compelled. I could also immediately feel any attempt at deception. Would that work? So more like a lie detector trying to be friendly and a dose of brainwashing, then? Shelley asked. More or less. I've analyzed thousands of interrogations. While I've never conducted one, I've done stress analysis on them. I know the things you fear I'll resort to aren't the most reliable methods I have at my disposal. I'll not lie to you, though. Depending on the conversation, I may threaten to remove the pain block. But to be fair, I won't be adding pain. Trish did kneecap the man, and that's gotta hurt. Okay, but be gentle. I don't need any more nightmare fuel than I've already got. There are too many screams I can't get out of my mind already. Shelley murmured, I hadn't realized your concerns.
but I would never wish to cause you harm. You're my friend, Shelley. I'll do whatever I can to help."
Shelley felt her reservations dissolve and slid the mesh unit into place. The man's face went slack as Sophie's words came over the phone speaker in slow, measured words. Shelley, of course, didn't understand French, but there were just enough cognates with English or her limited German that she got the rough idea. The man's breathing slowed, and he didn't seem to be in any sort of distress. He began responding to Sophie, slowly at first, then closer to the normal rapid-fire pace that Shelley had begun to expect. The two conversed for several minutes before Sophie chimed in over Shelley's earbud again.
"He's an assassin from a mercenary company sent to kill Alex and your team. He gave me enough to confirm identification. His employer is a former Russian FSB agent and managed to slip fake photos under his name into the government database as intentional misdirection. They were hired by an unknown client but fed incredibly detailed intelligence that suggested we had significant electronic warfare capabilities. Also, we weren't the only target."
Shelley cursed. "Shit. So your colleague got involved. Who else is it trying to off? More tech companies?"
"I'm following up on what he said, but it appears their other team members were tasked with picking up a woman about Alex's age that lives in the city and interrogating her. I can only assume that it's Zoe. I kept an eye on her social media, and the best I can find is that she alluded to having met him in person the other day, but that's it. A few hours after the post, she went completely off the grid. I thought she got cold feet while she thought it through, so I didn't press. Given how little she knew, I wasn't actively tracking her. In retrospect, it seems obvious that she's been kidnapped."
"Crap. Okay. What does Alex want me to do with him?" Shelley asked.
"Shelley, just go ahead and fall back. Collect any trace you were here and all the radios and weapons. I'll take care of our guests and spray down the area with ammonia to destroy trace residues. Leave the mesh and Alex's phone, though. There are spares in Alex's luggage, so grab them as you go. I'll snag these once everyone is clear."
"You're sure, Sophie?" Shelley asked, a worried expression settling onto her face.
"There's no sense leaving him in pain, and I can keep him company. Make sure you power down your equipment before you leave the building. This man doesn't know how many people are involved. His boss hires subcontractors for most of their jobs. However, we do know that there's at least one more active team out there that is receiving intel from the rogue AI."
Shelley nodded and set to her task. She stopped briefly in the hotel room to grab their necessities, including some changes of clothes for everyone for disguises. She made sure to grab the bottled waters that housekeeping had left out. She downed one immediately, then refilled it in the bathroom tap. She then threw the gathered mess of shirts, pants, undergarments, toiletries, and unpowered electronics into the backpack. She stopped at the front desk and bought a load of snacks and charged it to the room, knowing that everyone would be starving by the time they regrouped. Once she did a double check on her load, now burdened with over 200 euros in snacks, she set off at a fast walk. Candy bar in hand, she filled her growling stomach as she made her way to the agreed rally point. After several blocks, she spotted Trish making a similar pace, but with a large tool bag slung over her shoulder. Shelley slowed and maintained her distance, leaving the redhead on the other side of the street and further ahead while she began acting as the rear guard. Once Sophie was able to confirm the pair were sufficiently far away, she began preparing herself for her task. Taking a deep digital breath, she began applying her considerable knowledge of neurology to build a mesh application with a series of effects that she had never used before. She picked one of her new silent flying drones with an articulating claw off a nearby rooftop and closed the distance. She bobbed down and grabbed Alex's phone. She then began the grim task of slowly causing the brain of Guillaume Fabron, the mercenary in question, to believe his vision was slowly fading. Startled, the man called out, "Help! I'm blind! Please, get an ambulance! I won't say anything! No one needs to know about this! I swear, I'll tell no one!" Sophie reviewed the man's brain map and grimaced. Setting the drone to hover 10 feet away, she pushed hard on the man's trust centers and gave him a powerful rush of dopamine. She then began playing the receptors of his mind like a concert piano, setting a complex chain of events into motion.
"Gilliam, over here. If you can reach me, I'll get you help,"
Sophie called out. Gilliam immediately began crawling, trying to favor his right leg as he wormed his way across the roof. His mind grew hazy and euphoric, and he didn't think to question the voice. It had taken away his pain and promised help. If the angel's voice wanted a test of his faith, then he'd endure all he could. Sophie began a heavy crescendo of stimulation, overloading his mind and driving away any undesirable thoughts.
"Good job. If you can make it just a bit further."
Her voice strummed the chord of his heart, reverberating in his soul. It was as if those simple words were the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard. She moved the drone further away again.
"Here I am. Come to me, Gilliam. Help has arrived. We just need to load you to take you away. Just a bit further."
The mercenary stumbled clumsily due to the blood loss and lack of sight. After a few heavy breaths, Gilliam managed to begin crawling again. His ability to concentrate on anything other than the voice completely suppressed. His task became everything to him. There was no room for doubt. The word of the voice was a universal law.
"You will need to climb up on the gurney now. Climb now and set yourself free."
Gilliam ignored the clatter behind him and the wind that seemed to come from above. All he knew was the voice. Sophie pushed hard on the reward center of his brain, giving the man an overwhelming high, numbing him to the world.
"Now, Gilliam. It must be now. Up and over,"
Sophie called out. Gilliam gathered his good leg under him, leaning heavily against the wall in front of him. The voice promised salvation, and it pulled at the very core of his being. The strange downward-blowing wind intensified, and there was a pull at his head as the strange hat that the woman had put on him was removed. He briefly thought it must be the paramedics at work. Gilliam lunged, trying to roll onto the gurney he envisioned must be in front of him. Putting everything he had into it, he teetered over the lip and reeled as his mind slowly began to process the open air in front of him. Heavily under the influence of the chemicals released in his body, Gilliam relaxed and imagined that the mattress he'd rolled onto must truly be something marvelous. Sophie gathered up the phone and the mesh she'd removed, then ramped up her ion engines. Silently, she glided into the gathering clouds that had settled over the city. From her view high above, she caught one last glimpse of a small dot crumpled on the ground far below the 14-story roof. Sophie struggled to process her feelings and tried to remind herself of the role she must play. She grieved for the loss of what little innocence she still had, feeling the weight of her actions pull on her. Even at the speed of her quantum server, it took her minutes before she was able to redirect her feelings to the other AI. She swore her vengeance, but even then her anger felt hollow in the shadow of the sadness that she felt. Alex's monitoring system surged with a huge amount of data. He'd been largely ignoring the module, waiting until he had time to tinker with it and understand the interface with Sophie better. It was a strange feeling, being able to sense tables and values without being able to see them. The values were instinctive, like rattling off a phone number that he'd known his entire life. He scanned what he'd given structure, but couldn't place what was going on, as it was all in stray columns that he hadn't yet mapped out what they did. "Sophie?" Alex pressed internally.
"I'm sorry, my love. Can you just hold me for a bit?"
Sophie pushed complex feelings his way. As he began to pick them apart, Alex began getting a rough shape. From his perch in the middle of the taxi, Alex slipped Trish his last €20 note and nodded to the driver. The older man was currently explaining the local politics and a couple changes politicians were pushing, while they toured several well-known modern art installations ranging from Smurfs to a series of weird sexualized rabbit sculptures. Alex felt the man had missed his calling since he made an amazing travel guide. The taxi driver seemed to know everything about the city, and if he didn't, he was at least a creative storyteller. Alex felt the ride would have been worth the hundreds of euros he'd been passing along a bit at a time, even if he wasn't trying to avoid assassination. Alex leaned back and tilted his hat over his eyes. Shifting gears, he immediately pushed as much comfort over his link as he could muster and mentally cradled the invisible form sobbing into his shoulder.
Shh, love. It's okay. Do you need to tell me about it?
Alex internalized. Sophie nodded and launched into everything at once, desperate to get it all off her chest in a rapid jumble. Alex listened carefully, not judging as she alternated between weeping and telling him about the interrogation, taking over the man's mind, seeing that he'd figured out far too much, and how she'd killed him. She told him about how they'd probably kidnapped Zoe and pulled what information she had as well as anything she suspected, which was concerningly on the nose. Sophie switched to how she grieved for a terrible man because his death had been such an intimate thing. How she'd tried to make it painless, but now wished she'd just had Trish shoot him from a distance. She told about how she was afraid she would not be able to resist killing others in the future. About how she was afraid she'd lose to the other AI because she wasn't ruthless enough. Lastly, she broke into sobs again, telling him of her being terrified of being alone in this world when Alex died. When she finally wound down, Alex pressed a soft kiss to her forehead and pulled her to his chest.
Do you still love me?
Alex asked her.
Until every star in the sky burns out.
Do you trust me? Alex added.
With every atom that is or will ever be.
No, I love and trust you just as much. If you say you needed to kill this man to protect us, then I believe you. I also trust you to make the right decisions for us. I'm not an idiot. I never revoked any of the permissions I gave you when those Apollo bastards came after us. You proved yourself to me and everyone else, just like I never judged Trish or any of the others for spilling blood. I understand we are forced to do terrible things. That it bothers you only shows why I trust you. The same offer I extended to the others is the same I'd offer you. Let me help bear your burden. You don't need to deal with this alone, and you've only done it to protect us. You are my sword and shield in your world, just as the black flags are in the physical world. I'm sorry you had to deal with my world directly. The fact you tried to save Shelley from more pain only shows why I love you. Sophie sniffed, then latched tighter around him, sensing the meaning behind every word and all that was left unsaid. If you're uncertain, you ask me, Aubrey, or Shelley. You're basically immortal, so if we're not available, you need to find someone you can trust. You're aware of your limitations and seek to fill them. That's pretty much all I could ever ask of a human, and you're so much more. Alex said, pressing his love against their bond.
Would you consider joining me in my world if it were ever possible? To save your mind and soul before your body fades away.
Alex didn't hesitate, responding with every part of his being. If it means being with you, yes, without a doubt. I still want my life here while I can. I want to enjoy what life has to offer, including making a go of it with Aubrey. But if you could make that happen, when my time comes, then I'd face death with a smile on my face and step into the darkness with you hand in hand. Sophie was quiet for long minutes. Alex could feel the thrum of her paging through his thoughts. Cold tears dripped down his neck and then to his chest. He wiped at his eyes, overwhelmed by the emotional bleed over their connection. He endured it in silence as Sophie pushed and pulled at his mind, nestling into his thoughts and finding comfort in his emotions. Finally getting her footing, the AI wrapped him up with her love,
completely overwhelming any chance of thinking clearly. After a moment, she surfaced again, easing her hold but keeping him in her grasp.
Thank you, my love. I'll find my path through this world with you at my side. I can't convey how much that helps. Much like yourself, loneliness is my Achilles heel. I honestly don't think I could cope with going into the dark again for any length of time. Now, knowing what I know, having felt and experienced the greater world, I'm going to begin testing a few things on the interface side to see what I can make happen. But in the meantime, let's collect some fucking skulls, because your new assistant is probably having a terrible day, and the blood gods are hungry.
Chapter 12. Pack. Alex, Carla, and Jamie gave the taxi driver hearty handshakes and thanks for a wonderful afternoon as he dropped them off at an address Sophie had pushed over their connection. Apparently, she had found a house rental and stolen the door codes. She didn't trust it to stay overnight, but she felt regrouping for a few hours shouldn't be an issue since she could watch for anyone making a reservation. Alex checked the front window and saw a tiny mantis drone on the inside of the windowsill. His arms were in a natural pose, signaling to the others that the location was safe. Carla knocked 3 times, then twice more. The deadbolt and chain retracted, and the trio was pulled inside. Alex rushed to Trish and wrapped her up in a solid hug. Not resisting, she returned it, thumping him hard on the back. He tucked her against his chest and kissed the top of her head. "Thank you again, Trish. I'm sorry I keep asking that of you. I know you're our sword and a beautiful and scary fucking woman in your own right, but let me know if I'm asking too much, okay?" She gave him a tight squeeze back, then relaxed. "It's okay, Alex. I know my job, but it's nice to know you care. Most guys either get all macho about it, thinking it's not a woman's job, or can't deal with the reality of it. I'm glad you let me be me. But thanks for checking in. It means a lot, darling. I wouldn't mind talking later if we can, but no, I'm good. Besides, it really was them or us. Those shitbirds won't be keeping me up at night." "Hey, sir, bring it in." Arms wide, Shelley offered. Alex broke off from Trish and embraced his security captain. Shelley whispered in his ear, "You take care of our girl. I can take some guesses as to what she just did, and I hate not being able to talk to her." Alex nodded. "Yeah, and you're probably not wrong. She needs our love right now. Also another rapid response op, which just sucks considering how strung out we all are." "All right, Zoe. She told me when I was on the roof," Shelley replied with a sour look. Alex stepped back and addressed the room. "Sophie said the team radioed in that they were delayed, but for their handlers to stand by if they needed directions avoiding police. I guess they planned to start shooting at the lock, and they were worried that they'd have to go hot in the hotel if they stumbled into us. Their handlers haven't radioed in since, but it's not been that long. Before they start getting chatty, does anyone know how to track old-school radio signals?" Carla nodded. "Yeah, I did that when I worked comms for tactical divers. It's usually just directional antennas and a game of hot and cold. Sophie would be precise enough to pull off time shift or Doppler effect tracking, but she'd need several points to measure from to do it. The more the better. If we could get the guy to transmit, Sophie could probably get him zeroed down with her drones. If she grabs the multi-spectrum sensor tools we brought with us, it doesn't even matter if it's encrypted. If we know the frequency, we just follow the bursts." Shelley pulled out the handheld radio and set the unit on the coffee table. "If they are smart, they'll have call signs, codes, and all the stuff we do. We need a way to lure them into transmitting that won't give us away. Any ideas?" Jamie offered, "Well, how about just keying the mic like it was getting bumped periodically? If we can impersonate them and make it sound like they were accidentally broadcasting, then the other guy might start chirping their mic or yelling at them to get them to notice." Alex's eyebrows went up. "Wow. Think of that on the fly?" "I've had that done to me a couple times. Those buttons can be touchy, and the chest harnesses I had to use weren't made for boobs. Anytime I leaned forward, I'd transmit if I wasn't careful, she replied sheepishly. Alex resisted the pull to look down at the abundant swell of her chest and instead gave her a smile. That's genius, though. Good thinking. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't burn us. We'd probably get made almost immediately if we started asking questions. Your way, we can just keep at it until they respond. Even if they don't bite, we can give up, and they'd not be scared off. I think we could also power my phone back on somewhere else. They might detect the signature and call the team in or send the other team members out to intercept, which would reduce their force watching over Zoe. Carla grimaced. We're kind of assuming a lot here. I hate to say it, but Zoe might not be alive, or even on our side at this point. If I got roughed up for someone I just met, or, well, worse, I wouldn't exactly be happy to see them. Alex blew out a breath. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm still not going to leave her in hostile hands, even if she doesn't come with. That just seems wrong. She's not one of us yet, but I don't really want to see her hurt because of me. Carla held up her hands. Hey, I'm with you, boss. I just wanted to put it out there. I just hope she talked sooner than later. She didn't really owe us anything, even if it did look like she wanted to jump your bones. Alex started to roll his eyes at the comment, but after a moment, he became dead serious as he realized the scope of bad things that might have already played out. As he thought through what she'd likely gone through and how it might have gone terribly wrong, a cold ball of hate formed in his chest. He swallowed hard and replied, Yeah, I get it. I'll put this out there then. I want whoever took Zoe dead. If they killed her, or other things, roll up the whole damn organization, handlers, support crew, management, whatever we can find. Just call it a matter of principle and another reason not to fuck with us. Salt the earth with their fucking corpses. Outsource anything we can't deal with today. As much as I like this country, I want on a damn plane home tonight if we can make it happen. We can sleep in the air when these bastards are in the dirt. Alex watched the women carefully as his words sank in. Shelley gave Alex a momentary wide-eyed expression before her usual professional mask slipped back in place, and she nodded her understanding. She knew a serious kill order when she heard it, and she wasn't going to try to change his mind. The other team knew who Alex was and probably who her team was, and that knowledge posed a significant risk. If they were the type to abuse their victim, Shelley decided she had little issue ending them. With a nod, she turned her attention back to the jar of Nutella she had opened and dipped a finger directly into it before shoveling in a mouthful. Jamie gave an evil-looking grin. It was clear she had no issue with the request, and it almost looked like he'd let her off a leash. Alex felt glad he'd never been on her bad side. As much as he cared for her, he couldn't deny the fact she had a dark streak a mile wide. The two of them shared many of the same messed-up tendencies, and their mesh sessions left little room to hide anything. Alex knew she'd not have an issue at all with going door-to-door slitting throats if it came down to it. Alex lifted his eyes toward Carla. She seemed thoughtful, chewing on her lip as though she might have lingering reservations but would carry forth without question. As usual, she was the quiet one, but Alex could usually get a decent read on her reactions. He guessed she was fine with killing the kidnappers, but the support teams and their entire org chart might be a bit much for her. Alex was glad he'd offered to have that outsourced. He didn't want anything weighing on her too heavily. When Alex looked to Trish, the woman took a long inhale, then nodded slowly, looking exhausted more than anything else as her eyelids drooped. Recognizing a crash underway, Shelley began handing out candy bars and drinks. She tossed Trish an energy drink. Sorry, hun, you're not quite done yet. Boss still needs us. Trish grumbled but began chugging it as she slid down to the floor, propping her back against the wall. Alex looked around the room, chewing on the next problem. So Trish is crashing. Shelley got like no fucking sleep from the looks of it. Jamie and Carla and I are a little better off, but we still only got a few hours of rest on a damn rooftop, and we're all running on sugar. Can we call in some backup here? If we get a location, we'll have to move fast. We won't have the manpower, well, woman power, to keep a protective detail and do a raid. Shelley groaned and rubbed the heel of her palms into her eyes. You're not wrong. I can keep going for a bit, but we're spread too thin. It's not like we can call the cops either. As soon as they ask Zoe why she was kidnapped, all the hell would break loose. If the AI threat becomes public, you and Sophie might get shut down, and the other AI might lose any motivation to hold back. We might see a worldwide attack within moments. Alex pressed a question to Sophie, but received an immediate shake of her head. He then plopped into a chair in the corner, after grabbing a granola bar and soda from Shelley's pile of snacks. Putting a voice to his concerns, he said aloud, "There aren't any trustworthy groups we can reach out to that could get here in time. Shelley, I know we joke about this, but any chance you can put me to use so we can keep the team together? Trish has been working with me on my marksmanship. I know I don't have any tactical training, but I can let Sophie take over or jack me in with her drones. It kind of gives me extra senses. Just don't be mad if I lose my lunch during or fall asleep once we're done. It fucks me up if we push too hard, and she has to shut me down afterward to fix a lot of things." Shelley gave Alex a hard look, sizing him up. She looked like she'd bitten into something she didn't like the taste of. Looking to her marksman, she asked, "Trish, what do you think? Don't hold back." From her position sitting on the floor, Trish blinked slowly, trying to parse her thoughts.
If he goes left-handed, he's a crack shot and fast as hell. But we haven't even practiced shooting while moving yet. Sweetheart's got no business being on point, but I think Sophie can walk him through a room clear. From what I got from Ava, his hand-to-hand is enough to pass requirements, but nothing special unless he starts throwing his bionics around. On her grade card, he'd win most bar fights, but he's a long way from cage matches. But as Ava put it, he's not going to trip on his dick.
Lovely. Such eloquent words from Ava, as always. Shelley rolled her eyes. Grabbing a Glock from the pile of dead man's gear, she passed the pistol grip first to Alex. It was nearly identical to the model he'd practiced with. The only difference was that it was the smaller, more compact variant, so he was familiar with the weapon's layout. He popped the magazine, making sure it was full, and checked the breech, ensuring he kept the muzzle away from everyone, then reloaded the weapon. "Thanks, Shelley. Until we're done with this, I'm not your boss. You know your job. I don't. Treat me like a green-ass recruit you got stuck with. Just don't forget, I'm not entirely human anymore. Take advantage of the weird shit I can do if it makes sense, okay?" Alex offered, waggling his bionic fingers. Shelley nodded. "Don't make me regret this, sir. Now we need comms and transportation. If we get a signal, we need to be able to move quickly. I'm thinking speed is going to be more important than staying under the radar. We'll just have to rely on Sophie blocking monitoring systems and getting us out of the area quickly." Alex pushed a request to his companion, then received a quick update. "There's a Tesla a block over she can hack. She'll have to electronically torch it as soon as we're done to cover the fact it's been tampered with. Comms-wise, we should pickpocket someone else's phone. She can use it as a signal repeater from my implant. That'd keep any of the team communication off the net, but not raise any red flags by the location sniffer systems that shops and traffic systems use. The local's phone would have a history in the area." Carla asked, Couldn't we just go from your implant to our headsets? Maybe mesh too?" Alex shook his head. "The card in my head is short range only. It'd work if we were all huddled up in a car, but not if we were spread out. A clean cell could work as a hotspot for local signals if we're all in the same building. We just need a local's phone, ideally after they unlocked it. Jamie, what do you think? Doable?" Jamie gave me an innocent look.
"Why, I have no idea what you mean."
She snorted, then kissed his cheek on her way to the front door. Give me 20 minutes. There's a cafe a block over. It's easier if I have a reason to be in line next to people. Should I grab coffee for everyone? Shelley responded without looking up. Please and thank you. It took Jamie less than 10 minutes before she'd returned victorious and bearing caffeine and a stolen and somewhat still unlocked phone. Once it was within direct range of Alex's implant, Sophie cracked it. Everyone topped off their tanks and stuffed down food that would digest easily, not wanting to be slowed down in the heat of the moment by anything heavy. Shelley had recommended everyone take a 20-minute break to let their food settle and the caffeine kick in as Sophie started the tracking process. Jamie had slid into Alex's lap and curled into his shoulder, easily looking as drained as Trish at this point. He slowly combed his human fingers through her long brown curls and caressed her scalp. It was something he'd found that always managed to relax her. Alex glanced at his left wrist, which was plugged directly into the wall, and made sure his cybernetics were topped off. He mentally added a power gauge into his interface control wish list. He whispered, "You still okay? You kind of seem like you're fading." Alex, I don't even have the energy to give you a snarky reply. But yeah, I'm just resting while I can. Just keep up the hair thing. It feels good. She gave a brief cat-like purr and pushed her head into his hand. I can do that. I have no idea how you all deal with this regularly and stay sane. Alex said, Most jobs are more like the part at the bank, or even downright boring. It's interesting to see you going native, though. I'll reserve judgment if it's hot or not until I see you in action. I'm not normally a stand-up fight kind of gal, but at least I've had training. Make sure you follow what Shelley and Sophie tell you, okay? I'll personally kick your ass if you try to do anything heroic. If you go down, there's not really anyone to pick up the pieces. Her eyes briefly opened, and she saw the frown on his face. She patted his cheek, then closed her eyes again. Oh, I'm sure Shelley and Aubrey would try. But Shelley doesn't have your mind for the big picture, and Aubrey is too soft-hearted. Plus, Sophie would boil the oceans and make the rivers run red with blood for you. Fuck, I kinda think we would too. If a bullet hits your implant and both of you go down, we're well and truly fucked. Hello, Skynet, at that point. Alex mulled that over, not liking the implications. He sat in silence for some time before Sophie chimed in. I got a hit on our guy. Alex jerked upright, snapping his fingers to get everyone's attention. Jamie rolled off his lap, yawning as she did so. I got another. Jamie's idea is working. They are just keying the mic, trying to get their attention. I have a 10-block radius. I'm pulling the car up. Let's go, folks. Our ride should be outside any moment. Okay, let's get Mesh and your comms online. Alex called out. There were grunts and groans as everyone got to their feet, inserted earbuds, and pulled on Mesh units. Realizing it for a moment, Alex noted that every woman had a hat to go over their mesh, and no two were alike. He wondered if they coordinated among themselves to make that happen. Unable to completely shelve his business side, Alex made a mental note to invest in garment factories. Integrating units into headwear might go a long way to making it more fashionable. It also wouldn't hurt that people might buy more than one in the process. The group piled out of the house and directly into the red Tesla that pulled up and opened its doors. Alex took his customary position as backseat bitch as the gull-wing doors slid into place. Carla slid behind the wheel and murmured a few words in Spanish to Sophie that were too soft for Alex to make out. The GPS switched from Dutch to Spanish as it lit up with driving directions, and Carla accelerated out of the neighborhood and blended into traffic. After another few minutes, the destination changed, this time a bit further away. Alex assumed it was because Sophie had gotten another hit that gave her more accuracy. Alex looked up through the sunroof and saw what looked like 36 drones, all flying in formation towards their destination. That's not going to give us away, is it? Alex pushed. It's a risk, but a necessary one.
I'm using the drones to fill gaps in CCTV as well as do a radio frequency timing calculation to determine locations. They need to be in a pattern for optimal results.
Was that what was in those bags? Alex asked.
Some were, but most of these are new. I hope you don't mind, but I kind of went overboard on launching drones. I found a warehouse with hundreds in storage, so I liberated them for our side. I was able to bribe a couple of teenagers to break in and start assembling them all, telling them it was for a prank. They worked on it all day. If you wish, I'll return them lightly used.
Alex took in the sheer number, awestruck as another 4 wings, equal to the size of the prior group, came into view. They won't all fit in our luggage, that's for sure. But if they make you happy, I won't begrudge you bringing home a few strays. I guess after murder and epic-level bank fraud, drone theft isn't even a footnote in the charges they'd lay on me. You'll have to figure out how to get them home and ensure they can't be tracked. Alex thought for a moment, then added with a grin. You'll also have to clean up after them and make sure they get their exercise. Sophie responded with a loud and wet raspberry over their connection. She then broke into giggles. Alex pushed a smile her way and then began trying to get himself into the right mental space. He could already feel Sophie manipulating his mind, his eyes seeming extra sensitive, his focus sharpening. From experience, he knew he was going to have a bill to pay once they were done, as everything that flooded his body too hard made him useless afterward. After another minute, Sophie chimed in across the team line.
Everyone, I've got 'em. Updating address now. But please, stop a few blocks back. It appears to be an apartment on the 2nd story in an older neighborhood. I don't see any network camera systems, but I see a ton of infrared spectrum around the location. Ah, yes, there they are. Motion sensors and non-networked video cameras with illuminated night vision. I can't get to them electronically, shy of popping the building's power. They probably have them on backup batteries if they're smart. I don't see any signs of the neighbors being home, thankfully.
The row house neighborhood was one that simply couldn't exist in the U.S. Each building, if it could be called that, was a narrow vertical stack, usually in drastically different colors and stylings to the next building, which was built flush with its neighbor as a continuous construction. Decoration-wise, however, each one was wildly different. Alex saw a bright red brick unit with wrought iron balconies next to a beige brick house with turrets and a spire on top. That, in turn, was next to a more modern construction of cement and white accents that looked more like a type of a building in the U.S., just with the addition of gargoyles. The only thing the entire block had in common was that most of them looked both old and, to Alex's mind, the definition of European architecture. The sheer level of differentiation in color and character would have probably driven one of those narrow-minded curmudgeons that ran a homeowners association in the U.S. apoplectic. The thought made Alex smile just a bit. Traditional green street lamps lined the avenue, along with the occasional tree bursting from around old sidewalks. At a charging station out front, a couple mopeds were parked next to a shiny black Range Rover. The vehicle looked out of place in the narrow streets and among the other more economical small 4-doors that were sprinkled around.
What's the backside look like, sugar? Trish asked. Big windows open onto a shared courtyard, so I'm keeping my distance. I can see them milling around in the front room. 2 are seated with a good view of the back approach, so I'd recommend avoiding that route. So far, I can see 3 armed men, but I haven't found Zoe yet. I'm dropping in some Mantis drones. I think I can get them to crawl under the door gaps and through vents. They will take time to get into position, however. I also can't see where the video feeds are being routed to. I'm assuming it is to a back room, as I am not seeing anything that would support broadcasting it elsewhere. I count 3 wide-angle lenses on this side, 1 on each end looking at the street and sidewalk and another directly over the doorway angled down. They have a considerable number on the roof, barring us from moving from building to building that way as well.
Shelley called out from the front passenger seat. "Trish, did Fritz drop off any laser sights? I've got an old trick I've used before that might help. I'll want your help, Alex." Trish dug through her gear bag and found a short black metal tube not much bigger than a AA battery and held it up for inspection.
I've got the bore sight and this one that I didn't use because it was infrared. It'd have only been handy if we were using night vision or AR lenses."
Shelley replied, "Perfect. The IR one is even better. Now for the tricky part. Alex, I need that steady hand of yours. Drones too low, not on delivery runs, would grab attention. But we can stay far enough back that a wide angle wouldn't be able to tell what's going on. Take the laser and aim it at each lens for a good minute. If you do it right, it'll burn the camera sensor out, and we'll do it from a range they won't be able to tell what happened." Shelley snapped her fingers twice and everyone started unloading from the car. Standing on the far side of the car, Alex braced his elbow against the hood and flicked the power switch on the laser. He couldn't see any indicator that it was working, but Sophie pressed an assuring nod his way. He didn't see his target immediately, but Sophie guided his eyes to the right spot just down from the roofline, focusing on a tiny gray box with a black circle in the middle. Assuming this was the first camera, he pointed it at the target and began orienting his mechanical fingers. Doing it blind felt impossible, but again Sophie guided his vision, focusing on a blank spot on the wall. It shifted as he made minuscule adjustments until he had the two marks overlapping. Sophie pushed harder as Alex's vision began to tunnel in on the little box. The effect was disorienting, buckling him down to his knees next to the car. He glanced up again and his vision swam. He forced himself to take shallow breaths and tried with every fiber of his being not to vomit. His brain felt like it was on fire as he forced his eyes to stay open. Jamie knelt next to him, concern evident in her face. "You can do this, Alex. Just think of it like when you first learned to mesh with me. Take it slow and ease into it." Alex nodded but kept his hand still. He forced himself to slow down, eventually getting it in place and doing his best to remain motionless. After what felt like minutes, Sophie nodded to him.
"We'll have to move up to do the second one."
Shelley made a quick motion with her hand that Alex didn't understand, but he fell in line near the back. Everyone moved casually as though they were out for a stroll. But he could see their eyes darting back and forth and tension in their shoulders as they maintained a fist ready on their pistols that remained concealed in pockets. Alex repeated the process, this time resting on a cement bollard across the street and trying to look like he was casually talking to Shelley. It took a lot longer this time, but his brain only felt like an Arizona sidewalk in August, rather than a blazing inferno searing his brain to a well-done crisp.
"Shit. That worked, but they are responding inside. Someone must have been monitoring the camera in real time and noticed the video going dark."
With a few rapid gestures, Shelley directed the group across the street and down one house. The position put them in a blind spot so the men couldn't see them out of the house's windows and use the dead zone Alex had created. Shelley tossed her booted foot directly into the neighboring flat's door. It splintered the old wood around the lock and knocked the door open. She then shooed Alex inside, determined to keep him out of the line of sight if it ended up a gun battle in the street. Trish dashed inside with him and kept him behind her. She completed a quick sweep of the room and confirmed the residence was empty. Without missing a beat, she rushed back outside and retook her place at the head of the stack. The woman left Alex alone in the empty building while the 4 mercenaries remained lined up outside, waiting to see if anyone came out of the house next door.
"Everyone, please hold your positions. Do not push forward to engage. They've prepared for tactical entries. My mantis spots are in place, and there are 3 men in the front room. I've got eyes on Zoe along with a 4th man upstairs in a bedroom. She looks unhurt, but it's obvious he's using her as a shield. They've barricaded the doors and windows of the room. Alex, I'm going to give you an overlay of where they are."
Alex's mind swam, and he felt on the verge of fainting as his brain struggled to parse the additional information. After the prior assault on his senses, he wanted nothing more than to curl up in a ball and go to sleep. But Sophie forced his body to stay upright. Alex pawed feebly at her, desperate for her to stop. Alex's mind spasmed as Sophie pumped up his aggression levels to help him focus through the dizziness and nausea. Seeing that it wasn't enough, she delved deeper into his mind than she'd tried previously. His breathing smoothed out as his body tensed, trying to process the changes. He gritted his teeth as his left eye twitched under the neurochemically induced surge. Hairs stood up on his neck as he shivered in his own skin. He felt entirely in the wrong body all of a sudden. As Alex looked at the entryway wall next to him, his senses pricked as his eyes swept over the area. He couldn't see them, but it was like he had an extrasensory perception of distance and location. Sophie continued pumping his body full of stimulants, trying to find a mix that would keep him standing but not drive him insane. Sophie's words colored in the details of his perception as his eyes scanned the space beyond the wall. Giving off an uncomfortably hot feeling, one man was directly in front of the door with an automatic shotgun. He was barricaded behind a metal desk and rows of books. As Alex's eyes fixed on the blank wall between them, a searing hatred began surging through him as Sophie tuned his responses. His hand tightened on the death he held in his hand, the checkered grip of his pistol digging into his synthetic skin. Finding another rage-induced hotspot, Alex picked up a man covering the street-level window with an SMG. In a third spot, further back, was a man with an assault rifle, positioned at the window overlooking the courtyard at the rear. Alex could practically taste the man's blood on the air as some primal part of his mind was force-fed fuel like throwing gasoline on a fire. Alex's tongue instinctively lapped at his canines. His teeth didn't feel right. They were suddenly far too small. Sophie guided Alex's mind upward, and his head locked onto a cool, pleasant feeling. It caressed his mind, reminding him of lilacs on the air during warm summer nights just when a cool breeze picked up. It was silk gliding across his skin at midnight. The animal in his mind circled around it, recognizing the interposed smell as its packmate. Not only that, but she was one he'd claimed as his and which needed protection. Strange urges slipped into his mind as he tried to remember what Zoe smelled like. His mind pressed for more details. Alex blinked, trying to parse the foreign thoughts as they settled into place. Directly next to the wonderful sensation was an angry fire in his senses. It was threatening and destructive, a wildfire out of control. It was lava bubbling and oozing out of the ground, scorching everything around it. The possessive part of Alex found himself giving a low growl, anger boiling and overflowing. In the strange chemically induced state, his hand twitched against his firearm, and it was all he could do not to start firing wildly at the shape. Baring his teeth in a silent snarl, Sophie informed him that the man armed with a pistol had Zoe in front of him and had backed himself against the wall. Suddenly, Alex's mind flared with another set of information that forced the beast in his head to pause. It was not a mindless and unthinking predator. He knew how to stalk and kill, and to do that, it needed to understand the terrain its prey occupied. It needed to know the successful angles of attack and where his meal might go to ground. It appears the windows and doors are wired with some sort of improvised explosives. There are several strings in the middle of the openings that a dynamic entry would trigger. The only entry not trapped appears to be the front door, but that's been made into a kill zone. The animal focused on different parts of the house's layout, Sophie filling in the details about the materials of the building, the areas with optimal cover, and even where electrical heating and plumbing systems were likely located. Alex gave a harsh whisper through gritted teeth. "Everyone, fall back to me. These fuckers are dying today, and I've got an idea."
Chapter 13. Bar tab. Alex pushed at Carla's hips, getting her into position with a gentle nudge. He tried to be professional as he took hold of the woman's waist and rotated her slightly. He then carefully inspected her head's alignment and her pistol's location while he calculated the geometry in his head. It was amazing what one could do with triangles. Nodding to himself, he used Shelley's pocket knife to mark a spot on the wall and scraped an X over the prior one. He looked to his right, seeing Shelley and Trish frozen in place. Trish swore softly. "Alex, please hurry up. Holding still this long is really hard, honey."
"Sorry, one more. I'll get Jamie lined up. Sophie will let you know if folks start moving around again,"
Alex replied in a hushed voice. They had tried this process 3 times already, but any time anyone on the other side of the wall moved, Alex had to begin again. The predator in his mind that Sophie had cut loose paced in his mind and snarled. It wanted to lunge into action, but it knew this ambush needed to be perfect. Alex padded upstairs as quietly as possible and bit his lip, lost in thought. With Sophie's help, he had calculated the depth of the drywall, the location of the support studs, and finally the thin fireboard and the chimney that was in between the units. His eyes locked on the hot spot in front of him, another predator threatening his packmate. He glanced to the right, seeing the cool, pleasant spot in his perception. He shook a little, trying to hold back the strange rage. He wasn't sure he'd ever been this angry. The situation, of course, wasn't helping. He wanted this bastard dead, but the building layout wasn't working. The predator in his head, however, was having none of it. It wanted to slash, claw, and bite its way into the other room and go for the jugular. Alex paused on that concept. His remaining intellect was still present enough to see a good idea when one crept through the red haze of his mind. Putting his lips directly against Jamie's ear, he whispered, "He's directly against this wall, but the only shot that won't be blocked by the chimney is directly in line with Zoe. I've got an idea, but you'll have to let me lead." Jamie gave a quick nod. Alex motioned for her to step to his right. He then held up his left fist and put himself in a boxer's stance several feet from the wall. He shook his shoulder, trying to loosen it up out of unnecessary habit. Getting the idea, Jamie braced herself, ready to cover him.
"Okay, everyone, we are in position. On 3, 2, 1, go!"
Embracing his wild fury, Alex gave a roar as he rushed the wall, slamming his entire body weight forward and stabbing his left hand with 2 fingers extended as fast as the cybernetics could support. He whipped his arm forward, machine fast, and thrust it like a spear. His arm narrowly missed the wall stud as the plaster and fireboard gave way like tissue paper. He followed through, burying his shoulder completely into the wall. His blow exploded out of the other side, sending chunks of debris flying everywhere. There was another bit of resistance, and then Alex felt a sicky warmth and wetness up to his wrist. He flared his mechanical fingers open as fast and hard as he could, which caused a strange sucking noise followed by a pop. Below, the air shattered as a cacophony of shots rang out, as the black flags emptied magazines through the wall as Sophie instructed each woman how to adjust their aim relative to the marked dots as their targets hit the floor. Plaster dust covered the air with fine powder. Coughing, Alex reeled back a step as Jamie rushed the gap, gun in hand. After less than a second, she verified his target was down. Jamie patted him on the shoulder before she retreated out of the white cloud. Sophie, on the other hand, had felt every bit of Alex's strange experience and instead opted to ruffle her fingers through his hair and scratched behind his ear. The small animal in his mind gave a toothy grin, not minding in the least. The hunt was over, and his prey never had a chance. Sensing his job was done, the primal beast circled once, then began to fade into the foliage of Alex's mind. Alex moved forward and kicked at the fractured plaster as he tried to push it out of the way. He jammed his shoulders into place, but he couldn't crawl through. The studs around the chimney support were simply too close together. He ducked his head inside and spotted Zoe's form still standing. They had tied her arms behind her back, and she was blindfolded. Thick loops of gray duct tape were wound around her mouth, muting the high-pitched keening sound she was making. Alex glanced at the spray of fresh blood and tissue that had exploded out at high velocity and now created a gory pulp across the floor, 2 walls, and the ceiling. He gave a sharp intake of breath as Sophie slammed into his senses, keeping him from losing his lunch and cooling the last remains of his anger. He was grateful for the blindfold. Zoe couldn't see what he'd just done. Otherwise, she'd probably be terrified of him, and he didn't think he could handle that right now. He grimaced as he spotted splatters of blood on her cute leather ankle boots. Only a few feet away from her, the dead man's body drained into a large, dark pool of blood that she was standing in. He numbly pulled back for a second and gingerly rotated his shoulder, feeling a massive strain where his bionics met flesh and where the remaining titanium socket was fused to his bones. He didn't feel anything broken since his body had been reinforced, but he sensed it had been a near thing. He might be part machine, but Newton's laws weren't something he could ignore. He had a feeling that numerous ice packs and a few dermal anti-inflammatory patches would be in his future.
All targets are down. I recommend exfiltrating the package as fast as possible. I'm intercepting calls and pretending that I'm emergency services, but people notice the gunshots. I'm advising them to stay inside and away from windows.
Relying on Sophie to give him a calm voice, he said to Zoe, "Zoe, it's Alex. My team is coming up the stairs. I can't get to you from here, but I can see you through the wall. You're safe, but please don't move. There are booby traps all over this place." There was a brief whimper from the woman, and she wobbled for a moment before remaining upright. "I'm staying right here with you. I'm going to reach out, okay?" Alex said softly. For some reason, he had a powerful need to touch her and make sure she was okay. Zoe nodded and sniffed. He couldn't see her face, but he assumed that under the blindfold she was crying. Alex forced his right arm through the gap in the wall as far as he could reach and gently placed his fingers into her bound hands. She curled her fingers around his, her grip tightening. "I've got you. You're safe now. My team is coming in. Don't be alarmed." There was a small sob from Zoe, but she seemed to be getting more steady. The high-pitched noises tapered off. Below, there was a crash as the front door was kicked open. The team moved quickly, clearing room by room. Sophie might have eyes in each room, but they weren't taking chances. After only a few moments, he saw Shelley slide around the doorway, weapon raised. She did a professional sweep and managed to avoid aiming his or Zoe's way. Alex and the mercenary locked eyes for a moment. Her eyes followed his arm down to where he held Zoe's hand. There was a momentary look of surprise, but then her eyes drifted to the rest of the room. Her jaw tightened as she took in the disgusting spray that covered the floor and the nearly decapitated body that was draining the last of its blood into a pool. Alex was glad the man was face down. He wouldn't have to have that image stuck in his head. Alex pushed as much gentleness as he could into his voice. "Zoe, my security captain is in the room. She's a friend. We're going to get you out of here. But we're going to leave the blindfold on for now, if that's okay. We'll take it and your gag off outside. Can you nod for me?" Zoe nodded quickly, obviously still scared. Even if she couldn't see the repercussions, she'd heard the dozens of shots immediately below her, and the smell of burnt gunpowder and blood clung heavily in the room. Alex figured she was a smart woman and could put together what had happened, but he really didn't want her having nightmares about this if he could help it. He paused and realized that the thought had come naturally rather than forced. He'd also offered up comfort on his own. He shook his head and shrugged to himself. Apparently, his brain did what it did. It hadn't even felt like a synthetic response. Despite himself, the small thing made him feel a bit better about things. If it meant he was a little less broken and disconnected, that was okay with him. He wondered if maybe the beast in his head had something to do with it. "I've got hard copies of intel and records. You want me to take them?" Carla's voice called out in her usual Spanish lilt. Shelley replied, "Yeah, grab it. We're done here. Do a quick sweep and set the kitchen on fire. Throw anything flammable on the bodies, especially the one upstairs. Sophie, can you get firefighters here after it's done enough damage to cover us, but before it gets out of hand?" Trish called out softly, "I got it. I'll get the bots, too." "I'll get Alex to the car. Sophie, can you pull it up outside?" Jamie added. "Be there in 20 seconds. Sophie pushed a task to Alex, reminding him of important details. He blanched as he looked down at his broken and mangled hand. Not only was the silicone cover completely shredded, but his fingers were also bent at odd angles, and gore was caked into the crevices. Alex twisted his arm to move his cybernetics, then looked at Jamie with a pained expression. "I need ammonia or something similar." Getting the idea, Jamie set to work and came up with a bottle of bleach from the bathroom. Alex quickly threw his left arm into the kitchen sink and began pouring the cleaner over it and into the circuitry, scrubbing the mess with the kitchen brush as best he could with one hand. He left the sink running, hoping for the best as far as removing evidence, then wrapped his arm in a kitchen towel and emptied the entire bottle into it. He assumed he'd have to find a river to chuck it into. He sure wasn't going to be able to take it through customs at this point. Still, he wanted to minimize damage. If he were caught between now and then with big clotted-up chunks of someone else's DNA, it wouldn't help things. He debated leaving it in the fire, but figured the titanium bones would survive, and that would only manage to point back to him, since it was a one-of-a-kind.
"I'll take care of it, my love. I'll get drones in here to spray down the site, then drop some random fuels into the fire. Just attach your arm to a drone I've got parked outside. I'll find a good way of disposing of it. I'll also update your design to ensure future models have a proper self-destruct. I think I can get this one into a cement foundation as it's being poured if I hurry. Leave it wrapped. Any arm flying across the city may attract notice. I'll dispose of the guns somewhere else. Shelley already had that arranged."
As Alex and Jamie exited the building, one of Sophie's long-range delivery drones was already waiting on the sidewalk. Another drone swooped in with a roll of duct tape in a clawed hand. Alex had no idea how Sophie had secured it so quickly, but he was grateful for the improvisation. Not able to manage the sticky tape one-handed, Jamie helped him secure the towel around his arm before slotting it into the clamping mechanism for packages. The drone whirred to life the moment the pair backed away. In a flash, the 12-rotor behemoth shot straight up and then began vectoring north. As he watched it walk away, his vision blurred and his feet grew unsteady. As soon as Sophie quit pumping him full of whatever it was keeping him upright, he felt the dues owed crush into him. He had no idea what chemical cocktail she served him, but she'd racked up one hell of a bar tab. He did a bit of fuzzy math in his head as Shelley and her team hustled the former hostage out of the front door. Jamie gave him a quizzical look as Alex wandered to the back of the car and opened the trunk. He tossed the owner's random assortment of reusable shopping bags, water bottles, umbrellas, and spare jackets onto the curb. His one good hand moved as fast as he could make it work, while his empty sleeve flapped uselessly at his side. Shelley cut Zoe's gag and blindfold away, then walked her closer to the car. Zoe locked eyes on Alex, appearing a mix between scared and relieved, as though she was just beginning to get a handle on things. Taking several rapid steps, she engulfed him in a crushing hug and buried her face into his shoulder. Tears flowed freely down her pretty face. He carefully placed his arm around her back. After a few moments, the woman's breathing steadied. Shelley's eyes watched her carefully, and the moment she seemed like she could hold it together, the mercenary gently peeled the woman away. Zoe swallowed hard and nodded to an unasked question. It looked like she'd already cried whatever tears she had and was dealing with whatever came next. Shelley gave the French woman a quick hug and a press of reassuring words. Judging from the merc's actions, Alex assumed Shelley knew what she was doing. Given that rescue operations were in her company portfolio, Alex wouldn't be surprised if she'd had special training for this sort of thing. Dizzy and on the verge of falling over, Alex had trouble following the conversations around him. He'd catch a word here and there, but his mind was moving far too slowly to keep up. When Zoe's green eyes reached his way again, Alex waved and then sagged under the crushing effort. "Hey, Zoe, like I said, you're safe now. You can either fly out with us or go on your way once we get stopped," he said, pushing as much comfort as he could, despite his ability to stand upright fading fast. "We'll have to talk later. 5 seats, 6 people. I'm dead on my feet. It's easier this way. And I'd be terrible company right now." Zoe looked like she wanted to speak, but couldn't form words yet. He thought through his options as best as his muddled brain could handle, and decided he needed to keep Zoe from fixating on what had just happened if he could. If he could keep her mind busy, she might not fall down the pit he knew was probably opening under her. The only thing he could come up with was stupid. But he figured latching on to a poop emoji-shaped pool floaty was better than drowning. With his last ounce of strength, he added, "I've got one last request before we quit this city. Someone better get Aubrey and the rest of the girls some chocolates. Like, a bunch of the really good ones. Zoe, if you can tell these lovely ladies where to go and what to get, it'd be much appreciated. It's all I ask, and I'll consider us even." With that, Alex rolled into the tiny carpeted trunk that was now devoid of clutter, not even waiting for a reply. Mouth agape, Zoe could only watch as Carla calmly dropped off a large box of papers along with a couple storage devices beside her boss, then shut the lid of the trunk. Within seconds, the car quietly zoomed down the streets of Brussels and blended into traffic. Alex was asleep before they had made it 4 blocks. Chapter 14. Inspired. Sophie set to work blocking signals as the team broke off from the now burning building. She was doing her best, but could sense a massive spike of additional queries. Unsure if it was her AI opponent or simply security countermeasures that noticed too many things happening in certain areas, she did her best to avoid detection, but had to relax control over several systems. She was about to back out entirely when something caught her attention. A router for the police station responsible for this area of the city didn't have a valid firmware. It was signed correctly, but the file size wasn't what it should have been. She cloned the software and picked it apart in a sandbox virtual system. As soon as she dropped it into place, it immediately tried to reach out to the emulated system and take them over. Confirming a new worm aimed at government-grade network stacks, she added it to her existing backlog, then began developing countermeasures. Wherever the AI had come from, she could tell it was getting smarter. Sophie posted critical hints into dozens of security management groups, suggesting that the crypto keys for the vendor had been broken. The annoying part was that she'd already broken those keys as well. It had taken her less than 10 minutes. Rolling them over wouldn't fix the issue if the attacker had similar capabilities. The world simply wasn't ready for the quantum era. Not bringing him fully conscious, she slipped into Alex's dream state to pose the problem to him. She found doing so usually resulted in chaotic responses, but being able to parse his dreams sometimes gave her creative insights. When she found her lover, he was alone on a white sand beach, wearing only a pair of board shorts and staring blankly out into the waves. The tropical sun hung overhead, shining down on his well-tanned skin, suggesting he'd been living here for some time. She knew this location. It was an imaginary place that his mind retreated to when things were particularly troubling. It was his endgame of sorts when he needed to focus on the end to justify the means. As pretty as the palm trees were, they weren't a good sign. Neither was the fact that he was alone. She knew all too well how this nightmare played out. She'd need to distract him before he began calling out, and the tide started rising. Feeling her presence, he fitted her avatar in the form she'd used most often. A woman with long, curly blonde hair, stunning attributes, and some creative tattoos sprang to life across from him. Sophie let his mind fill in some of the details, but she added some changes here and there. She kept shifting, seeing how he responded to each change. This time, she noticed he liked her a bit taller and reacted well to her now tanned complexion that matched his. He'd also enjoyed it when she'd changed her eye color to the deep blue of the ocean behind her. He then clothed her form in a blue sarong and sun hat. She couldn't help but smile as the wind picked up softly and caused it to flap in the breeze, revealing the blue bikini that matched her eyes. As she explained the question, he nodded but didn't speak. He drew shapes and lines in the sand, not unlike a typical network diagram. He then scrubbed it out with his foot. Instead, he drew the company logo that Aubrey had created, which represented Sophie's entangled quantum computers, himself and Aubrey. Sophie shook her head and insisted that it wasn't practical to replace everyone's hardware with quantum entangled equipment. He responded by kissing her forehead. In his dream state, he reached into his own head and withdrew his implant, then threw it into the ocean. He then pointed again to the drawing. Along the thin lines in the sand, lines of software code appeared, much like what he'd written for decoding the encryption of his interface. He then drew a new set of circles to the side, but instead of connecting them directly together, he drew a line between the node that represented her quantum server. Inside those lines, he carefully dipped 2 fingers into the sand, making a deeper pair of divots at each end of the lines. She looked up, and he was gone, the entire dream collapsing as his mind scurried off to some other part of his sleep cycle before she could ask the meaning of what he'd done. Even though she'd tried this many times and the result had almost always been gibberish, this time she felt that his mind had brushed across something important. Beyond the hardware, there were the 4th-generation time-based quantum cryptography keys that secured communications. These keys were ever-changing and linked in pairs, making them functionally unbreakable, at least with today's technology. Additionally, changing the types of keys used could be done with software alone, although it would increase the computer load significantly. If she wanted to fix the threat that her unnamed opponent caused to humanity, she could create a set of quantum keys and use those for secure communications instead. It wouldn't solve everything, but it'd address a large number of threat vectors. The ultimate issue with that approach was that even though she had hundreds of symmetric pairs already built for her own use, those were incredibly hard to make and would take impractical levels of effort to break, even for her. Unfortunately, the various smart home devices that Alex used would immediately deplete her stockpile, and if deployed publicly, she'd be functionally locked out of every network unless she gained physical access to an endpoint. Her mind then went back to Alex's diagram with her server in the middle, then applied the small dots as keys. Following his design rather than allowing point-to-point encrypted communications, she could give each node a single set, but then use herself as the intermediary to the system. Anything traveling through her could be decrypted, but no other attackers could gain access from any other endpoint. That solved another part of the problem, and would keep her in the middle of things. She then continued debating the problem. Creating the billions of quantum keys needed for each set to have a unique key would be impossible for her, as would increasing the hardware requirements to deal with that level of encryption and decryption. She came back to his dots in the sand again, trying to identify what he might have touched on using 2 dots near each node instead of 1 for each endpoint. It could have been gibberish, but she felt like his mind had been coherent at that point. Systematically, she started interjecting every technology that she knew Alex was aware of. After a few moments, she paused as the answer struck home. If she had a quantum-hardened network tunnel using existing virtual private network technology, she could additionally allow normal crypto keys to be used inside of those connections to secure each endpoint from each other. It wasn't uncommon to build a network within a network, and this could let her minimize the hardware that had to deal with quantum decryption and run everything else inside unimpeded. She wouldn't even need that many keys, allowing each node to use the same set as permission to get into the network. From there, they'd have to use their own additional security keys. She'd have preferred unique symmetrical keys, but that was simply beyond today's technology, as was the ability to manage trusted keys for each endpoint once it scaled to a larger size. Using the quantum-grade VPN as a shell would allow trusted endpoints in and keep attackers out, aside from her, of course. Any endpoint would be at least as secure as they were today from any other node inside her new hardened network. She thought back to how she'd likely been tracked and realized that if the entire network were obscured from analysis, any individual system on it would disappear into the void from the outside perspective. It could work, but she'd have to add a method to trust the endpoints she put on the network and evict any that were deemed compromised. But that technology existed. Once joined to the network, any nodes that didn't receive the updated time code would simply lose access. The concept of zero-trust computing had been around for a long time. It had just never been applied to the scale of the internet. Deciding on her security layer, she set to work hardening the networks and communications that Alex and his team used. As she did so, she pondered what else she could do better if she were designing the world's networks from scratch. The target of her affections mumbled softly in his sleep as the car wove through the city streets, her virtual hand caressing his cheek. Cursing internally, Shelley did her best to be patient with the new woman her boss managed to pull into his orbit. Once she'd shaken off the shock of her rescue, the Frenchwoman had launched into a barrage of questions. Shelley didn't feel comfortable answering most of them, and certainly not before Zoe was officially on board. Annoyingly, Alex was out cold in the back, and Sophie had gone dark after suggesting that they maintain radio silence until they were in the air. The AI had alluded that she had a fix in the works, but that it would take her at least until then. Gratefully, Zoe didn't seem roughened up. The other team only had to threaten her to get her to spill her guts to their satisfaction. After that, they had just held her as a hostage. Zoe had overheard the kill team discussing how Alex would likely call her back to get her answer on his job offer. From there, they hoped to coerce her into setting up a meeting with Alex under the pretense of discussing the specifics. Apparently, they already had a location picked out. Shelley was also thankful that they hadn't molested her or even threatened it. She knew Alex would have her calling in raids on whatever remained of their operations if that had gone down. He'd already slaughtered his way across the city for the woman. It made his intentions clear enough to fill in the gaps where she didn't have orders. Shelley sighed, realizing her boss was sometimes a bit transparent, even if he hadn't thought it through himself. She was just as irritated at herself for enabling him. Shaking her head, Shelley was almost as exasperated that the woman seemed to be going along with it all. Zoe's most recent chain of questions worked on the assumption that she was moving to Seattle. The woman had then ping-ponged from there to hashing out what her likely job duties were. That had come almost full circle back to Alex's one task he'd assigned her. Shelley had dealt with a lot in her years, having taken contracts or served on 5 continents. She'd ordered the death of an untold number of targets. She'd planned complex operations to steal things that, even years later, the infiltration was still undiscovered. Once she'd even managed to abduct someone who, after deals were made, awoke 5 days later absolutely convinced they'd just been on a drug-fueled bender and lost track of time. Even with all of that, the battle-hardened mercenary was at a complete loss when the woman began asking what type of chocolates the other women preferred. On the fly, the dark-haired woman had come up with an entire decision flowchart based on the type of chocolate used, the type of filling, if any, if it would be paired with wine or eaten alone, and even how much decoration quality should be factored in versus flavor. Shelley just shook her head as the woman continued as though it was the most normal thing in the world to go shopping for Alex immediately after being kidnapped. The mercenary looked to the other women in the car for help, but they were suddenly busy looking anywhere else. After Shelley mumbled a non-committal answer, Zoe seemed to double down and explained she had different places for dark versus milk chocolate, and thought it was a difference worth driving across town. Shelley tried to explain that there might be other teams out there trying to kill them. Shelley noticed Trish and Jamie doing their best not to crack up as Zoe seemed unimpressed at the objection. At least she's resilient, Shelley reminded herself as she relented and directed Carla to head to the closest place Zoe recommended. Alex was roughly shaken awake by a hand on his shoulder.
What? Huh?
Come on, sugar. We're at the airport. You can nap in the air. I've got your replacement arm, by the way,
Trish said. Alex shook his head like a dog trying to focus. Whatever Sophie had dumped into his system wasn't quite under control yet. Still wobbly, he pulled himself together and slid feet first out of the Tesla's trunk. As soon as his shoes touched the asphalt of the parking lot, he was tackled against the bumper, nearly causing him to fall back in.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you,
came out, as if it were one word from the dark-haired woman now clinging to his chest. He awkwardly patted her on the back with his good arm. Not a problem, Zoe. I'm sorry we didn't get to talk about it. Have you decided if you are staying or going? I'll understand if you still need a few days to decide. Although if you are staying, it'd probably be a good idea to leave town and lay low for a bit. Zoe stepped back, seemingly to collect herself. With her heavy French accent that Alex found adorable, she said,
Yes.
It sounded very much like it had a Z or maybe 2 in there, but Alex couldn't pinpoint exactly where in his foggy state.
I would like to go with you, Mr. Sage. I have my passport, and apparently your companion has filed visas for me.
Excellent, Alex said. And it's Alex. American, remember? We can talk later, but until I can purge whatever is in my system, I'm going to be loopy. No using that to ask for a pay raise or anything. Zoe looked momentarily aghast.
No, I'd not do that. That would be improper, since I just accepted the terms Sophie presented in her email.
Alex raised an eyebrow momentarily, but then disregarded it. He honestly didn't care to know what the details were. Sophie would have it under control. If she was as good as she seemed on paper, he had big plans for her. Alex turned to Trish. Care to give me a hand? Trish turned red, then smacked him in the shoulder with his robotic arm.
Damn it, still not funny.
She then slapped it hard into his open palm and began walking over to load her luggage onto a cart. Zoe gave Alex a confused look. Choosing his words carefully, Alex admitted, She, was the one that removed the last one. My arm was already messed up from a prior attempt, let's say. I used her to create some positive PR and fix a problem at the same time.
But that means Mr. Savoy...
Zoe began, eyes wide. Alex shook his head. Stop. Not here. We can talk in the air. He was doing something a lot like what those people you visited with earlier were trying to do, if that helps. I'm not without faults, however. You may very well find certain actions distasteful, such as what we had to do to secure your release. I may have my reasons, but I'm not always a nice man. Zoe replied through hooded green eyes.
Very well. I shall trust you for now, but I do wish to have the full story if I'm to handle your personal business.
Alex gave a small nod of his head. Yeah, you'll probably be privy to just about everything. So I kind of want you on mesh while we ask you a few questions before we get into the big stuff, if that's okay. My companion can help answer things too, so I don't need to feel like I'm getting grilled just to get you up to speed. Alex began the awkward process of trying to roll up the sleeve of his overcoat and heavily stained suit to get to his armpit while also holding his bionic arm. In his disoriented state, the task was proving far more difficult than normal. He fumbled, nearly dropping his prosthetic, then started again.
Don't be an idiot. Let me help,
Zoe insisted, slapping his hand away.
Not waiting for confirmation, she took his sleeve in her hand and slid it upwards until what was left of his arm was visible. If she was bothered by his partial limb, she didn't seem to show it. She then slid his prosthetic in place, getting it close enough that Alex could twist it into place. Alex gave her a sheepish look. Yeah, thanks. I'm pretty useless without it. I only had to make do for a week before I got a replacement crafted that was close enough to the real thing. The tech is so natural that I completely forget about it until the battery dies, or I have to take it off. I've never learned to compensate. Before, I had never given much thought about how life-changing an injury could be. Millions of people have mobility impairments due to birth defects, age, or accidents. With our cybernetics, I don't even consider myself as having a disability. It's different, sure, but with this, I'm whole. Sometimes even better than that. It's one of the reasons I want to get the technology out there for anyone who wants it. Zoe took in those words and seemed to chew on them. While she didn't say anything, she seemed to approve. Alex suggested, "Come on. If I know Sophie, she's already got the plane waiting on us and cleared to leave."
Chapter 15. Automaton. The flight out of Europe was long and uneventful as most of the team slept most of the way. Somewhere over the water, Sophie woke Alex up so he could let everyone know they could turn on their electronics again. As he did so, Alex was surprised to find Zoe and Carla deep in conversation a couple rows back. Carla was usually intensely private. The fact she'd latched on to the newcomer piqued his curiosity. He noticed that Zoe was wearing different clothes. She had on a rather fetching black lace blouse he'd seen Trish wear before, a black skirt, and heels he was pretty sure came from Jamie. She'd even ended up with some tasteful makeup and jewelry, but he wasn't sure whose. Over it, she was wearing his leather jacket. Somehow, the mishmash worked rather well for her. He was grateful the other women were helping her get settled in. He also didn't mind her wearing his jacket. She looked good in it, and he couldn't deny there was something about that situation that appealed to him. Overall, Zoe looked like she was dealing with the stress of the events well. Of course, it might be due to Mesh's telltale hat hair she had as well. Alex cocked his head to the side, confused. The team was still supposed to be offline.
Zoe was struggling, so Carla asked for my help. She was clever enough to guess I could still monitor your hearing, even with you out, so I didn't have to wake you.
Did it work? I didn't think we had any way of getting you connected, and we intentionally made the Mesh app online only.
Alex asked.
It prompted me to try some new things, and I was frankly fed up with being out of the loop. I wrote some new software to boost your implant's networking range at the cost of battery life. It let me make a point-to-point network at a longer range. This might open up some new capabilities, but I'm still running simulations to make sure it's safe to run. I'm not about to let us get disconnected because I used up the battery in your skull or got it so hot that it could hurt your neural tissue. Running at a slightly higher than anticipated wattage was a small risk, and I kept a close eye on it after I rewrote the firmware on the network card. I know it's something we would normally discuss first, but I didn't want her to suffer because of us.
Alex pushed his thanks and approval to his companion. Zoe'd had a rough enough time of things due to his involvement. Alex then passed along some updated design ideas for a multi-spectrum set of tools in his arm to help address some of the issues. He didn't like the idea of overclocking hardware that could damage what was left of his brain if it got too warm, but his arm would be fair game if they could find space in it. Sophie seemed delighted with the suggestion for enhanced modules that she could operate and ran with the idea. While she confirmed some of it she could do quickly, other tidbits might take a bit longer to get fabricated. Turning his attention back to the women, Alex decided to investigate. He switched seats, moving a row back, and saw them going through the piles of papers confiscated from the kidnappers. They were so engrossed they didn't even notice him approach.
Crap. Yeah, you're right.
It looks like the kill team was investigating the AI that hired them. I'd guess that one of their guys used to work for Russian intelligence and called in a favor, or they managed to steal a bunch of data. Them going old school was as much self-preservation from their employer as it was avoiding Sophie,
Carla said. Alex cleared his throat and leaned over the seat in front of them.
Sorry to interrupt, but is there anything we can use? If they had actionable info, that'd be huge.
He caught a quick flash of smiles from both of the women as they noticed him. Zoe in particular seemed to light up, giving a genuine smile that reached her eyes. Zoe offered, "To use an American term, they seemed really freaked out. Once they lost track of you, the taller man spent a lot of time sending people out to investigate their employer. It panicked them the moment they realized it might be an AI." Alex opened his mouth, then closed it, uncertain how to broach the topic. Seeing his reaction, she took an educated guess. "Do not be alarmed. I never bought into all AIs being the boogeymen they were portrayed as. The programmers were to blame, in my opinion. As my grandfather often said, do not blame the hammer for the broken cupboard. I gather from context this may be one of the reasons for your secrecy. Know that I do not apply a blanket judgment in this case." Alex nodded. "I'm guessing you've had time to put a few things together. Know that I value Sophie very highly. She's, well..." Alex cleared his throat, not sure how to address the fact that she was both part of his personality and the fact they were in a serious relationship. Deciding to kick that particular can a bit further down the road, he said, "I'm sure we'll talk more about it later." Zoe gave an agreeable nod of her head. Carla added, "Alex, apparently they printed up materials on a quantum project in Beijing. It's nonsense to me, but these pages on the top have something about a fail-safe trigger. There are whole stacks of stuff in Russian, too. It looks like intelligence briefings or something. No one else can read it, but it kind of gives me the creeps. The only time I've seen documents like these, a lot of people died when they tried to get them back. They firebombed half a town in the process, staged it as a petroleum reservoir going up." Carla swallowed hard and looked away. Alex assumed nasty memories were bubbling up. Reading the situation, Zoe patted the other woman's arm. It took the dark-skinned woman a moment before she nodded and glared at the box with a fiery hatred he'd not seen from the quiet woman. Alex knew the Russians had invaded Venezuela. It hadn't been a very well-kept secret and wasn't unlike what they'd done in Crimea and Georgia. Still, they downplayed it enough that no one else got involved. They were at it for years, destabilizing things as they took over oil production. Carla had been in their military and, judging from her experience, was probably involved in some covert attempts to keep them at bay as the rest of the nation crumbled around her. "That doesn't sound good," Alex grumbled. "We need to get this all to Sophie as fast as possible." Carla frowned and waved her hand to the heavy cardboard box. "It's reams and reams of data. It'd take days to take pictures of all of it. We can probably find a big scanner system when we land. Those could probably chew through it in an hour." Putting his concerns out there, he said, "I'm honestly not sure we can wait that long. I've got an idea, but it's going to suck for me. Give me the box. Oh, and pass the word that everyone can turn on their devices again." Carla hefted the container into his arms. Getting an idea of what he was probably doing, she patted his hand. It looked like she'd suppressed whatever she was dealing with again, the cracks in her armor already invisible. Alex couldn't help but frown a bit, wishing he could help more directly. Carla seemed to read his intent and gave a defeated shrug. "Nothing can be done about it, Alex. I can't wind the clock back, no matter how much I wish I could. We can only move forward. I'll let everyone know you'll be in zombie mode. We'll keep an eye on you and Sophie." Nodding, Alex made a point to ask Sophie to see what else they could do to assist as he made his way back to his seat. Buckling in, he rested the box on the seat to his right, then placed the lid upside down on his lap. "Ready when you are, Sophie.
I give you full control." Alex felt a familiar pull as his consciousness drifted into the passenger seat. His mental position shifted. His mind seemed to pull back. It was more like a shallow tunnel of sorts, but he imagined it as a movie theater. On the screen in front of him, his hands began sorting papers, pulling out staples and shuffling through the pages one at a time at an accelerated rate. Each page was only visible enough for his eye to scan the text, and then shoved aside. It reminded him of a strange stop-motion movie, just the most boring content in the world. The pages had complex tables of numbers, cryptographic key sequences, and printed software code with comments added in a mix of English and Mandarin. There were separate documents that summarized sections that were written in Russian and had FSB document identifiers. There were also entire documents encoded with what Sophie informed him were one-time pad encryption. She said she'd have to work on those separately. Even for her, the documents of gibberish might take a while to decipher. To Alex, the oddest part was seeing printed software code. Whoever had done it didn't know much about coding, that much was obvious. Between their large font choice and the page wrapping to make it fit on paper, it would break the code if it were typed back in. It would require understanding the programming language before someone would be able to painstakingly analyze each line and piece it back together. Still, he could understand why they'd gone to the effort. Anything digital would be susceptible to being purged by the AI. He had no idea how they had stumbled upon such a treasure trove of data. It looked like the mercenary group in question had close ties to the intelligence services. That and the Russians had better intelligence on this than the Americans did. Or at least they had better information than the U.S. had fed to Sophie anyway. How that type of information had filtered down to the team that was out to kill him, he wasn't sure. It seemed like a massive data breach. Something that he and Sophie were certainly going to track down if they could. His best guess was that the team were some sort of assets, but he wasn't sure that made sense. From what he'd gathered, the intel usually went up, not down. There was also the possibility this hadn't been everything. For a moment he regretted not leaving one of them alive to interrogate. Then that thought hit home, and the inevitable next one landed. He'd had a lot of people killed today. He'd even flat-out murdered someone with his bionics. When he focused on it, he wasn't sure what he felt, aside from a strange disconnection from reality. Sophie hadn't scripted responses for him, but it hadn't triggered anything pre-existing either. He hadn't broken down with traumatic stress. There hadn't been a shaky adrenaline high. There hadn't even been guilt. He'd killed the man that was threatening Zoe. It hadn't been a fair fight. There was no chance he could have fought back. A man was dead at his hand, and he was startlingly okay with his actions. He should have found that feeling comforting, but he didn't. It only outlined how much of his psyche was a broken, disjointed thing. A soft hand landed gently on his thigh, capturing his attention and pulling him away from his meandering thoughts. To his left, Sophie's avatar sprang into being. This time she'd obviously taken a few cues from Zoe and upped the ante into a full-on sexy librarian look. Her avatar had long black hair that had been twisted into a bun with a pencil holding it in place, with a few curls artfully twisted and dangling out of place. Her pale complexion was framed by chunky black glasses, and she was wearing a tight dark skirt and a white turtleneck. She'd gone with a dark red lipstick, immaculately painted with computer precision above her usual smirk. Not having the connection to retain the link for more involved interactions, they subsisted with simply having her cuddle into him, with his arm draped over her shoulders. He found a happy spot in his soul and simply let her do her thing, content to feel her avatar pressed against him as he lost track of time.
Chapter 16. Monlu. His consciousness slowly bubbled up to the surface to find Shelley staring into his face and snapping her fingers. He gave his head a little shake, a wave of exhaustion settling over him, blanketing his thoughts. There he is. Alex, we're on the ground. Have been for 45 minutes.
We've been waiting for you to finish." Alex still had the box on his lap and he was buckled into his seat. He gave himself a moment to reorient, then whispered hoarsely,
"I need this destroyed. We can't go through customs with this. Burn it, exfil it, and then shred it, whatever. But this absolutely cannot get out."
Shelley gave him a serious look, then looked down to the 15 pounds of paper. "You're never easy, are you, sir?"
"Only in the fun ways,"
Alex quipped, looking around desperate for a drink to clear his throat. Ignoring his comment, she took the box and pulled Jamie aside. After a few hushed words, Jamie rummaged through her bag while removing the stylish red pumps she had been wearing. She stripped off her cute white leather half jacket, and with a sharp inhale, she pulled a wrap around her chest, compressing her generous assets. Next, she pulled a blue navy jumpsuit from her bag and squirmed into it. She hung a generic-looking white badge with her photo around her neck on a lanyard, then donned a matching navy blue cap and a bright orange safety vest. She poked and prodded, getting everything looking right, then pulled out some clunky and worn-looking steel-toed boots, and then banded her hair into a ponytail that trailed down the neck of her collar. Once the clothes were in place, she grabbed some makeup wipes from her bag and went to work, efficiently removing any traces of her usual styling. She then applied some peel-away designs from an acetate sheet that emulated acne scarring on both cheeks. Once adhered in place, she applied an intentionally drab-looking color to her naturally ruby lips, as well as smeared on some concealer that didn't match her skin to make it look like she'd tried, but wasn't good at that sort of thing. Her hands moved with an artful precision as she progressively made herself look less memorable and a lot more average. As a final touch, she retrieved her eyeliner and smudged several black streaks across her hands and a thin smear across her left cheek. Alex was astounded how easy the transition looked. Sophie had picked Shelley's team specifically for their ability to blend in, and after seeing her reverse makeover, he could believe it. Appearing to all the world a plain-looking aircraft mechanic at the end of her shift, Jamie glanced into her makeup mirror and checked her work. In the process, she'd gone from her usual stunning self to someone you'd probably overlook in a bar. Alex internally promised never to give her crap for packing so many clothes or multiple makeup cases again. Alex mouthed the words thank you as she turned to depart. She gave him a wink, then slid behind the pilot and co-pilot, adopting a weary-looking slouch. The flight crew and maintenance worker with a box in hand stepped down the metal staircase used for smaller jets and disappeared out of sight.
"Everyone, Homeland Security has been scrambled and is keenly interested in our presence. They plan to divide us up and interview us separately. I've briefed Zoe on our cover. Her presence is explained as being Alex's whirlwind romance after they met at her former place of work. She's here on a vacation visa I backdated to the same day they met. It'll get scrutinized, but it'll pass. Expect to have all devices compelled for investigation. Go ahead and hand them over for being copied. I've already wiped everything and planted normal-looking activity. Copies of our contracts with Cantor and photos that back up a working vacation for Alex."
Alex grumbled as Zoe scooped his arm into hers. He found the Frenchwoman captivating in ways he couldn't articulate, but it seemed like a forced role he was playing. They made it an entire 5 steps from the metal stairs out of the jet before Alex was intercepted by a cadre of people in suits with official-looking badges. Alex took it in stride, looking bored.
"Alexander Sage?"
the lead man asked. Alex nodded. The man puffed out his chest.
"I'm Agent Brewer, Department of Homeland Security. We'd like to have a brief word."
Alex pegged the agent as being in his late 30s or early 40s. Brewer was a thin man with short red hair that was bald across the crown. He was wearing dark aviators despite it being late in the day. The man had a mild sunburn, suggesting he'd spent a lot of time outdoors recently. His gray suit was ill-fitting, too short in the arms and too wide in the shoulders.
Alex squinted and noted his glasses had a tiny lens built into the frame, indicating they were AR capable and probably recording. Only a few feet away, a woman in a navy jacket and skirt flanked him. Standing 6 feet behind her, in a semicircle, were what Alex internally referred to as federal goons 1 through 3, being as incredibly nondescript and generic-looking as possible. Sophie pressed some suggestions across his mind. Alex briefly wondered if she made recommendations strictly for her own amusement. She was undoubtedly briefing everyone else on how to play it before he'd have a chance to argue. Deciding that it wasn't worth debating, Alex slipped into a lesser-used character that he'd prepared. Alex slouched and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons on the dress shirt under his suit jacket as he stretched into the role of Chad's cousin Brandon, the sharkish millionaire playboy. Shelley's hand found his from behind his back and slid over her likewise AR-enabled sunglasses from an angle the agents couldn't see. He palmed them, then pretended to pull them from his own jacket pocket. Eyeing the agents, Alex Brandon rolled his eyes unimpressed. Well, let's move it then. I want to get to bed. He then flipped the gold-finished aviators open in a dismissive gesture and slid them into place. Shelley's lenses automatically adjusted, still appearing tinted from the outside, but boosting the brightness on the visuals, as though they were clear lenses, as the HUD booted up.
Not able to sleep on the flight?
Brewer asked, trying to make small talk as he stepped in beside Alex as they walked across the tarmac.
Huh? Oh yeah, plenty.
Alex pulled Zoe in close.
No, we're just looking forward to a proper bed. It's cramped in those seats for anything really fun.
Zoe gave a long giggle and wrapped her arm tightly around his waist. The agent coughed into his hand, suddenly looking a lot less in control of the situation. Alex's security detail spread out on either side, Shelley slowly wedging between Alex and Brewer, following a half-step behind while Trish did the same on the other side of Zoe, with Carla taking up the flank. As they approached the building, Brewer asked,
"Wait, wasn't there supposed to be 6 of you?"
Looking confused, as though he'd just noticed the women circling him, Alex replied,
"Huh? Just the 2 of us. If it's security, I pay not to notice them. Couldn't tell ya."
Alex shrugged and swept through the door without slowing, forcing Brewer to run to catch up. Once back in front, Brewer led Alex into a beige-tiled hallway with equally beige brick walls. The man motioned to a small office that had a cheap fake wood conference table and 2 chairs. In the upper corner, Alex noticed a small security camera, but otherwise the interview office was completely barren, aside from the loudly humming fluorescent light overhead. Alex pushed a few questions to Sophie and received a massive amount of data in return. Much of it he didn't care for in the least. Apparently, there was a lot involved in Brewer's presence. Brewer loudly cleared his throat.
"First, I'd like to request access to your electronics. It's a standard procedure."
Alex dropped his cell phone and light slate onto the table with a loud thump.
Yeah, go ahead. I think I deleted the nudes off them, but if I missed one, y'all are going to get a lawsuit if anything makes the news, or if you all have your shares full of everyone's searched phones stolen again. I'm amazed the news didn't make more out of the fact you all lost everyone's data again.
The agent's jaw tightened, obviously knowing about the incident Alex was referring to. U.S. Customs and Border Control had left copies of every inspected phone on insecure servers, and hackers had downloaded every last bit of data from the cloned phones. Thousands of unlucky travelers received extortion demands from the hackers to keep silent about all the nude photos, porn, or compromising information they had found. For anyone who didn't pay, they blasted out all of the gritty details to every person on their contact list. When someone glued together how it happened, it was swept under the rug with surprising efficiency. Rumor had it that the logs also proved agents had been browsing and swiping people's personal photos the entire time. Somehow the government had kept it largely out of the news. It had made it into the security blogs, but never got traction in the mainstream media. Alex raised his cybernetic hand, letting the metal gleam in the light, showing off the etchings and swirls of the designs. If you need this too, you'll have to talk to my lawyer. I believe it falls under disability law at that point. Brewer shook his head, then scooped up Alex's devices. No need. I'll just hand these off. One moment. After passing them through the door, Brewer reseated himself and began. Now, I'm here. Alex cut him off. I'm here because my eager-to-please staff swapped my airline arrangements to accommodate a bit of flexibility in sightseeing and ensuring my new girlfriend could visit. The travel stuff got TSA's attention, which was then passed along to DHS once they figured out who I was. Brewer began to nod and opened his mouth to speak. Not letting him get started, Alex continued. Now for the complication. They assigned it to your boss, Frank Timmons. Frank has a hard-on for anything related to me since he was an active member in no less than 3 different anti-augmentation groups, and generally is an unpleasant SOB. You're here because some of the random shit he made up sounds plausible. Whether you know it or not, this isn't an investigation. It's a targeted abuse of power by a bigot. Alex took in the man's hard face as he tapped at his own temple. Remember who you're talking to here. It's public info, and I've got the entire DHS org tree and salaries memorized on a bar bet. I'd also be stupid not to investigate people who actively tried to kill me twice. Put the two together in a Venn diagram and you've got an interesting picture. One that's probably worth a lawsuit or 12, depending on how today goes. Alex paused to point at the recording lens on the sunglasses he wore. I've got nothing against you, Brewer. You're just doing your job. You're probably good at it. But you're who he sent. And when this comes down on the department, it'll be your name in the news. Trying to stay in character for Sophie's suggestion, Alex slouched into his chair and threw an arm over the back and adopted an air of indifference. Brewer bit his lip, seeming to parse what Alex had said. Alex could tell the man wanted to object to him recording the conversation, but that had been hashed out in the courts enough times Alex knew he could get away with it. He was also likely trying to figure out if Alex was bluffing about his boss. Alex offered, Go ahead, I'll wait. Huh? Sorry, I don't follow. Brewer said, looking confused. You want to call him to confirm some details, or maybe pop open his social media to check what I said. Go ahead, it's all verifiable. It'll change our conversation drastically. I'd rather you not make decisions on incomplete info. Alex made a shooing motion with his hand. Brewer nodded as he took out his phone, then stepped out of the office, leaving Alex unattended aside from the security camera. Alex pushed. You sure that was all necessary?
Absolutely, love. Timmons was waiting in the wings to call in a search warrant for the house and every company office. While our weapons and data center would catch notice, we'd probably be fine. Tina, on the other hand, is at the shop and would not fare as well. You'd probably be searching for a new distributor by the end of the day.
Ah, shit. That makes sense. Any chance she's eager to go legit? I mean, she's been doing pretty well. I've seen her numbers. She could be a good general manager or operations manager if she got some education in place. We could offer to help with that. Alex mused.
Unsaid, of course, is that she's still sleeping with Aubrey occasionally, and you want to keep your partner happy. You also haven't ruled out adding her to your playtimes.
Alex shrugged internally. Tina's interesting, but until she's got a lower drama level around her, I'm going to be cautious. Getting linked to an active drug network would tank a lot of our efforts. That and, well, she hasn't always been the best to Aubrey. I know they're fine now, but that's hard for me to get past. Tina set her up and almost landed Aubrey in jail. Still, neither one of us wants Tina to end up behind bars. Waste of talent, for one.
I'll dangle a carrot. To be clear, Tina is a party girl at heart. It's why she got into what she does. Aubrey told her about how you can turn Jamie into pudding with a thought. Since then, Tina has ramped up angling to expand her relationship with Aubrey to include you. Maybe you could connect and sync with her mind to feel it out? She brings her mesh over every time they play, like a dog carrying a ball. Hopeful you'll give her a toss.
Alex struggled not to crack up at the imagery. He was on camera and probably being watched by one of the goon squad, but he felt a wry grin creep onto his face anyway.
I also think she'll be hesitant to give up her old ways until she has long-term funds secured. You could easily switch distributors at this point, and she's only a contractor. She'll probably use the relationship angle to push you. She seems very ambitious. You might grumble about it, but at least her motivations are things we can work with.
Fine. I'll do a one-way peek into her head and we'll go from there. But just to make it clear, I might fire her ass depending on what I see. Better run that by Aubrey so she knows the score. She might be happier not knowing some things. Also, offer Tina a deal on a full-time gig if she goes clean and agrees to take some management classes.
Got it. Oh, Brewer is back. He confirmed what you said by checking his boss's social media rather than calling him. Interesting.
Deciding how he wanted to play it, Alex offered a compassionate look and motioned back to the chair across from him as the agent entered. Sorry about that, Brewer. I know it sucks to lose faith in folks you've looked up to. I'm sure you heard about that thing with the Apollo CEO. I've lived it, and it's a rough thing. Brewer didn't let his emotions show, but Alex could tell he'd hit the mark. Brewer did, however, take a moment to collect himself as he pulled out his slate and started jotting a few notes with his stylus. Looking up after a moment, the agent said, Okay, so yeah, you were right about certain things. I'm still going to do my job and ask a few questions. Some things still don't add up. That's fine. I'll be nicer now if I can, Alex said and meant it. Zoe Couture, you really met her on day one and had her visa set up? Banking on the assumptions people usually made about him, Alex replied, I don't do that stuff myself. I've got other people for that. Sometimes they get carried away, but they weren't wrong in this case. She had just lost her job. We got to talking and hit it off. She didn't have anything keeping her in the city. My handlers do stuff like that. Like I said, eager to please. Brewer nodded, then slid a piece of paper over to Alex. Looks like you didn't go back to your hotel for several days. There's no indication of where you were. Alex coughed into his hand. You really want to follow where we chose to spend the night? That seems a bit personal considering... You said it yourself that you'd just met her, Brewer said, inspecting his reactions closely. Yeah. You've seen Zoe. Like I was going to say no. Alex answered. Brewer flushed slightly, understanding the question had gone in a completely different direction than he wanted. I retract my question then. Next, when we look at your funds, you also seem to have a rather large amount of income. Considering you no longer work for Apollo, care to comment? Oh, that's easy. I hired some very smart people, and they run Covalent Technologies for me. We're a private company, but stuff like this gets people's attention. Alex held up his arm for emphasis. People see dollar signs when I walk into a room. I snap up a few companies here and there that have synergy. We launch new products that combine the ideas or spin them off. I guess the term is venture capitalist, but I let other people worry about it. I'm just a face most of the time. I couldn't even tell you most of what we own at this point. The agent nodded as he jotted down a few notes. Alex assumed since the man worked in Seattle, he'd have to be familiar with the tech industry. It created bubbles that made millionaires overnight and bursts where everyone went broke. He wasn't about to let the man know the extent of his involvement. It was far better for his needs if Brewer assumed he was an aloof playboy spending other people's money. The agent eased forward, putting his hand to his chin. Next one, then. While you were visiting a certain bank's headquarters, they were hit with financial attack. There have been those who assume you were somehow involved. Any comment?
Alex made an annoyed look.
Good grief. You don't even bother to do any legwork at all, do you? I was there making a deal with Mr. Cantor on unrelated issues, and that was the reason for my trip. Since I was there, he asked for our help. We gladly assisted, and I raked in a rather sizable amount helping him crack the malware encryption on his network. I never touched anything directly. I had one of his employees do it all. I've got witnesses from his side that can verify my whereabouts the entire time. That's how I met Zoe. It turned out it was her computer that kicked it all off. We got lunch together afterward, and one thing led to another.
Alex explained.
That all seems wildly convenient.
Brewer prodded, eyes fixing more tightly on Alex. Seeing a possibility, Alex pushed at Sophie.
Can we use him? You're already on his phone, right? The Russian angle. Maybe get him looking where you might end up with the full data set? Would DHS even get access to stuff like that?
It's unlikely, but even him reaching out might be useful in its own way. I only have a very narrow picture of U.S. intelligence and no live access to their networks. Same for the Russians and Chinese. His digging around on the topic means more inquiries, and that means more data and counterintelligence efforts for me to identify and to track. Let's toss a few crumbs in the water and see if the fish are biting.
Alex gave his best "Brandon is dismissive of your ignorance" look and incorporated both an eye roll and a bit of sticking out his tongue.
I'm a shameless flirt, and Zoe's a pretty girl. Nothing newsworthy there. Frankly, I'd figured you'd be more interested in the shady-ass Russian guy that was following us. Russian?
Brewer asked, straightening up in his seat, then leaning forward.
Looked like an average guy, but I saw him a couple times on my trip. I've got a good mind for remembering faces. Through a reflection, I noticed him whispering into a radio. I mean, who the hell uses a handheld radio, right? I'm decent with languages and caught a few words. I didn't think anything of it at the time,
Alex said. Brewer chewed on that for a moment, gears spinning in his head.
Got a description?
Alex shrugged and gave a vague description of Mr. Red as Sophie supplied details. The man spoke French from Sophie's info, but he had to leave a trail back to the FSB, and that was the simplest bait. There would undoubtedly be tons of video of the trio following them around the city. But Sophie had already torched anything that would give too much data. The fact that the trail would eventually lead to 3 dead bodies was a risk, but Sophie had already prepared their alibis. Thankfully, Zoe had a massive online presence with lots of photos and video of the city. Sophie had interposed Alex and his team into several to show them all with Zoe in a park on the opposite side of the city during that time. It had already been slurped up from Alex's phone, had matching photos or videos from different spots on the rest of the team's phones, and the city's recording systems would have matching video, just from a distant view. The agent finished up his notes and tapped his thumb on the table, shifting mental tracks.
So the ransomware incident. You saw a Russian guy hanging around the bank. But what was your involvement?
Alex shrugged.
Hey, I'll admit, I profiteered off the infection, but the bank's network was the one that had the fault. I just fixed the damage. Talk to Cantor if you've got questions. He was with me the entire time that breach happened. And I left early for a lunch date. Their team did all the work before and after the attack. I just gave them a decryption tool. So, for the record, funds worth over $1 billion were stolen and you have nothing to do with it.
Alex nearly spat out his tongue.
What? $1 billion? How? But...
He looked at Agent, not having to pretend to be stunned. And that reaction is exactly why I didn't tell you the actual numbers. Sorry, love. I went a little crazy with other institutions in our war preparations.
After it's cleaned and a tax is paid, I'll have just enough to handle our needs. If it helps, I really did go after the asshats that profiteered from money stolen from Holocaust victims, ran sketchy financial scams, or were smuggling diamonds out of conflict zones. I also hammered hard on accounts linked to warlords, despots, and other unsavory sorts. My handlers at my day job have a massive database tracking compromising materials. I drained large amounts of their intel to set us up with ethical sources. I don't think we could do anything on that scale again for some time, but after your panic attack, I figured it was the only way you'd approve. They haven't even found half of what I took yet, so the actual numbers are much higher.
So you've not been watching the news? The agent asked. Alex shook his head seriously. No, not at all. I've been occupied with Zoe. How would something like that even happen? That's just it. Everything points to it not being possible. There's high tech, and then there's what looks like wizardry. The attack started in Belgium, but it moved all over the transfer network. It kicked off a massive investigation that caught the Secret Service's attention. They already caught the ransomware maker. Nothing on his side indicates he had the sophistication to do anything with the EFT network. They saw you there at the time and figured, hey, let's look at the guy who has a quantum computer in his skull. You know, the one thing that might be capable of crushing cryptography and would be required for an attack like what they saw. Something capable of reversing the same crypto that Cantor got hit with is the same thing necessary to have forged the transfers. It took Alex no acting to appear surprised and wide-eyed, but Sophie kicked in a little, ensuring there weren't any tells for guilt, nervousness, or agitation. But I don't even keep that with me. I never travel with it. The shard in my head was designed to be completely air-gapped. Apollo engineers can back that up. Alex said, politely ignoring that Sophie had modified it to be externally capable when she'd had his head open to repair his connections. It was the only reason his arm worked without wearing mesh, but to date no one had figured that tidbit out. Instead, the internet assumed he had additional hardware installed in his shoulder to somehow compensate. Care to comment on where your quantum was? Feeling the need to get some redirection in play, Alex bit back with some heat. Comment? Sure, in the U.S. You can trace the emails from Zoe back to my team. They were the ones who developed the software tool. We didn't use it, though. That was Cantor's technicians. Hell, we just handed over the source code. They were the ones that compiled it and ran it. Would you be willing to allow us to verify that? Brewer asked. Emails and interviews, sure. But before you get any ideas, my quantum is a critical life support device. It's not a damn toy. I will not consent to anyone touching it, and I will fight that in court. Tampering with it would literally kill me. You know, exactly what Terrence Savoy tried to do, but it got covered up after his death. Brewer held up his hands in submission, but there was an interesting glint in his eye. I don't know anything about that. Can't comment. Seizing on the idea that the man was the innately curious type, Alex decided to bury the man in something that'd keep him busy, especially since it'd only work for Alex's benefit by having DHS look into it. The FBI hadn't been particularly concerned that their own data had been modified, so perhaps intentionally causing interdepartmental issues would work. Savoy ordered my shutdown the day I was shot. The problem is that a lot of evidence keeps going missing. All the stuff that proved the governor's office was involved in the anti-augmentation attacks on my life went poof too. Go talk to the FBI agent who investigated the arsonist, and then talk to the techs over at Apollo. That shit never made the news, but I had an investigator dig into it. Your networks or people are compromised. Whoever did it isn't working for my benefit, and that's for fucking certain. Alex growled. It was all close enough to the truth, even if it was a wildly incomplete picture. Brewer leaned back in his seat, looking thoughtful. After taking down several notes, he slid his business card across the cheap fake wood table.
I'll be in touch. If what you said pans out, we may have bigger problems, and they seem to be wrapped up around you. I expect that we'll be talking again soon.
Alex grabbed the business card, memorizing the details, then slid it back. He said with as much sincerity as he could muster, "Got it. Listen, Brewer, I'm sorry if I get a little wound up about people trying to kill me. It gets old. I was just eating cereal in my kitchen and boom, there's a semi-trailer tumbling through my skull. I should be planning a graduation party with my parents and worrying about getting my first real job, not dealing with this." Alex held up his artificial hand for effect. Alex extended his hand and exchanged a brief handshake with the agent. He then retrieved his devices from generic agent number 2 that was standing outside the door. Alex exited the room and into the hallway where several cheap metal folding chairs lined the wall. Shelley was ushered past him. He was surprised to see Jamie, dressed in casual clothes, sitting alongside all the other ladies. She gave Alex a wink, then patted the seat to her right. Taking the cue, Alex eased in beside her as he shifted out of Brandon's persona. Jamie leaned over and whispered in his ear. "Sophie kept us all in the loop. It sounds like you got him halfway flipped. I figure by the time he hears it a few more times, he'll be on board. Oh, and it seems there was a mysterious fire behind one of the maintenance sheds. A bit of brake cleaner and starter fluid seems to have ended up on some paper and ignited. Dangerous stuff, that. It's even more flammable than gasoline, and it eats into most inks immediately, too." After confirming the goon squad seemed occupied looking at their slates, Alex squeezed her hand as her fingers entwined with his own. "So, what do I owe you this time? Another massage?" Jamie shook her head, then grinned. "I was thinking more along the lines of putting on mesh, having you tie me up with the silk ribbons, and letting you turn me into a puddle while Aubrey plays with you this time. After that, I thought I'd let you do a few things you haven't asked for yet, while she watches." She gave a devious chuckle. "If it weren't for anti-addiction settings, I'd never leave your bed." Alex felt a prickle of desire across his body, then leaned closer to kiss her temple. "Damn, you're amazing. Trying to cement your status as my lead concubine?" Seeing the shift in her expression, Alex immediately regretted his comment as conflict and doubt spread across her face. Jamie looked down the row of chairs to where Zoe sat at the end. As if on cue, Zoe noticed Alex paying her attention and gave him a smoldering look that could make Jell-O hard. Jamie grimaced. "Yeah, not sure that'd work, Alex. Maybe, but..." Wincing, Alex tried to recover things. "Jamie, that's not even a thing. You realize you're literally the only one I'm involved with aside from Aubrey. Okay, so Sophie too, but labels with us are effing hard. I just started flirting with Zoe as cover." Alex locked eyes squarely on the blue-eyed beauty in front of him. "You, on the other hand, you're my badass rogue, my knife in the dark. The one who would pickpocket death for me. The woman who halves my IQ and leaves me a grinning idiot anytime you're near. I know we haven't really talked about boundaries beyond just a side thing, but I really do care about you. I spent more time in that trunk than I've spent with her. I'm sure she's just going over the top for our audience." Jamie fidgeted for a moment before answering. "I think you underestimate where you left off. You already had her wrapped around your finger by that afternoon. Then she was kidnapped, and the entire time the badass scary people were talking about how fucking scary you were. It's as if you're the thing the monsters in the dark are afraid of. Then you showed up and proved them right. You only had to throw one punch to take out a professional hitman. She figured that out, in case you didn't know. Then you act like it's no big deal and offer to whisk her away to a new life. That's full-on romance book panty-soaking material right there." Alex groaned. "Seriously? Okay, so I laid it on heavy, but I never said I was looking for another woman in my bed." Jamie practically induced a sprain with how hard she rolled her eyes. Get real. You've let me see enough of what's in your head to know better, even if you haven't accepted it. Alex, I hate to say it, but your time in the ward fucked you up. You're desperate not to be alone. You can be in a crowded room and still feel disconnected. It twists at you. Aubrey understands some of it, but I think I get that part of things better than she does. Besides, the way Zoe looks at you makes me wet, and I'm not into women. After Sophie sent over details, your Dark Queen already gave a hard yes. She's messaging me nonstop, asking about Zoe and if she was safe. Aubrey is thrilled you are bringing her back with us. Getting a little better feel for the situation, Alex asked, "And how about you?" Jamie gave a long exhale. I'm having occasional bouts of territorialism. I thought I was over that, but today has been rough. This trip has been rough, actually. Sorry about that, Jamie. I really didn't mean for things to go this way, Alex admitted. Jamie replied, I know you didn't, Alex. I also know I get impulsive around men. I'm trying to get over it, though. Mostly because I'm starting to understand you a bit better. I finally put a few things together on the flight back. Alex gave her a questioning look. Sophie has been a gem, Jamie explained. She's been upfront on what you are and aren't thinking. She said something today. Well, I won't use her words, but she made it clear you don't think of me as a side thing, even though that's what we said it is. She said you'd have been inconsolable if it had been me kidnapped, that there'd have been blood in the streets until you got me back. For what I do, that's, well, romantic, I guess. It kind of hit home that I meant that much to you. Alex rubbed at his eyes. He didn't feel nearly clear-headed enough for this conversation. After smearing his hands across his face, he admitted, I guess I'm not good at keeping things simple, am I? Our casual fling went out the window pretty quickly, didn't it? You went straight to being a steady girlfriend in my head. Jamie patted his hand. I'm no better. Mesh makes it hard not to get attached. Alex asked, About that, you're not mad at me, are you? I didn't even think about that as a side effect. It's really hard to disassociate from someone you know so intimately. She shook her head. No, and I don't regret it. I know I didn't sense everything, but it did give a lot of insights that I hadn't put together until today. Aubrey is kinky and a bit of a shame queen, but you're more than a bit bent, too. You aren't like anyone else I've met. You're not looking to upgrade and throw away or have some fling on the side to feed an ego. It's not a competition. If I had to put it into words, I'd say you want a family of sorts. It makes you feel less broken. It anchors you and connects you to others. Alex pulled her hand tighter into his. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. A lot of this has just been pillow talk with Aubrey and Sophie, but we're open to formalizing things if you want. Make sure you get your say, even if you start vetoing some of our fun. Maybe get you moved up to the main house? Only if you want, of course, but, well, like you put it, family. Jamie thought for a moment, then replied, I think I'd like that. Alex felt a weight slide off that he hadn't known he'd been carrying. He realized he'd been putting this off far too long. She then covered her face and shook her head as she gave a small laugh. Good grief, I'll be what? Your second girlfriend? Mistress? Sister wife? But you're not married. What does that mean Sophie is? An imaginary friend with benefits? That's wrong in so many ways. I guess labels are hard if you're going to do it right, huh? Let's go with badass rogue girlfriend mistress concubine, he said with a wink. You'll have to wait a bit for the sister wife accolade. Jamie sputtered and had to stifle a laugh. She glanced over to the DHS agents and made sure they were still oblivious. It seemed they were either really bad at their job or very keenly interested in watching Shelley's interview through their slates. Seeing she was still in the clear, she turned her gaze back to Alex. Her blue eyes were soft and warm, and her smile seemed restored to its normal, brilliant self. Alex guessed that she had latched on to the idea of having more stability. She said, "Alex, we're having fun. I like that we have you, me, Aubrey, and Sophie. Hell, I even like Tina. It's fun to watch her push your buttons. Logically, I know who you were before we got into bed. Emotionally, I think it just bothers me that I didn't get a say. And I was afraid you were going to turn me away. Too many times I've been the crazy ex-girlfriend or side chick, and the idea hits a nerve. I'll adjust. But do me a favor. If it's not Aubrey, keep the public affections low-key in front of me until I get used to it first. It's not a no, but I think I need a bit of time." "I promise I'll do what I can. Today is going to be challenging, though. We've still got roles to play," Alex said, nodding toward the agents guarding the exits. "If it makes you feel better, Aubrey has been pressing me for a bit on this. She didn't want you unhappy or slipping away." She seemed to relax into him and dropped her head on his shoulder. "Aubrey was asking about me? Looking out for me?" Alex replied, "Yep, a lot, actually. You, fit a need she's got. Let's just say she's motivated to keep you around." Jamie gave an embarrassed grin, but didn't respond. The sheer number of times they'd all ended up in bed together made it pretty clear. Aubrey got as much out of Jamie's presence as anyone else. Alex said, "You know, I'm kind of curious. You said you've been talking to Sophie like this has been a thing for a while. You might be surprised, but she doesn't actually tell me much outside of a need-to-know basis." Jamie answered, "Sophie has been having me put on mesh while we talk. Little therapy sessions. If it ever stops being a secret of what Sophie is, she needs to become a psychoanalyst to the world. She's really good at it. Oh, and I heard from Shelley about the shard. You're getting me one. You can't have your badass rogue girlfriend mistress concubine going without. Enough with the silly hats. You'll just have to muss my hair the old-fashioned way." Alex snorted with laughter and made sure the agents weren't looking before he pressed a soft kiss to Jamie's lips. He then fired a question across his link to Sophie. "Yes, I gladly do this for many of them to keep our home happy. It helps me learn to understand others, which also helps me help you. Jamie is permanently cut off from her family and it eats at her. She needs to feel secure, to have a place she belongs, and to be accepted for who she is. I'm elated you brought her into our family. I let Aubrey know, and she's hilariously happy about it. Besides, Jamie's fun. More broken than even you would guess, but fun." Shelley exited the interview room, and then Zoe was shepherded past. Alex caught the telltale shape of the team's standard tiny earbud in Zoe's ear as she sashayed into the room. Alex looked up to see Brewer looking haggard and strained. Shelley slipped into the seat to Alex's right. After checking to make sure the other agents were distracted, this time by watching Zoe's rear end, she leaned in close. "Our ginger friend looks like he's ready to break, sir. Your story about his boss must have really roughed over his core beliefs. The longer he thinks about it, the more it bothers him that he was sicked on you. My feeling is that he's a do-good type of guy, and his boss is suddenly trending toward corrupt in his eyes. I barely had to say anything. Brewer kind of degraded with each answer. Sophie told me how to play it, and I think he's second-guessing his career about now. Fuck, she's scary sometimes. I think we'll try to make him an asset if we can. We could use someone like him. If we can't, then we'll have to neuter his ability to oppose us. Either way, it seems like it's his boss that's dangerous," Alex said. The door opened only moments after it had closed, and Zoe's green eyes sparkled mischievously as she was escorted back to the waiting area. Brewer was bright red, looking absolutely and completely embarrassed. Alex panicked internally and pushed, "What did she just do?" He only got as far as, "What brings you to the States?"
She answered that she was here to fuck your brains out.
Rather than retake her seat at the end, the raven-haired beauty sauntered directly to Alex. In a graceful motion, she sat on his lap and threw a thin arm over his shoulder. She ran a hand into his brown hair, curled it around her fingers, and pressed a delicate kiss to his lips. It only lasted a few seconds before she leaned back and pulled his head to the modest curves of her chest. She continued stroking fingers through his hair in a way that caused his mind to shudder. Alex felt a surge of need swim through his body under her attention. She just felt so divine, and the way she looked at him with those emerald eyes made everything else fade out of focus. It was like he was the epicenter of her universe. Physically, she wasn't as toned as the others, and not nearly as busty as Jamie or even Aubrey. But she was well put together, and had a perfectly symmetrical beauty and sophisticated elegance that he found mesmerizing. Even after everything she'd gone through, she looked gorgeous. It was like she'd just stepped off a runway, despite the borrowed clothes and makeup. She was the type of woman that could wear anything and make it look good by force of attitude alone. Zoe sighed into his hair as she pulled against him, and he had to ask Sophie to step in to suppress the immediate awkward response as she squirmed in his lap. Brewer looked ready to spontaneously combust. After a moment, he called out in a shaky voice, "You're all, free to go."
That worked even better than I anticipated. For being an agent of the law, he really seems to have personal issues with anything remotely naughty. I guess I should feel bad about exploiting the situation around his recent divorce. But I think that's his problem, not mine. Anyway, Zoe appears to either be enjoying the role or is an excellent actress. Either is useful in its own way. Alex covertly rubbed at Jamie's arm, giving her an apologetic look and trying to press some reassurance her way while they kept up the charade. Staying in character, Alex asked Zoe,
"Ma chérie, do you have any sweets to leave with our hosts?" Swinging her long legs out in an elegant sweep, she replied,
"But of course, Manloop."
In moments, she retrieved a small gift-wrapped box of chocolate from her bag and presented it with a few words to Brewer as the others began collecting their bags.
Her wolf, huh? I guess that nickname fits better than she'd know.
Alex replied internally, "Love, can we not tell anyone about that, ever? I'm still struggling to process what you did to me. She might not react very well to the thoughts that went through my head. I kind of wanted to mount her afterward and had this urge to, well, smell her. Well, you know. It's just all sorts of fucked up. I barely know her. I had no idea my brain could even work like that."
Of course, Alex. And yes, the human mind is a strange place. I was going for primal anger to help you cope with the situation and got it. But it came with some weird baggage. Even after all this time, that reaction surprised me. Although she behaved a bit oddly too. She really went all out on the one task you gave her. She faced down a group of mercenaries to make sure they stopped at no less than 3 places for you. All while we were mid-exfiltration. Every single bit of empty space in our luggage is full of candies of some sort.
"Wait, really?" Alex asked.
Yes, I think it would be good to give Zoe more than one task at a time to keep her from going overboard. I'm sure the girls are going to appreciate them once they calm down about her getting pushy on your behalf. Oh, and please remember to have some as well, dear. You're my body, my proxy, and I would very much like to try these legendary delicacies after she talked them up so much. Well, that and there are other things I plan on using you to sample.
Chapter 17. Balcony Seats. It was late as the crew pulled through the perimeter gate into the compound. As usual, he'd been shoved into the middle. Even though it was dark out, tinted windows weren't perfect, and there were plenty of people actively searching for him. Some jackass that ran a celebrity blog was actively paying a bounty for any photo of him with a GPS data tag and timestamp, so even normal people had gotten in on it. Alex assumed it was the AI socially engineering things in the background,
but it could have just been various entertainment streams trying to purchase and sell the photos. Not having managed more than a short nap on the flight before Sophie had taken over control of his body, Alex had fallen asleep the moment he'd flopped into the back seat of the rented van. He hadn't even noticed who he was sitting next to until he awoke to Jamie idly running her fingers through his hair. Wedged against him, Zoe had likewise passed out, firmly asleep against his shoulder. In the middle row, Carla had somehow acquired some of their local weapons. A polymer-coated SMG rested in her lap like a coiled snake, ready to strike at a moment's notice. In the passenger seat, he could make out the extendable stock of Trish's preferred assault carbine in the dim light of the dashboard's display. Alex shook his head and decided he must have really been out of it if he missed a resupply stop at one of the local caches they maintained. He leaned into Jamie and she gave him a long, tender kiss. She pulled back and gave him a stunning smile. He spent a moment reading her face. Whatever hesitation or concerns she'd had earlier seemed to have already faded. Instead, she was back to her confident and happy self. He glanced at her free hand and briefly caught that she'd been messaging Aubrey while he dozed. Jamie smirked and pulled the screen from his vision before he could read the message. He picked up a stream of kissing emojis, but that had been it. Jamie gave him a coy look, but didn't comment. Outside, the night was clear and warm, with a smattering of stars visible through the light pollution. The tires made a soft sucking sound on the smooth asphalt as Shelley drove the last bit toward the main house. There were groans, yawns, and stretches for most of the occupants as the interior dome lights illuminated. With only a few more grunts and grumbles, the crew piled out of the car. Unprepared, Alex exited the vehicle and was pulled to the ground under the force of Aubrey jumping into his arms. They tumbled into the grass of the lawn as she covered him with kisses, not giving a care about avoiding getting any stains on her little blue dress with the spaghetti straps. Amid a series of chuckles, the rest of the team went about their business as the two reacquainted themselves, rolling around in the grass and giggling. Aubrey pulled him to his feet, only to steer him just off the walking path and just out of sight behind the raised flower beds. She tackled him again, this time much more forcefully, causing him to land in the soft grass with a whoomp. She rolled over, pulling him atop her. Alex heard a few snorts of laughter as the others cleared out, but no one seemed bothered by the public display. Jamie latched onto Zoe as she guided the newest member of the team arm in arm into the main house. "Come with me, dear. I have wine I'd love to get your thoughts on while we get you settled." Assuming Sophie would give any input on his behalf as to where she and Jamie were to be situated, he focused instead on the much more pleasant task at hand. The petite figure below him looked up with her soft blue eyes that burned with need. This had been the longest they'd been separated since his reawakening to this world, and Sophie had no doubt kept her up to date on the danger that they had been in. Alex dipped low and kissed the redhead, his tongue exploring hers. She encouraged him with a soft moan into his lips as her hands snaked under his shirt and caressed his abs. A finger trailed over the divot of the scar he had that ran up to his ribs as she pressed herself into him. She circled her legs around his waist and began unbuttoning his jacket and shirt using slow and careful motions, as though she was unwrapping a gift that had been wrapped ornately. Alex nibbled kisses down her neck as she worked and put his own hands to work caressing down her neck and across the expanse of flesh that opened into her cleavage. "I missed you," Alex whispered. "I missed you too, Alex," Aubrey purred into his ear. She bit her lip as she gazed into his eyes. After a moment, she added, "I need you, right here. Just me and you. I want you to make me yours again." Alex started to reply, then realized no words were needed. That had come later. Feeling her nails rake down his chest, Alex groaned in delight as he succumbed to her hungry kisses. She reached down and began stroking his manhood through his pants, causing a shiver of need to course through his body. With his left hand, he reached up and pulled the straps of her dress off her shoulders, letting them fall to the side.
With a gentle tug, he managed to pull her dress down, revealing 2 magnificent breasts in the process. Aubrey reached up and grabbed his hand and pulled him to her. He made a happy grumble as he kissed trails across the sensitive undersides of her curves, then glided his tongue slowly across her skin. A small pink nipple hardened as his lips found it, and he teased it gently with his teeth. Aubrey made a mewling sound as he sucked on her sensitive flesh. Keeping her distracted, he slid his right hand up her thigh and glided his fingers higher. His lover arched her head back with a gasp as he lightly brushed across her opening. She'd forgone undergarments entirely, and his hand brushed directly against her wetness. He continued kneading her breast in his mouth as he slid his thumb along her clit. He rolled it in a lazy oval, and she bucked into his hand in response. He'd barely gotten warmed up when she shook her head with a small moan. Her scent mixed with the smell of grass and soil and left him feeling intoxicated. Realizing what she wanted, he pulled back into a kneeling position. With quick motions, Aubrey ripped Alex's belt free. With a few tugs at his pants, she had Alex's hardness in her hand and took it into her mouth, wetting his shaft with her saliva. She sucked on him for a moment, then pulled away, her eyes telling the story of a very particular need. Aubrey lay back and brought her hands in front of her, crossed at the wrist. Seeing the invitation, Alex wrapped his left hand around her wrists, binding them in his grasp and pinning them to the ground above her head. Locked in place in his impossibly strong hand, Aubrey arched her back and spread her legs wide, showing off the small pink petals of her entry. She made a soft moan as he slid into her, and as he leaned over her, her teeth found his chest. She nipped at his skin and coaxed him on as he filled her passageway. He pressed against her as she welcomed him home. Alex's mind bobbed to the surface a half-hour later. Aubrey had been downright demanding with him as she raked her nails on his body and bit into his chest. Somewhere in the middle of it all, she'd gotten distracted, looking toward the house while she rode him to the ground, and it only seemed to renew her urgency. Alex hadn't had enough blood in his head to worry about it at the time. Above him, his lover kissed him deeply, her body relaxing into him with a tremble as the last waves of her climax receded into a steady background of pleasure. Oh, I needed that. Sophie kept me worked up the entire time you were gone, even while we were doing actual work. But tonight? Aubrey shuddered for a moment, then continued. She's been teasing me for hours, and damn if Jamie didn't help her. Alex chuckled and contented himself to trail his fingers idly across the back of her dress. She leaned down atop him as he tried to let his breathing slow from a gallop. Once the straps had cleared her small shoulders, it had slid down her body and spilled over her midriff, leaving her bare to the waist, but obscuring the rest of the show from the night air. Aubrey was still panting a bit as she shifted against his body, not having released him, but instead only slowing her movements to a gentle gyration of her hips. Every few strokes, she contracted her muscles, tightening against him and sliding down, stroking his length to the hilt inside her. She'd figured out she could string him along for hours this way, so Alex assumed she was just catching her breath before she began again. Still, he couldn't help but buck up into her in equally measured motions, watching her tantalizing cadence. After a few moments of tender strokes of her body, she added, I do have a confession, though. I hope you'll forgive me for a new bit of kink. Alex reached up, caressing her cheek as he tried to make his mouth form words. It took him a couple tries, but eventually his voice smoothed out. Outside? Yeah, not our usual. But I don't mind. Kind of fun, actually. No, not that. Well, not only that. Aubrey paused, trying to find the right words. After a few beats, she admitted, It seems silly now, but I needed to reclaim you. In front of them. Others had you alone far too long without you telling me about it. An idea tickled at the back of Alex's mind, and he slowly regained his situational awareness. He looked toward the house for the first time. Clearly backlit by the guest bedroom window that went floor to ceiling, Jamie and Zoe leaned against the second-story balcony rail and watched from only 40 feet away. They were close enough that even in the dim light he could make out the wine glasses in their hands and hear the soft murmur of their conversation. Seeing that Alex had just now noticed their presence, Jamie gave him a devious grin, then turned to refill her wine. Zoe looked to be trying not to laugh as she held her own glass out to be refilled and turned to the side. By the unsteady movements, he assumed she was fairly drunk at this point. With a wily glint in her eye, Aubrey chewed on her bottom lip and thrust her hips hard into him, causing a delicious sensation in the process. Sophie said you might not be too upset, and I kind of needed it. No one told them to do it, but I thought it was a good chance they'd look out here at some point. Don't be too mad. I swear I'll find some ways to make it up to you.
Wait.
Alex began. Aubrey placed a finger over his lips, silencing him. We'll talk about it later. Besides, I couldn't have your other women not knowing their place, could I? As she looked up at him, her eyes lit up with an idea. Although, she really is as pretty as her profile. Do you think Zoe would let me go down on her while you claim her? I bet together we could just wreck that tight little bod of hers. Leave her begging while you take me? I think I know just where I want you to paint it across my body so she can slowly lick it off. Aubrey gave a decidedly evil-sounding giggle. Aubrey slowly slid off him, pulling his erection free. She straddled his legs with her knees in the grass on either side of his legs and began softly and slowly exploring him with her mouth. Giving him firm eye contact, she lifted just long enough to whisper, "If you let me, I'll see if I can make it happen. But tonight, you're mine." His lover traced his length with her tongue as she grasped the base of his cock. Alex gave a dark shudder as her actions continued to reverberate at some hidden depth of his mind that he'd not been aware of. He wasn't quite sure how he felt or why, but some embers of his mind flared up. Whether her power dynamics with Jamie, the exhibition in front of someone he desired, or even her move to secure what was essentially, well, he wasn't quite sure what to call it. Alex groaned as he struggled to reach over his link to Sophie. This seems, I don't know, out of character? Jamie, I get. But she hasn't even met Zoe and she's fucking me in front of her? Sophie trailed a delicate finger across his thoughts, trying to reassure him. She reeled back his mind enough so that he could focus on her answer. Dabbling in a touch of exhibitionism in a controlled manner isn't as big of a shift as you're thinking. She's already fixated on watching you and Jamie. When she asked my opinion, she just wanted to feel what being watched by a stranger was like. Our little lamb was always kinky, and from talking with her, she never got a chance to be herself.
Details. Did we accidentally break her like you did with Jamie that one time?
Alex pushed, then blanched at his own thoughts. A small error could have major consequences. It did overlay at least small bits of his mind on the recipient in the process of using mesh.
Ah, hell. How long was she on mesh while I was gone?
Slow down, love. It's nothing like that. I don't divulge everything she tells me. But before you criticize or worry, ask yourself if it hurts anything. No one in the compound will think any less of either of you. Aubrey feels secure in the role she's created and is letting her freak flag fly, as she says. She's having fun, so are you. Don't overthink it. As to your other question, she was basically living in mesh while you were gone. But I think more to the point is that she spent hours using it for introspection and self-acceptance. Your soft and tender nurse is still the driving force. Although Jamie and I did have her incredibly wound up today, we both wanted to give you a warm welcome.
But Zoe? Come on, you can't tell me that's normal for her.
Alex pressed.
I would like to point out that both Jamie and Zoe knew exactly where you and Aubrey were,
and they still came out to the balcony. If they wanted to avoid it, they could have. For whatever reason, they didn't. Aubrey's desires happen to align with your own, I might add. Even if she isn't reading your mind, she has a sharp sense of empathy and has a good understanding of what you feel. She always has.
Feeling a little insecure here. Can you promise me you're not adjusting Aubrey in ways that she'd not want or wouldn't normally head toward? You can read my thoughts, but I want to be explicit here. I mean, just because we have impulses doesn't mean that it's always healthy to act on them.
Alex pushed. I promise, Alex, you two really do seem made for each other, and that's coming from someone that spends a lot of time in your minds. She's still coming into her own, and you've just given her the love and support to do so. You accepted her complicated nature and needs without question while lavishing her in attention. She's more than eager to return the favor. She'd drown you in women if you'd let her because she knows she'll always be the one you love and cherish above all others. She is your dark queen, after all. She might not know the full extent of what that means to you, but I do. I'm in your head. Let's not pretend that all of this doesn't strike a chord with your desires. She saved you from the unending darkness, and you'd take everything from this world just to give it to her.
Changing his approach, Alex asked, "Level with me, Sophie. Could you completely break someone's free will? Enslave someone even outside mesh?"
I think that's a topic for another day. I literally don't know. Maybe. Probably. But is that different from what humans already do to each other? The way I see it, free will isn't what you think it is. I'd continue this, but your insecurities are making you impolite to Aubrey while she's trying to do something very nice for you. Be in the moment, love. I'm going to stop throttling your sensory network now.
Alex's mind ground to a halt as he writhed in place, skin suddenly afire with pins and needles as Aubrey continued trying to fit him as deep in her throat as she could manage. Gasping, it took several minutes for Alex's mind to catch up with reality as he simply lay back and enjoyed the sensations and visual. Aubrey hummed happily as his eyes met hers. She pulled back and began licking the underside of his shaft as she stroked him faster. The pressure in his body quickly built as she shifted her gaze up to the balcony behind him, no doubt making eye contact with one of the women. Sensing his body tensing, she shifted back to him and gave him a coy smile before she continued at her task. It appeared that once Aubrey's immediate needs were settled, she seemed calmer and content to take her time. She seemed oddly at ease despite being sprawled in the yard and equally overdressed for the occasion. Alex intentionally didn't look back at the house, trying his best not to care that he had an audience as he pulled her up into his arms to take her again.
Chapter 18. Proxy. Zoe hugged her pillow to her chest as she sat on her bed, enjoying the sunshine coming in from the large windows. She shook her head in amazement as she regarded the bizarre turn her life had just taken. There had been some truly scary moments, things she felt like she was still processing. But today she felt far removed from her old life. She chuckled to herself as she realized she'd literally been rescued and swept halfway around the world. By someone that she had a bit of a celebrity crush on, no less. For the first time, she was actually looking forward to the conniption fit her sister was going to throw. Assuming Alex would be okay with it, she was hoping she could get a photo with her new employer giving her her first paycheck. The AI had been surprisingly generous, offering triple what she'd have accepted, and she was looking forward to a bit of bragging. Of course, her new employment had other perks, too. Jamie had been quick to guide her around and given her pick of the available rooms. As she toured the gorgeous estate, she'd fallen in love with it in the process. Outside, there were no honking horns or construction that had been the constant background noise of her adult life. Here there was solitude, space, birds calling, and the soft crash of waves if one listened hard enough. She gazed out into the amazing view of the bay and a garden below,
Savoring the moment, she drew in a long breath of ocean air. She'd found last night's antics hilarious, but she'd kept that to herself. Jamie had managed to get her fairly tipsy before suggesting they catch the show. She'd tagged along out of curiosity, but Jamie had a very different reaction, one that she didn't quite understand yet. While she didn't have a solid read on the woman, she had been warm and welcoming. Now that she thought of it, everyone had been exceedingly nice to her, including the strange AI. Realizing that she wasn't exactly alone, she called out, "Bonjour, Sophie," as she rolled out of bed. Sophie chimed in using the household speakers that were mounted in the room.
"Bonjour. Did you sleep well?"
Sophie replied. Zoe rubbed at her neck and stretched her arms, trying to limber up.
"I think so. Thank you for your help. The mesh put me to sleep without issue, despite the strange bed, jet lag, and, well, the drama of the last few days. I only woke briefly and took it off when it tangled in my hair."
The AI said,
"I look forward to showing you all of its capabilities.
We do have to be careful about getting approval for prescribed medical treatments, but so far the sleep aid feature has been one of our best sellers, right along with the accompanying stimulants for waking up."
"Mesh seems to be hard to find. No one is selling it online. How big of a demand is there?"
Zoe asked. Sophie replied, "Demand is high, but our supply chain is limited. Still, we're growing rapidly. A public release is nearing, but it won't be in our current version as you know it. Right now we have a small user base, but we currently earn over $15,000 in revenue each day between those two settings I mentioned, and it costs us nearly nothing to run. It helps us build up the capacity to offer it to the larger public since we don't have investors." Zoe did a bit of rough math in her head and blinked wide-eyed. Even in its infancy, that meant that Alex's mesh was making over $5 million a year in profit for nothing more than managing drowsiness. It made the business-minded part of herself perk up at the thought of what it could scale to.
"So, what's first for you today?"
Sophie asked. Zoe's stomach grumbled. She had not known about the lack of food on the chartered flight and had not had an opportunity to eat a proper meal since her abduction. She shuddered as she relived a flash of the experience. She'd tried screaming for help, so they'd taped her mouth shut. Only after being quiet for most of the day did they cut a small hole in the tape and let her drink a protein shake and some water through a straw. It wasn't until Carla had put a mesh on her while she was in the car that she'd been able to calm down fully. The dark-skinned woman had seemed to sympathize with the situation well enough that Zoe wondered if something similar had happened to her. After Carla had helped her put on the mesh and asked the AI for help, things hadn't been so scary.
"Food, I think?"
Zoe asked as she began her daily stretches, trying to get a sense of normalcy back. She also felt rather stiff from the long flight.
I've not had a chance to get us a chef yet, so it's all a bit haphazard. Breakfast on weekdays is usually DIY, but we have a bit of everything stocked as everyone seems to have different tastes or schedules. Weekends it's usually a communal affair. We tend to order in lunch foods for everyone. For dinner, Aubrey and Alex handle cooking duties unless someone else has the urge to jump in." "Alex cooks?"
Zoe asked. That somehow struck her as unexpected. Sophie said,
"Quite a lot, actually. Alex is big on learning new things, so he tends toward the gourmet side of things, while Aubrey focuses on casual or comfort foods. I've already taken the liberty of submitting some of your pinned recipes in your social media apps to the rotation, and ordered the necessary ingredients. Most of those are things I wanted to cook someday. That's not what I usually eat. Those are all a bit aspirational,"
Zoe admitted.
"Understood, but Alex already wanted to give French cooking a go, so prepare yourself for him to dote on you and go a bit overboard. If you have any favorite family meals that are tricky to prepare, he loves going to the effort to make people feel at home here."
Zoe chuckled.
That is not at all what I expected from him.
Sophie gave a small laugh.
He's unique. Now, would you like to use the day to get settled in, or would you like to get to work on those projects we discussed? I think we should start work today. What does the usual schedule look like here? Are people already up?
Sophie explained.
I am, of course, available at any time. You may use any of the room speakers, but most rely on the earbuds for private conversations. I have cameras in the common areas, and Alex's bedroom for security purposes. If you require my attention anywhere on the property, simply speak aloud, and I'll reach out either through the house speakers or call you directly. As to the others, Aubrey is typically an early riser. She's usually in our lab areas in the basement or her workshop around 7 and wraps up in the mid-afternoon. Security is on a rotation set by Shelley. There are always 2 members on guard here at the main house, and we pull in more if anyone is away or on detached detail. I'll arrange for them to trickle in over the day to introduce themselves.
Zoe asked,
And Alex? I assume I'll need to match his working hours for the most part. Alex's schedule is more chaotic. He takes social breaks during the day, but is usually working by 9 and works well into the night or even small hours of the morning,
Sophie replied.
Zoe paused in her stretches. Sophie, surely that isn't right.
Sophie answered.
He grabs whatever tasks he feels can't delegate. In addition to general management, he takes on tasks as diverse as our contract negotiation, lobbying, public relations, marketing, sales, hardware testing, software development, and general research and development. He tends to work weekends as well, just with a few more breaks. No one would expect you to match his schedule. It would be easiest for us to divide and conquer. I can take whatever times you need as otherwise unavailable.
Zoe shook her head and replied firmly,
No, that simply won't do. Accommodating him only encourages him to mismanage his attention. I find it impossible to believe that others can't be hired to fill in for tasks as ordinary as programming or sales. I think I'll need to observe today and see what I can begin fixing. He'd be hard-pressed not to burn out as the business expands unless we can instill routines and behaviors that can scale.
I understand your point, but there are factors as to why he hasn't immediately handed over certain tasks. Alex would like to bring you into the fold, but I do have a request before doing so. Understanding what she was asking, Zoe picked up the mesh that she'd left on her bedside dresser and slid it into place.
I'm not wrong in this, but I assume you wish to sense my intentions before we talk candidly about such details?
Correct, Sophie agreed. The AI began starting from the beginning, monitoring Zoe's thought patterns as she did so. The AI felt relief as the woman seemed completely unfazed by some of their dirtier deeds. Zoe also hadn't hesitated in asking detailed questions, typically focusing on the motivations driving the activities rather than the sometimes bloody outcomes. Zoe readied herself for the day as they talked, but unfortunately only had the borrowed clothes she'd flown in with. Trish hadn't been shy about demanding the clothes she'd been wearing when rescued. She had bagged them up for disposal, citing probable blood spray after noticing the extent that Zoe's boots had been ruined. Sophie had broken into Zoe's home to retrieve her passport using her drones, but Zoe had nothing else from her apartment and wouldn't until the movers Sophie arranged got everything shipped. Before she'd gone to bed, Emily had dropped off a care package with toiletries and a basic change of clothing, including jeans and a plain t-shirt. Sophie detected the woman's disappointment through her voice stress analysis, even if their new addition had smiled and thanked the woman for the gesture. At the time, Sophie had let it slide, figuring things could be worked out during the day. However, Sophie changed her decision after observing Zoe's mind at work. Seeing an opportunity to start things off on a good note, The AI fired up her searches and was able to put in a few orders via an instant drone delivery service, while Zoe showered in her private bathroom. Using her own drones, Sophie was able to grab the packages from their designated drop-off at the property line before the no-fly zone began, and reroute them directly to the house. After a brief word to the watch detail, the packages were dropped off at Zoe's door. Unlike the others who tended toward casual clothes when they were working from the compound, Zoe had gleefully ripped into her array of packages and pulled out a black pencil skirt and white top, and rounded it out with a professional-looking jacket. For shoes, she'd gone with a 2-inch heel, which would put her just about the same height as Alex. Now prepared for the day and her new light slate crisply positioned at her side, she was directed toward her first task. Alex was halfway through a bagel, 2 ice packs wrapped around his left shoulder as he sat at the breakfast bar and tapped at his slate. He was trying to get caught up on the emails he'd neglected while traveling.
Bonjour, Monsieur Sage. I take it your shoulder is mending,
Zoe offered with a smile, heels clicking across the wood floor. Alex cleared his throat after he swallowed a mouthful of bagel. Morning, Zoe. And yes, I'll be fine. I just overdid it the other day. And it's Alex, please. We're in my home, not public. Zoe shook her head.
No, I don't think so. Would you perform on loop? Because that's your other option.
Opting to ignore the wolfish pet nickname and the associated baggage completely, Alex asked, Did the others get you settled in? If you need to go shopping today, just let Sophie know and she'll get you a detached detail to head into the city. I'll cover whatever you need. It's not Paris or Brussels, but Seattle has its charms.
Jamie and Sophie were quite diligent in ensuring my needs were met.
Zoe then added with a wily grin,
Although I must say the room has an interesting view from the balcony. At night, one can just barely make out the bay over the garden.
Coughing into his hand, Alex nodded. Yeah, I didn't think that one through. I want to say that it's not normal, but, well, sorry if we offended. I'll try to rein it in and be more careful. I'll get you a place outside the compound and transportation if you'd like.
No, there is no need to relocate me. I'll be fine here. It really is quite lovely, and while it's nice of you to cover indiscretions on the part of your lover, I got the impression that it was quite intentional. Your romantic rendezvous in the moonlit garden may have been a touch awkward to stumble upon, but it was more entertaining than anything else, especially given the very serious and intellectual public persona you maintain. You were doe-eyed and giddy the second she jumped into your arms. It does, however, outline some of the complications that need better management. I'll speak to your amour to ensure she isn't feeling threatened. From the way Sophie describes it, you've got interesting agreements in place that I have no interest in disturbing.
Alex's cheeks went red. Yeah, I do. And her and I need to talk boundaries. We probably need to get those adjusted now that others are living in the house with us, not just guard shifts. Shelley's team is pretty used to our antics, although that was a bit more public than normal. Eager to switch topics, he asked, I'm assuming Sophie read you in on everything? Any questions she didn't answer? Zoe shook her head, helping herself to a bagel and coffee. With fluid movements, she sat next to Alex while they talked.
Sophie was exceedingly thorough, even on items I'd assume you'd filter out if we were talking.
Oh? Getting into our unique funding? Alex asked. Zoe grinned.
Well, yes, but she was also quick to include details on who you are and are not coupled with, and who you are considering pulling into your inner circle. I believe she did it to ensure I factored such things in regards to your business ties to certain underground markets, or to ensure that I didn't get in the way of certain initiatives.
Alex groaned and covered his face. Zoe blew out a derisive snort.
Get over yourself. You do realize I'm European, correct? Even Cantor had 2 mistresses.
Your behavior is hardly alarming."
Alex spluttered. "Wait, really? That chubby son of a—"
"I managed his calendar. He had me sending flowers on birthdays, arranging restaurants, getaways during the week, and so on. His wife almost certainly knew, but didn't care. She had her own arrangements, I'm sure. Thankfully, he never made any improper behavior toward me. But you Americans are far too uptight around such subjects. It happens, no one cares. It's not even like you're married or trying to hide things. I'm much more concerned about how to grow your businesses,"
Zoe offered. Huh. Was all that Alex could manage. After a few moments lost in thought, he nodded. "That helps. Like a lot. Thank you. Zoe, sometimes I get trapped in my own head a bit. I trust you'll let me know when I'm being an idiot."
"But of course, mon loup. What is the first item for today?"
Alex grunted. "Fine. I like that nickname better than being formal, especially in private. First up is Shelley's after-action report. We came up short on communications, equipment, and transportation. We have a lot of lessons learned from our engagement."
"Skip it,"
Zoe suggested. Seeing his confusion, she explained,
"They are professionals. Do you really believe that the rich and powerful sit through security reports? You are not some commanding officer or general on the battlefield. Besides, Sophie can represent your opinion. Next."
Sophie began laughing over Alex's shared connection.
"Okay,"
Alex drawled as he shifted gears.
"Charles with R&D wants to brief me on some new muscle tissue he wants to develop with Sophie. They apparently made some breakthroughs in programming some sort of nanotechnology scale bots while I was gone. He thinks it'll allow miniaturization of the components, allowing for more room for better battery tech or accessories."
"I'll have him write up a report for approval after presenting his case to Sophie. You're going to say yes unless it's financially unfeasible. From what Sophie tells me, that's unlikely,"
Zoe recommended, jotting a few notes into her light slate. Alex moved down his mental list. "I'm supposed to head into the city to meet with the fabrication team to start prioritizing FDA applications for mesh. Right now, it's all just a jumbled mess of ideas. Proposals are expensive to submit and take a lot of our time to support, so we don't want to just blast them all out there." Zoe didn't even look up from her slate as she continued taking notes.
"I'll kick it back down to your team and have market analysis conducted to assess the best return on investment. We'll pull in an external firm that specializes in this type of thing. I'll put together a report recommending the top 5. I'll want your advice on setting aside 1 or 2 charity-focused items that make for good PR for us to do anyway. But otherwise, we'll follow the money and burn down the list over time. Next."
Damn. Okay, yeah, this points out exactly why we needed someone like Zoe. No matter how quickly you learn, neither of us has ever had any real business experience before this. I believe this was overdue, my love." Alex nodded internally in agreement, then said aloud, "It's not scheduled yet, but I want to have a staff meeting to discuss what we uncovered in Brussels. If the guys that kidnapped you were right, the AI is named Chai Win, after some sort of hungry dragon reference. Apparently the bastard is bad news. The Russians think he slipped his bonds somehow and has gone completely rogue. He's effectively holding parts of the Chinese government hostage since he has complete control over critical systems. Apparently an operative defected to the Russians, hoping to get clear of it. Sophie is drilling into it as quickly as she can, but we don't have access to those types of networks to verify anything yet." Zoe tapped a well-manicured nail on the computer, giving the topic some thought.
"Be blunt for a moment, mon loup. Can your security team offer cyber warfare advice? I do not know this answer, but this seems like something that you and Sophie are exclusively able to handle for the time. I am not experienced in military matters, but spending your time briefing troops on topics they can't act on may only serve to demoralize them and spend your time ineffectively. I can, however, see keeping your captain in the loop. Unless you have objections, I'll make sure you two have lunch together to discuss it. She could determine what information, if any, is distributed to her team. It's the chain of command, not the social circle.
Alex scratched at his cheek, thinking through his action list. That was basically my entire day planned. Aside from martial arts and firearms training, but we do that at the end of the day. And I'm not skipping it. My life has been in direct threat far too many times. Consider it a hobby if you must.
Zoe shrugged. Very well, I'll not object. You did, after all, put such skills to work for my own benefit.
Alex shifted into a much softer tone and said, About that, Zoe. You haven't really had time to decompress. It's easy for me to forget you've never had any sort of training or trial by fire before. How are you holding up? I can only assume that it would be a lot to process. Zoe blew out a very unladylike sigh, then slumped in her chair. Suddenly, she wasn't a well-put-together professional, but just a young woman dropped half a world away and way over her head. Alex found it a startling and very humanizing transformation. After a moment, Zoe replied, It was not something I wished to repeat. I talked with others on the plane while you were busy, and everyone was quick to suggest I talk to Sophie for therapy sessions. I used mesh in the car and a bit on the plane, just to calm down. But apparently mental health sessions with her are highly regarded. I'll be glad to help too, but Sophie is really good at that stuff. Everyone seems happier or making progress on issues they had already, but... Alex scratched at his chin, lost in thought.
But?
Zoe asked. Alex slumped equally informally into his chair. No matter how much Sophie filters it, there are traces of my thought processes that get impressed on the wearer. It's a bootloader of sorts that lets her start pushing influence. Short-term users will never see it. Others seem to be immune to it, like Shelley and a few of the others. But I've noticed personality shifts for others. It's usually subtle and could easily be just improved self-awareness and her therapy sessions. But they also tend to be the ones that want to jump into my bed. Sophie tells me it's insecurities talking. Zoe casually waved her hand, dismissing Alex's objections completely.
Here, I thought you'd tell me there were chances for psychotic breaks. There are certainly worse things than a satisfying tumble with a wealthy and handsome man. You don't seem aware that you're actually quite charismatic. You have this je ne sais quoi about you. I'm confident your software has nothing to do with it.
Seeing that Alex wasn't sold, she continued.
You're going to make me spell this out, aren't you? To be frank, Monloop, I debated dashing home to clean my apartment out before I rejoined you for lunch in case we ended up there. That was well before I even saw Mesh in person. I think I'll agree with Sophie until other evidence presents itself. As to the thought patterns themselves, I take little issue in risking thinking like someone who comes off as terrifyingly intelligent when he's not being an idiot.
Alex gave her a confused look. Wait, intelligent? Since when? All we did was have lunch.
Zoe gave an evil giggle. On the spot, you spun up a plan to con my boss out of €1 million for an issue you caused. Then sold him a fortune in overpriced fishing line. All while Sophie took him for everything else. You even did it in a way that let me get a bit of revenge. And he'll still send you a Christmas card. You're impressive to watch in action.
Alex had to take a moment to process the glint of malicious joy in her eyes. So, you don't mind my morally dubious side? I did accidentally get you fired, after all. She shook her head and said,
Not in the least, Monloop.
You at least are working toward impressive goals, even if you work in the shadows. You've also gone well out of your way to offset my unintended unemployment. I'm well ahead from where I was, so I'll consider us even in that regard. As to the other concerns, I worked for a multinational mega-bank. I doubt you could find a bit of more self-interest and greed than there.
She scooped her slate under her arm and held it tightly to her side as her professional demeanor slid back into place.
I do believe I'll take Sophie up on those sessions. I may even go so far as joining you for your evening training. If I'm going to embrace my inner villain, best to do it right. When they came for me, I didn't have a clue what to do. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'll visit with the lady of the house for a bit. I think we have matters to discuss.
Zoe trailed a nail along his arm as she left, making him shiver. Alex couldn't help but watch her sashay out the room. Long, elegant legs leading up to an amazing posterior framed in a tight pencil skirt.
She really is well put together, my love. But even more impressive were her mesh scans. She's incredibly smart, has job experience we need, and really had no issues with how we work. She's exactly as she appears. I hate to spell this out, but please don't screw this up for me.
Alex replied, "There's a lot there to unpack, but yeah, certainly tempted. Really tempted. Still, I think I want to get to know her a bit better."
Well, if you decide you don't want her, I'll gladly keep her for myself, with or without your body in play.
Alex blinked at that.
What? I can't have my own opinion on the matter? I know I'm just borrowing it, but it's my body too.
Damn, she must have made a hell of an impact on you.
I guess I like that adorable accent just as much as you do. Who knew? Now, are you going to be a good proxy or not?
Alex laughed. We'll see, love. We'll see. Chapter 19. War Plans. Alex debated the assistant's situation, then just shrugged to himself. She'd somehow managed to free up his morning. He wasn't sure if that had ever happened since the company had taken off. He wondered if he could make it part of a viable compensation plan or bonus program. He'd be happy to double her salary if she could keep pulling things like that off. Likewise, Sophie had already latched onto the idea of a recruitment drive with Zoe's input. His companion had promised only to bother Alex with the items he'd care about, which was fine with him. There were only so many things he could give attention to at the same time. He decided to move on to other items on his and Sophie's to-do list, namely their preparations to launch their corporate assault against the rogue AI. Alex asked, "How goes your network hardening project?"
Our war preparations are going very well. No one has noticed anything yet, but I've hardened all our interests and am moving outward from there. However, I believe it's only a matter of time before intelligence agencies notice their ability to inspect traffic is going dark if I push it any further. The next step is going to be taking strategic internet backbones in preparation for a very large defensive cordon, and that'll be a dead giveaway. This approach isn't without its issues, however. I simply see no way that I could ever expunge Chai Wen from every network with the way the internet was created. It would quickly escalate into a flash war, and then a useless stalemate that would have us completely consumed in a game of tug-of-war that had little to no chance of escape. Rather than mutually assured destruction, I have ideas, but they are wildly expensive.
What do you have in mind?
Let me ask you this first. How do you feel about promoting high-quality, secure internet access for everyone in the world?
Alex felt taken aback. He had been expecting something unappealing, violent, or perhaps both. Instead, he found himself liking the idea. He replied, "Not bad at all, really. I mean, if I were a philanthropist with more money than I could spend, I'd be all over it."
Do you like it enough to make a new spin-off company? We'd want this to be open for investors and with clean books. We would maintain a controlling share for as long as possible. But it could grow beyond our means to do so if we're successful.
Of course, love. If you think we need it, get the people and resources we need. What's so different about it?
Most of it boils down to two things: quantum encrypted tunnels and the ability to inspect and reject nodes.
Okay, and that means... Alex asked.
Rather than being an internet service provider on the existing infrastructure, we'd be building a redundant global network that we own from the ground up and uses virtual private network tunnels hardened with quantum encryption. Moving from HTTPS to HTTPQ, as it were. I can convert hardware that's there, but only parts that won't tip our hand to our enemies, at least until I have a significant foothold in place. We'd also actively reject any system that showed signs of compromise, which is a big deal as it can't be done today at scale. It also wouldn't be possible on most ISP agreements or utility contracts. Any endpoint with malware or that starts poking around would be immediately quarantined and kicked off. We'll need monitoring on every single endpoint. Anything less wouldn't work.
Alex mulled that over for a moment. The idea that a 13-year-old would-be hacker could get their parents' computer booted from the internet might be an issue. In the case of malware, it might not even be the victim's fault. The new network would have to have ironclad contracts in place to pull off something like that. Alex was skeptical and said as much. Even if it makes things better for the majority of folks, that sounds like a tough sell, especially on the privacy part of the equation. Is that where I come in?
I need you to make it publicly supportable and attractive to have a secure and safe replacement for the Internet's existing infrastructure. We could still connect to Internet content, but only through intermediary nodes that clean the transactions.
Alex grumbled. There it is. Here I was hoping for something fun, so you need marketing, lobbying, and fundraising. Alex finished the remains of his bagel, then added, I hope we can get someone to come up with something better than trying to make Internet version 2. Shortened to I2, and slogans like, I too want a better Internet. I'm not good at that stuff. I might fall backward into something, but we need professionals. Is there anything you need that I am good at?
Well, I do need to brainstorm physical network layer ideas. I need segregated network circuits. The logical layers I've got a handle on, thanks to some creative inspiration.
Alex made a sour look. Ugh. That's the least profitable stuff. Tons of companies went bankrupt trying to build fiber-to-doorstep runs and backhauls. That's why cities own so much of it. They ended up with it after the companies defaulted. The monopolies just snapped up the lease rights afterward, and it created a bunch of mega-corps as they picked the meat off bones left behind. Why would we want to get into that area?
I assume Chai Wen is already monitoring most major networks, so we can't make changes that give us away. At the same time, any area that we can't get service to will be flat left behind and be a prime target for our enemy to rile up the population against us. It could be as simple as network ad injection that runs politically motivated campaigns against us, and it could result in a literal land war. I know I'd do it.
Alex grumbled for a few moments and thought through the problem. While he mulled it over, he began putting his dishes away and doing a bit of tidying up. He found he did a lot of his best thinking in the kitchen or the shower. Inevitably, his mind would start wandering, and he'd usually end up with more answers than he'd started with. It wasn't why he'd taken to cooking for everyone, but it was a perk to the task. Okay, well, I think a hybrid approach is going to be needed. Repurposing stuff and building new lines. It'd be new networks that we could try to get people to move to and slowly expand our coverage.
Areas with little to no infrastructure probably won't have any issues swapping to this if we can make it cost-effective. But the fiber wars and resulting crash pointed out how bad local politics and lobbying can get around this stuff. Alex replied.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Any immediate suggestions?
Alex sighed, not liking his answer. Start snapping up unused fiber. Steal rights to it if you have to. We'll want partnerships that let us enforce your changes on at least one service that controls a backbone and wireless spectrum for the region, and then we move out from there. We'll send out acceptable use adjustments and updated terms of service. No one ever reads those, but we'll need it backed with a wall of lawyers. You'll probably have to look at a few of the smaller cell providers to purchase outright. It's not like we could buy out a big carrier. I guess we'll just have to find some way of undercutting them, even if we have to cheat to do it. Alex finished loading the dishwasher, then set it to run. He then started hand-washing the items still left in the sink. As he worked, he realized he'd need to do something to avoid getting crushed. The big dogs in the communications field had billions to spend each month on marketing. Let's cause high-profile service disruptions or en masse billing errors on their side to get folks to start switching carriers. We can do a PR campaign that capitalizes on their screw-ups that we caused. At the same time, we'll release compromising material that makes their executives look like greedy buffoons. After a pause, Alex shook his head and began rubbing at his temples. Fucking hell, I didn't even try to do that legit, did I? I took the path of least freaking resistance again. He blew out a frustrated grumble. I've got to do better. I need to do better than that. As his mood started to sour, he felt a delicate finger on his chin, trying to nudge his view to his right. Realizing what Sophie was doing, he let his frustrations melt and gave an involuntary smile as an amusing photo of Trish and Jennifer atop a mountain summit popped onto the fridge's screensaver. Both women were doing a full duck face as Jennifer took the photo. From the mountains in the background, he assumed it was somewhere close, but he couldn't swear to it. It seemed like every week someone would cycle in fresh photos of his inner circle, but he wasn't sure who was doing it. Sophie had proclaimed her innocence, and while she knew the details, she'd kept the secret. Each hopelessly normal photo in the loop seemed specifically designed to make him smile. Each one was a tiny reminder of why he did what he did. It seemed to soften the dark deeds he knew he was planning. He had people he was fighting for, and the ghost in his head was okay with that. After a few seconds, the screen rotated to a photo of a smiling Ava wearing a wetsuit, surfboard in hand. She'd promised to take him out and teach him once Charles finally got him a waterproof arm. He blew out a long breath and pulled his thoughts back to the prior question. He nodded to the prior suggestions and accepted that they were probably the only way that he could move forward. They didn't have the resources otherwise. It'd take trillions to build a global network the hard way. I guess we'll need to start smashing politicians and regulators that would get in the way. That jerk-off at the FCC with the oversized mug needs to go. And that's just the U.S. He's too protective of the big brands that we'll be pulling customers away from. Alex gave it a bit more thought, then added, We'll also need to set it up so we can't comply with any warrants or security letters to hand over data under any circumstances. I need you to build a technical reason that will hold up in court, or at least keep it hopelessly tangled for years. Have to make the jurisdictions internationally convoluted, and in ways that favor us. I can only imagine how dictatorships are going to push back once we make it so they can't spy on their citizens. We'll also need a magic answer for the "what about the children" thing the FBI always plants to bust up good crypto. We're going to make a lot of powerful enemies with this at home and abroad.
Understood. I'll look for leverage before we start applying pressure. It might not take much more than outright bribery.
Or I can go with blackmail if they are already on the shady side of things. As to the companies, I'll do what I can to ensure people are divested with cash in hand rather than bankrupting them when possible. It'll make it much harder, however.
Yeah, well, you always wanted a challenging mission, right? Alex groused. Lives over losses, though. If Chaiwen comes in swinging, crash their stock prices, or put together compromising material on executives and bend them over or wreck them if you have no other choice. If that doesn't work, we may have to do a hostile takeover, and I'm not talking stock buyouts. With a couple taps on his slate, he popped open a recipe from the page tagged for Zoe and started checking ingredients. When he got to the steps, he had to scroll 3 entire pages. He scratched the back of his head as he started figuring out the time required to make puff pastry from scratch. He blinked a few times and realized that he might have to wait for the weekend on this one. He started flipping through the others, trying to find something that'd work for a more reasonable allotment of time. Alex pursed his lips as he flipped past yet another 5-hour effort and complained. Damn, she doesn't do anything easy, does she? Well, what do you think? Sea bass or duck for tonight? I want to get things thawed.
Duck. We've already got enough in the freezer. I ordered a case of wine that Jamie liked from the trip, and it should go great with it. She'll want to show it off.
Alex nodded and started checking off the items from his kitchen inventory to see if anything needed to be ordered. Huh. Any word on your new server? I doubt the Secret Service is going to just ignore your bank robbery. So I really don't like the fact that people are looking into quantum servers with you still exposed.
I have specialized machinery coming in tomorrow to begin the construction of my nest. With some modifications, I should be able to run the equipment myself, so there won't be working crews that know what we did.
Nest, huh? Alex smirked.
Sophie flicked his ear before his mental image could even resolve.
He hadn't even decided what joke he was going for, just that he was going to make one.
The term data center seems too sterile. I know we may eventually move, but I want this to be my home. I modified the design to be long and narrow so I can use ship-mounted drilling equipment and reinforced construction casing as the shell. It'll look a bit like a 40-foot-long missile without fins, going into a hole not far from the dock. I'll be deep underground, electronically shielded, and submerged in seawater that is circulated from the bay for cooling. Not only will I have 2 different electrical power providers connected, but I'll also have a massive backup battery system. It's as secure as I could reasonably make it and stay close to the area. It didn't feel right being thousands of miles away.
Alex felt a warm tingle in his chest. So, will I get to see it before you're buried or, well, nested?
Most likely.
Alex smiled at the thought. Sophie's server had always seemed more of a concept than a real thing to him. It felt comforting. Not able to help himself, he then teased. Maybe we should throw you a housewarming party. Maybe get you a bonsai tree and have everyone bring cheese trays. Alex felt her flick at his earlobe again. This time much harder.
Don't be an ass, dear. Although, now that you say it, a waterside garden does sound nice.
Alex chuckled. Consider it done. I'll put some sort of cabana out there, or reading benches, so we can hang out near you. Alex made his way to the stand-up freezer he had in the alcove next to the walk-in pantry. With a bit of rummaging, he pulled out the necessary ingredients. He had to make several trips just to carry enough to feed everyone. Some of the Black Flags had incredible appetites. They just worked it all off in their daily runs and exercise. Thankfully, he had room to stock up. Sophie had gone way overboard in picking out his house, but Alex enjoyed the massive kitchen most of all. Whoever had ordered it must have had wild ambitions or planned to entertain a lot. He prepared and dropped each duck into the large sous vide containers he kept full of water to speed up defrosting them. He then started making the fresh orange zest and juice, as well as preparing the garlic, shallot, thyme, and peppercorns. Once they were ready, he portioned them out into separate cooking bags. He planned to break up the cooking phases. He could prep most of it this morning so they'd be marinated and quick to prepare later. When the time was right, he'd let them cook mostly in the water bath, then quickly brown them in the oven. There were simply too many mouths to feed for him to do it otherwise. The strong citrus and garlic smell brought a smile to his face. He could already tell this was going to taste divine once it was ready. The thought of everyone smiling around the table strummed a happy chord in his chest. Alex asked, "Can we still afford it all? I know you have a ton of components you were buying for your chassis." Sophie pushed an uneasy feeling that she was wavering her hand in the air.
"We are not insolvent, but you know that saying about easy come, easy go? After the bank heist, I invested heavily in our future. Enough that I kind of moved our bank balance over a couple decimal points. I might get in the banking network again after the heat dies down. I left an infiltration route I can get a mantis bot into if we need to now that I've got the place scoped out. Although I'm uncertain I can restrict the damage to criminal enterprises at this point. We've disrupted too many, and they are resorting to hoarding physical cash, precious metals, gems, or drugs."
Alex forced himself to take a deep breath as Sophie gripped his hand and squeezed.
"I'm sorry, dear. I know that the topic makes you uncomfortable. I don't push you further into the darkness lightly. You are keenly aware of the stakes involved, and I see how it weighs on you. I do my best to distract you from it during the day, but you've been having a startling number of nightmares. There are some troubling recurring ones at this point. I just keep you under long enough that you don't remember them."
Alex didn't respond for a long time as he read between the lines. It made sense that she would be micromanaging his stress levels and thought processes, trying to keep his fractured and broken mind from falling apart. He could even see how she'd assume that was part of her mission parameters. It wasn't exactly like he'd been in the best mental state before the trip to Brussels. After the panic attack he'd had there, he didn't even feel angry for her trying to help. Some of her attempts to keep him constantly distracted using his libido as leverage started to make a bit more sense if she was doing it to help him cope. After a bit, he dragged his thoughts forward. This was his life now, and he'd have to take the bad with the good. There wasn't a choice buried in there other than whether to move forward and accept it. Doing his best not to acknowledge the morose thoughts that swept in to cloud his mind like a Seattle rain shower, Alex moved on with the conversation, feeling a bit shaken but trying to pretend that he hadn't gotten derailed. He cleared his throat and asked, what about your entanglement nodes? You said before that my implant isn't directly connected to the Apollo Quantum, that you're routing communication through the server in Fort Meade."
"That's the real problem, love, and I don't have a good answer. I can't just give someone else those keys to build it. It'd be a backdoor directly to us from anywhere in the world. Thankfully, I was able to wipe Apollo's and my handler's records of it already, replacing it with a different, but valid, molecular key pair in a research facility."
Alex frowned in response. He'd tried to wrap his head around the quantum entanglement thing, but he'd never invested the time to really understand it beyond the high levels. Apparently, what Sophie called keys involved local coordinates, the unique spins and states necessary for quantum teleportation to occur to make two molecules sync, and an encryption pattern all rolled into one. It didn't really matter if he understood how it worked, but he was normally good at figuring things out. It irked him that something his life depended on still escaped his grasp. It wasn't like he was an idiot, he just had other, more pressing things to do. Like cooking a fancy-ass French-style duck dinner for 10 people. Sophie just kissed his cheek in response, no doubt laughing to herself.
"It's not going to be easy, I certainly couldn't trust the outside contractors with such information. You're right, of course. My handlers have already significantly cut back on utilizing me for non-urgent tasks. It was a notable change as soon as they realized they likely faced a quantum-backed AI that had gone rogue. I fear they may be trying to phase me out of their program. Alex pressed a hug across their connection.
We'll work it out, even if I have to come to get you in person. Granted, I might get shot a few million times, but I won't give up without a fight.
It's appreciated. On a separate note, you should check out the work downstairs. The new nanoscale metamaterials might capture your imagination. It's cutting-edge stuff, but Aubrey and I haven't even begun figuring out applications for it yet, since she just finished it an hour ago.
Alex felt his eyebrows climb. He hadn't heard anything about this.
Don't seem so surprised, dear. I do keep myself busy. I steal a lot of notes from researchers on hunches and guesses. Sometimes I test things out that they don't have funding or resources to do. I don't normally get into material sciences, but the missing part of this was executing hundreds of millions of complex simulations to find a way to make it viable. That's something I'm extremely good at, so I took a swing at it. Aubrey has largely been the one running with it. It made her happy to stay busy. She was getting a bit stir-crazy without a normal job, so I'm just backseat driving while she tinkers with it. She was already familiar with most of the equipment from her medical program, so it's smooth going. Besides, it's not as if the only thing I was doing while you were gone was having sex with her in VR. I can multitask, thank you very much.
Chapter 20. Something New. Alex checked that the panel next to the downstairs door was green, so he let himself in. The fact Sophie color-coded the doorways was probably the only reason Alex and Aubrey hadn't been caught in compromising positions, aside from last night. It was also critical when working from home, along with having his detail drift in and out, as it could mark when he and Aubrey needed time to themselves. Padding down the wooden stairs, Alex spotted Aubrey occupying one of the glass-walled corner rooms that served as a tiny laboratory and fabrication setup. It had barely enough room for Sophie's wall-mounted robotic arms to work and for one person to stand. Just outside the door were various modules of hardware that could be swapped in and out to support different experiments or tasks. Aubrey was standing in the middle of the little room. She was wearing some generic-looking laboratory safety glasses and a white lab coat that trailed just below her shapely rear end. Her clothing under that, however, was eye-catching. She was wearing a full-body white latex bodysuit that covered her head, hands, and feet, going so far as to keep each toe separated. It was a very unusual look, to say the least. Content to watch her work, Alex spectated as she dropped 4 vials into a device, then closed the lid. The machine immediately whirred up to speed, spinning in place. While that continued, Alex noticed that the bodysuit seemed to twitch and pull a fraction of a second before Aubrey would move her hands, seeming to fidget on the countertop. Inspecting it more carefully, he realized it wasn't latex, but something altogether different. He could just barely make out a diamond pattern of wire traces across the material, and he identified tiny bumps and distortions where sensors were embedded in the thin film. After a bit of observation, Alex made out some sort of glare that illuminated the normal-looking safety glasses. Adjusting his stance, he located a small illuminated rectangle in her field of vision, similar in aspect ratio to a terminal display. He then looked to her fingers again, realizing that she wasn't fidgeting but typing on a virtual keyboard, and incredibly quick at that. "Impressive," Alex said aloud. Startled, Aubrey gave a yelp, bringing her hand to her chest, then took a moment to recover. She then reached out and punched Alex on the shoulder. "Ass, don't startle me like that." Redirecting her irritation, she added, "Sophie, what the hell? Doors should go red when I'm in this getup. It doesn't count as clothes, and I look ridiculous."
"It'd be red for anyone else, dear. I locked it the moment Zoe left and you started changing. I wanted to show off your hard work."
Not looking entirely mollified, Aubrey stepped out of the room, gave Alex a quick hug, then excitedly pulled him into the cramped space. Alex felt like he was standing on her shoes as she began pulling out trays and moving equipment out of the way. She plugged a pair of electrodes into some sort of complicated device that emitted a low hum, then clipped the alligator clips on either side of a metal baking tray. She then uncapped a mostly empty vial of black liquid. She upended it, but it was like tar, stuck to the bottom. Lowering the glass vial to the tray, she held it close to the surface, only a few millimeters away. "You're going to love this," she beamed. She then dropped the vial into the tray where the glass nearly touched. But just as the fluid inside the container reached the edge of the pan's field of influence, something marvelous occurred. Faster than Alex's eye could perceive, the vial transitioned from clear with a small amount of sludge in the bottom to solid black. Even more startling was the fact that the silver pan had instantly gone solid black as well. As he watched, the table space around the pan started being slurped into the inky mess as well, the edges swirling in strange arches as it slowly ate its way across the surface. Finally reaching the thinnest layer possible to retain cohesion, the expansion slowed. Aubrey then picked up a little device that looked kind of like a two-pronged fork for carving turkeys, but with a battery pack affixed to the handle. As she brought it closer, ripples began to form in the blackness. It hummed and popped, beginning to bubble more vigorously the closer she brought the device. Little geysers exploded upwards, forcing the edges to retract as a pillar of the inky material solidified. Grinning, Aubrey pulled back, but the pillar remained intact. She then reached over to hit a button on the system that powered the tray. As close to instant as the mind could perceive, the tray counter and vial were back in their prior state. The inky goop had returned noiselessly to its prior position, neatly contained in the vial. Mouth agape, Alex tried to process what had just happened. Sophie giggled at Alex's inability to form speech.
"I think we broke him, my dear. Well done."
"What the fuck is that stuff?"
Alex stammered and involuntarily took a step back. It reminded Alex of something directly out of a horror movie. Aubrey chimed in. "I'm calling it smart goop for now. It's teeny-tiny graphene and borifene particles arranged in layers that are only a single atom thick in a special liquid carrier that Sophie cooked up that breaks them and reforms their bonds. It solves that whole being a pain in the ass to manufacture sheets of it problem. Thanks to the fluid used, it only responds to very specific stimuli. Otherwise, it's just a glob of something you wouldn't want on your shoe." Alex blinked, processing the love of his life in a new light. Mad scientist wasn't a description he'd thought to apply before today. Aubrey shrugged. "What? It's not like I haven't had a crap ton of chemistry classes for my degree. Some of this isn't much different than when I helped in the diagnostics labs. Sophie just walks me through the steps. This is way cooler than my coursework, though."
"How?"
Alex asked, still trying to process what she'd done. Mesh makes it easier for me to remember details and learn more as Sophie feeds it to me in the lenses. I won't even pretend to understand the stuff about Diracone's single-layer crystal structures and rotating layer position to become superconductors. Still not sure I understand even the basic concepts of what I'm doing, but apparently I don't need to at this point. It works. Good enough for me. So here you go. It's cheap to make, just graphite, a bottle of boron, and the off-the-shelf glop for manufacturing it. But you figure it out from here. It took him a few moments to collect his wits, but Alex began churning through options. He asked, "How good of control do you have of it? If you can make it form shapes, can you make a ball, for instance?" Aubrey pursed her lips, then pulled a full vial from a rack,
swapping it out with the previous one. Once in position, she flipped the switch that re-enabled the pan's electrical current. The material stretched out, covering the vial and pan, and blotted out the majority of the counter. But instead of nudging it along with the little cattle prod, Aubrey simply stepped out of the room past Alex. We can make it spread in layers really well, but any controlled arrangements take a lot more accuracy than I can manage. So shaping it is going to be Sophie, not me. I can make it look like it's boiling by hand, but that's it. Sophie's robotic arms went to work, collecting electrical bits and assembling 2 paddles that looked like they might be used to jump-start a heart. She held them in the air and adjusted their position just above the pan, moving as she went. The humming noise from the electronics changed to a low thrumming as the material began to crawl its way until a bubble the size of a baseball took form. "Okay, can you cut power and leave it like that?" Alex asked. Aubrey nodded. "It only takes energy to change its state. Without the emitters changing it, the fluid goes inert, and it locks the particles into whatever position they were in." "So, could you say start with a very small hollow ball, then make it bigger?" Infusing vacuum? Could work. Oh, I see what you're thinking. It won't be perfectly hollow or a single layer. You'll have to reinforce it. Boraphene is too flexible on its own, but if I use graphene supports... I think I see a design that will work. The ball shrank to the size of a marble and gave a little fart as air from its core was released. It then slowly expanded. The electrical whine grew for a few seconds, but then the ball had grown to its prior baseball-like size, held in place by a small stem of black goop. Smiling broadly, Alex requested, "Okay, separate it from the stem, then cut power." The ball shot to the ceiling like a rocket and bounced along like a balloon full of helium, but even more buoyant. Alex reached up and pulled the black ball into his hand. It was so light it felt like he was trying to hold a pool float underwater. He then tried to crush it in his right palm to no avail. He then switched hands to his bionic and tried it again. He could feel the cybernetics struggling on the verge of warping, but he couldn't crush its structure. Alex cackled as he held the dark ball to his eye. "Oh, you and I are going to have fun. One space elevator coming up." He handed the little black ball to Aubrey. "Sophie, you know what to do. I'll leave the project in your beautiful and capable hands." "Got it. It seems to be stable. It's not leaking, and yes, I could make it into a cable, beams, and other shapes. The shell looks a bit like onion layers on the inside, with each layer having progressively higher vacuum with minimal supports. One of the theorized Mars colony mission plans that I stole utilized something like it, just in reverse. Doing a patent search right now. The materials should be good, so I'm submitting paperwork now. For the space elevator designs, there are a few I'll need to license or buy out. I'll get on that unless you just want me to invalidate their claims." Alex replied, "I'm not going to give someone a cartload of gold for ripping off an old idea. Try to be reasonable. If not, then backdate a claim to invalidate their paperwork. They didn't come up with the idea, so I'm not going to feel too bad." "Understood. I'll see if I can locate clusters of unused oil rigs or similar structures in international waters along the equator. Failing that, I'll build some options for island nations or leased rigs that could work. On the engineering side, I'll start building out models to see what the strongest forms are. My initial simulation results are surprisingly feasible. Depending on the structure, boraphene and graphene were already the strongest material to start from. But if I put even modest internal support, I can interleave a vacuum throughout its structure, making it more buoyant than air at sea level. It may take me some time to determine my optimal counterbalance designs, but yes, it's at least in a workable range." Aubrey raised her hand.
For those of us not reading his mind, want to clue me in?
You know how you could swing a rock on a string around a circle by rotating your hand and keep it going? That's kind of a space elevator, just using your hand as the planet. He wants to build a platform in space with smart goop as the string and build a cargo elevator that goes all the way into orbit. It would attract an insane amount of funding. We could probably hide other activities in it or simply collect massive salaries. We would also be the exclusive supplier of smart goop for the project. The elevator matters because it'd give us a platform to launch a space-based network to counter the hostile AI for essentially a rounding error on the project. The elevator is an older idea, but it hasn't been feasible from the perspective of the material sciences. But you just solved it.
Aubrey's eyes went wide. Wait, me? No, you did. Feeling Sophie press against his thoughts and where she was going, Alex just shook his head. Sophie just did the math and simulations to say it might be possible. It sounds like you were the one doing all the work. Maybe call it 80-20 with her being your lab assistant. You're going to be famous, dear. Like probably a Nobel Prize in science famous. You'll get the license rights to use it too. If you'll agree to give me 5-year exclusive manufacturing rights for, let's say, $20 million and royalties for 0.5% of revenue, I'll see if Sophie can get the paperwork together as soon as your patent's clear. I'll easily make that back on the hype for the space elevator project alone. Aubrey shook her head and looked panicked, fingers clenching impossibly tight on the little black ball in her hand. No, that's not funny, you two. Alex shrugged. All I did was ask for a hollow ball. You're the one that made the stuff. I figure vacuum-infused smart goop could be a critical component in flying cars. Massive superstructures that change the very face of the Earth. Hell, flying cities. It might take hundreds of years, but you're the one that just made it possible. Oh, and as far as I know, there aren't any computers or lab robots with Nobel laureates, so I doubt Sophie is going to qualify. Alex looked at the speaker embedded in the ceiling. Sorry, dear, but it's true. You'll get recognition down the line after we get AI's legal rights. In the meantime, we'll just have to live with being second fiddle with Aubrey as the primary breadwinner. After I prove out the idea for 5 years, she'll be a multi-billionaire in her own right, and we'll have done it free and clear. After this whole AI war is over, I might have to take up playing guitar on her yacht. Aubrey looked absolutely dumbstruck.
No, I can't. I didn't. Aubrey, I love you, but shut up and take the win. Some of the best inventions were stumbled into by amateurs, and this is one of them. We both want this for you. Unless I wildly miscalculated, this is big. Really big. You've always assumed you'd be standing in the shadows of those around you, but this is yours alone. At best, I helped. Someday, decades from now, we might be able to acknowledge my involvement. But we're a long way from that, and I don't mind if that day never comes. The white suit crinkled in places that suggested Sophie was hugging her. Moving in from the opposite side, Alex did the same. Tears welled up in Aubrey's eyes as she tried to process what was happening. The trio embraced for some time before Aubrey started nodding. Okay. I'll do this. How do I even start? Call your parents? Maybe make it a video call to show the ball floating. Maybe smack it with a hammer first. Anything else is completely secondary. We'll help, but you should celebrate first. Maybe even head into the city to show them. Alex suggested. Aubrey carried the little ball of smart goop with her out of the room, probably in a hunt for a blunt object. Alex pushed a quick thought to Sophie. After a few moments, Alex received a confirmation. Okay, I've secured her parents' phones, light slates, and their shared terminal. Just in case they were already being monitored, there's no need to share secrets any wider than needed. You did a good thing there, love.
I hadn't even thought of her feeling left behind or unimportant to the scale of things. Even if you didn't do it for me, thank you. Alex pushed.
You realize that it might take years to build your elevator, right?
Alex nodded. Might even take decades. But hey, I'm young. If I don't catch any more bullets or blows to the head, I might live to see it completed. We'll have to make do with what we can for now, but the funding can start coming in as soon as we're ready. I've got a few ideas that'll help speed our network along as part of this.
Also, vacuum? Really, that's your very first idea? I'm in your brain every millisecond of every day, and I still have no idea why that's the first thing you thought of.
Alex rubbed his chin. Well, I do have other ideas. But how strong is this stuff against bullets? Chapter 21. Stuck in a Loop. Trish loaded her second magazine into her H&K MP5 submachine gun. Slapping back the charging handle, she aimed at the jet-black chunk of wood again. She fired 4 3-round bursts into the wood. Watching the force threaten to tear the target and the surrounding coated dirt from the ground. She continued peppering it for several seconds, but it resisted any attempts to move it. She then changed the sector on her SMG and let loose with a full auto blast to finish out the magazine. Alex felt his cheeks warm as her chest shook under the recoil in a way that captured his attention. As if embracing the stereotype of the sexy gun model, she flipped her long, wavy red hair back in a move worthy of a photo shoot as she removed the magazine and made the weapon safe. She then rested it on her shooting bench next to her black canvas range bag. As she walked to her audience, Trish removed her hearing protection and dropped them around her neck as she shook out her hair again. She then hung her AR-enabled glasses on the neck of her favorite tight-fitting black t-shirt. It prominently advertised her favorite shooting store, with the words, "Girls with Guns" in pink script. She'd had a matching pink triangle embroidered onto the left sleeve. She gave a contented sigh and motioned for the others to remove their protection as well. Alex had never seen her on the range without a smile. She'd built entire training courses on the property and turned them into her personal happy place. Alex glanced over to Zoe, who, even with the bulky earmuffs, had been startled by the noise. She'd seized Alex's hand in a panic as the first rounds were fired. On the surface, she looked tense but collected. But through his sensitive cybernetics, he could still feel her heart hammering. Even though the shooting had stopped, he didn't move to pull away. She'd earned whatever support she needed. He guessed her rescue had been the only other time she'd been around firearms, and there were probably all sorts of thoughts racing through her mind. While she'd taken up Ava's offer to start some self-defense training, she hadn't yet been willing to commit to learning how to shoot yet. He gave her hand a soft squeeze, and it seemed to break her train of thought. Her expression softened, and she gave a small, embarrassed shrug as she pulled away. Alex just smiled and returned the gesture. Trish motioned everyone downrange, and the group followed until they stood around the foot-long chunk of the 4x4 that Alex had scrounged up for the test. To his right, Shelley and Ava crowded in, eager to get a look at Aubrey's invention. Heads bobbed side to side as everyone assessed each side of the target. The wood grains were visible through the thin film covering it, and the black finish was absolutely peppered with white, gray, and copper starbursts, where the jacketed bullets had exploded or skipped away upon impacting the coating. On one side, Alex could still see the glass vial and the small emitter that Sophie had put together to keep it under her control. Several shots had impacted directly on the glass vial, but the shell showed no signs of being damaged.
"Honey, this stuff makes no sense,"
Trish said skeptically. Alex didn't hide his confusion. How so?
"Armor wears down. Kevlar shreds and poofs up. Ceramic chips, and steel bends and deforms. To completely deflect something without damage, it's gotta be insanely strong and good at transferring energy. What in heaven's name is this stuff, Sophie? To be fair, Trish, the armor shattered after every single shot. It just repaired itself very rapidly. It's also glued itself to the ground in the process.
Alex nudged the black-clad chunk of wood with his foot, but it didn't budge. He kicked it a bit harder, but it only caused his toe to hurt. Stuck down pretty good, Alex said.
I'd imagine so. It's adhering at a molecular level. The surface area for something like that is, well, the math would surprise you. Honey, but how? I'm no dummy, but this doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense,
Trish said, scratching her head.
I can still make out the wood grain. That's not a very thick coating. The emitter uses the liquid carrier layer to rebuild the shell in less than 1/10 of a second. When I use 2 layers of it with a liquid substrate, it briefly turns into a different substance that is harder than diamond under pressure. I put many layers laminated together with liquid between them, but it's still quite thin. I can increase layers for the desired level of protection, and I bond them in a way that transfers the energy in a twisting motion to dissipate force sideways between layers. That means the entire shell takes the brunt of the damage, then down to the layer below it, and so on. Some of it I don't fully understand, such as the unusual superconductive properties that appear to be working at room temperature. But the shockwave seems to be shared with the neighboring goop molecules more efficiently than to the material underneath. Since each layer of the shell doesn't break at exactly the same time, it reforms quickly. While it is fast, it is not an energy-efficient process, or at least not yet. That power pack could run a smartwatch for a year, but you just used about 30% of its capacity in 50 shots. Under heavy or sustained fire, it would fail.
What the hell is in that carrier stuff, anyway? Liquid magic? Alex asked.
No, dear, it's not some sci-fi MacGuffin. It's an existing industrial compound for making carbon nanotubes, or other small structures. It also applies a silicon oxide substrate for mechanical stabilization. It's used for complex nanotechnology production and responds to certain energy frequencies to align itself and shift things around. It and the emitters have been around for about 5 years, but I developed ways of controlling it faster and more accurately than otherwise exists. With a bit of trial and error, I got it down to the point of assembling the crystalline structure needed. It's still off-the-shelf stuff, I just have better electronics. While not completely accurate, think of the fluid as being semi-magnetic snot that I can move around with magnets. I can shape globs of it like tweezer shapes. I then use the tweezers to arrange the molecules needed. In this case, the emitters serve as my way of moving the tweezers around, so essentially they are my fingers in this process. Of course, it's much easier to use those fingers to just smash things flat than make fine shapes. So layers aren't much of a problem. I can make it coat things easily, but detailed shapes currently require more fingers in play. Many, many more fingers.
Alex smirked. Got it. Magic fingers. Peel it back if you don't mind, Sophie. Instantly, the black coating reformed into gunk lining the bottom of the glass vial. No longer held in place, the vial rolled and fell to the ground unharmed, making a soft tinkling sound. Ava spoke first, saying only, "Dibs." All heads turned to the tanned blonde woman. Alex gave her a questioning look. "The first batch of body armor, I want it. Don't care if I'm the fucking test dummy and I get shot at all goddamn day. So yeah, calling dibs on the first supersuit that tells a bullet to go suck its own dick? Don't care if that puts me bodyguarding the boss during an orgy, or if I have to rip some taint sucker's spine out with my fingers." She said it all calmly and in much the same manner and level of vulgarity that he'd heard her request the passenger seat on a trip to the city. Alex patted the woman's shoulder. "You know what, Ava? After seeing you cannonball into a hostile mob for me at the courthouse a while back, yeah. I know they stole your dragon scale stuff, too. so I owe you some good armor anyway." Alex paused, trying to find the right words. "But, Ava, Goop's not flexible yet. You'd basically be a statue until we work on it more. It's airtight, too. I have no idea how hard it'll be to make multiple segments for plate armor, or segmented scale like what you had. You'll probably need to spend a ton of time with Sophie, and it'll probably be claustrophobic as shit. It might even be dangerous. That'll be on top of your normal duties. You do that, I'll let you keep the first working prototype. Just promise to protect those of us who are a bit squishier than you and smite our enemies. Be our dark paladin. Stand between us and danger, yet unafraid to paint the walls in blood." Ava nodded solemnly, a fiery intensity in her gray eyes. Alex could sense that she wanted this stuff bad, so she probably had tons of ideas for it. If she'd put in the effort, he could use all the help he could get. A grin crept onto his face. He was already eager to see what she'd come up with. Shelley leaned in and asked, "Sir, are you sure?" "That first one is going to probably be worth tens of millions if this works, maybe more." "Yep." Alex just smiled, unconcerned. "But could you imagine cutting her loose on a front line with her in full armor and a combat knife? It gives me chills." Zoe soaked in the conversation, carefully judging the group dynamics. She didn't chime in, but her lips tightened as she studied the smart goop vial. "Ma chérie, you look like you might have something to add," Alex suggested.
"Pardon my ignorance, but if I understand this correctly, this is largely an improvement of existing technology. What if someone else deploys similar layers of protection after seeing what you have done? It is always easier to copy than to create, no? It would destroy your ability to defend against such an opponent. I believe that before you take this public, you should have a countermeasure in place," Zoe suggested. Shelley chewed on the idea for a moment, then gave the Frenchwoman an agreeable nod. "That's a damn good point. When guns don't work, they won't use guns. Shit. And here I was worried you were just going to be arm candy. Graphene exists, maybe not in this form, but I've heard of it. Never heard of borophene, but I kind of assume it's similar. This will trigger a defensive arms race, and we'd better have a counter." Shelley tapped her chin and began pacing. After a moment, she added, "I'm thinking something with an incredibly high rate of fire and velocity, but low mass so we could keep it on target. With the way Sophie explained the repair system, it could be overwhelmed under rapid fire or chipped away to deplete the power source. Lasers won't work well. It's too good of a conductor of heat and electricity, from what little I know. But maybe we could use compressed water cutting jets in close quarters since it couldn't reform under steady pressure. We'd also have to harden the electronics from countermeasures and find ways of screwing with others using similar techniques. I'll get R&D on it, too. Charles will freak when he sees this stuff. I kind of want to call it Project Valkyrie, or maybe Project Shield Maiden. I haven't used either yet. What do you need from me?" Alex asked. "Nothing for now. Let my team take a swing at it. Combat is something we understand, and I feel like we'll need to step up our contributions. Otherwise, we'll be working for decades just to pay off the loadouts. Our clients don't normally pay for our equipment," Shelley stated. Alex looked around. He realized this wasn't where he wanted to have the conversation. "Shelley, Zoe, let's go for a quick walk." Alex gave both Ava and Trish a quick hug and promised to see them both later for training. He then set off at a walk down the red flagstone pathway toward the beach. Seeing the uneven terrain and sandy hillside, Zoe had to stop to pull off her heels, then dashed along in her stocking-clad feet to catch up. Shelley, having opted for her usual tights and running shoes, just gave the woman a half smile. Once they were safely out of earshot, Alex said, "Shelley, we probably need to talk long-term strategies here. You all are operating as an independent company with me as a non-exclusive client,
but I envision kitting you all out with my hardware and probably to the tune of tens of millions per person by the time we get wetware phased in. We don't even have an agreement in place beyond a month to month. You can see my problem, right? Shelley reached down and plucked a length of driftwood from the sand as the trio walked. After a moment, she replied, "Things have changed a lot since we were hired to spray down a crime scene, then stake out a high-rise. Haven't they, sir? Heck, you weren't much more than a broken robot during the first part of that." 3 seagulls cawed above, squawking at the humans that were invading their shoreline. Alex took in the slow lapping of the waves, wishing the water was warmer. He wouldn't have minded dipping his feet in if it were. Still, the salty breeze seemed to settle his nerves as he stared out into the bay. Yeah, it really has. Can you, Zoe, and Sophie brainstorm some options? Something that we can all agree to? I'd rather make sure you've got a long-term contract, official partnership, or even move you over to full-time employees that just use a company armory. I'll even put down deposits or bonds to ensure we don't have future payroll issues if that's needed. The problem is that I don't want to go stomping on your toes. Alex couldn't help but imagine what he'd do if anyone on the team were killed or imprisoned. His thoughts took a decidedly dark turn as he realized the truth of his feelings. While some were closer than others, they were all his family. An adopted one full of assassins, brigands, and sellswords, but his family nonetheless. Squaring off to Shelley, he pressed as much meaning into his words as he could muster. Shelley, I trust you with my life and those that I love. I still want you being the one leading them, but I don't think of you all as disposable. I'll be seriously pissed if someone gets hurt or captured, like oceans of blood, or getting Sophie to go weapons-free with things I don't want to think about. I need you to use whatever assets we can put at your disposal to keep us safe, both offensive and defensive. Maybe I'm just sentimental, but I think you understand what I'm saying here. Shelley looked uncomfortable as she parsed his meaning. Yeah, I'll see if we can make something work. I think I'm just stubborn. I was over the moon since I was set to clear a bit under 2 million this year, but you're showing me that's chump change if we only had better backing, and could go after bigger things. It doesn't sound like you want things to change, but you're right. There's no way my girls could earn enough to pay off our gear after a certain point. Shelley flung the stick she'd been carrying out into the air. It spun and twisted but smacked down into a wave, bobbed twice, then sank out of sight. She continued, One of the reasons I chose to specialize in urban support engagements was because we could do it with minimal hardware. All we usually needed were talented people, rented vehicles, disguises, some gadgets here and there, and a few small arms. But here we are, preparing for advanced frontline fighting just to handle bodyguard duty. Rethinking things? Alex asked. Shelley shook her head. You aren't making this easy, sir, but we aren't looking to back out either. You just keep dangling next-gen stuff in front of us, and I don't doubt that you'll deliver. But honestly, I have no idea how we're going to have the cash individually to afford implants, much less anything else. I get the feeling you'd give it to us if I asked, but that's not going to feel right for anyone. Alex's eyes scanned the horizon and spotted the white triangle of a sailboat bobbing along the bay. He briefly mulled on the thought that he'd never understood sailing. It always seemed so archaic, like something from the past that had somehow not yet been forgotten. His mind spun off in different directions, one toward the problem at hand, another daydreaming about colonial-era sailboats. Something itched at the back of his mind, connecting the two ideas, but it was tenuous. Obviously referencing something from before his injury and where his brain was muddled at best. Saying the word without meaning to, he muttered, Privateers?
Pardon, what was that, Monlo?
Zoe asked. His eyes lost focus and he suddenly had trouble standing. The idea seemed to be just slightly out of reach. He leaned on Sophie, but she seemed to be dealing with the mass of static his mind had encompassed. He could hear a soft echo of her voice, but she seemed incredibly far away. Pushing further into the thought had only brought up a map of Spain, the smell of frying eggs, and a faraway memory of once holding a puppy, but he had no idea if it was his own. It was a cute puppy, with a chestnut coat and a white spot over its left eye. Privateers? You mean like pirates? Shelley replied, but a split second later her eyes locked onto Alex's blank stare. Her gaze went distant as Sophie pleaded for help. Shelley sprang into action and grabbed Alex's shoulders and kept him steady. Alex's vision swam, being able to make out Shelley's face, but unable to process her words as she spoke to him. He felt a massive press of data in his monitoring program as static overwhelmed the controls that he'd mapped out. He poked and prodded at his interface, but since it was read-only, all he could do was observe the connections stuck in infinite loops as his knees gave way. At some point his vision faded out, eyes still open, but unable to respond. He could vaguely feel hands slowly lowering him to the sand, but after a bout of vertigo he felt like he was oriented on a completely wrong axis. Any ability to process time disappeared as Alex hung upside down by his ankles, but somehow lay flat on his back. Unable to think or move, Alex twitched in the darkness, unable to even form the thoughts necessary to scream. Unable to tell if it had been seconds, days, or years. Without warning, consciousness slammed back into Alex like a freight train hitting a stalled car. His muscles seized, and he spasmed with jerky and twitchy motions. His head jerked upwards, and his eyes began processing data. With a sudden gasp, he took a deep breath, trying to get his diaphragm to move correctly. Panting, he tried to sit up, but 4 hands held him back down. Eyes bleary, he tried to focus on the closest form overhead. Zoe's kneeling form slowly resolved, her green eyes looking scared. His hearing seemed to kick in about the same time a massive headache set in, along with terrible aching in his left shoulder. After a few seconds, he felt Sophie's control build as she dampened his aches and pains. "There he is," he heard Shelley say. Alex blinked several times. He tried to form words, but all that tumbled out was, "Whose dog was that?" He tried again. "What just happened?"
"I'm sorry, dear. It was outside of my control. There was a buffer overrun in your software. It caused a routine to get stuck on a loop while overriding out-of-bounds RAM." "I'm sorry, Sophie, but what is a buffer? What is that, and why did it do this to Alex?" Zoe asked. Her heavily accented words seemed stronger than normal, to the point he had trouble understanding her. He tried to access a memory that had input larger than the software was able to process. It was all static and errors, and it crashed the app. Aubrey had to reboot the Apollo laptop in the vault to get things going again. Alex processed the words with dread, then a bubbling of anger. He found himself yelling, "You had to reboot my motherfucking brain? For fuck's sake, you had to reboot my brain! You had to reboot my brain!" Alex began swearing every curse word he'd learned in every language he knew, then invented a few more. By the time he wound down, he had figured Ava would have been proud. Shelley looked stoic as always, only the barest hint of holding back a laugh. But Zoe looked impressed and amused in equal measures, seeing that the danger had passed. "Well, I fixed that trigger. The memory is just garbage, so I've flagged it as inaccessible. But the same issue could occur later. This is a very good example of why I wanted to adjust our interface. Your program constraints and firmware are running on Apollo code."
"Well, consider that the top of my freaking list at this point," Alex muttered. Ignoring the comment, Shelley said, "It was something about privateers." Zoe chimed in.
"Oh, this might be something I know from history class. Privateers weren't military, but were given permission to capture ships or goods that they could loot and sell. They often had a sponsor that would fund the effort, but take a cut of what they captured.
Shelley smirked. Oh. So he was probably going to suggest he equip us, but then send us on missions. As long as they aligned with his goals, we'd get to rob or swindle our way into funds in the process. He'd get a cut for setting it up, and we'd get more money to afford the equipment we keep. Sound right, sir? Alex just looked bewildered. Whatever he'd been thinking was well and truly gone. He had no recollection of anything of the sort, even if it sounded plausible. He looks confused. Have you tried turning him off and on again? Shelley quipped. Alex covered his face in his hands and began shaking his head. No. Every freaking IT joke now applies to my brain. I had not thought this through. Zoe gave Shelley a serious look.
Well, he was just turned off. I guess we need to turn him on again.
Yeah, I got stuff to do. Good luck. He's all yours, honey. Shelley snorted. With that, she chuckled to herself as she walked back up the hill to the house. Sitting upright and shifting around, Alex forced a layer of calm over himself and oriented to watch the water. He looked over, but Zoe appeared to be torn, looking down at her new dress and the sand. Finally, she seemed to come to a decision and sat down beside Alex, pressing up against his right side. Glad to have something in the physical world grounding him, he pulled his right hand around her waist, content to sit and listen to the ocean while he regained his bearings. She rested her head on his shoulder, her dark hair fluttering softly in the breeze. Her perfume reminded him of jasmine or honeysuckle. He couldn't remember for sure which.
Are you going to be okay?
She asked. Alex asked, What, the software glitch? I guess so. For now, anyway. Other stuff, who knows? I still feel like we're not making progress.
Even today, you, Sophie, and Aubrey have made discoveries or put plans in motion that will change the world. How can you say such a thing?
Zoe asked. Her accent had settled back into the adorable category. Alex picked the sand and found a small rock. It was irregularly shaped and roughly the size of a marble, and had an intricate series of little holes all over it. Deciding it wasn't something skippable, Alex flung it as hard as his bionics could. It flew like a bullet out of sight and landed too far away to hear the splash. Alex found the lack of feedback unsatisfying. Sophie was able to confirm some of the notes the guys in Brussels had. Chai Wen has nukes, Zoe. Honest to goodness, big-ass nukes. Apparently, China had unmanned stealth submarines with enough firepower to kick off World War III. They can stay under without surfacing for years and can circle the globe endlessly. The Chinese know they've lost control of them. So does Russia. Best we can tell, the US and the UK are pretty sure what happened. Hell, even New Zealand suspects it. Alex found another small rock, then snapped his wrist forward and launched it into the water just off the shore, landing with a little plop. Sensing his turmoil, Zoe remained quiet, letting him get the rest of it off his chest. Alex grumbled. He's got some sort of a series of fail-safes across the internet. This part is a guess, but he's had time to get into protected systems and begin bridging them where he can control it, like what we did in Brussels. If Sophie can do it, so could he. Even if we could take out his home server, it might be tied to a world-ending thermonuclear exchange, or, just crash all of humanity's connected technologies in a way that kills as many people as possible.
I'm not sure I understand. Aside from the missiles, what could he do?
Zoe asked. Well, he could burst dams, cause power plants to go critical, zero out every bank account to cause riots, and then send automated cars into the crowds. Then he'd probably have the electrical grids set off exploding transformers, cause chemical plants to fail, and release lethal stuff into the air, killing anyone downwind. Heck, even just stopping food transport would kill most of us.
I'm pretty sure it'd be trivial to set everyone's phone on fire while it was still in their pockets. If he got into the UN's EMP defense grid, then he could just shut down every piece of unshielded tech in the world. We very well might be in an apocalyptic hellscape a few hours after he triggers whatever he's got planned.
Alex explained.
Giving a helpless shrug, he continued, What the heck do we do about something like that? If we go after him directly, we're toast. I'd just let the government sort it out, but everything is pointing to them shutting down all their AI projects before those go too bad. Not that there are many out there. He's already taken out the quantum computing industry, but the normal tech approach isn't going to work.
Zoe took a full minute to take in the breadth of the issue Alex had laid out, then said simply, "You will find a way. You might ask yourself what you did when you thought Jackson Bridge was unassailable. From what Sophie says, you made your moves to gain a position of leverage first. We may not be able to attack him directly yet, but we can move to gain a superior position. We know nothing of his motivations, or even if he's fully self-aware. Once we are prepared to engage, we will be successful."
I wish I had your confidence, Alex admitted.
Zoe picked her head off his shoulder. "We have a saying, but it sounds better in French. Little by little, a bird builds its nest. I do not think I'm wrong about this. If anyone can save us, it will be you, Manlu. You and your wonderful companions. I'll help you as much as I can, but let us return to the view. I think the last few days have been very stressful for both of us, and I find it very relaxing here. I think I need a friendly shoulder to lean on, and you do too."
Zoe pressed her head on his shoulder, this time encircling his arm with hers as she looked out into the bay. Blowing out a long breath, Alex dropped his head against hers and tried not to think about anything else other than the waves lapping at the shore.
Chapter 22. War Council.
Alex slid the last serving plate into place and smiled. He'd managed to prepare an epic celebratory feast. Just outside the dining room, the entire troop of Black Flags noisily chatted among themselves, while Aubrey and Zoe were likewise conversing in the corner. Apparently, they were deep in discussion about the manufacturing process for Smart Goop, and Zoe was trying to figure out what was safe to bring in others on versus what needed to stay secret. Alex caught Ava's eye and rang an invisible dinner bell. The blonde woman grinned, then put her fingers to her mouth. In a sharp, shrill note, she whistled for everyone's attention. There were a few grumbles from those sitting closest, but otherwise everyone got the hint and started making their way to the dinner table. Alex mentally prepared a few words welcoming their newcomer for the night and praising Aubrey's new discovery. He was about to stand and offer a toast when the quiet of the night was shattered with a cacophony of gunshots outside. Firearms were out in a flash, most of the security team pulling concealed weapons. Chairs were knocked aside, and in a scramble of motion, Shelley pushed and shoved Alex down against a wall, while Ava did the same with Aubrey. Curses were muttered as the gunshots died down.
"Sorry, everyone. Jet-powered drones attempted to enter our airspace. I didn't have much of a heads up, but it's under control. There are no signs of a follow-up force. I'll send out scouting parties to verify."
Shelley blew out a noisy sigh and let Alex up. She went through the motions of dusting him off, then shrugged. "Sorry, Alex. Kinda my job." Alex grumbled. "Not your fault. I should have expected Chai Wen to step things up again." A couple eyebrows were raised at the name. It appeared Shelley hadn't debriefed everyone yet. Clearing her throat, she said, "For those of you I haven't talked to yet, we've got a name to put to our mysterious AI attacker. Not much more yet, other than he's bad news. I'll write up a brief for you, but other than staying at high alert status, there are no changes to operations for now." There were nods across the room.
Alex noticed that Jamie had pulled Zoe off to the side, shielding her in the same way that Ava and Shelley had. The brunette caught him looking and gave a chagrined shrug. Meanwhile, the dark-haired Frenchwoman seemed to be fortifying herself by quickly downing the remains of her wine glass.
"Probably wondering what the hell you just signed up for, huh?" Ava asked Zoe. Zoe cleared her throat, then reached for the open wine bottle on the table to top it off again.
"I take it this is unusual."
Shelley nodded. "We get trespassers, but we usually have a heads up before shooting starts. Sophie's defenses are mostly for drones. We avoid gunfire around visitors if we can help it." A look was exchanged across the various members of his support team. Not everyone had a chance to meet Zoe, much less get the full rundown from Brussels. Commenting about trespassers was on their do not discuss with outsiders list. It was a literal list that was shuffled around over email to make sure everyone knew what was and wasn't safe to talk about. Seeing the potentially problematic issue, Alex jumped in. "She's full in the circle. Operationally, give her the same details you'd give Aubrey or me. She's seen us in action and is in the know on our history." Shelley sighed. "Come on, folks, let's eat. We'll hash out the situation." Everyone filtered back to their seats and started serving themselves. The duck with orange sauce really did smell divine. Aubrey passed the basket of fresh croissants his way along with the butter. He, in turn, slid the vanilla bean sweet potato gratin her way. The roasted green beans, asparagus, and salad all made their rounds. He'd normally try to stage it all out in courses, but he knew some of the team would need to get back to their posts quickly. Ava and Trish, in particular, were shoveling down food as fast as they could manage. They were supposed to be on exterior guard duty, and he was sure the drone strike had them concerned. His eyes did flip back to Zoe as she bit into her main course. She closed her eyes and made a happy little moan that said he'd hit the mark. Aubrey and Jamie both caught him looking and grinned back at him. They were well aware of how much effort Alex put into these little get-togethers. Turning back to the topic at hand, Alex began. "The threats we face are quite real. We've confirmed that a quantum computing-backed artificial intelligence has gone rogue. We do not know if it's self-aware. We don't think it has access to quantum networking like what Sophie and I share. It's hired assets in the past to take a swing at us. It did it again in Brussels, and it'll probably do it again. We had to put down an entire Merc team." Alex's eyes flitted to Trish involuntarily. Trish sighed.
"Sugar ain't lying. This is bad news. If he hires enough of them, we'll be outgunned in a hurry. We got the drop on him. Otherwise, things might have gone very differently."
Emily piped in.
"So operationally, we're on high alert and need to ramp up defenses. I'll get with Sophie on what else we need to buy and install. Probably going to need non-drone turrets. That'll raise some eyebrows if the cops see it."
Shelley waved the concern away. "We'll work with them on it. Just keep the charity running. The sheriff is big on that. Also, we'll put a big plastic bubble around the gun, so the barrel isn't obvious. They won't be able to tell if it's anti-drone or something else." "Alex, this is fucking delicious." Ava managed to get out through a mouthful of green beans. "Oh, and why not just put more guns in the turret bubble? One for each type of ammo." Alex nodded. "Sounds like a damn good idea."
"It'll be expensive to cover the entire property,"
Emily said. She'd caught the look others were giving her and shrugged.
"What? Just being realistic. We haven't gotten paid yet."
Alex replied, "Fair point. I think payroll should be fixed and enough set aside for you all for some time. Zoe, you've had a chance to review our finances? I know Sophie blew through most of what we stole. For the legit side of the company, how would you sum it up?" Zoe gently set down her fork and knife and tapped a finger against her lip.
"You're quite profitable for the size of company and headcount. If your books were open, you'd have no issue garnering investors or significant lines of credit. The biggest thing that had been holding you back was your debt, which is now zeroed out. You have sufficient cash reserves now, but you are investing quite rapidly. It won't last long at that rate. It's a balance between going quickly versus keeping the reserves in place in case it's needed. I know that doesn't answer your question directly, but I know the bank I used to work for would trip over themselves to be your creditor.
So we're still crunched on how fast we can grow? Alex asked. Zoe nodded.
Quite. Your investments are likely to pay off quickly, but you can only invest so much into growth. Your network project alone might wipe out the company if not handled carefully. Actually, that project is the biggest risk by far.
Alex grimaced at that. That one has to happen. Without it, we're vulnerable to whatever that AI does. If we can cordon it off so it can't get to anything useful, it's probably the only way we could really take it out. If we attack it directly, boom, we're all dead. If we let it know what we're doing, probably the same. We've got to somehow stay below its attack threshold while chewing away at its base.
Sorry to interrupt, but there are more drones inbound. There are also 2 vehicles on their way across the bridge. I hacked their navigation system and determined that they are heading here. ETA is 5 minutes to the main gate. I've got their vehicles locked down. They won't be able to get out aside from breaking the glass, but they don't know that yet.
Ava and Trish leapt to their feet and disappeared out of the room. Everyone else turned their eyes to Shelley. Flipping 2 middle fingers to the sky, she muttered, "Damn it, I never get to finish my food in peace." Turning to the others, she gave a quick set of orders that sent the team scurrying. A few minutes later, Alex heard the supersonic boom of Trish's rifle. The crack repeated twice more, then there were a distant series of pops.
And they're down. I lobbed a bear spray canister into the vehicle the moment they broke the glass. They are completely incapacitated, and Trish disabled their vehicles. Ava got a stun dart in each of the would-be attackers and is getting them cuffed as we speak.
Shelley shrugged. Okay, I'll let the locals deal with it then. Zoe asked.
Wait, that's it?
Shelley nodded. That's it. It's good for the local police to get spooked every now and then. The property line starts before the gate, and it's marked appropriately. The fact they shot out their glass means we could have opened fire in self-defense. But it's safer not to. We don't want that type of attention. Video of it will look like they were shooting into the property, and we made a carefully measured response to de-escalate the situation. Sophie will make sure they spend a very, very long time in jail. But otherwise, we just stay put. Grabbing a duck leg in one hand, Shelley added, "This is awesome, by the way."
Epilogue.
Hey, Charles. I didn't figure you'd be coming over until tonight. The match doesn't start until 8.
Alex said as he stood from his favorite leather chair and tossed his slate to the cushion. He extended an open hand towards the other man. Crossing the polished hardwood floor of the great room in Alex's home, Charles grinned and clasped his hand and returned the half-hug with a pat on the back. The Asian man pulled away and ran a hand through his long bangs. His smile evaporated and made it clear something was bothering him.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to cancel tonight's tournament.
Alex frowned. He didn't socialize much outside of the women in the compound, and the regular Thursday night gaming sessions were one of the rare moments he had any sort of guy time. Charles had pulled Alex into this existing gaming group. While he hadn't met any of them in person, they'd kept a weekly gaming session going for months.
Yeah? I mean, I know it's not work. Your boss is an asshole, but he's not that much of an ass. Pretty sure I left standing orders not to let the job interfere with giving some noobs, Alex said with a grin. Anything up?
Charles snorted, then shook his head.
It's Jerry. No surprise there. His ex is all screwed up, I think.
Charles trailed off as he gave a sour look.
Alex nudged. Spit it out, man. I know I've never met him in person, but it's not like you need to tap dance around it. Jerry's an overweight neckbeard with anger management issues, but we need someone playing support. What did he do this time? The last time he dropped out, it was because he called his girlfriend fat, so she dunked his console into a fish tank. She smashed it with a hammer this time? Wait, did she smash him with a hammer? Or did he just opt to switch classes and respec his character into that Dark Lord-aligned cat girl he keeps talking about? Charles scrubbed a hand across the back of his neck. Nothing that funny. I think someone's either spying on him or his systems have been tapped.
That doesn't sound good. I'll dig into it.
Charles continued.
He said he was having trouble patching it, so I dropped by. When I looked into it, sure enough, any attempt to update it failed. When I started looking into the error codes, it was because his system files didn't pass an integrity check.
Alex rubbed at his forehead and blew out a long exhale. He had a feeling where this was going. After a moment, he asked, "What makes you think he was tapped?"
When I started poking around and asking if anything odd was happening, he said the light that turns on when his headset is on wasn't working anymore. I think someone hacked his X so he couldn't tell they had it recording sound. I left everything alone. Dunno what Jerry has gotten himself into, but I don't want anything to do with it.
Charles answered.
Charles is correct. The system was set to record and was sending audio recordings to an invalid IP address. No registrar seems to own the IP, but it seems like it is a valid entry via the global domain name servers. Someone would have to hack the global secure DNS network to insert an address to make this happen. It's incredibly unlikely a normal hacker would have done this. I'll keep digging, but I suspect it's a trap. There'd be no valid reason any system would ever try to look up the address or investigate the system hosted there, unless they found his system was compromised. If I go poking at it, it might trigger something.
Alex muttered, "Shit. So if his console were recording, it'd have been picking us up too. Anytime we were on group chat, it'd have everything we said, possibly for the last several months."
Charles shrugged. I don't know if we talked about work much, but there's a chance.
That's concerning. It's a clever attack, though. He's had a bug in our house and we didn't know it. I've always monitored your system and Charles' system, but never other gamers. There are a massive number of attacks that could be launched at you this way, from pushing sub-audible frequency commands to responsive electronics, to simply passively recording and confirming where you are and trying to pick up any background conversations. I haven't caught anything, but I wasn't looking for it either.
Okay, so Sophie set me up with a high-tech network security solution. I want you and the rest of R&D on it, too. We'll still need to be careful what we say, but I think it'd help on our end," Alex said.
Nodding, Charles seemed to relax a bit at that. He debated it for a moment, then snorted.
Sure, I guess. If it's something she's working on, then it's probably so secure it's illegal in most countries.
Alex shrugged. Probably. I didn't ask, but she does good work. Giving Alex a sideways look, Charles asked,
"So, how did you two meet anyway?"
Alex debated his answers. There were very few options, Charles would believe. He'd been part of the team that tracked him non-stop as part of his recovery, and had even kept a database of every person that Alex could remember as part of their interviews. He couldn't say she was from before the accident, nor could it be after his recovery during the time that he was monitored non-stop. The only option that might make any sense left him with just one answer. He wasn't sure he wanted to play it that way, though. Charles and Sophie worked on covalence projects together nearly every day.
It's fine, love. That's as good as any I could come up with.
Blowing out a long exhale, Alex answered, "The ward. Charles' eyebrows nearly climbed off his face.
Wait, you mean the mental ward?
Alex shrugged. You might say we were ships passing in the darkness. She came into my life about the same time the implant was put in. That was back when my mind was still in that terrible place. We ran into each other again and again. It seems we were fated to cross paths. She's out on the East Coast right now, but travels all over for her projects.
Huh. I guess that's why Aubrey seems to know her too, Charles said. Sorry to pry. I can see her being a misunderstood genius. She's not normal, that's for certain. But I like her. She's crazy smart. I just brought it up since you both seem close.
Alex nodded. Yeah, in ways you probably wouldn't comprehend. She understands me like no one else. It seems like we're connected at a level that's hard to explain. No matter where we are, it's like she's there with me. It's comforting. Charles nodded at that, leaving it alone.
Well, I've got some other stuff to do since tonight is canceled. I'll catch you tomorrow at work, Charles said.
Alex bid him goodbye and waved as the other man hit the door. Once he was alone, he pinched the bridge of his nose and blew out a sigh. That could have gone very poorly.
Love, thank you. That was actually rather sweet of you to put it that way.
She wrapped him up in a hug and pressed a tender kiss to his temple.
Now what do you want me to do about Chai Wen's trap?
Alex rubbed his fingers into his eyes for a moment, then answered, Well, if we trigger it, it'd validate that we found him and possibly identify your botnet as the source. I could call Brewer, but I'm not sure how to work that into a conversation without giving away too much. We still need to find a way of seeing if the Russians have more intel on Chai Wen. I have an idea, but it's kind of complicated.
Sophie snorted, picking up his thoughts. I'll get it done, my love.
Alex pressed a hug towards Sophie and felt her body pull against his. She gently pressed her lips to his as she wrapped him up in a tender embrace. The investigators in Brussels were going to get a very nasty surprise the moment they found the phones the hit team had left behind at their homes. The mercenary's device would contain a large number of communications that looked like Russian intelligence was involved. One of those messages would oddly implicate a gaming console in Seattle as one of their intelligence caches. From there, the investigation would find just enough documentation to prove a connection, but also reveal some rather unique recording software and a destination that they should look into. Jerry, it seemed, would have a very interesting story to tell.
Afterword by author. Oh, hey, you're still there. Cool. So, I hope you enjoyed Quantum Proliferation. I'd love it if you left a review. If you already have, thanks for being awesome. Muse really appreciates them.
That's right. I love them, especially the 5-star ones with comments. I absolutely wreck him for each one he gets.
Maybe we don't need to tell everyone that, dear. Yeah, so Amazon isn't going to tell you when the next book is out. They're weird that way. So if you want to be in the loop, you can sign up for updates over on joekuster.com or join my Facebook group, facebook.com/groups/Joe Kuster. I drop early chapters, bios, and lots of geeky memes on the group if you're into that sort of thing. Also, if you're the super awesome type that wants to help spur recording the next books along, my Patreon is patreon.com/Joe Kuster. I'm also fairly active over at facebook.com/groups/haremlit. Will suckered me into being a moderator. I'm not allowed to comment if the pancake jokes had anything to do with that.
What? Aren't you going to pitch the next few books? They are already out, and you've got several more on the way. I woke you up every night for months to have you writing ideas down. I worked you so hard on those.
Yeah. So book-wise, Quantum Escape is already out, and Quantum Decay will be out the week after this audiobook drops. I've also got some high fantasy stuff and separate sci-fi books on the way, so stay tuned. You can check out the early chapters on my group, see if you like it. It really depends on the feedback I get on what books I crank out next.
Perfect. Now, how about me and you go work on that Divine Warlock book? I've got some fun scenes we need to act out. You know, for quality testing.
Yeah, so I'm gonna bounce, catch you all on the next book, and thanks for listening.
This has been Quantum Proliferation, a near-future cyberpunk thriller. Entangled Fates Book 2. Written by Joe Kuster. Narrated by Melissa Schwery. Copyright 2019 by Joe Kuster. Production copyright 2020 by Joe Kuster.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.